I think he's won a couple events.
No one's ever
and
heard of
Art
that guy
of War,
before.
And Art of War. When they're here not to play 40K, they're here to play Outward Realms, the game made by me, being published by Hammerhead Games, and had a successful Kickstarter, and we're in the process of getting that fulfilled now. But we're like, hey, I think some people are going to want to see two really great players learning and playing this game. So the format that we're going to be using is I'm going to show off a couple of the basic mechanics of this that are going to be the most unfamiliar to a 40K player. And then we're going to go ahead and pull out two 34-point armies. John has selected the Batra, and Danny has selected the Nightfall. And I am actually currently collecting tokens because we're running a little tiny bit behind, but we're almost there. So, all right. I'm getting, and the tokens that I'm collecting are, we have our activation tokens, our wound counters, we have cover. We have our cloak tokens for our Batra player, because that's useful.
Very good.
And then we're getting adaptation tokens for Danny so that he knows what level of adaptation he is at.
That's right.
I'm already getting like swarm vibes from Nightfall.
Oh, so
It's like the flood but Tyranids? Like what?
no, they're like what are the guys from Mass Effect? That's what it feels like to me. The Reapers,
I get that a lot.
So-
Like,
or sort of like Necrons, I guess too, in a way. We're like, but in a bad. That's a bad comparison. In that they're robots.
all right.
Very good.
All right, Danny, good luck playing the good game.
Thank you.
Oh yes, we have a huge Nightfall opponent here.
I'm doing the Lord's work in here.
Bringing enlightenment to the world.
All right. Cool. All right, we should. The only one you might be missing, you have a prioritized token, and you might need blinded. If blinded comes up, we'll wing it.
Okay,
I'm just not
Okay.
going for it.
that sounds great.
Yep. And these are the wound markers you guys share. I got you guys tape measures. I got you guys
thanks.
dice. This is played on a 4x4. So if, what you could do for me is
Yeah, I
if
can
you
do
guys
that.
want to section off a 4x4 so people can see that visually, that would be great. I know we're going to be winging the back edge just a smidgen.
That's okay.
Do you want this side gone or this side gone, or do you want to do it in the middle?
This side gone.
Yeah, okay, that's fine with me.
Yeah. There's a camera there, so I figured
Yeah.
it'd be easier to get the angle. Good morning, Danny.
Good morning. Yeah, I know what that is.
It is wonderful to be here. Let's see here. Ah, excellent. Is that a mic for Mr. Michael?
Yeah, I figured for his explanation, we should definitely have that.
I think that's wise. Nope. Gone forever. Yeah, that's pretty close. Does Outward Realms require large fistfuls of dice as if I was playing orcs?
You know, I think 20 dice is fine. I think you'd be doing
Cool.
all right.
Alright, I'm gonna make this I'm gonna make this thicker.
And just a note for those taking a look, these are our playtest prototypes. They live up here at Collins because there are a bunch of people up here who got in on the Kickstarter and were interested in the game. And so, if you see, you'll see that they're not really painted that well, or painted at all in most cases. So sorry about that. It's a little hard to see on the screen. And number two, you may see little imperfections or flaws in there. Those don't exist in the production models, but these are not production models. Prototypes. So, that's how that works.
Very cool.
My mottos are black like the void.
Oh my.
Much like the entropy I'm hoping to inflict upon you today.
Yeah. All right. We
You mean
have
you
It's
some-
like very frail, fragile, easy to break.
That's the
Easy to destroy.
the Guardman
We'll see.
primer version of Nightfall.
Exactly, yes. Insert bayonet in the joints. They are spindly,
Repeat. Yeah.
but vulnerable to bayonets.
Extremely vulnerable.
All right.
Repeat
Especially
as
if you
often
keep
as
stabbing them
necessary.
in exactly the same place.
So another thing you guys could do is if you go to outwardrealms.com and then go to resources, if you want to pull up on your
Oh
phone
yeah, I did that last
the
night.
rule book.
Oh.
That will give you guys your data sheets and other things that you need to play.
That actually is an excellent idea.
Yep. And number 3 is in one of you in BCP should start up an Outward Realms game to keep because it has a built-in scorecard
Oh,
Oh,
that's cool.
neat.
In
Yep.
BCP?
in BCP.
Oh. Alright, is outwardrealms.com/something else?
No, outwardrealms.com and just go into the menu and choose resources.
Done. Danny, do you know the lore for my frogmen?
Yeah, so they're like a. I feel like they're a pretty secretive species, right? So they kind of like to. They like to observe the human expansion. I think, right, Michael?
Which one?
The Batra. Yeah.
Yeah, so they. Well, hold on. I'll answer that. We had a bit of a casualty,
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
which is sad. And we have a little bit of leaking, which is gross. Oh man, I think this is the model that Colin dropped.
Oh. Okay.
If there was one, it would make sense that it's that it's the one that's broken.
Hold on. Wash my hands. That should not live there. That should be on a paper plate or something, actually. If we have that. This model should be on a paper plate, like if we have one.
So John, what's your experience playing? Do you play a lot of like non-GW games?
Not much. I've played Legion before.
Okay.
Not that frequently.
Yeah.
As one would imagine, I struggle with finding the time.
Yeah, for sure.
As we all do.
Yeah.
It's not non-GW at all, but I've played like a little bit of Age of Sigmar,
Okay.
like just a little bit,
Sure.
just because I like death.
Yeah, the models are really cool. Yeah.
No, I mostly stick with GW games, and I very much primarily 99% stick with 40k.
Sure.
But perhaps one day I'll stop trying so hard, and then I'll have time for
I
something
doubt
else.
it.
I mean, you know, theoretically.
That's cool.
I'm gonna need to get good at Kill Team because I'm gonna need a code.
Okay. I mean, I'm definitely going to buy the Kill Team box. The problem is that I might buy 10 sets of it for a guard army. We'll see.
And those are cool.
Yeah, I might just repaint my entire guard army for no reason other than self-loathing. Oh, this is cool. You got a frog tank. I hope this is mine, not yours.
Yes, those are
Excellent. Excellent. Do you know what terrain setup is supposed to look like, generally?
I don't.
He was moving things around.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I won't touch anything.
I'll let him do it.
Wasn't sure how much experience you have with Outward Realms.
I have read the rules in the playtesting phase, and I didn't unfortunately have time to get a game in during that process. But it's cool. So we'll be doing, it'll be unit by unit activations. So we'll be alternating activations per unit, and then each unit will have action points so it can do stuff.
All right.
So, and we'll be able to accept a bunch of different orders. Let's see here. So, like we'll be just like in 40k, each round is like a bunch of different phases, and yeah, we'll have like activation tokens next to units to show that they've actually gone.
Yep.
So that you can't do them again.
Okay.
Probably. And if somebody has more activations than the other person, that
just
person will
finish
get
out
like
the round.
they'll get pass tokens.
Yep. Well, you just basically are able to use an activation token to just pass and just
Yeah.
spends it,
Okay, cool.
which is how you take care of the incongruency. We're almost ready. Thanks for your patience, everybody.
which can be cool because like if you obviously some of the strategy there, like if you have that alternate activation, is like it lets you kind of forward load if you have less units, so you can like skip a couple of activations for them, and then like kind of almost like a Sigmar double turn where you just like do a bunch of guys in a row that are really good. That's usually how that kind of stuff works.
Someone has the rules popped up. Can you go over to the unit points section, and I want to make sure that I get you guys roughly on point. It's actually before the
Before this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Keep going. And there we go. One more over. Perfect. Thank you. And down in Nightfall.
I'm absolutely shocked that that wire's not in the shot. It's not.
18.
I just look at the wire and I look at the camera and like it's gotta be in the shot. That's impressive.
28.
Just like eyeballs telling me it should be.
And 14.
I think it's because it's a fisheye lens, but like
Okay.
how?
And then we look at the equivalent. The equivalent.
That's the same webcam I use. They're really great.
Yeah, I think it's the one that we have it there at war as well.
Yeah.
I think because the Concom's asking, it's like, what do you use for overhead? I'm like, this. It's very cost effective.
Yeah, it's been a totally great camera.
Okay, so we'll be basically more or less equivalent.
If you need to give John a little bit of an advantage, that's totally fine.
I think
He's gonna need it.
Oh, damn it.
I think he's gonna wind up with a 2-point advantage just in.
That's
in
cool.
this
I
because-
get it.
But I want people to see a bunch of units being used.
Yeah.
I think that's a really strong goal.
Mhm.
So go ahead and do that. And one of these tanks is actually going to be a Shikari. Oh no. It's going to be a Shikari. However, we'll have to mark it because the actual Shikari was.
One of them looks different.
Yeah, they're all the same. Is an actual Shikari hull, but Colin dropped it,
Oh.
unfortunately, and it exploded into just
Oh no.
sad pieces. So.
And they can advance on turn one.
I also like how I gave the pieces an emotion, like they were sad.
I mean, what you just said made me sad. So.
Yeah, yeah, and it's okay. And I heard it happen too. It was
Oh.
funny. He was on voice chat and he was working over there. And I heard him go. I heard somebody go. I recognized the noise. He went, "Oh no!" He's like, and then he looked at it. He's like, "That's bad."
Don't hate me, please.
No, it was really funny.
And as a shock to no one, Nurgle Matt is with us.
Yes.
Hooray!
Matt, woo! Thank you so
Wonderful,
much
wonderful.
for everything, Nurgle Matt.
Yeah, no kidding.
You are a champion.
Paragon of gaming.
Hmm.
And the Huntmaster, whose big stick's broken. He's right there. Alright. And no field generator because you're already over points slightly. Okay.
Okay.
And we'll do the thing.
Sound good?
So, you're a couple points, he's a couple points up, but that is alright. We're going to make it work because I trust you both.
Bold, but yeah, let's
Yeah.
continue.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, just because I want to see everyone to see all of them. That's mainly why I ended up doing this. So we're hovering around 42, 43 points right now in that range. So 42, 44. Close enough for a cool demonstration. Here's the basic stuff that is going to be different than a 40K. This is the part that matters for you all. So a few things that are big changes for our 40K players. I'll put these sterilizers out, right? So we have our sterilizers here. What happens when you're going to activate? Well, it's an alternating activation game where everyone has 10 activation tokens per round, and there are 3 rounds in a game. When you drop an activation token next to these people, all of a sudden, when you look at their sheet over here in Sterilizer Land, you will be able to see anyone following along at home using the free rules at OutwardRealms.com in the Resources tab. You will see that they can be activated 2 times in a round. That's what activation limit means. And you'll see that they have action points. That's how many points you get when you activate them. So if Danny were activating these, he drops down. They've been activated once this round. They all of a sudden have 3 activation points. there are a pool of general actions that are available to everybody, and those actions are move, which costs 1 action point. You can move as many times as you have action points. Feels nice. We didn't need a run mechanic. We just like keep moving if that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
You're allowed to shoot once per activation. If they have a shooting, they don't have a shooting attack, but if they did, that was it. The other once per activation, limited to once, is engaging or charging in 40k. Engaging is the only good way to get your model within 1 inch of an enemy model. So, if you wanted to, if you could end your move there, but if you wanted to get stabby, you would have to pay. So this would be a move 1 AP, and engage is 2, right? Now, when you're engaged, the melee action, you can take that as many times as you want. Engage is basically the ability, it's a combined move, which allows you to get within 1 inch of an enemy model, and then you get your melee swings. But you can keep melee swinging, like if they had done that and engaged and spent the 2, all of a sudden you have 1 more AP left, well you're going
can
to
attack
swing again
again,
if this
yeah.
person's not dead, right? But let's say you killed them and they engaged. Well, then you could move if you wanted to, or if you were next to cover, you could do the take cover action. You have a lot of, that's another action. So, we talked about move. We have engage, we have shooting, we have take cover. So any model that is within or touching terrain, and all of this terrain has it, provides cover condition, and it's the only condition we'll be using for our terrain to keep things simple.
Sure.
When you're there, you can say, hey, I will take the take cover action, boom. Well, what if I deployed and started in terrain? They would not have cover. Taking cover requires a unit being activated and taking the take cover action. So it's
Okay.
not automatic like it is in 40k.
Oh, sure.
What are other actions that could come up? You don't have anything that would do this to him, but he has one that could do it to you, and that's called, there are effects, which ailments and benefits. You have cloak, which is a kind of a, it's not even a benefit because it can't be knocked off by stuff right now. So you have cloak, but he could apply something like prioritize to you. Well, that's what a mind does. A mind takes an action, costs 1, looks at something 24 inches away, and commands the nodes to prioritize that target, right? Which allows every other Nightfall thing to re-roll attack rolls against it, which is pretty strong, right? Well, let's say that doesn't interest you fundamentally, right? Let's say I want no part of that, sounds awful. You can spend 2 action points and cleanse all ailments off of a unit.
Okay.
So that's a way,
2 action points.
but it is expensive. Yeah. Although what's interesting about the Batra is everything in their army is 3 and 3. So they can be activated 3 times, and they get 3 action points.
Okay.
Except for the field generators, but you don't have any of those.
Gotcha.
Okay, so kind of neat. What other things would be actions that would be relevant? Well, you have an action he doesn't have access to called Cloak. You may start the game cloaked. You may start the game embarked in a transport cloaked, right?
Okay.
What does Cloak do? Well, you have your cloak token. You spend 1 anytime you want to do it, and you're cloaked. Cloaking has some advantages and disadvantages. The big advantage is you can't draw line of sight to a cloaked unit.
Okay.
So
That's pretty good.
everything that's not artillery shooting, of which you do have artillery guns on your Annihilator, but that's your only artillery weapon, could not target this. However, he is also limited because the only actions he's allowed to take while cloaked are disengage, which is how you leave combat. You spend 2, and
Okay.
you can leave.
So it's
Okay.
so it's a
2.
penalty to leave.
It's a
combat.
So if you
penalty.
fall back, essentially, you spend 2 instead of 1 action.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, cost 2. And that's how I want to cover disengage. You have your cloak right here. So you're only allowed to move, disengage, and take cover. That's it.
Okay.
You can't even take a melee swing. Can't do anything else.
Gotcha.
That's the disadvantage. Something cool about the Batra in particular is, aside from the cloaking rules that you have, the other special rule that you have is you may take the take cover action, which only costs 1 AP, would cost Danny 1 AP, for 0 AP. Because you're really good at taking advantage of cover and being sneaky.
Gotcha.
So you will be getting free cover if you plan your moves well
Okay.
all the time. And that really helps against his single artillery weapon while you're cloaked, right?
Sure.
Or also helps, like, let's say you're decloaked, but you just want cover. Cover is great. what does cover do? I've been talking a lot about it, right? It's -1 to hit from shooting.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's fairly impactful. And there's going to be a lot of cover in this game. We'll adjust the table slightly. Actually, this seems okay, but that seems a little sparse over there. So
Oh,
Right here, we can,
we might want to adjust that there.
one of those over there.
Yeah. And it's a true line of sight game, so there's no
obscuring tag or something
No.
like that for our 40K followers.
for our 40K
Sure,
followers.
they're non-zero.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely not zero. Now there's something else to talk about in terms of rules and special actions.
Okay.
So you guys, every unit has either a special rule or a special action period, right? So like, if you look through their data cards, the sterilizer have a special rule. They basically have, in 40K terms, equivalent of AP, but -1. So when they make their melee swings, they deduct 1 from armor attacks.
Okay.
Because they have these really sharp monofilament blades, they're going to cut through things, right? So you'll have to go through your cards and look at your special actions. Like your Huntmaster, for instance, has an aura style ability in 40K terms, which allows Batra infantry units to go ahead and make a free move, a zero cost
Wow.
move. So it makes them like.
Really fast.
Yeah, he's building up that aggression that they spend a long time trying to like keep tampered down.
Right.
Yep.
He gets them like worked up for battle.
Okay, so he's a hype man.
He's a hype man, and gets them built up, and then they want to get froggy immediately.
Absolutely.
Oh.
I had to do it. That was for you, buddy.
That was so bad.
That was good for you. That was for you, Danny.
I'm happy about
This is
this.
this is the content you come here for.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Excellent.
So,
I'm happy
go ahead
about
and look through those abilities, and I will go remind you as well of things that are happening
Okay.
to keep you guys on point. What I could use is some way of marking. Actually, well, you know what? The tank with the off-colored wing will be your Shikari, which would not have these little holes on top and would have 2 little guns there.
Okay.
So that's the big changes. Well, remember that one's a Shikari. The Shikari is an anti-vehicle. Well, we don't have the term vehicle. Construct.
Okay, sure.
So we have 4 classes of model or unit in the game. We have our infantry, of which actually there's no. These guys would be your infantry. You have your heavy infantry. Oh, we're okay. Thank you. We actually, you know what? I'll put it on for the viewers. That might help them. Thank you. We have our heavy infantry. We have our skirmishers on 60 mils, and we have our constructs, which are the big stuff,
Okay.
like things that you would think of like vehicles and tanks, but also monsters, also
So
other big-
construct is most of the big things.
constructs are big things.
Okay.
They'll always be on 100. Well, they'll always be on the large 100 mil bases, and yeah.
Understood.
Okay.
What is
So-
occupation? I noticed that I'm seeing that on some of my
Yeah.
units.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. So, we have all these units have these assigned traits, right? These things that, you know, you'll see that they'll be like, it'll say Batra, or it'll say, you know, occupation.
Right.
Occupation, annihilation, and recon are the 3 traits that unlock what would be secondaries in 40K.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool.
Which are, for us are called additional objectives, right? Every mission has what you'd be familiar with from 8th edition as objectives, which is kill 1, kill more, hold 1, hold more. That's
Okay.
every mission. Easy, right? The additional objectives are where things get a little more interesting. So every one of these units has one of those words associated with it for the most part. There's a couple that don't have any at all. But what they do, a few that don't have any at all. But like this one, if you saw like occupation, right? It's an infantry unit designed to occupy territory, hold things down. You'll notice that there are 3 additional objectives under occupation. When you take this unit in your army, right? You have access to take those additional objectives.
Yep.
What I have done in this is because this has annihilation, these have occupation, these have recon. I've unlocked all the additional objectives for Danny, and by the same measure, because you have recon, you have an annihilation, and you have occupation, you also have access to all of them, and that was intentional.
Excellent.
So there are 9 additional objectives, and you will be choosing 3 of them for the game, and that's how you score extra points, right? And we'll go through those
Yep.
right now. I think that we're kind of at a point. Well, let's look. Actually, we'll go through them when it's time to choose them in the actual lineup. How about that? That makes sense. Because then you'll have seen the mission, and you'll see, you're like, oh, where are we at with that? So, are there any other questions about this stuff? Like these guys have fly. That's why they're on that.
Yeah.
You can kind of tell they have fly. Those fly. These fly. Batra, they have a ranged attack, and they have really strong melee. So they're very good at running up. Armor piercing. We should talk about that. So
Can we go through an attack sequence?
Yeah, I would really like. I was just
Yeah.
going to ask that
Yeah.
question.
perfect. So here we go. We'll and we didn't talk about the Nightfall's abilities either. But we
We're
will.
talking about the protagonist usually in the story.
Well, if Tyler were here, he would say.
It's okay. I'm totally fine being the anti-hero. Yeah.
So let's say that the Batra. This is a Batra hunter. Why don't you give me 2 more of those? So that's kind of an even spread. Let's say that the Batra hunter John is feeling aggressive, and he gives an activation. He's like, "Aha! I will go ahead and engage." Right? You would then roll 15 dice. Your infantry hits on 2s because you're really good at swinging. So go ahead and roll 15 dice.
Okay. And out of curiosity, why do I roll 15?
Because each one has, if you look at their, that's a Huntmaster.
So let's scroll it down.
Yep. So go ahead and go to their attacks. Down to the
Under
weapon.
the weapon profile.
Okay, so energy talons are attacks 5, damage 1, and they are armor piercing close combat.
Correct. Which
Okay.
means they can be used in close combat. What does armor piercing mean? Armor piercing means that you make your armor saves on 6s.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Awesome. And I see that my attack value is 2+, so I need to roll 15 dice, and
Hitting
then I need a
twos.
2+.
And there's no to wound roll.
Okay.
So
So
looks like
looks
he hits
like I got-
13.
Alright.
Cool. And then Danny would grab the dice
Yep.
and roll them, and you look for 6s as they try to shred.
Well, I don't
your-
like how this is going already.
Why not?
But I did good on the 6s. For
You got
sure.
5 6s.
Yep.
Okay, now here's what's interesting. Unlike 40k, oh no. Do you have glue?
No, not that I know of. Everyone's been looking for glue all week.
Oh, okay.
I'm shocked by that.
I have some in my car.
Okay, can you go grab some glue just to put this back on the
Yeah,
stand?
no problem.
That was my bad.
No worries.
But hold on, we'll finish this part.
Yeah. Okay.
So, you have taken 8 wounds of damage, right? Well, these each have 3 wounds.
Yep.
Right? So what
And,
you
profile.
so what you can do is you're allowed to allocate how you see fit. So what would have happened in that sequence is you would probably assign 2 wounds to each of
guy.
these.
Oh. Now back is a back, please.
Right?
Okay,
And
cool.
because the attack sequence is ended, you would get your first adaptation token, which in this case wouldn't be helpful,
Sure.
right? And you can only be assigned 1 activation token after 1 activation token per unit swinging down on you, right? So he would actually, this would be floating. He would swing again. He would probably pick up the unit. Is my
Right.
guess,
Yeah.
right?
Agreed.
Or you might have 1 left.
Sure.
But then they would be adaptation run. That would be a bad
That's
situation.
a bad trade for me.
That's a bad trade for you, right? Now let's say something had happened where they're coming in deep and John had taken a shot at them already. There's a situation where you could get your second adaptation token, and then all of a sudden they would be -1 to hit, and that includes melee.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's pretty helpful.
And
That
then
would slow me down.
if this was let's say that they'd already been whittled down, they had taken some damage, right? You know, you've already got some wounded guys. You could do your third adaptation token, which is -6 inches off the range of guns.
Oh.
Well, that was the first one. Second one's -1 to hit. The third one and the last one is +1 to your armor save
Nice. Okay. Cool.
to a maximum of 2.
Yeah.
So basically, you can get pretty durable. The other thing is you may notice that you took a bunch of damage there. A totally different situation happens if those guys came in with their multi-damage weapons, because you have, similar to Death Guard, you have all incoming damage rounded up.
Oh, okay, cool.
So those hunters are particularly good against
Because they have
Nightfall.
just a lot of
one damage
attacks.
weapons, right?
Yeah.
Armor piercing one damage, right?
Right.
Whereas those guys with the big swings, their 3s would be knocked down to 2s. So
Okay,
Gotcha.
that's helpful.
If I were to hit a normal unit with a multi-damage,
yeah,
let's say these are a 3-wound model.
yeah.
Let's say I did 2 damage, 2 wounds.
Okay.
Would that be a total of 4 damage that he allocates, or would that, again, thinking of our 40k audience,
Yeah.
would that kill 1 3-wound model and then a wound would go over, or could he do 4 different 1 damages?
You could do 4 different ones.
Okay, so even though it's a single attack with multiple damage, he could still split it
No,
across
no, no,
dice.
no, no. Sorry. So if it's a single damage with, well, it depends on how much damage you're talking about. So you have to assign all the damage from an attack to one model.
Got it. Alright,
That's
that
the
makes
answer
more
I think
sense.
you're looking for.
I believe it is. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I was getting confused because you're adding entropic or adding the entropic fields to it, and I'm like, wait, no. It doesn't matter.
All
So
right.
like those 2 damage hits have to go through. He can't split up that 2 damage into 2 individuals and entropic.
Cool.
And I broke my own destructor. The equivalent of mortal wounds in this game are called assigned wounds. So
Okay.
if you ever see assigned wounds, they can do
Like
that.
those, perhaps. Okay.
Yeah, they can assign wounds.
Foreshadowing, I see.
Yeah, they can assign wounds. Assigned wounds negate all defenses. There's just enjoy assigning wounds.
Very cool. This one, Hunter. Is 7-inch move average? Is it a little faster than normal?
It's pretty fast for infantry.
Okay, pretty fast for infantry.
Like
I
an
accept that.
augment soldier, the human soldier moves 6.
Okay. Predation pod. This is my predation pod.
Those are predation pods. Yeah,
So I got 3 of those.
they have a nice armor-piercing ranged attack. They're the fastest unit in the game.
Ooh.
They're and
You got me already.
yeah, and they're natively -1 to shoot at.
Okay. Cool.
And they also have a little bit of a melee punch too.
I'm sorry. I don't know where it went.
No, that's okay.
Alright, and my Shikari is the guy with the blue tag on him.
This is the next one over.
All right. Can I have that? Let me see. Maybe I can do it with tape.
And then this is my Venator. Okay.
I can get some. You know what? I have some blue tack in my army case. Let me get you that.
Okay.
That will probably work just fine.
Most likely, yes. Okay.
Alright, cool.
Cool. Shocking lack of glue in
Yeah, I.
the Sherman
That
residence.
is on the list of.
Oh man, we need a glue station super bad.
Yeah.
Then that one gets shoot Gene Stealers. He's got 2 shots.
I mean, it doesn't matter if we didn't know. Why didn't we know? I don't have a defense. But,
Well, it's also the other thing is a lot of people flew and you can't fly with glue.
it's very hard to, yes. I've lost multiple things blue that way.
What? The pressure will push it up the nozzle though and mess it all up. It might get on things.
I don't know who this is, but I did just find this.
Ooh, Danny, we call
I
him Danny.
scrounged.
Danny the
Excellent.
scavenger McDevitt.
I'm gonna mute my mic while I eat a Rice Krispie treat real quick. So I'm gonna
Is there
turn it
glue
off.
in there?
while you-
Oh, there is. Thank
Hell
you.
yeah.
Heck yeah. Well done. Okay, I think we're ready to get started. I think
Awesome.
we've covered all the core bases.
Doesn't need line of sight? No. Okay. On a 3+.
I don't know how long
Balance
this will
back
take.
to breakfast.
So you
I don't know how long this will take to set.
Okay, Mark.
and then these guys will shoot their spears.
All right, while I hold this poor destructor, let's go ahead and have you guys roll off
Okay.
a single d6.
And
We'll go ahead and do 5. We'll do so. All right. And because you guys don't know any better, we'll just say you're the attacker.
Okay.
Okay.
That seems fair.
Yeah. So, the next part that you will do is you will go ahead and you will roll for the mission that you'll be doing. You have 3
Okay.
missions, looking for a D3.
Let's
All
see.
right, we're doing mission 2. Go ahead and if you go
and 7, and you hit
to the front there,
7.
not too far.
One of the two.
Keep going.
8 together
Three
rerolls.
sheets. There we go.
And
Perfect.
you wound
We
4,
will be doing.
and then I fail 2. You know one does.
So that's deployment 2, and you've got your missions here. You guys are doing border skirmish. So,
Okay, so there's 2 objective markers. I'll let you.
yeah, so border skirmish is the attackers engage the enemy lines. Meanwhile, the defender will attempt to protect their most vital assets while holding territory. The attacker objectives, you are correct, are 2 objective markers. And normally we have the nice 40 mil objectives that you're used to in 40K, but because we're a charity hammer, we'll use the nice charity hammer objectives. And then the defender in this case, for their objectives, are 2 objective zones, 1 objective marker. So you have, this is attacker, and this is you. What is an objective zone? That's different, right? So an objective zone and objective.
Is that like an end zone, Michael?
No.
Okay.
No, but you do want to be in it. So
Yeah.
I guess
Okay.
maybe it
Cool.
is
So
like
yeah, a little bit.
All right. So
Okay.
yeah, was that a sports reference? Okay.
Sports ball. Yeah, you got it.
Okay. So this 40 mil, right, pushed out. If you're overlapping any part of this, you're holding the objective just like a classic 40K objective. Be within 3 inches of the objective. Any part of any model is in there. An objective zone is different. This wouldn't work. That works. You have to be wholly within an objective. Your base must be wholly within an objective zone to hold
Okay.
the objective zone. You may notice that, wait a minute, so that base size starts coming into play then. It sure is. Tanks are interesting at holding objective zones.
Yep.
Because if you can't get within 1 inch of an enemy model, you'd have to be engaged, and even then it's like a little bit complicated, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So
Can't hurt it very well.
tanks are interesting in that regard, right? Or constructs are interesting in that regard. Anyway, I just wanted to show that off because
Yeah.
that's one of the nuances of this.
That's interesting.
Okay, so now you guys are going to the defender rolls a D3, and you're picking a deployment, or you're not picking, you're rolling for the deployment. Hey, it's the classic deployment, the standard Dawn of War in using 40K terms. So it will be 12 inches up for both sides.
All right.
Very simple.
Cool.
It's deployment type A. Now, here's how you put down the objectives. Now that you guys know the deployment, this will matter. So, the attacker will place 1 objective marker. There's no. Some of these have restrictions of whether or not they can or cannot go in your deployment zone. This one has no restrictions. They can go anywhere you like.
Okay.
You can block yourself in.
Real power movement on my side.
Now, another thing about objective markers, the marker itself cannot go in terrain.
Oh, okay.
Objective zones are allowed to go anywhere you want, like below terrain, whatever you have. So it's like, let's say you had a situation where you had a building. The idea of an objective zone is that part of that building or the whole building itself can be the objective. So they're like pillars that go into the sky infinitely for holding them. Because, like I said, unlike having to be within 3 inches, any model whose base is wholly within,
Of course.
even if you were on the 3rd floor, you're still holding within.
Sure. Okay.
Right?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And this lets you turn terrain into an objective, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yep, you place that one. Okay. And then the defender places 2 objective zones.
I mean,
Okay.
and there's some
No
tricky
restrictions.
people. I mean, they actually do get WA.
But I assume that I want them where I can reach them.
Advance in charge when I call it.
Yeah, the only other restrictions for placing these is they are not. You're basically. Can you make sure that you're not within 6 inches of board edge?
Oh yeah.
You're
sure.
not within 6 inches of board edge.
From the
for-
center or the whole 40 millimeters.
Yeah, the whole 40 millimeters. So you're pretty close. That's basically
There's
fine.
no reason to give one.
So make sure you're at least 6 inches, and then 6 inches from any other objective.
Gotcha. And the zone could be under a terrain, so I could just like drop it there.
You could.
But these are core.
Well,
so
I
that
think
means-
at least
oh,
one
and
of them
it's
is gonna go
which is interesting. Lights and core. Yeah.
underneath this terrain piece like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can get on board with that.
Partially underneath. Yep.
Kind of like that.
Yep.
Remove me from it, but that really
Right.
isn't hard.
And then
I will say that might add some complexity to your own situation because it'd be hard to like put a model above that. So you've actually restricted that zone
yeah.
bilateral. Okay.
Mhm.
If that's intent, that's intent.
These guys move 8.
London already
No,
trying
they move 11.
Game the system. It's cool.
to slice 30% off
They're
from the
nasty.
objective
They
zone.
do 45
Well, I assume that part of the mission is going to be him trying to take it from me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Scoring points. Seems
Definitely
good.
doing one.
You already
there,
know that
like-
hold one and hold more are in the game. So
Yeah.
And is that count objective markers and end zones?
45 more.
yeah.
Cool.
I think I am actually going to take it off because all of my small guys punch.
Yeah.
And I would like to punch Danny as much as possible. It's a rare opportunity when I get to punch him. It's not worth flying to Alaska because nothing is really. But you know, I'll take when I can get it.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Okay.
It's fun, John. I know you have one of the easy to get to. You come from one of the easy to get to tourist states.
Exactly.
You
6
gotta be
inches
6
from other.
6 inches away from any other zone. 6 inches from border.
Alright, in that case, I'm going to push my little bit.
This was a critical advance.
Perfect.
You can reroll it, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to. It's such
He doesn't know this yet, but he's prepping for Hold the Line as one of his additionals. Just a heads up.
Excellent. I was prepping for I punch, I hope harder than he does, so I'm gonna get him
The
close.
attacker places one objective marker outside of their deployment zone. So
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah, I am.
he's like, I'm in. Okay, and then you place your last objective.
Okay, so I get to place one. And does this have any restrictions?
Nope, there are no restrictions.
Zones and mats also, or objective zones
Correct.
and
The
markers.
whole zone is now locked down.
Want to make sure I couldn't just, you know,
No.
I would if I could. Just.
I'm sure you
I
would.
know. We all know.
Alright, and this cannot be underneath the terrain piece.
Correct.
But that's the marker
Correct.
itself.
And we have those markers if you need one for reference.
Okay, so let's.
But that's. Oh
That's
yeah,
so-
as long as you keep that 6 inches away. Yep.
I'll have to finagle a little bit. And 6 from an edge.
Good job. Hey,
It looks about pre-made.
there you go. Great. So all of these are down. So the attacker starts deployment. It's done by unit type, and the first unit that you bring down are your 2 constructs.
Okay.
This is your Nightfall Mind. This is a 0 cost model in your roster. It's your commander. It has a nice, decently long range armor piercing gun. It has 8 1 damage armor piercing attacks in melee. And it has the ability to look at an enemy unit within 24 inches and say kill that in particular for 1 AP called prioritize, and it will drop prioritized on them. And then you have your Nightfall Annihilator. This is kind of the workhorse of the Nightfall in terms of range damage output. It has 2 heavy death rays, so good long range armor piercing weapons, and then fractal artillery, which it fires off these little spheres of mutated physics that rain down on things, and
Just please die.
10 no AP, but 10 shots, 2 damage each.
Okay. I can
So
see.
that can be harsh.
Should leave a mark.
Do I have to deploy both of these at the same time?
You do. And just 12-inch deploy up on the board wherever you like.
Is it already predetermined that one player will go first, or will there be
Yeah,
a
the
roll
attacker
off?
always goes
The
first.
attacker will go first. Okay.
That's why it's Cinderella.
Bring back C's.
Yes, there should be some familiarity for those who played previous editions of 40K. Now you would place both of your constructs. Those both have a transport capacity of 4. So if you wanted to, you could stick in squads. And we should talk about a couple actions that are only transport related stuff. So only infantry can embark for 1 AP, and all your models have to be within 3 inches of the transport. They hop inside. Transports disembark you.
Oh, so they spend the AP to get you out.
Yes, and it costs 1 to drop out.
Could I theoretically move a transport and then disembark?
Of course. But then keep in mind, then he would activate, so there's a turn of response.
Okay.
Alright.
But if I notice that he has perhaps already acted with a unit and I
Correct.
can get
Exactly.
somebody
Or if something is locked out from activations, like that can't be activated in that round,
then
it's in
that won't
place.
be able to respond. Alright.
Yep.
So we're going to be devout pushing a little bit.
Alright, so you would go ahead and place your 2 constructs.
Okay.
Your
And I can
Shikari and your
Theoretically
Venator.
choose to embark here.
You could if you wanted to.
So looking at my guys, just trying to feel out what my range is looking like.
I think this is restore.
Hooray!
Hooray! Our friends are back.
Did you paint those ones? They look cool.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did.
Skip back the
And then I
stupid.
stopped painting brittle prototype models. I'm like, how about I paint production models?
Can I not do this?
Alright, so I'll put down my Venator.
Okay.
Look up the names. And is there any the hold 1/hold more is dictated at the
Oh,
end
actually,
of the
before we
turn.
do this, let's go ahead and do those real fast. Thank you for reminding me. So let's do our 3 additional objective picks.
Okay.
You can find them inside of the rulebook just before the unit sheets start up. And then here we go. Yep, you have additional objectives that require recon, occupation, and strength. That's it. Go ahead and choose those 3, and let's get those punched into BCP. Because we'll get a score sheet going.
Okay. Oh, here we go. It finally loaded the scorecard. Cool.
Excellent.
Additional objectives. Do I pick one each from these 3 categories?
No, you can choose as many as you want from any category. You just pick 3 in total. So your mission is going to be Border Skirmish. The fun type is Template A, Template 1. You have your factions, which are not currently, you choose those prior so they don't need to be here. Danny ended up with the first activation. And then for your, here's where you can choose your additional objectives.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
And if you have any questions about them, please let me know.
There is a comment from the Twitch chat. Burn all John Lennon socks. Not that they can see your socks.
I was gonna say, it's like we don't have anything to burn. I'm not wearing any socks.
This is
Got him.
this is a harsh sock meta.
Yeah, clearly.
And can I double up on recon occupation? Okay,
Of
cool.
course. Yep, you can take all 3 of those if that was your fancy.
Because it just kills you outright then. Yeah. And then the second bullet can go somewhere else.
Is this a unit of 3 or is this?
It's a unit of 3.
Got it.
Does it block? Okay. And I have 11 guys in there. Because it won't matter on placement. So I lose 3.
All right. So I think let me know if you're ready to take some.
He's looking
Sorry,
for it.
just a second.
No problem at all. I have not decided fully. I'm just eyeballing here.
Yeah, it's nice.
I'm definitely going to make wrong decisions, but I would like to make the most confidently wrong ones I can.
Of course.
Yeah, you're losing. I killed 90 boys. And everyone's like, yeah.
Alrighty, I think.
Yeah, like.
I don't want to plan on killing Danny. I want that to be like a nice reward.
Right.
And that's the G stealers, right? That's the stealer tip.
All right. I think I know what I want.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna move down to 13.
All right.
I think I would. I think what I would like to have is stay on the move,
And then
Yep.
because I think that I had a lot of movement in there for free.
Yeah.
Um,
He's keeping track of the scorecard for you. Excellent.
And I think I also wanted that. I feel like I'm probably going to be moving around because I feel like I'm going to need to see you or get over to the other side of the table. I'm also going to take hold the line.
Yep.
John, emergency disembarkation is 1 or 2.
1.
1.
I think I'm going to take breakthrough.
Breakthrough. All right.
You know, no pressure.
This is hard flexing on you.
consolidate farther. No, that's the Hormagaunts that do that. Oh, okay. Because they still
And then I think hold the line is also a thing.
I'm going to take combined arms.
Ooh, very nice. All right. So we have our additional objectives selected.
Sure.
And then you go ahead and you place your finish placing your 2 constructs.
Yes.
They don't have to be on the board. These guys.
Yep. So I need to declare my transports now if I want to do that.
Correct.
All right. I think
And you also should say who's starting cloaked and who's not.
gotcha.
As
Is
you-
it an action to uncloak?
No, it costs 0. It is an action on cloak, but it costs nothing.
Okay.
It's 0.
So is there any incentive to not be cloaked with everything?
That's a tactical thing. So I've seen in Botcher players who feel they want to start cloaked, but it slows your tempo down a little bit. It protects you from shooting. But the downside is there's a lot of, like the Venator hole, for instance.
Yep.
If there are things in range, if it's uncloaked, it gets its free shooting action. So there's incentives to not do that. I also see Botcher players who are just like, it's fine, because you can't cloak and decloak in the same activation. So there's like a tempo
So if
differential.
I were
there.
an attacker, perhaps it'd be better to not cloak and then
Right.
maybe make a first move and then do
And then
something.
shoot and then cloak.
And then cloak immediately.
Correct.
Okay, so all right. I'm
Second volley from what?
picking up on this.
Dead screen.
Okay. No, we're totally cloaked. Everything. Everything's closed.
So we put a cloak token over by your
So I
beast.
think this guy is going to have just the 1 unit of not the blades, the punchers.
Yep.
I messed up the names already.
Stalkers.
Stalkers.
It's okay. So you can go ahead and leave them off to the side there. And are the stalkers cloaked or not?
So
When they pop out of the transport, are they going to be cloaked or?
I'm gonna say no. Not
Okay.
cloaked.
So go ahead and put a cloak token over by your vendor hole, and now you
Kills
have
my
your.
cloaked Venator hole. I'll just be sad. I don't really have anything
Seems a
else to say.
little unlikely with a single artillery weapon, but yeah,
So
Don't count me out though.
I would never would. Danny.
okay, so we'll be good right there.
Awesome.
John Lennon told me I was never going to score Stranglehold yesterday
It's
again.
not true. I said you were going to score 6 on it. You did score 9.
And then you'd also put down your
Yes.
your Shikari.
Okay. I don't really have a concept of how much this is gonna hurt, to be honest. So I think I'm just gonna go here.
It's much less of an alpha strike than a 40k.
Okay. That's good. I like that part.
I think the worst alpha strike, quote unquote, in the entire game is a realm battle tank getting a full shooting on something,
Oh, sure.
because it has a lot of output, and then that's it.
Yep.
Then it's activated and you get to respond.
And this one has my my blades.
Oh, okay. So you put a unit of
I put
hunters
a,
in
I
there.
put a unit in each. Yeah, so I have a unit of hunters in
In that one, and then you know
my
stalkers. in that one.
Shikari, and then I have stalkers in my Venator.
Okay, perfect. Sounds great. So go ahead and move those off the board. And is the Shikari starting cloaked?
Yes.
So cloak token, perfect. So now we're going to be moving into infantry, of which you have none. You only have heavy infantry, so you get to deploy your 2 cleanser squads. I will say, Danny, that cleanser squads are particularly good at the following 2 jobs, in my experience. Late game objective grabs, because they're fly and they can, you know, scoot around, and also running up and engaging things, like tanks who don't have any melee.
Okay.
Keeps them from shooting.
Because then I have to spend 2 to
not
disengage.
2 to, well, it eats up a bunch of their AP, because he could go ahead and spend the 2 to fall back and then do 1, right?
What's the range on your tanks like?
So the Shikari hull, yeah, I'll bring it to you.
Would probably help me, honestly. Alright, so alright, so the Shikari hull has 2 different weapons, it appears, that are both a range of 24 inches.
No, the artillery. Oh, Shikari, yes.
Yeah, the Shikari hull.
Correct.
Yep. And the Shikari hull is this one here.
Correct.
And then my second one,
And those
the,
are, that's 6 shots, 2 damage, doing armor piercing. So you would knock that down to 1 damage.
and my Venator has 3 weapons. 2 of them are 18, and the third is 40. 40.
Yep. And that's your artillery.
I'm gonna switch these.
Okay, go ahead.
This one's longer range, and therefore I think we'll be fine as far away as possible.
I know.
Makes sense.
Such a gotcha moment.
We'll see if I'm right around.
13, I said?
I think they need to be on this side. This is where all the action is going to be anyway.
As we know, Danny
Is a man of action.
is a man of that.
What about coherency?
Yeah, so it's called formation, and keep your stuff within 2 inches.
Okay, just of another model.
Or 4 inches vertically.
So I
Another
just
front.
have one continuous section of 2-inch coherency.
Yeah, and all the units are so small, there's not much of a
Yeah,
problem
yeah,
with
yeah.
Congo line interchanging. Now we're on to heavy infantry. As the attacker, he will go ahead and place first, and he has 2 units of sterilizers, which are melee only murder bots.
Beep boop.
You can interrupt.
Apply bayonet.
You know what? It is an energy efficient way to exterminate life.
Excellent.
And they need things that can get into buildings and basements and places where something sentient might be hiding.
Yeah, in your case, I don't know, a burrow.
It's just hanging out on my lily pad.
Well, it's also interesting that he chose Nightfall. Nightfall are like the classic enemy of the Botcher.
Ooh.
Like the Botcher have been hunting the Nightfall and vice versa for quite some time.
I love that Jenny has absolutely no respect for deployment zones. It's like just 14 inches up.
I don't care.
I'll
You can't stop me from cheating. I'm immune to rules.
go ahead and place the remainder of your heavy infantry that are not embarked, which would be a Huntmaster and a Stalker Squad.
Are there character protection rules?
There are.
Oh,
So
wonderful.
our character protection rule is you may assign the hits to any friendly model within 3 inches, which is kind of, I think, a 6th edition thing. Was
Take
it?
a look out, sir.
Okay. So basically, if you shoot him, he'll just immediately knock it
Slough off
someone
the
else.
wounds.
Okay.
If he wants
But I
to,
mean,
right?
that if he's,
If you want
if
to.
I want to.
Yeah.
But I mean that if he's sitting in the open, then I will get something will get shot. Not just blatantly ignore it.
I
Fascinating.
think you could just stay cloaked.
Yeah, yeah. The 2 units, or the 2 heavy infantry units that I'm deploying are cloaked. The guys that are inside are not cloaked.
Okay.
No. Trying to decide if I want or what.
Now, let me talk to you about your 2 flyers,
Actually,
because these are actually, a really popular unit among the Nightfall folks, aficionados. This is called an Obliterator, 10-inch move, I believe, or did we move it to 12? Could we have a look? Because we did do FAQ updates.
Oh, so it says 14 on here?
That's a cleanser.
Oh, sorry. No, it's obliterated.
Oh, no, okay. So perfect. Hey, 14, that's great. So 14-inch move. This thing has 8 shots. Now the reason why they're 2 different weapons is you can go ahead and shoot a different weapon
Like
at a
split
different unit.
fire, yeah.
Right. But it is going to be 2x4 shots, 2 damage. What's neat about the Obliterator is it ignores all modifiers. So
Oh,
it
okay.
cover, ignores those minuses to hit, just shoots, right?
Now, I have another question. So does John have to deploy his character since it's heavy infantry?
He will, yes, it does.
Okay. Cool.
Good catch.
Yep.
And
Play by the
then,
rules, John.
and then the
Mine are
Destructor.
yours.
The Destructor has armor-piercing shots and also a strafing run, which is a kind of a mortal wound mechanic, where you could fly over units and then do
And assign wounds.
sign wounds.
Very cool.
Because it's like strafing it,
Yep.
just shooting the ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so I can do that against cloaked units then, right?
Correct, because it's not an actual LOS check. You're just
Amazing.
it sees a shimmer, and it's just hammering it with firepower.
Okay, here I have another question about strafing runs specifically.
Yeah, of course.
All right, so I could spend 3 AP on this and move 3 times, right?
Correct.
And then I could just bomb 3 different units.
Correct.
Cool.
Yep. Or you could technically, if you were positioned well for it, you could go, and just keep hammering something.
Yeah.
But it's only 2 assigned wounds, and the way we do the wound allocation means it's like, yeah, you could put some hurt on it. It's really good at what I found it's best at is like someone has a couple something like chilling on an objective in the second to last part of the round. It's like, no, now I have the objective and go home. You're drunk.
Sure.
It's
All right.
they're particularly good at that. But go ahead and put your skirmishers down. Your Obliterator and
So
your
skirmisher is the last category.
It is. And that's your predation pods.
Are there any rules that interact with people that do not fly charging people that do fly?
They're all the same profile.
So everything can be punched.
Yeah, the assumption on fly is that they're like hovering close enough to interact.
You can jump.
Oh,
For frogs.
Yeah. I
Yes.
mean, it's not a big lead.
You're third frog pun. It's never gonna end.
I know.
Yeah, just wait until his first model
This
goes.
is me right here. This is indicative of my experience with these puns.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Oh no.
This is happening all the time. You will learn, young catapult.
Starting to get nasty, like the rock
Okay.
grinder that
Damn.
the transport
It's just
for the
gonna-
Yeah.
really good in
It's fine.
combat.
It's fine.
And so are these.
It's fine. I'll make him pay for this.
Okay, and we're done with the deployment. As the attacker, you will activate first.
Okay. Cool.
So here you have your first activation token. Choose a unit and do a thing. And good luck.
Thanks. Oh, what's the maximum points I can earn per
Oh,
secondary?
are those predation pods cloaked?
No, there's 5.
Okay.
You have to make
Everybody.
What's the maximum what?
What's the maximum victory points I can earn on the objectives?
Yeah, so holding one, hold one, kill one is worth 1. Hold 3 for if you hold more or kill more, they're not cumulative. So it's either 3 or 1. So I guess the max on primary would be 6 if you manage to hold more and kill more. And then the max on your additionals is 2 per. So you
2
get
per.
12 points per round would be your max.
Okay, but I could get 2 points on each one of my second
Of course.
if it's possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is a good time to remind yourself about the ones you took, because planning out these actions correctly is a huge part of the strategy of this game.
So I took the one that makes me want to move,
Yep. So
and then
keep
I
that in
took
mind.
one where I want to keep something wholly within my zone,
Or 2 things. if you
or
want
2,
max points.
or 2 for max, and then JDO.
Sure. Scoring points, I hear, wins games.
I'm told. And then I definitely picked a third one.
See, this is why I have people remind, right? Because I'll have a bunch of people play, and they're like, "Oh shoot! If I'd moved one more unit, I would have gotten a point on the
Well, I did breakthrough, which will happen.
Okay. So I'll activate my annihilator. He's got 3 action points. So the first one I'm going to take is to move.
And one last thing:
Yeah.
constructs cannot take up.
Ditto.
But I can use one.
They're just 2.
All right. So he moves 10 inches if I so desire. That is not what I decided to do.
Yeah, keep in mind he's very fast for hopping into melee.
Yeah,
Okay. Fair enough.
that's as far as I want to go.
Okay.
I just wanted to activate him and do that, or do that before I shoot, just so I can try and get 2 points for that secondary this turn for all my units.
Oh,
So they're all going to be moving.
So you do one activation and I do one activation.
Yeah, well, so he activates. He's spending all of his points.
So I've got 3
And
points.
then
So
you'll
I've
activate a
spent
unit.
1 so far, and then I'll spend 2 more. So I'll shoot.
So can I make a suggestion for you?
Yeah, sure.
There is an action which I just remembered was there. I apologize for 1 AP called aim, which lets you reroll your ones for shooting.
Okay.
There is no melee equivalent.
Alright.
So since you have 3 action points on this unit, you might consider aiming.
Mhm.
Daniel.
Because I
Unless
can
you
only
play-
spend 1 action point to shoot, right?
You can only shoot once per activation. Is
Sure.
the right way to say
Okay,
it.
cool. Yeah, so we'll do that then.
So you'll move, you'll aim,
Aim,
and then roll
we'll
the dice.
shoot. Yep.
So you're hitting on 3s, rerolling ones.
All right. So I have an ROF of 10.
Yep.
Right.
So 10
Okay.
dice.
Can I disembark from this while it's cloaked?
Yes.
Good to know.
All right, and so this is the one that's the anti-tank, the anti-construct one.
Oh, actually, no. You cannot. That's important. Yeah, the only actions available to you while cloaked are take cover, move, and disengage. So you cannot. You have to be decloaked to disembark. Sorry.
Good to know.
Yep. Good question. Great question.
Alright. So to clarify
Who
for
are you shooting at?
this is my Venator, this is my Shikari.
So the Shikari is the anti-construct one.
Okay.
Yep.
So we'll shoot at that one.
Yeah. Sounds
I
great.
feel like that's the way to
Yeah,
go.
you're hitting on 3s, you're rolling ones. Nightfall Annihilator, doing Annihilator phase.
And I need to give him advice.
There we go. Alright, so go ahead and roll 10 dice. You're looking for 3s. As the mutated
Shazam!
Okay, so for every failure, that's 2 damage. Alright, that's 8 damage in total.
Alright. Do we do remaining?
However you guys want, as long as you both do it the same way.
Remaining.
That's fine.
Good, because I'm not.
That's easier for us to know.
And those
where
are
they are.
and those have 18 health. So there
So
you
I'm
go.
down to 10.
Yep.
Good lord.
Constructs are big, right?
Yeah.
Alright, and you have it activated out.
That's
So
me.
that guy, he's all done.
Are there any mechanics for degradation?
No.
Wonderful.
Constructs work until they break.
You told me how good your combat was.
You may activate it.
Yes, but it's a lot less.
And your activation tokens are ready.
4d6 indirect fire shot.
Alrighty. I don't
This
think
time on his own.
I'm doing anything crazy yet. Do I have to move around terrain?
You have fly, so you do not.
Infantry specific.
Then they would have to. There is something interesting. Are those stalkers?
These are stalkers.
So something that they have in there, you might want to look at their special action.
Okay.
It may be
I know
wrong.
that they can leap.
Correct.
So yeah, so my
So
stalkers.
what that does is for 1 AP, they can move as if they had fly or any
Yeah.
other activation.
Oh, cool.
Okay, so they have jump.
Oh shit.
Assuming from a move, engage, or disengage as if they have the fly trait, that's cool.
Yep.
And then the hunters have leap, which is the first, if their first
It's
move
the
is
it's
a-
basically the Huntmaster ability inherently, which is the free move if it's their first action.
Gotcha. So, the bottom.
Because so from a lore lore time. I know that you're not a big lore guy, John, but you're a big lore guy. I know he is. I mean, they do a show with Taylor.
I gave him the recommendation for the worst character in 40k.
It's true, he did.
That's awesome.
And I was right.
And I was right.
Well,
So the
he made it on the list.
You made it on the list.
So the lore perspective is the stalkers are the older, more experienced warriors. They've got their aggression under control. They're pretty measured. The hunters are younger, so that's why they're already aggressively like wanting to get into the action, do the thing.
Sure.
And the huntmaster makes the more experienced ones get fired up and act the same
Oh,
way.
cool. Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
So now, can they leap if they're close?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, because it's a move.
It's their special. Yeah. And I will put a little thing on there to make sure that's not gonna.
So I will leap,
Make a note.
and we're gonna get onto this objective. Because this is a objective, not a zone, I just need to be partially on.
Just within, just like
Yeah.
a normal 40k objective.
Wonderful. So that's how we'll do it. I've not done anything to make myself not cloaked. All weapons require line of sight in Danny's army.
Except for his artillery, which he fired,
artillery,
and the mortal wounds from the strafing.
Okay. Well,
Assigned
Come on.
wounds from those. I'm gonna interchange. I'm gonna interchange a little bit of 40k terminology because we were having mostly 40k people play.
Naturally, yep.
So I'll say it both ways.
Yeah, so I'm actually fine just moving them here. That's one activation. So theoretically, I would. So one activation here, and I.
So you
Could I
spend.
theoretically move, perform a shooting activation, and then move a second time?
Of course.
Okay. These guys still.
It's not the worst. Let me take that in mind and think, because now that gives me ideas.
Okay, then I'll.
Alright, so these are my stalkers.
Tokens, right?
Oh, thanks. These are the test tokens. The new ones are gonna be made of cardboard.
My bag's green.
They'll have be the same design. They'll just be punch out cardboard. Is the current intent. We may sell a premium
Alright.
token kit, in which case I'll doll them up a little bit.
So, because my Hunt Master's within 9, he's right here,
Yeah.
that's going to cost me 0.
Yep. Because you did your free move.
So I'm activating him now,
You don't have
but,
to. It's only one token when you activate a
Got
unit.
but I still have all 3 action points remaining.
Correct. How many tokens have you assigned to that thing?
Well, so leap counted for 1, right?
Yes.
That's one.
You only have to put one token when they're assigned.
Okay.
You're just spending action points now.
Got it. Alright, so 1 token there.
So if you went ahead and you did leap, that was a move action for 0 AP.
Yep.
It still currently has 3.
Gotcha.
What else would you? What else would? Oh no, you did. Did you move first or did you leap first?
I did leap first.
So
I
you
guess I
can't.
would
You do not
have
get the
to
free
move.
move. So that
Alright.
means you spent 2 if you did that. Because leap is
Okay.
1, move is 1.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I would have to move first, then leap.
Correct.
So if I wanted, so I'm here. I'm maybe just with 30 inches of range. I don't think I'm going to get a really clean angle there. So that's planning not in motion. What are these things?
Oh, also leadership test here, I assume. Oh, yes.
30, that's also, alright, that's not working. Alright, so we're just going to leap first.
Okay.
Then
Leap
I'm
and then
going
move.
to, so yeah, so those are my leap first. And then my second action, I think will, and I can take cover for free if I'm in it.
Yep.
Okay, so my second action I think is going to be, and I can uncloak for free. I'm actually not going to do anything else.
Okay. So you leap and move, and that's it.
Yeah, so
And
I'm
take
just-
cover.
And I'll take cover right here.
There you go. So give yourself a cover marker.
And then I'll defer to Danny.
Okay. Cool.
So,
So your second activation
I'm
date.
not uncloaked, so they're still good.
I'll put it in front of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I see some.
And what is prioritized again? It's,
Yeah. So your mind looks at a I can't. Does it say visible or not? I can't.
it does, so I can't do it on anybody right now. I'm just trying to plan out my turn.
Yeah, totally. So a visible unit within 24 inches for the mind, you assign the prioritized ailment to them, and then all other while it's there, all other nightfall re-roll their hits against it.
Okay, cool.
Right.
Because it's like that thing in particular.
Yep.
Please die.
Please clap.
All right, so got my next activation token.
I'm gonna uncloak them actually, since I'm moving them up in a spot where it's very hard to shoot them.
Okay.
If you
Yeah, they
will.
are pretty hard to see. It's a true LOS game. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So since I can do this, and yeah, we're gonna do it again.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we'll stack in with
The
another
taste-
activation.
The taste so nice.
And so
they did
he'll
it
aim
twice.
for his first
I
action.
did not know that was a thing.
Yep.
I was
Yeah,
like,
so
well, it's
that's-
already
That's
shot
what,
his
the
artillery.
that's what the activation limit means, right? You can assign that many tokens during a round to it. Yep.
Oh wow.
So it has 3 as well. Most constructs do.
Oh, okay.
So-
Alright, well I'm gonna hit you back very soon then.
Okay,
Wow, you did not
cool.
know
That's
that.
that's a good idea.
Yeah, I was like, alright, well he's already shot his thing that can shoot cloaks, I'll just wait around a little bit. Nope.
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 This will continue until
Alright.
things.
Until my morale improves. All right, so we'll shoot
The
the Sicarii
And
again.
you're already aimed?
And I
just
aim for
aim
my
first.
first
So
action.
aim for the first, doing this now.
All right, so 2 misses.
I could roll
All
high.
right.
Dice me. 3 up for what I want. That's 10 damage.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, that was not normal rolling.
Well, that's okay.
Okay,
so, that's
so
dead.
there's nothing, there's no like, people don't die inside where
Yeah.
the transport goes. You just put who's inside within 3 inches and pick up them all.
Okay.
Oh, that was not math, by the way.
yeah, I'm aware.
Oh, John already playing from behind. And he's like, why aren't these cloaked? Although you don't care because now you can activate them, which is
Yes.
nice. Oh, you do have 1 more AP to spend.
Okay, and I have to declare all of my shooting targets simultaneously, correct?
No, 1 weapon at a time.
Yes.
Okay, but I can't. Now that they're disembarked and I've shot that one weapon, I can't also shoot them with my other weapons now,
You
right?
totally can.
Okay. Well, John.
And I'll explain. The reason why is because you don't have to assign until after a weapon is finished.
I see.
So, like,
okay.
you just did your fractal, your 2 death rays are waiting.
Okay.
And I see a pair of death rays that look at those poor uncloaked.
And they're-
Now that you know that, would you have had them be cloaked inside the transport?
And that's fine if you want that, dude.
100%.
No,
Okay.
because there's no way Danny was gonna kill this.
Dope. All right, let's do this. All right, so
Moving on, the plan was to get them out,
No,
shoot,
I,
and then
I
cloak.
understand what the
Yeah.
plan was. I just watched math not happen.
No, that's fine. I didn't know you could shoot me twice. I was not prepared for this. See, I thought he was out of command points.
but I pull this. I pull the secret interrupt. Yeah.
Keep bamboozled you.
Well, I'm gonna come punch him now. We are no longer playing this service.
So. So we have. So I have to. Do I have to? Can I roll these at the same time, or I do have to allocate them individually, right? Because that's actually important.
Yeah, I would do it individually.
Yeah, I'm gonna change
Okay.
how I get these guys out.
Yeah, it's fine.
Which
He's-
doesn't change anything. I just want to be within 9 because I want
Yeah.
extra movement.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Because,
smart.
This is
Okay, here's the first
So
one.
first one,
We're
2
gonna go.
dice.
Yep.
Two
Both
hits.
hit.
So these are armor piercing. You're looking for 6s.
you were
Don't.
Just under
Yep.
27. Yeah, so 10.
Okay. So you got 1. So,
So
how much?
flat 3.
And go ahead and check their wounds.
Bleeds 4.
Yep, there you go. Perfect.
Cool.
And then roll the next one.
Yeah, that's yourself.
I believe it's 4 as well. 2 more hits.
2 more.
Can confirm.
Yep.
And does this have armor penetration as
They
well?
all.
Yeah.
So if it just has armor penetration, it goes to a 6.
Goes to 6s.
Okay.
Either guy. Yep.
Yep. All right.
Nice.
So 1 more is down. Yep. And you no. Assign the next
Oh,
one.
right. Damage on this.
Here you go. These are both 3. So here, use the correct markers.
That makes a lot more sense. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. And there you go.
Or if you want to put 1s on them, yeah.
It's not.
Cool.
It's not.
Or if you're doing remaining, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do
This is a
that.
good learning.
Perfect.
This is the thing I'm
And then I'm gonna walk back to here.
We'll remember
Yep.
it for the future. This is why we need to play it.
Well, I'm glad.
Will not save you. Oh no. Your second activation.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go now.
That was good.
Yeah.
That was the move.
So,
And, the battle force, everybody comes with two annihilators.
Hooray!
Hooray! The Nightfall solved this problem.
all right. So we're gonna have him give them a move.
Yeah, the free move. Yep.
So we are not leaping.
So using the Hunt Master's free move ability.
Yep.
I won't survive the combat.
So the stalkers
You only have 5
move.
guys.
They're like, now they're angry.
That's accurate.
They are. They're less
Rivets
than,
intensify. And
Oh yeah, way back. Yeah.
all right. So I would have to do a move and then an engage.
correct. So 14 should be your.
So 14 is the effective if I still want to punch, which is nothing at all.
But you can also cloak because you weren't cloaked.
I plan to.
Yeah.
So I might just do a little quick shooting, and then
A move and cloak.
Yeah.
Oh, move, take cover for free and cloak probably.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's a great
Yeah.
move.
I was
Because this thing
thinking-
can activate 1 more time.
Yeah.
But then it's
Yep.
locked out, which is sad times if he touches it.
Yeah.
when.
I was being optimistic.
That's okay. So I think I'm just I still have all 3 action points remaining. So I think I'm just gonna take a quick shoot.
Yep.
How many wounds does that construct have?
15.
15.
All right, and does it also have a rule where it would reduce damage?
Yeah, everything in the Nightfall,
Everything in the
Army
Nightfall
Tropic
Army
Fields.
has that. Okay. So I think I'm going to. So my cloak action is free. Or no, cloaking
Cloak
costs
costs 1.
Cloak costs 1,
Yep.
and
Take cover's free
take
for you.
cover's free.
Yep.
So basically, if I'm planning on a move into cover and then a cloak,
Yep, so that's 2,
yep.
and then shooting's 1. That's
then
3.
choose one, so that'd be 3. So basically, I can either cloak or I can aim. Is what this is coming down
But
to.
you hit on 2s.
Well, that makes aiming even better.
I understand, but I'm like, you could all, yeah.
I do feel a little lucky though. You're right. So we're gonna shoot without aiming.
So the range, you have range.
And the range on their
30.
molecular slicer is 30.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which,
These
the
are
eyeball-
basically very powerful lasers on their shoulders.
Yeah. Well,
Just gonna predator shoulder cannon me.
Yeah.
that is correct. Okay.
Cool.
So I'm just gonna make 3 shots.
Yep.
1, 2s. So that's
3
1, 2,
hits.
3.
You're looking
These
for
are
6s.
armor piercing and they are damage 3.
Oh, nice.
Yep, which will knock down to 2s.
Nope. All right, so I'll take 6 damage.
Okay.
All right.
How
So
many
that,
does that
so-
bad boy have?
so you'll be down to
go
9.
from 15 to 9. Yeah.
Okay. Here you go.
All right. Let's see. This is an activation on them. My second is going to be to move.
Ouch. That didn't feel good. I don't like it.
Combat unit is them.
Yeah.
What's their speed?
8. I'm double checking that right now, though. I'm pretty sure it's 8. Yeah, it's 8.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go about 17 inches away.
feels good.
Feels good.
And engagement range is base to base, correct?
What?
Engagement range is base to base.
1 inch.
1 inch.
Alright. So 17 inches away is
Okay, cool.
Alright, and then does every model need to be in terrain to take cover or touch it?
Everything has to be touching it to take cover.
Gotcha. Okay.
You don't have to be in it. Just touching it is fine.
So I think I'm gonna.
It does not have to be the same piece of there.
Alright, and I have.
You are correct.
And
But you might be at a formation there if you're not within 2 inches.
Yeah. And I just have 10 activations total.
Yep.
So let's see, and I can do max 3 on everyone. Alright, good. Good. So we're gonna go right here.
Perfect.
And we are going to. I'm wounded. I will cloak.
Yep.
And I will
Should
take
do a
cover.
bunch of things.
Alright, and if I move, will I lose my cover?
If you move out of the cover or get
Okay.
engaged.
Alright, so if I stay in this cover while moving, I will be covered
Correct.
until the next time.
Correct.
Wonderful. Alright.
All right.
Okay.
Your next activation, Danny.
All right. Wow.
Duel and chips, let's go. Stupid artillery thing.
He's dropped down.
We're coming for it, Danny.
Okay, so for real though, like
Are you
I
about to just shoot it again?
I have to shoot it again because I don't really have any other options.
Well, you could start getting your flyers into position. You could start.
I want to wait until I have the option to actually do something meaningful for them. So if he's just going to move around, that's fine. But but at least I'm projecting the threat of him uncloaking.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
Here's a question for you, actually,
Yeah.
I think, about what I'm doing next. So if a unit inside was cloaked,
Yes.
I could move this,
Yep.
uncloak, get the guys out.
Correct.
And they would be cloaked.
Correct. Which is why I asked during the whole.
Yeah, that would make a lot more sense.
This is.
I'm gonna cloak the guys in. Is that okay
Yeah,
if
go
I
ahead.
cloak the
For
guys
a
inside
cloak.
this
Fine.
one? Yeah,
Of
they were
course.
already uncloaked.
Yeah,
Okay.
totally.
And that's why they got shot. But these guys I'm gonna cloak.
okay,
Alright.
yeah, that's cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not going to shoot that guy though.
That's fine.
So we'll aim.
Yep.
Then we'll shoot those guys again. We'll shoot.
The people in the woods.
Yep.
All right, so you'll be
Hit on fours.
you'll be hitting on
Danny, they're
fours.
cloaked.
You'll be hitting on fours. Hitting on fours.
And I'll
rolling
aim,
ones.
so I'll aim first and then do that. Yep. Ooh, bad conversion. That's okay though.
This is
So
great
4.
conversion. Alright, so let's see. These are my stalkers. My stalkers have an armor of 3+.
Yep. There we go.
Sick.
Intercessors.
Wisdom.
Remember the intercessors, Danny.
He's gonna go 11,
And
Yeah,
we'll
and
move
you-
to there.
Perfect.
and then this one.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
And it is now done activating for the
It
rest of
is.
the round. Okay.
Alright, so this bad boy, being my only remaining tank.
Fingers are neat, right?
It's pretty good.
Okay, and then this box.
If you want to be cagey, we'll show you artillery.
Alright, so.
Oh,
Alright,
hide
so-
from me, will you?
Oh no.
Assassinate.
Alright, so I'm
I've
gonna
been
I'm gonna
dealing with this
activate.
for a while.
Yeah. So I'm gonna activate my Venator Hull,
Okay.
and the Venator Hull has a movement of 12.
Okay.
So out we go.
Hello, friends.
I'll change a little bit to subjective. And then its guns are 18, 18, and 40, so I'm just going to make sure that I've done things the right way. Yes, good. I'll put in a plan. So this guy is cloaked right now.
And it should have its activation token with it as well.
Yep, we'll
Perfect.
drag that along for the ride.
Yep.
And so I can uncloak and it won't cost anything.
0. Yep.
So.
So the
Alright, and I'm going to first fire.
No, they're moving. That's
Okay.
why.
And then possibly disembark afterwards. So we're going to fire, and I have multiple weapons,
you do.
which I can assign one at a time.
You 100%.
These are all damage 2, which is fantastic into you. Wait. Does projectile mean anything in particular?
It means it can be used for shooting actions.
Oh, okay. Alright, that makes sense. Artillery means that I could shoot something cloaked. Does that have any other?
The only thing artillery is you do not need it bypasses the LOS check
God,
of the
so
shooting action.
artillery
Which is
doesn't need
why I
LOS,
can shoot at the
and
cloaked
cloak
guys.
says you don't have
Correct.
LOS.
Correct. Yep.
Cool. Alright, well, none of this has armor penetration on it.
Nope. It's just a ton of shooting. And it's
Yep.
even nicer when it's already decloaked at the start because that's the only unit in the game that gets like almost 2 shooting actions. Because the free its overloaded turrets means it can fire 2 of its guns if it's the first action it takes. It has to be decloaked, right? Because you can't take a shooting action while
They're
cloaked.
rotting.
Gotcha.
But if you have something in range and it's decloaked, it can hammer stuff, move, shoot again, shoot all of its guns. So it's kind of like, it's almost reactive, like little turret.
Full back corner?
Yeah.
It's kind of neat.
Probably.
I see a lot of Mantra players will start it
Yeah, that's what I'm
decloaked
saying, yeah. You're
and
modding
put it in
someone's
position
full
to
back.
apply
Yeah,
pressure.
you gotta go all
It's
the way
not
back
quite
far, right?
Overwatch, but
Yeah.
like if something activates it, it doesn't touch it.
Bang bang.
But then it'll do the.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm gonna start off by putting my tri-phase plasma burster, which I appear to have 2 of.
You do have to have them.
Okay, so I'm gonna put the first one into that unit.
Okay.
All right. Put it up.
Yep.
I did not aim, and I hit on 3s.
Yep.
It appears.
Okay.
Yep. All
So
your
attack value is 3 plus. So 3, and these do not have armor
Here
penetration.
we go. So here, there you are. I believe you are a 4-up save on.
I am a 4+. Yep, 4+ save. All right, so I'll take 2. So I'll take.
These are 1 damage apiece.
Yeah.
Yep, against him. And are they these?
They have 2. They have 2
They
apiece.
have 2 each. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna shoot the second of the same thing at them,
Okay.
and that's 5.
Okay.
Perfect.
Retaliation will be swift.
Okay. So I'll take 3 more. So we'll just
Yep.
carry wounded on everyone.
Okay. And then I will put the pulse array into them.
Yep. Artillery, here it comes. Boogity boogity.
Wiggity wiggity.
I'm up to 5 CP.
Ooh. Brutal.
Okay.
Not very kind. But you do lose.
2 guys.
2 guys. Because they all
Oh
have
yeah,
one left.
4-ups.
To
Yeah.
them.
Not in cover either. All right, so 2 of the cleansers have been wiped, and now they have their first adaptation token. All shooting
Oh, can I
against
have
them.
one for him?
Oh yeah, because he took. Yep, thank you. All shooting against these 2 targets are minus 6 inches from the range now,
Okay.
because they're adapting.
Gotcha. And I now have the option to disembark or do a third action. We're gonna just think about that. Great. Yep, we're gonna get out.
Yeah, he's forced. So I missed on the second one. So 1 hit.
And these guys are cloaked.
Yep.
1 wound.
I'm gonna try to be about 17-ish inches from these boys.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're
I
gonna
mean,
back up a little bit.
yeah.
And then.
But that's what I want. Dink dink dink. Cloaky boys.
Okay, and so they move 8.
They move 7.
They move 7.
Yeah, I move 7.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Scorpion fire there.
Okay, your activation. Here we go.
All right.
We got the hang of this.
That's
Daniel
You
will, Daniel will rue the day he crossed my pond.
1 wound. Yep. 1. Okay. Then the.
I enjoy this.
Okay, we're gonna
It's
start.
kind of a different style of thinking,
It is.
right?
It is.
Yeah.
The Slugger Boys into the Gene Stealers.
Mm-hmm.
And for the next 9 shots. Oh no, there's not 9 left anymore. Oh yeah, that one has 9.
Artillery.
Yeah,
boy.
I haven't issued at all.
3, 4, 5 hits.
30.
Moving on 4s, 3 wounds.
I assume that's also artillery.
No, it does. This is the only artillery weapon he has right now.
Oh, that's good. Oh, but your minimum.
Here's your token.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
So we'll activate my Nightfall Mind.
Mm.
1 die, 2 meter shots.
1 hit
The
with
mind.
frag.
Actually, hold on. It may be a little different than that.
So you're at 10 now?
Exactly a 10.
So I only get, I should have shot these first because they would have got max shots.
Oh, yeah.
I got in my own way.
Shooting it then. I thought
That's
they were
okay.
gonna win.
These shots go there. but-
All right, then I won't. Then that means just means I don't have to do that. So he'll aim for his first action, and then he'll move to here for second action, and then he'll shoot his X-ray laser.
May I make a recommendation?
Yeah.
And I'll also be helping you at the same
I would
time.
imagine as much.
Why not prioritize it so you get to re-roll your?
I'm out of 24.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, that's why I'm saying I'm in
Got
my
it.
own way.
Got
Otherwise,
it.
yes, I absolutely would
No,
do
no,
that.
okay, yeah. I just want you to get most advantage.
No. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so I get 2
I'm not saying wreck
shots.
John. I'm just saying,
Yeah. Here, can I get a couple dice?
of course.
Thank you, sir.
So you should. Is it
Just 2.
just 2?
Yeah.
They hit hard though.
Yeah, they do. They're good shots.
Oh,
All right, so these are 2 shots.
So, oh, it is
Armor piercing damage 4.
And I'll reroll 1.
So he hits on 2 0 and 1s.
Minus 2,
Okay.
2 down.
So
It's
2
looking for
6 on
sixes.
6s.
And that's on this.
Yeah.
That's gonna be you dead.
Alright.
Nope.
Okay.
And that's damage.
4 each.
And then
So it did 8.
Yeah, he good.
No, they're not.
5 shots.
I.
Oh dear.
No, not to worry.
Oh,
It's still flying half a ship.
Oh, yeah. Dead.
And this one's activation is complete.
That's it. Yep.
Could I
there.
activate this one again
100%.
and cloak as part of this?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
you're
so I'm
not
gonna shoot that and cloak, and then you knock it.
Actually, can I make a recommendation?
Yes.
So keep in mind, you are already, you're currently decloaked. You do have the overloaded turrets.
Yes.
So if you have things in range for 1 AP, you can fire your Tri-Phase Plasma Bursters.
Unfortunately, I believe that casualty pooling has left him short.
Oh, actually minus 6-inch range too, because they're added.
Then extra.
But what about, I would check there just to make sure. You're always allowed to pre-measure. So,
Yeah. I don't believe I have them.
Because you stayed 17 inches.
Yeah.
Got it. Perfect.
Just the way it moved, yeah. That little range reduction thing is a little sneaky.
Isn't
All
it?
right, so I think so. I essentially have.
I know, yeah. Hey, look at that.
So essentially, I have 3 activations here. The last one is going to be cloaking. One of them is going to be shooting. So I'm basically going to move or aim.
Did hit? Oh, no, that's 3
Move, get extra shots. I think it's better. Those things are melee. We've already discussed that they move reasonably fast.
Yep.
So we're gonna take a move. So I'm gonna put a second activation token down, and they're gonna move a little bit. And I'm just gonna step within 18 of those. So my goal is to be about 17 and a half away. Which.
Yeah, looks good.
Alright, and my second activation will be to shoot. And I'm gonna put my first weapon is one of the 18-inch boys in there.
Okay.
I will also mention
And that'll be 3.
that I'll just notice now.
Looking for 4s?
Yeah.
Or are they 3s?
I was just gonna check that.
I can't remember.
They are 4s.
Okay.
So I'll go with 10 first. Yeah.
Alright,
So,
made 1.
So those
Two
are
damage
2 damage
apiece?
traditionally.
so,
So it'll be 1.
yeah, I'll just
So you
start
can
doing
hand me some 2s.
for remaining.
Yeah,
So you, if they're
they're 3. They're 3 each.
yeah, so they're doing 2 damage. He just
But he reduces mine, right?
oh yeah, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. We did it right.
Thank you.
I'll have him keep going because
Oh,
I'll just
yeah,
get
that's
I'll
cool.
get your wounds going.
Alright, and I'll do the second activation the same way.
Okay.
And that'll be 5. I did this exact same thing last time. 3 then 5.
Okay.
Ooh.
So here we go. I'll just
So
just
it's
pretend that's all of them
it's
so far.
cumulative 6.
Sergeant here.
So I imagine one of those will end up as a 1.
They have your barrel.
And then your pulse ray.
So I believe the range on that was 40.
It was so powerful.
It is,
So
and it's
this one
artillery
should-
and it just has fun.
Right. So you could do
It's just a real
2
friendly
right?
trait.
It's very
And it's 8. Yeah, the flying friend maker. That's what I'm calling this boy.
one.
I think I'm going to. Those things have guns. The little unit over there.
Yeah, they're not great. They're just
They're
1
not-
damage, 3 shots apiece.
What is even going on? He does
Little
that.
tachyon bursters.
11 on 11, 12. Yeah.
And this does not require traditional line of sight.
45 thing.
I think I'm going to go into the construct I've already been working on.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like artillery.
Yep, and you should be 32 inches, so you're fine.
34.
Or 34 inches, yeah, you're fine.
Alright, so that's 5. And these are not armor penetrating.
Nope, this one's for 3s.
3 ups. 2. And these are,
These
2
are
damage apiece.
traditionally 2.
okay.
This one should get you a
So, yes.
And that will get you your second adaptation token. So now you're -1 to.
Oh, actually, I need a 2
Oh, thank you.
because I took 4.
Perfect.
Okay, the boys are going in there.
And then we'll go ahead and get you your second one. So now that's -1 to be hit.
Well, remember that you reduce damage, eh?
Yeah, it's 2 damage. It goes from 3 to 2, right?
No, I go from 2 to 1.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
yeah, sorry, I traditionally.
So I had
2
9. I took.
You took
2.
2.
So
I
I'm
did
at
bring you the
7.
correct- I brought you
Yeah,
the
you did the right thing. I did not.
It's okay.
It's alright.
I just assumed John's stuff was better than
Yeah.
it actually was.
And I'm gonna cloak.
Boo!
Yeah, have fun, Danny. See you on the other side.
Okay.
All right. Here's an activation room. For you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Did you know I'm sick of your shit, Danny?
You're what?
I'm sick of your shit.
Yeah, I hear that a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know what's up with that. All right, so we're gonna activate these boys here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna move them. Oh, hold on. Can I have those wound tokens? Because I should probably allocate
Here you go.
those.
Here's your allocation.
Thank you.
And they also have an adaptation token.
He said all my charges. I'm gonna try that 10.
Yep.
But I can make that and not.
Perfect.
And he
Touching on
can
this.
heroically intervene. Because I can't attack him because then you'll interrupt. You have enough to interrupt, right? Yes. Yeah. Then you
Okay,
interrupt
we'll
and kill
move these guys over.
that over there.
All right, so
So
they're
I'm
gonna
just
walk.
gonna try for the character.
Actually,
Yeah.
so that's the guy that needs to know the objective.
I need a 10. This might be. No. Okay.
you only need cover mode.
Hey, look at that.
Okay, so we're
Does
gonna-
cover have any effects on melee attacks?
It does not. And in fact, as soon as you become engaged, you lose cover.
How convenient.
So I will-
Hard to hide when you're getting punched in the face.
Chop.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Oh, of course. I mean, it doesn't matter. I can't any moment 5+.
Right, right. The catalyst.
Tyler, their Jedi mind
So
tricking
here's
everybody.
the-
multiple
here's
damage.
the knob.
Oh,
The
other-
chop, the power code.
Oh, specifically.
Cool. Awesome.
So 2
Go,
hits.
Danny. Ooh.
Unfortunately, 1 wound.
Hold on, I just needed to bump this terrain to my advantage.
Judge.
Okay, hold on. So this guy should be on the objective. Okay,
Yep.
cool.
Perfect. Well done.
Alright. Do characters benefit from their own auras?
Go ahead and check to see if he does, because that's a great thing to check.
I'm wondering if I can do this little free move on
So
him.
the answer is maybe.
So friendly Botcher units with the infantry and heavy infantry trait, which he does have,
Yep.
starting their activation within 9 inches of this model.
Yep.
Not math.
Then he does.
Okay.
Not every single one of those is the same. That's why I have you read it out.
Understood. Yeah, make a move action that costs 0 AP, but it must be the first action.
Do not math you out.
Let me just check. Yeah, this is, he has no other actions to do, so his first is going to just be a little move around here.
Okay.
And
Oh, put an activate. Grab
yes, he's
Perfect.
activating. And then my second is going to be to move him right around here,
For
only
one.
on the objective.
Yep.
This is my, this is my first, and I have 2 left. He does have a narrow beam slicer,
Yep. 40-inch
which is a
range.
single shot, hits on a 2 damage 4, but is armor piercing. So honestly, I think I'm gonna just take a little pot shot at that guy.
Yeah. Are you within 34 of the?
I've got 3 left.
Eyeball says, good to go. Alright.
Kind of close thing though.
Yep. And
It's on twos.
yep, just debating.
Threes.
Oh, threes
because he's
because you're
minus
minus one
yep.
now. Yeah.
Because I'm debating if there's anything. I think I'm just gonna cloak afterwards. So we're just gonna pop shot.
Yep.
Just keep it all within an inch.
Oh.
Sweet.
Okay.
Make sure you're touching cover because you can also give yourself cover for free.
And
I will cover and cloak.
Yep.
And
So he wasn't cloaked
he
before.
was not
Correct.
cloaked.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
the little guys hiding back here were not cloaked. So
Oh, that's right. Yep. Okay.
Because you have big LOS blocker right there.
yeah.
Cool.
Warlord trace, you can't even interrupt. Not that you will.
Alright. Here's an activation token for you.
Thank you.
So,
You're welcome.
over there. 2 hits.
All right.
2 hits. 1 wound so far. At -1, 2 damage.
Let's see.
Yep.
Roll it right now.
Okay, wait. So he didn't shoot? That's what happened.
Fails it.
Well, he
I
shot,
shot
and
and
missed.
then I cloaked, but I rolled a 2.
Okay, and I have to take damage in order to get the adaptation tokens.
Correct.
And is that it?
Cool.
-2, 2 damage.
Count yourself lucky.
Which is why character like that's weird because it's a character. It gets kind of odd,
Yeah.
right?
Take him around after this pretty
Yeah, we'll
heavily.
break them pretty good.
It is 4 damage, so I was like, if this connects, it's probably worth my time.
Oh yeah, do 2 damage. Yeah, feels good.
Well, oh, he has not.
Right.
No.
Nightfall. God.
I'll go with him.
Oh no.
God damn it.
So then he gets his 3.
What are you doing?
Just the worst.
Just the worst.
Both-
Who didn't even play this?
They're protected by the vehicles behind them.
Well, none of this close.
Ooh,
Yeah, you get
here
close,
comes the
yeah.
destructor.
Oh, good. I was getting a little hungry.
Okay.
I was concerned.
Yeah, I just wanted some flies.
Brace yourself. How many wounds?
Five wounds.
I'm just ignoring you.
Well, it's because I'm cloaked.
You can't see him.
Maybe I can get one. That'd be nice. Good start.
All right. So what I think I'm gonna do
So it would've been the same.
is just
Yes, exciting sounds.
what can I do? Can I do anything for one action point really, other than move? Like that's not right, but I can't.
You also have your strafing run if you're moving over. And
Yeah, I'm not able to get anywhere
They
important
are
right
allowed
now.
to take cover. The skirmishers can take
Okay.
cover.
4 plus armor.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not gonna
that's
kill
probably
him.
not terrible then.
No, a -1
Yeah,
to
if
be
you're
shot
gonna move
at.
into my range, you might as well.
Remove the
Yeah. So what I could do?
the key coherency. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect.
Let's see. So I can do 14.
Leadership here.
Tyler watches from the sidelines. The night falls like, ooh, this is exciting.
And does the last guy run? It's a good morning.
It's a good one.
So we'll move there for one and then take cover.
Here with the commandos first, you have 2 wounds left.
Anything else?
So claw.
Nope.
1 hit. These are the evil sons. They can't reroll that. So.
It's cool, John. Eventually, I'll be able to interact with your army.
I know. So I'm gonna have their first action be to move because they're within 9 of him. This will not count.
Correct.
So I'm putting a second on them.
Yep.
So I move 7, so we'll go about 4 there, and then 3 up,
He's dead.
and about
Are you ready? Are you
to
ready?
here, and about to here.
It's only
Let's get
one.
these out of the
It's
way.
not that big a deal.
Love to keep my cover,
It is
even
funny,
though I'm
one,
going to totally
watch
click
it
at the end of
now,
this.
it'll blow up.
Just wanted to do that.
Okay.
And we're just going to check the ranges and see if there's anything I can do interesting. So these are my stalkers.
So you get 5 points.
Question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Move it one more time and touch the cover over there and threaten that objective zone.
Well,
Because if you put yourself opposite of that crater, you should be out of charge range of those stalkers.
Stomp them. How many use today?
Or at least
well, I
it-
wouldn't
it-
be able to get cover at all.
Oh, you could touch the edge of that crater, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't have enough action. No, I did not have enough movement to touch this. Otherwise, I would have.
Okay, got
Yes,
it.
absolutely.
Okay. That, I was just curious.
Yes.
Hold on.
Sure.
Let me, I've got
So I've got a 30-inch gun, which you will pretend is 24.
Yeah.
And then I move 7, so being 31.5 inches away is the very wrong number.
Okay.
Okay. But anything that I am within 31 inches of with all models, I could light up. So decent chance of finishing them off, but I think I'd actually rather.
And remember, they're 24 as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I can move 7 and then shoot
Oh,
24. Because my
okay,
range is
sure.
30.
Yes.
I'm just kind of talking myself into it. So my first taken action is going to be to move 7.
Cost me 2. You know what?
And they are not cloaked, right?
They are not
At
close.
this point, I don't care.
Yeah.
He'll die
Yeah.
from that. I know this.
And they're gonna go right here. So this is my my second.
And they lose cover.
They lose
because
cover.
they flip cover. Yep.
So my second action is going to be to shoot there,
Yep.
and I am minus. I've only damaged them
Minus
once.
one, yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna roll 3 here, and I will hit on a 2.
Yep.
Okay.
Down 2.
And these are armor piercing.
So you're looking for. Oh, actually, you'd be
You
hitting
have
3s because
I
it's
do
in
have
cover. But but it's only 2
Fair
hits.
call. Okay, but these are still armor piercing.
Okay. So 6s.
All right, and those are damage 3 normally, so we'll go to 2.
All right. So we'll lose a 1/1 guy and a 2/1 guy. And this guy should still be within 2 inches of the other. That's fine.
And here's your second adaptation.
We're getting there.
Yep.
Okay, and Danny.
Yeah.
I'm gonna close.
Cool.
Look, you already killed my tank. I'm kind of mad at you, so like we're gonna keep doing this. So you
That's
get
fair.
for going after my Shikari.
It is on me, right?
Shakira.
Yes. I just wanted to
Okay.
make sure.
So here's your activation token.
I don't flip clock very often. I'm very bad at
I have to because it's to my opponent's advantage because I
Fair enough.
do tend to play a little slow sometimes.
No problem.
Until I get ramped up. Once I get a lot of practice with an army, I'm fast.
Yeah.
But
Right now, this is not
This
an
is
army.
brand
All right.
Yeah.
So we'll activate the
Cleansers.
cleansers. Yes.
Cleansers.
Thank you. All right. So first action is going to be to move. And then I'm going to move.
You're just
Then
gonna
I'm
triple
going to move again.
So 30.
So that'll get the furthest guy right behind this piece of terrain. More or less. All right. So what I'm going to do.
Trying to come for the objective. Fascinating.
It's around the right time in the round to start thinking about those things.
I am.
Oh, I know you are. And Danny is as well.
I haven't eventually.
Oh, and be aware, he makes you.
I assumed he wouldn't after the Dark Angels game we played.
Beware.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Ouch.
Shot.
Yeah, 215 points.
Is there not in cover or anything?
No.
They're just,
Okay.
Horrible.
In the event that we both have objectives in a zone or otherwise do anything,
it's a number of models.
number of
there.
models.
There is one model in the game in the hex that count as 2.
Give him sweet.
But that's-
Yeah, give him sweet.
Okay.
no,
No.
the Hexagoda swarms count as 2 models instead of 1, which is kind of neat.
Sure.
Well, that is pretty cool.
There.
Also 60 mils, they really zone things out. Damn it, swarms, get off me.
Alright, so I
Bugs
think
everywhere. Skitter,
And-
skitter.
yeah.
Get bit.
But there's other
theoretically, embarking is an action by a
The
unit,
unit.
not a transport.
Correct.
So I could
Units
uncloak.
embark, transports disembark.
Got it.
Okay.
So I could uncloak and then get in this.
You
I
don't
really
even-
want to
Correct.
shoot and then still not be seen by Danny. How many turns are in a traditional game, by the way?
Be a turn.
Oh, it's 3 rounds.
3 rounds? Good.
Be excited about it.
I think 5 would have been too many.
40.
Alright, so I think we're gonna drop a 3rd activation on these guys. And we're going to So I have to be within 3 to embark.
This early in the morning, it's a little maniacal.
Correct.
So theoretically, from this point, I would need to move here, then shoot, then embark, and that'd be all 3 of my activations.
Correct.
All right. Well, my first one is going to be a move here. That'll be free because Huntmaster.
Is it
We're gonna just get everyone within 3.
Not just verbal to run thing.
And then I am going to go ahead and aim
I'll
them.
build a train.
So this is my first action is going to be to aim.
Whoops.
Looks like an engine, but
Okay.
yeah.
And their range is 30, so I
Maybe I have an old engine.
no, it's still not going to get me within 24 there, but it will keep me within 24 here. So I'm going to put all 3 of our shots into that. 1, 2, 3. Hitting on a 2 normally, but a 3 because of your stuff.
Does it make it a 4 because I also have my adaptation?
Correct.
Okay, so hitting on a 4, you're rolling ones. So 2, and these are armor penetrating. Okay, and these are 3 damage each, so it goes to 2. And
And you do have your 3rd adaptation token now, so you have +1 to your armor save, which won't help you against AP, but
and then they will embark.
Okay.
So we're gonna stay close.
Okay. And you're in that table quarter now.
And this is their. I'll put them to the side, but I'll leave the 3 activations on them because they're pretty much done for
I
us.
still have to be pretty cognizant about where I'm going and what I'm
Perfect.
doing, right? So,
here you go.
I think we're gonna go
Okay.
with Magus, who's literally here as a
3 activations remaining in round 1.
Yeah.
You guys shoot me.
I'm gonna try
He
and-
shot me,
Shoot myself.
and I didn't like it. So
So I'm just
Thanks,
not
Eddie.
going to get to do it again.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Thanks, I hate it.
Oh, that should
Yeah.
that should be
All right.
We're gonna do
Two things to refresh on.
everything.
He's basically prepping on counter charges. If you are tired of being shot at by tanks and you want to make life more miserable,
A full Castellan? No problem.
things like your cleansers and your other flyers that are high speed are very good at engaging them. Tanks have no melee, so all they can do is disengage.
Oh, I can engage the stuff that's cloaked?
100%. You can punch the
Oh,
shit
I
out of
didn't
people.
think I could fight them at
Oh,
all.
sorry. No, you totally can. The only thing
I'm
Cloak
just
does
like,
is-
what do I do against
No,
this? There's no recourse.
No, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
The only thing you can do, the only thing Cloak does is you can't draw LOS. Melee doesn't need LOS.
Oh, okay. All right.
that's what you get for shooting your stupid artillery tank.
No,
3 times.
it's okay. He didn't know he could melee, so
Yeah,
he
yeah,
might have
yeah.
positioned differently. I'm glad I'm telling him now. I'm
Yes.
sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
You 100% can punch Cloak things.
All right.
It's like, damn it, well, it's a totally different game now. You son of a bitch.
No.
John, the payment for PayPal.
Good.
Let's bring the gaunts in.
Yeah, you could totally engage Cloak units, so that's good for like making forcing activations and stuff.
Did you kill
Yeah.
one?
Sure.
Double gone?
Regular gaunt.
I don't.
I think you got like a weird incidental shot into them. Like from the
Oh,
boys
from the
or
war
whatever.
boys. Yeah.
All right, and since if I don't have melee attacks, I can't make combat attacks though.
But you can still engage.
Right,
You
right.
can still touch
Okay.
things.
It's weird because normally these guys are just like weird utility troops.
True.
Mostly myself.
That's gonna happen forever.
Against Norton.
Yeah, some-
Michael, I mean this in the best way possible. After last night's experience, it looks like you visibly aged.
It's true. It's true.
Alright.
Oh,
Let's see. So
I'm a changed man.
So what I need to do is I need to
Okay.
get a kill by the end of the round.
Right.
Essentially.
Okay, so I can
I need to hold something by the end of the round, and ideally I will hold more and kill more. And objective zones and markers are even
Correct.
for the
It's
so.
just how you hold them is
Okay,
different.
so if I hold 3 to his 2 or 2 to his 1, there's no difference there. Doubling
Correct.
doesn't matter.
Yep.
Okay.
one more.
And so far Danny has killed a unit.
Yeah, he's up by one.
Okay. Cool.
That's the only reason I'm like, okay, can I survive the fight last? Like Catalyst.
But that won't last.
Plus is kind of nuts.
Now,
I have choices.
now here's a.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
As we've seen so far, that is the thing.
I see the conundrum you're dealing with. I see
What?
you thinking over
This
there.
conversation must be had.
Dangerous business.
You've given him a real crummy choice.
Yes.
And I don't know what
Yeah,
you
no, you're fine.
but for people watching,
Best event.
to me, the two choices happening right here are: do I move this sterilizer unit and triple move it over there, and just have it not be a problem anymore, and preserve a possible kill for kill even?
Sure.
And then have 2 more activations to hold the objective, like maybe grab, run up, grab, right? Or
Yes,
do I apply pressure over there and start forcing some activity on there. But then the counter charge on that's a bit of a
Activities for the week.
yep. Or this thing has one activation left. Do I force the hand by triple moving, or actually there's not enough that has enough movement to go there, unfortunately. So, although they could do it, they could move, engage, and just be like, all right, if you don't do anything, both of us are reasonably safe. It forces an engage over here or a disengage there and a shoot. This is the wrinkly having played this game countless times place.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to make a move here. So what I'm gonna do is I will activate this guy here, and he'll move and take cover again. But I'm gonna move behind this blocking terrain,
So it'll be hard for me to get
so it'll
an
be
angle.
hard for you to get an angle. And if you want to uncloak and shoot him, then that's fine.
That's a cool
I'm
play.
debating lying away,
Okay.
just showing up here
Uh-huh.
I think we are at a point where I must do things. Rhonda, I've been thinking about all the different ways I can like interact with Danny without him getting to me. And I do have one more, but we're gonna see.
And keep in mind, in a normal Battle Force game, you would have your couple of tanks. He would have 2 annihilators, so the artillery pressure is doubled. Right?
That would suck. Yeah.
That definitely forces
How
action.
many? This holds how many people?
4.
So I have 3 inside, but they will
So
not.
you got him.
Okay,
You got him.
so-
Obviously you don't have
What does he have?
Cool.
Smite,
I think
onslaught, and
I want to go kill that artillery piece, quite frankly. And it is 7 left.
It does.
He'll want it.
Okay.
He'll want it.
Feel like now's the best time to make my move. When I attack in combat, is it the number of models within an inch like this one? Or is it
Correct.
once I'm in? Okay. So it's models within an inch. Alright.
We will go to smite. Got it.
And you do get a little move with your melee action too, where you can move a little bit, 2 inches, and like kind of reposition.
Oh, you have
yourself.
like a gun pylon.
But you don't get to do that during engage. That's the downside. Is you
Oh, okay.
you move within 1 inch, and then if you took a melee action, you could do little tiny moves and keep punching.
Yeah, that one.
Wow, I'm not pretty much as well as I thought I did.
Big boy.
And he did move too.
Dead for your round.
Yeah, I thought I.
Very much.
Are you in Huntmaster range?
I am, but that's the problem. Is that was including the Huntmaster.
Okay,
So
understood.
if I move 7 and then move 7 and go 7, I'll
So
be about an
21
inch
is
and a
your
half away.
Okay, wow.
So I want to be within 22.
And you were definitely there, but he slid,
Yeah.
he disco
Slid
slided
back.
over to the side.
Okay.
Crab walks like, I don't want to do this.
I will super smite twice a game,
Alright.
and I'll roll 1s on both
I want
ones.
no part of this.
So.
Done. Go here. We'll smite in.
Have guns still.
Gets it off on a 9. Deals.
I think mostly
1.
acceptable.
Scream goes off on an 8.
Alright, so I've got 3 activations here. I think I just need. I assume that one of Danny's last 2 is going to be this unit zipping out with 2 moves there, and probably shooting with the 3rd or taking cover, one of his 2. And then I want to have someone ready to go clean his clock. Can you explain how the fighting those moves work?
Yeah, so basically the engage move gets you within 1, and then once you do a melee move, you can move up to 2 inches closer to enemy models, not the closest enemy model.
Closer to.
Just closer to enemy models, because you can't like move away. And then you get to swing your melee weapons.
Okay. And there's no consolidate essentially for our 40K listeners, but a pile in only.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Alright, so I think I like this little combo waiting for him to do that, and as long as that works out, I have 3 of those 2, so I don't think I need to care about the holding more at the moment. As long as I keep close units on these 2, I feel like I've got that one in the bank. Because I'll have the last activation of the turn.
Correct.
So what I really want to worry about for this turn is my kills. Danny has killed more than me.
Okay.
What are you down to?
Remind me the damage profile and the range on that boy right there.
Him?
Yeah.
30 inches, damage 4, armor piercing.
2 shots.
Really
Two
do
shots.
Really like those. Okay. Now that you mention it, really do like having this.
Really good gun.
Alright, these skirmishers, let's my battle pods?
Predation pods.
Predation pods, so that's much cooler. I like that better.
16-inch move.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Little armor piercing slicer shots, and a bit of a melee punch. Not armor piercing, but they each have 4 attacks.
So 9 shots from these boys.
1 damage.
Armor piercing, damage 2.
It's actually them activating, like diverting the plasma energy to your skin and just ramming you.
Oh, cool.
And just burning, shocking you and shit. Because there's no like knife or blades or anything on there.
Sure.
Blades. Alright, so I'm gonna move 16. So an uncloaking counts as one.
Zero cost to
Oh,
uncloak.
0 cost uncloak. Alright, let me make sure.
Commandos. Yes.
And they're 3 and 3s
Yep, and they're -1 to hit. Okay.
natively
And
from
does it
shooting.
come forward?
From shooting, yep. So I'm gonna end up uncloaking,
Yeah, this is
but we're gonna move 16.
It's
Fast as you
my
can.
model, but with your rules.
And I just want to kind of cut that grate and see that one guy who I desire violence on.
Sounds good. And keep in mind,
I can shoot one
you,
of them.
I see.
you have to should because he can go ahead and pull one out of us, and then you can shoot other things.
Yeah, well, there's only one guy left, so we're gonna move. So sorry, need activation
Oh,
token.
I thought you were talking about the cleansers. Okay.
No, I'm talking about that little guy.
Of
I
course.
want the kills.
Keep in mind, you may not have range. You have a 12-inch range.
Yeah. And then I guess we'll,
Hey, feel
Thanks.
good.
Thanks.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Can you hold that over that, Jenny?
Yeah. Oh wait. So
In where?
hold on.
Into.
Yeah, that's really hard. And I'm tall.
I'll ask Brad
Right
next
there.
time. All right, so that's terrible.
We're gonna go to the bottom of the dice. So it's
John's like this adaptation is rough.
Yeah, what happens if for the third time I damage unit theoretically?
Oh, you would go to +1 armor save, which it has all 3s.
Yeah, he's on 3 now.
But against armor person, that's irrelevant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that matters if I can't shoot him.
It turns out the first adaptation matters. Yeah.
God, that was good.
that
That was
minus-
the best one, honestly.
Minus
That's
6-inch
some
range is
Harlequin crap over here.
Ugh.
You have 2 activations left,
I do.
and that boy is activated once.
Yep.
But if I can get you to activate him again, then you only have 1 movement action for this endgame scenario. So that's okay. We're gonna spend their second action, and they're gonna move.
Okay.
We're gonna boogie a little bit.
Okay.
Get in here.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So I think the first move, we're gonna actually step up a little bit further, and then I'm going to do a second move,
Okay.
and we're just gonna come over here. Yep.
He's chosen balance.
Every day when I wake up. So I think this way, I don't think this guy's gonna see you, but I think these 2 are.
Yeah, I agree with
Is
that.
that okay? So I'll have 2 guys shooting you.
Okay.
Can you check if I'm within 12?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
Oh, with me? Yeah.
So it should be 4 shots.
Yep. So
Hitting on 4s because
Yep, 'cause
minus
he's
1
minus
from
1.
adaptation and minus 1 from cover.
alright. So here's the first.
3, 4, 5.
So 1, 2, 3, and these are armor rating.
Yep. So 6s.
6s.
And they're not feel no pain.
How much damage are they each?
Sure, 2.
They're 2 apiece. So you
So-
take 1.
So it's down to 1?
We're gonna do it again with the second guy.
Oh no, each one should be 2 shots each.
Oh, they're
right?
only 2 shots?
Yeah, I think you
thought
just
they
shot
were-
your things.
Over here?
The rate of fire is 3.
Okay, so you
So
get
you got
so
2 more.
Two more.
you got
Oh,
2
okay.
There, perfect. Don't
One more.
Roll a 6.
5.
Oh,
Okay.
that would have been
Alright.
so cool.
And then this one here is going to it'd be +1 save on that boy if I hit him again. So if I wound that guy again, it's +1 save. The big thing.
Yeah.
It's terrible. I will. I don't want to like. I don't want to just like do 1 wound on something purely so that I can't shoot it later. But I'm gonna do it anyway.
Welcome to the microeconomy of playing it.
Yeah, we're gonna put into this little guy.
Okay.
He's in cover, so we -1 to hit him.
Yep.
But he hasn't been shot before, so it'll just be 2.
Okay.
Their activation token.
6s. Nope.
Nope. It's normally 2, so we'll go to 1 against you.
So here, let me give you your remaining.
Okay.
2. Here you go.
That's a destructor, right?
Yep, that's 10.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
wow, that thing's tougher than it looked.
Okay.
Not to worry.
Can I have a 3? Because he should have 9.
Oh,
I had 8 left, right? Didn't I do 2?
you did 2 damage.
Oh, is it 3?
No,
Now they're 2 apiece,
Did
but
you
you knock
not?
it down to 1. He did 2 of them. You have 2.
Oh, he did 2. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I did 2 that end up.
Sorry, yes, yes. I failed both at once.
You're gonna shoot again,
Aha.
but I just wanted to lose the board.
And here's your adaptation token.
Thank you.
No, because leadership purposes.
Oh yeah.
So lose the boy.
Here, can I give this back to you and get an adaptation too, or both of these? for
No, I
adaptations?
only
Oh, you only have the
I
1
ones and
3.
3s in this.
Okay,
pack, yeah.
I see. Okay, cool.
Here's your activation token.
Well, they're not cloaked.
Yeah, they're not.
Threatening your objective and you're a pain in the.
Yeah. Oh, that.
Yeah.
What's up, spiciness.com?
It's bait.
Yeah, very. So I think we'll go.
All right.
Come on, Danny, you're the
So let's see here.
You also have your obliterator.
I do. I do.
A double move shoot right into their face feels. So it's nice.
I'm
2
sure it
damage
would hurt.
weapons.
I have no doubt in
Hits
my
on
mind. It
3s
would
on
probably hurt.
modified.
Because it extends the range.
Kind of
It
cute.
shouldn't matter though.
Are there
Feeling
rules?
cute. Might kill him later. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Out of curiosity, are there rules about
That's an assassination.
shooting things that are engaged with other people?
You can't shoot while engaged.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Can you
Just
shoot
like
at
40K.
things that are engaged?
Nope, just like 40k. Melee is protection from being shot.
Good to know. Good to know.
The Beast Boys. Okay.
All right, so I've got 2. You've got 2.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see.
And they do have 5. That was top.
But being the defender is powerful because that last action,
That's yeah.
right?
it's
And then you
what
guys
I-
are gonna roll off for priority.
Oh. So there's like a very small chance of double turn.
Correct.
But I
And
mean,
you
that's
can't- you
50-50.
can't
But it's only
No,
one
no,
unit,
no.
right?
Yeah, but it's only one. So it's a much less of a double turn. But you know, it's a thought that counts. I think.
Yeah. I've seen it matter.
6 shots into the Beast.
I don't think Mitch liked it when I did it to him when we played.
Got it. And you said engaging can be a thing, right? Engaging is a one of the things you can do while cloaked. Is it
No,
a move?
the
No, it's
only
not. So
no, your special action you talk about embark, disengage, move, and take cover.
Oh, so it's 2
I'm going to be adding a sentence to the rulebook to make sure it's clear that you can do that because that was a good question.
embark, disengage.
Michael, you got
Oh.
about an hour.
Okay.
Alright,
Yeah, we're doing great
Yeah.
Right.
because rounds 2 and 3 tend to go faster.
Yeah. And also, I think I now know how to play.
Yeah,
So
and that's the
again,
entire point.
Exactly.
And then these guys are going to engage.
Yep.
Monster. I do have melee on them.
Yeah, that's fine.
He doesn't care. That's not why he's doing it.
I mean, I know why, but I just wanted to know.
All right, and you have your action. Keep your activation token here, but then you have 2 now.
Yeah.
It really makes my shield
Perfect.
All right, and then so I get all the guys within an inch.
And you can
You
do
don't
it-
have any melee swings, so you're done.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Go ahead.
You just touched him.
And so you have 1 left.
Yep.
And right now you're on 2 objectives essentially. And if you wanted, you could get onto a 3rd. I have gotten my 1 kill so far, and you've gotten 1 kill so far, so it's to my advantage to get a 2nd kill.
explosion.
Okay.
5. At -3. Yeah.
Not making that either. The measurement hasn't changed, but I would like it to.
You got a water bottle right there.
Oh yeah, good call. Good call.
Michael, what's the rules about water bottles and outward rounds?
Always stay hydrated. That's
Is there a water bottle activation?
And it disengages too.
They have 0 action points though.
Disengage here is it costs 2.
it costs 2.
Okay. So I think I'm going to fight once, and then if I disengage, I think I can just put 2 models on it.
Okay. Just stay an inch away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
So basically,
yeah.
what you'd have to do is because you're doing the melee action, you don't have to activate. This would move 2 inches, which would get you within an inch.
Yep.
And then you get
Yeah.
roll 8 dice.
I'm just gonna grab these 2 and see if they can fit without being within an inch now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
They can move 18, right?
Yeah.
16.
So I
Oh,
get
16.
Well, but I'll consolidate 2 because I'm gonna fight once and then two
There's no
action.
consolidate, so you just did your.
Just the 2 inches.
you
That's
just, I
it.
just gave you your
You don't
2
get a
inch
pile.
move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I already did that, and then I have 16 more.
Yeah, you're
I'm just
fine.
gonna-
You're gonna make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to check and see if they can fit without being within an inch.
Oh,
Because the
got
bases
it. Yeah,
are kind of big.
please. Yeah,
And
please do.
then obviously
That's a very good question.
So that looks very easy to do. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So I was here-ish, and
Roll 8 dice.
all right. So 2 can swing
Yep.
or 1?
2.
He can swing.
Because he got close enough to be within an inch of them.
Got it. Okay. All right. So 2 will swing, and I'll look up their melee stats. So, I'm
So
feeling
it's
more
8
familiar.
dice hitting on 3s.
Nice.
1 damage, no weapons.
Yep.
I'm 28 away.
I can occasionally remember my own rules.
That'll just be a total of 4.
Okay, can I have 1 more?
Yep.
Do melee attacks also proc the adaptation?
They do.
Okay.
All damage does.
So,
I believe it's only 1 damage.
They are.
can you hit me a couple of ones?
You got it. And an adaptation token.
Yes, please.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
So just put 1 CP for reroll wounds.
And then he's going to disengage and do the thing he said he
I
was
certainly am.
Julie,
Okay.
so Julie, you did that.
What did you spend CP on?
Measure.
Did you spend the shoot again?
Back up a little bit.
No, I did not.
Oh,
I
can these
shot
take
the second
cover?
shot here,
They can.
and that made this
Ooh.
damage.
How many
if you
CP
can get all 3 of them there. I don't think he's going to make it, though. Although he
No.
could go over there.
He can go here, yeah.
Correct.
But the thing is,
Let this turn finish.
Yeah,
We're
this
almost
is-
done. This turn. Yeah, almost. Just a minute here. So we're
Yep.
gonna go.
Frank can go over it.
So we're gonna go 1,
4
2,
here.
and then we'll see if this guy will be
2
still within
here.
2.
Um,
No,
You could slide that other guy back. This one. Yep.
but then he won't be in the
yes.
cover
Because
I want 2 models on this
Yeah.
to force this to be an activation
Understood.
because he only has 1 left.
Correct.
So I'm gonna choose objective over cover.
Yep.
And we'll end up with a 3rd model on it.
Yep.
Attacks here.
And that'll be it for me. So this is my 2nd activation on them.
Yep.
So 1, 2, and then we each have 1 left.
So he takes it.
Last activation of round 1.
6 plus.
Okay.
5 plus, I guess.
All right. How much health do they have?
They have
They are 4
Oh,
each.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, he down.
He takes it.
With minimum of 4 damage.
Oh, crap, he did. Okay.
And then, so I won't roll the tail, and then the 4 attacks into them.
Yep.
Now I will
I'll
say
take one of
what,
those.
Get into
Though.
this.
I will
is
say
fun.
what I was going to do
Yeah.
after I see what Danny does.
I am curious as well.
Yep.
No, I'm getting into
But
it.
then the only thing I was doing, I got ahead of myself.
I didn't get to stomp him again, because you killed more.
I can't fight him, but the pivot was to get within an inch, so he has to take a strength test now.
Oh, okay. Strength test?
1 dice, and your strength 4, so.
Yep. And I was trying to put them down so it'd be hard to get another model in.
Mhm.
But I will take a
Oh, you did fine.
into both.
Because they have to be entirely on, so just
Or
touching it doesn't help.
I have a feeling you were not going to
Correct.
interrupt.
That's why the zones are interesting, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's why I was trying to
Yeah, I get it.
block as much as I could. Just kind of for everyone watching.
1 miss,
I'm figuring out
and then.
elementary strategy.
April one?
Yeah, I've been watching people play on TTS. It's been really interesting.
2 assessments.
Just the different play styles and stuff.
And then.
And I will
honestly-
say Realm and Hex play very differently than these 2 armies.
Yeah.
Overrun him.
Hex, just to give you the 40k terminology,
Yeah,
has
I think that's
Yeah, so he's gonna go.
their engage is double move. So their threat ranges are quite high, but their activation limits tend to, and action points tend to be lower.
Gotcha.
And then also the
That's
and
pretty
for
much it.
Realm, their mechanic is shields, so they have regenerative ablative hit points.
Yellow squad?
So you have to keep burning them down
And they are.
to consistently keep damage going.
Oh, I lost the knob, so I fail it. Okay.
Did I do the right thing?
But it's very close to what I would have done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So he's gonna activate. He'll aim. He's gonna move, and then I'm gonna shoot those guys.
And what are his guns like?
4 shots, armor piercing,
2 flat.
2 flat. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that could hurt.
like that. Okay. They're dead.
What I would have done is I would have moved
Three.
the obliterator
Also lost the knob.
and just taken 8 shots, hitting on three's flat against.
I just wanted him to not have good saves.
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
just
I
want-
get it though.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
it's more about having the obliterator in position to be a problem next turn than
Gotcha.
Sure.
That's my thinking.
Sure.
Because right now he's just like, hi.
That's true. And I mean that it just cover falls off though at the start of the round, right?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. This is still okay.
This is still yeah.
Now.
It's in the realm of stuff I would do.
If
Okay.
that one flies from one cover piece into a different cover piece, does it keep cover?
No, because the second you leave it at all,
Got it.
One.
And I'm going to
That cover out there.
yep.
just barely touch that.
Okay. I'll
That's an FAQ. That's a good FAQ question.
All right. And I am hitting on 3s, real and ones.
They are inherently -1 to hit.
Okay, so hitting on 4s, real
Does
and
not
ones.
change anything at all. Not in the slightest. And these are rend.
Armor piercing. Yeah.
So
Yes.
okay.
Yes. And it was a 3.
So not make any, and it's 2 damage each, and I believe I'm a 4-wound goon. So I think that will destroy me.
That's good for me.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't get them all through, and then I would just get the objective. But
Or
now I have
maybe, you
to
know, like
actually-
make 1.
yeah,
Yeah.
or just not hit all the 4-ups. Any one of those would have worked.
Holy,
Yeah.
holy hell!
I'm gonna
Dude,
leave
the
the.
destructor lived to its namesake.
Not to worry.
And supernation pods just crumple and blow up.
Whew, this is why I cloak so much, Danny. Every time you shoot me, bad things happen.
Well,
moving around in the house.
Okay.
Frankly, I think we've officially tired out all the gamers.
Show.
That took 5 days.
Yeah.
Hey Tom, I need you to help me.
I haven't gotten a.
What's up?
I've killed 1 unit.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
You've killed 1 unit. I assume there's no morale mechanic that could cause me to lose
There's
this
no
guy.
morale.
Wonderful. So I need to get a
Oh,
kill,
okay. Now I'll walk with you. You ready?
and then I
Oh
will.
god, here comes a wall.
All basically what I'm looking at.
There
my-
are strange noises that are not Outward Realms related occurring nearby.
So I'm basically looking at, I'm going to take an activation,
Seth.
and someone's going to go hit someone else.
Okay.
And I think it's these guys pre-game moving, engaging, and hitting you.
Nice.
These have 8 left,
Yeah.
and these have 8 left as well. And these are armor penetrating in combat.
Is this in cover, or did it?
No,
Okay.
Yeah,
I aimed,
yeah.
which actually gave
Which
me
did
the.
give
It,
you-
it was huge. Yeah.
So either way, these both have 8 wounds left, and because I'm armor penetrating, either one of these that I charge will need to fail 8 saves against my damage 1 to die. So if I want to kill and flip an objective, I need to. I think my better bet is to move there, because this is contested. I hold. Oh no! If I leave this,
Yeah.
I'll do that. Oh, I had a plan and it didn't actually quite work out. I missed it. But actually, if I just outnumber him on this, I'll hold 2 and he'll hold 1.
It's true.
So I think that's enough. And I also want to get in his deployment zone right now. So
I see some breakthrough action.
yeah. Well, you know what? Let me make sure I did this right, because I needed to have 2 units holding in my deployment zone. It's 12 inches up, right?
Yep.
Perfect. 3 damage. No rerolls.
Okay. So I got my Hunt Master and I've got him. So they're gonna move. Well, they're gonna uncloak. I'll just be honest here. But they're gonna move for free because I'm a boy, Hunt Master. So we're just gonna beeline straight here.
It's not always. Yeah. Big things that's not always combat. Like you get him.
Good, good.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's good.
And then I think I'm going to need to move, engage, and then I'll have 1 activation left to collect it a little bit.
Well, if you move and then engage, that's 3.
But I've
Well, you'll
only,
get
I
one
moved once
swing.
for free. Yeah.
Right. So
Right.
if you're
Yeah.
moving now and you're engaging, that's your all 3 reactivations.
Engage is 2.
Engagement is 2.
Oh yeah.
All right. If you want to put him back, it's totally fine. Like, don't worry about it, man.
Engage costs 2.
Yeah.
But unfortunately,
It's basically 2 actions stapled together, right? Yeah.
Move and
That's it, yeah.
Yep.
oh wait, engage includes an attack.
It does.
Yeah, yeah. So
okay,
you still get to swing on
then
me.
yeah, I just want to hit you once.
Yeah, that's cool.
Done. Okay, we're
But you're not
we're
double
golden.
swinging.
That's totally
I
okay.
want you to hit me once too.
Okay. I thought it was engage once and then fight 1.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So engage includes an
Thank
attack.
you for noticing that. It is 2 actions together.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense now. All right, we're good. Look at Danny. All right. So this is a normal move, and I have 2 left, and I'll spend them both to come right here. And I need to be within 12 of your zone, so that's fine. So I'm going to engage, and I'll go 7.
Misha's joke was,
Actually, I'll move him first.
there's a wedding element to this because it's so obsessed with engagement.
I feel like playing this game without getting the bone ram over and over again is an interesting decision. Yeah, like nobody has anything that does bone ram on the table, and I'm a little bit disappointed by that.
All right. So I'm going to
I've
hit
been
this
shooting
guy with
death
everything.
race though, so I'm pretty happy about that.
It's every time he has shot, it has been excruciating,
Thank you.
and I've really
The
been
few
trying to
times
avoid
he's
it.
allowed that to happen, it's been rough.
Yeah, he's apparently very good at it. All right, so I'm going to make 15 attacks for my 3 boys.
Yep.
So Froggy Boys going in, hitting on 2s. These are armor
piercing, 1
penetrating,
damage. Yep.
and that's pretty good.
Yep.
So that is 14.
Okay.
Get some 6s.
Well, I'd like to kill more animal more, please. No.
Yeah, but not enough. I mean, I don't want to damage.
Okay. And there's no consolidate mechanic afterwards, so I will not be engaging your Meki Boy.
Nope.
Which would have been fun, but that's okay.
Although you actually may not have wanted that because if he activated first, he would just triple stomp and probably just kill all of them.
Whoa. Okay, so mine don't, his do. Got it. All right. I know my guy doesn't punch.
Just
That punches.
just full disclosure.
Yeah,
this
that's-
thing does assigned wounds to all models within just a couple. So it'd be like get off me.
Nope. Okay. So this is now the end of a battle round.
It is.
Okay.
So now you calculate your round 1
All
scores.
right. So we both kill, and we both hold.
Yep.
And I killed 2 to his 1.
Correct.
Or, yes, I killed 2 to his 1.
You were holding more objectives, and because you're holding 2. So you would score 2 points for your mission objective, and you would score 6. Because it's 3 for holding more, 3 for killing more.
I like that.
Yeah.
Alright, and then we have
Playing the
secondaries.
mission really matters.
Sounds like bonus points.
Bonus points!
And then for your additionals, let's have your look. So you're gonna get 1 point for standing move.
I think your guys didn't care.
You were going to get did everything move?
Yes.
So you're gonna get 2 points for standing move.
Yeah.
Right?
Actually, this tank didn't move because he blew it up during one.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's remaining units.
Good.
Okay.
So
You can't slow me down, Danny.
He gets 2. And you got your 1. And then what's your next additional objective?
Let's see. I've
You
got
have
hold the
2
line.
line. And you have 2 hold the line.
1, 2. Good morning, Nick.
And then did you only killed 1 thing, so you only got 1 for combined arms.
And then breakthrough.
He has 1.
Yep. So I get 2 for on the move, 2 for hold the line, 1 for break.
So the current score is 11-6.
Yeah.
And we're in round 2. Collect your activation tokens.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Everything's coming up Millhouse.
So Michael, that was 11 for John, 6 for Dan.
Correct.
Nice.
Regain all of them.
Okay.
And now we're in round 2.
And we roll off for the.
And roll a d6. Whoever rolls higher gets to choose to activate first or not.
See, I love the mission playing element, but I also love being in front of him right now. So we're gonna go first.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna hit artillery bar right now. Just let this happen.
Yep.
Okay, that feels good. So I could spend 2 to engage
Yep.
right now,
Correct.
and I think we're just gonna do that.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So
Just move you.
Yep.
You got it.
Yeah, I'm just going straight in. Honestly, there's pull me a little bit back just in case I can hide from my little shooting. Although that thing's tall, so I don't think that's good. All right, so we're gonna do the exact same thing
I mean,
before.
actually.
Sorry, it's right there.
Oh, perfect. Tink.
Tink. And that thing is 6 moves left.
It does, but you will be hitting on 3.
Yes. Okay. No pressure. Not bad. Not great. Not bad. It looks like that's a total of 8.
Okay.
So 8 out of 15. Not bad.
Force that last AP on him. Get d6s.
I got 1. But it's
So
7.
failed 7. Ooh, froggy.
So this is the second round.
So that's 2, and I have 1 left, so I'm gonna kill it.
Okay.
Now, here's
Life of frogs.
here's what's interesting. Your Nightfall Mind has 8 melee swings for 1 damage AP hit on 2s. So you could engage, like just be in the neighborhood, right? Move over. It's fast enough. Engage 4-inch vertical if you absolutely needed it. And you could double swing 16 dice on them. Statistically, will ruin their life because you hit on 2s, he needs 6s. That's just math.
Yeah.
Or your sterilizers alternatively could engage and go chippy choppy, but they may not get the job done.
I mean, yeah, probably.
I
not.
mean, they do have a bunch of attacks that are reducing to 4s, so something to think about. It's kind of up to you what the risk factor is.
Yeah.
But you do have 2 great counter melee weapons.
I didn't realize.
The mind might be the way to go though. In my head, that's what I would do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Here, do you want to hand me a?
So we'll go ahead and engage. And here you
Oh,
go.
can I have an activation marker?
Yep, of course.
We're getting stoppered.
And 8 dice hitting on 2s.
Yeah, right here.
Cool.
So 7.
Gotcha. And these are armor penetrating.
They are, so you need 6.
So I'm gonna fail all 7.
Okay, and then he's just gonna swing again, so we'll just do that.
Theoretical question.
Yeah.
How close do you have to be to someone to do the fight action?
Well, what he can do right now is he can.
You can move 2 and make this not impact. But for future reference, I could like put them all onto one guy if he
Oh,
made
yeah,
the engagement.
100%.
And then he'd have to spend 2, which he only has 1 left.
To re-engage. Correct. That is.
I mean, he could also shoot me. So like, there's
No.
multiple.
No, you're cloaked.
That was not me making a joke. I'll let
So
you know. I'm sorry.
No, for sure. You had a lot of movement. It's
Yeah,
this
he-
piece of
he
train that's kind of
definitely
being
had
a pain in the
it.
ass. So he could make sure he's within 2.
Yeah.
If you over allocated, you could kill one, but he'd still
Perfect,
and then
yeah.
melee move in.
Yeah.
It was a
I'm-
close thing. You could actually play games like that. That is intent.
Sure.
Okay, cool. Alright, so I'm just gonna. I lost.
But he's
8.
gonna swing again right now. So
Okay, well, I'm gonna get wrecked. But they're 4 wounds each, I think. Let me
They
just
are.
check.
So I did 3-3-1 over here, and was just keeping track.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Alright, so I have 7 left.
And rolling dice.
Okay.
I took all the dice for no reason. Sorry.
Yeah, that's really good. Those kinds of little things start to really matter.
Yeah. These other 2s as well. So 6, and I need to roll 6s. I roll 1, so I'm gonna lose 5 total. So kill the 1 guy.
2, and then you'll have 1
2
left.
guys with 1 left, or
So hold on. It
So
was, and
7,
then we have to do
1.
5 more. So 1, 2, 3 knocks that out. 4, 5. That's the unit, right?
is it damage 1 or 2?
Damage 1.
Don't I?
So,
I thought I.
he took
lost?
7 the first one, right? So I went with
Yeah.
this has 1 remaining. This has 1 remaining. This has 3 remaining. He did 5. 1, 2, 3,
Oh,
4,
you've
5.
done wounds taken.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, yeah, I'm done. 100%. I thought it was the other way.
No, it's okay. It's just the math is the same, right?
Yep. Okay.
So they got swung.
Okay.
Cool.
And then what I do with activation tokens that are done is I just flip them from next to my pile.
Gotcha.
And these hunters have hunted their last hunt.
They did good. Alright.
It is your activation.
Yes, it is.
Do you like that mind action?
Yeah, that's good.
It has an X-ray emitter, so it's just like cooking and damaging things around it with high power.
I'm looking for your cancer, and I found some, so I had to remove it. Was it okay with you if I did that?
Dude, are you ready for this 30-second full body X-ray?
Oh, yeah.
It's a body scan.
It's quite invasive.
It is.
Indeed.
You just move them.
I think I may just.
Not blocking him. No piling after.
Alright, I think I'm just gonna have my little guy. So, second activation, we're gonna drop it there. I think I'm just gonna have him shoot you right now.
Okay.
3 shots. You're minus 6-inch range because you have 1 adaptation,
Yep.
which is totally fine right now. I'm just gonna bonk you real quick. It's gonna be 3 hits. These rend and are inherently 2 damage.
Okay. So I make no saves.
So 1 damage applied. Here you go.
Yep,
Here's 3
so
ones.
everybody's got one.
Everybody's got
Here you
one?
go.
Yep.
And my next 2 actions.
It's a great song.
Yes. My next.
Actually, no, I hate that song.
Here's another adaptation token.
I want no wounds, thanks.
Oh, no scrubs, no wounds.
Yeah.
No, I don't want no wounds.
Okay. And I'm now minus 1 hit in combat as well, right?
Nope, just -1 to hit.
Just minus 1 to hit, right? So my next 2 actions are going to be to engage them. And we're going to get in there pretty easily. I'm just going to go right here and get within 2 inches of these 3 guys. Sure. And 4 attacks.
Hitting on force.
So it'll be 2.
Yep. Looking for force.
Alright.
An absurdly bad roll for them to live.
And that's okay.
Okay, so then we take it 3.
Right. And they want to be on the. If they can get.
Cool.
You can be closer here.
I'm trying to get him to engage. So can the knob get?
All right.
over
Your activation.
the line? The knob, not the board.
Not to get fully over.
So.
What does blinded do?
So blinded, basically it does whatever it says there. It's you choose take the action. I believe that it applies a -1 to hit for that unit until they scrub the ailment.
Okay.
You can leave combat and
I believe that Danny should bring some amusement to the stream. Do you want to, correcting for the swear word, do you want to share what Paul has said about you in the
Yeah, sure.
chat?
Okay. Yep. So Paul Winters.
Not likely. But it's only 4 attacks. So.
Paul Winters. After this last
Hot sauce eating
this
contest?
last hot sauce eating contest from last night has named my
Nickname.
my anus. We'll go full scientific name here.
And then,
The mixtape,
if there's room, I'd like the
because
knob
it is on
slightly
fire.
to the left.
Which is false. I just had to take Tums this morning. I had a little heartburn, but I didn't go all out, guys.
How many levels did you make it?
I went all the way through the levels, but in the tiebreaker, I'm like, yeah, no thanks.
Okay.
If we're going to name an asshole, excuse me, a butthole,
Yes.
shouldn't it be Michael's butthole?
Yeah, it might be.
Yes.
I would go with Michael or Tanner, sleepy boy over there.
Tanner's happy to be here. Let's say.
I think Tanner's actually having the most fun of everybody here.
He might be. He very well might. He very well may be.
You very well.
All right. So. All right. Here's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll activate these guys. They'll disengage. That's the action name.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
Cost
And that
two.
costs 2.
Yep.
Does.
Nice.
So they'll move. They'll
So you
disengage,
can't disengage and engage.
and then they'll shoot you.
Well, yeah. I mean, theoretically, there is a unit that could. There's something that has 4 AP.
Okay,
one
then,
unit
then
in
they
the
totally
game.
can. But
A
most cannot.
queenling could disengage and then engage. But she has the most AP in the game.
So High Fleet Kraken, got it.
So many cute moves you get to make with that thing.
Good.
Oops. Imagine Tyranids would be good.
Did me hitting him in combat and killing one dude give him a 3rd activation blow?
No, because when the activation tokens are assigned after
Not activation, the 3rd
adaptation, yeah.
adaptation.
So the way it works is the unit has to be done with its activation, then you apply the activation.
Got it. So the fact that
So you don't get to melee swing out of
Got it. So if one unit shoots and hits, then got it.
Correct.
Alright, cool.
The most you can get in being from a single unit hitting you is 1.
Alright.
Okay. So
I'm getting shot.
It takes a little time to adapt.
I need 4 more dice, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh god, wait, these things do a lot?
They shoot 3 shots each.
Yeah. I was hoping for that.
So hit on 4s normally, but goes to 5s because of your
My shenanigans.
stupid abilities.
Don't mind if I. Not bad though.
So just 4, and they're whatever you say.
Alright, my save is a 3+.
Okay.
On my predation pod. I will fail one of them, so I will have a 3 remaining. I'll just mark what I've got left.
And that's my activation.
Okay. So. And I can only shoot once no matter how hard I try.
Correct.
Yesterday after.
Doesn't even matter how hard you try.
Alright, so I'm going to take an activation, drop it there, and I'm going to aim,
Yep.
then I'm going to shoot,
Okay.
and I have 3 shots.
I just realized something too. Go ahead, no. I'm making notes for FAQs and stuff.
My question is it better to... No, I think it's better to not aim, and I'm just going to shoot and engage again.
Okay.
We're just going to kind of headbutt a couple times.
Sounds good.
Actually no, we're going to aim and shoot. So aim, shoot. So, rerolling 1s, well, was still the right choice, is going to be 2, these have rend. Just one.
I'll lose 1.
Alright. And its damage 2 goes to 1, so just bump
And
it
here's
to
your
3.
adaptation 3 token.
Yep.
Alright, and then it will cook.
Yep.
Rerolling wounds. 3 dead, 1 play 6+.
Alright.
No, it's copy.
Yep.
So 4 dead. Yeah, I'll lose 4. Leave 1 on the objective. And
Let's
he's
see
on the
here.
objective, so he'll hold it. Oh, but you can pile on. I can pile in. Yeah, remove 4. And
Oh no, you can take the adaptation 1s off there. We have an adaptation 3 token.
Oh,
got it.
Yeah, this is as far as you could possibly move.
Okay, so just remove, leave.
Max value. Maximum value.
They are fully adapted to the shenanigans you're doing.
Shenanigans.
Yes.
I feel like I chose well on my army.
Oh
I like
yeah,
this.
you are a
I-
Batra.
Yeah, this.
Although you might like Hex. You
I
might
did-
enjoy. You might enjoy the aggression.
I do sometimes.
I will tell you what my favorite one was, John, and it was absolutely the Batra.
Okay.
We played.
So we'll do activation. We'll activate these guys.
I'm gonna be honest. I think next Charity Hammer, Danny's gonna specifically request to not be in the same room as me.
What? No. Why would I do that?
don't have any comment anymore with you.
I just keep not letting him play with his toys.
That is sad.
It is. It's,
When I hear that with Gus, he gets really mad at me.
yeah. Well.
Then he goes in the pond. You have to clean him.
Yeah.
Ah. Oh no.
He knows what's up.
Don't go in the pond, Danny.
Pretty much gold.
I like the pond though.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
That's where all the mosquitoes live, right there.
Okay. Go ahead.
He stays moist.
You got 5.
That's how he stays.
Moist Tuesday.
I wallow in there, and it helps my skin and keeps me from getting sunburned, much like a hippo.
Regenerates it.
Fantastic.
Time is about 45 minutes or 40 minutes.
It's,
A hippopotame, David?
hey,
A
they're
hippopotame?
an amazing animal, actually.
Can you give me a 10-minute
I
warning?
think you heard about this.
Thank you.
So activation here.
I heard.
They're gonna move once with
look.
my stuff. Just
Do you know how I feel about puns? It's not positive.
Oh, you don't actually like them?
No.
What?
Okay.
I thought you did. That's why
I
I'm
thought you.
making puns.
I
this whole
thought
time.
you. I thought.
I thought that's why you were making puns
No,
this time, because
I thought we were sharing a moment, Danny. I didn't know you hated them.
Danny, I genuinely thought you were just doing
I
that
don't
classic
understand why
pun
Danny's
thing.
thinking this.
Yeah, that was very pun intentional.
Yeah, no, I wasn't doing it to give you.
Ah, the pain in his face right now. All right,
I
this
wasn't
is
doing
the
it. I thought you liked it.
Scooby move.
Okay.
it's fine.
How fast is Big Blue move?
16.
What?
No.
It's 10. It's 10.
Okay. Like, sir. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and put these guys exactly 21 and a half inches away from him.
Yeah.
Do you know if John's picking up the copy?
I'm not.
He's waiting for me to come pick him up at 9 o'clock while he's sleeping, so I would imagine no. If
Do you remember it's at 8:15? Is that what time it's at?
yeah, usually I think, but it's like the Starbucks is just like right down the hill.
I know we should send someone to get it.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
It's 8:25 now.
Um,
You know what it is?
And then I gotta have my guys actually.
Do you know what Starbucks? Do you know what Starbucks it is?
Yeah. John posted it in the charity hammer chat. Let me find it.
In what corner?
There's a charity hammer chat?
Yeah.
On Facebook, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I
you have-
am.
You have cash for that.
I'm happy with that movement, and the other 3 actions they normally take are just not happening because I like cloaks. They're also very wounded. Let's bring.
I
this
wanna
along for the
I wanna talk about a cool mechanic.
It's the
while he's
Mount
walked over there for a second.
Vernon Hagen
So
store?
something interesting in this game, John,
Okay,
is
perfect.
army list building.
Cool.
Yes.
You don't build a list. If you have a full roster, you take 15 units in a roster, and before the game starts, there's a roster exchange. You look at each other's things, and you build your points total of army on the fly.
Cool.
So you could put things in there to deal with particular matchups. Like
So
if
he
I
may
were,
take extra artillery, and whenever he plays,
I would maybe do 3 annihilators against the Botron, right?
Yeah, no, I would hate that.
Yeah. That,
One was a very good number for me. Actually, it wasn't. This
Whereas
thing
you
just
might
got
you might dump high on hunters
Yeah.
because they're high value against into the entropic fields.
exactly.
You
Okay.
have cash.
Do you want anything special?
Okay, sorry. So they moved. They cloaked.
They were already cloaked. I moved, and I just wasted my other 3 actions.
Okay.
I did my little like scout move cloak, and I'm like, I actually don't want to get any closer.
That's fair. I get it.
Yeah.
You're a coward.
Well,
That's the Batra when we're.
yeah. Honestly, I know what I'm doing here.
Hippity hoppity, get off of my property.
Okay,
How cool is the cloak mechanic, John?
If he only has allowed 1 artillery piece, it's a little broken. I can see where the roster mechanic that he talked about makes this a lot more interesting in the game.
I think that's the.
However, I am, by my nature, absolutely a coward. 100% to the core.
One. It wasn't worth it.
For that.
Second screen.
Okay. Ooh, here comes the obliterator.
Here comes the
It
boy.
does 1. Excellent. Excellent.
So move to here. That's my first action, and then I'll take cover with my second action.
Goes off 1 and 8.
Okay.
3.
Ready. Let's get froggy. Alright, I'm going to activate this unit a second time. And they're going to move because of the Thunder 9 of him. Then I'm going to move, and then I'm going to engage. I'm about 21 and a half away. So that'll get me about half an inch away. And that is the number I wanted. There we go. Yep. So I'm just going to do it all. Okay. So 7, 7, 7. Just go. Boink, boink.
I want to punch you.
This. Keep in mind that 2 of them have a single wound remaining.
Okay.
I got hit by 3 damage, boys. And now I get a 2-inch little.
Nope. Not during engage.
Oh, so
Only
do you want me
of them
to?
get swing.
Oh wow, I'm so bad at pre-measuring. Okay. All right. Okay.
All right, and I'll remove this cloak token for you, just so
Oh, yeah, yeah,
we're
yeah,
aware
yeah.
of what's happening here.
Danny's so happy not to see that token.
Oh man.
You know, the realm does have a lot of artillery, if that makes you feel
That does make me happy.
better. Although 3 annihilators change.
Then it's just like the
Yeah.
prospect of shooting frogs just.
And you didn't hear this, so I wanted to explain So army building in this game is a little different than 40k. You don't actually build a list if you have the models. Usually you build a roster of 15 units. And prior to the game, you would do a roster exchange and then build your points total at that fly. So you can counter each other a little bit. with
Oh,
what
that's
they're
cool.
building.
So you can just put 3 artilleries in your roster, and when you see that you're
Correct.
playing me, you're like, yep, all guns.
Yeah.
And then he's like, I'm going to take a bunch of hunters because 1 damage AP is perfect against you. That's exactly the value I'm looking for.
Yes.
What are the stats on their melee weapons?
Damage 1, but they have range.
No, they're 3 damage. So they're not
Oh, those are not
supposed
the.
to. Nope, those are stalkers.
I may have rolled too many dice. Though.
It's okay.
Oh.
Yeah, because things.
Well, if
things
we
are
have 3
different.
damage, that's fine. Whatever.
Yeah,
It doesn't
you
matter.
probably rolled too many dice.
Almost certainly. All right. Oh, they make 2 attacks.
4 plus 6.
I think I rolled too many dice.
Okay.
So let's
Yep.
do it again.
Let's just try that again. Much worse plan than I thought. All right, hitting on 2s.
Yep.
Hup. 4. These are armor piercing, and they're normally damage 3.
Okay. So damage 2. I need 6s to save. I'll save 1.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
So, now, this is important to do. You have models within 3 inches, and you are a character. You can allocate.
Oh,
That's a
that's fine.
character?
I'm gonna
Yes.
I'm gonna take him on him. That's fine.
Okay, that's fine. So he takes his 6 so
Okay.
far.
Oh, those frogs are so
That's it, right?
Oh,
So
God.
3. So 15, 6 is 9. So this is what you're at so far. He does get to swing again because you had that, right? Or do you tapped out?
Nope.
No, that's it.
I'm done.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, no,
And here's your adaptation token.
I chose poorly.
He
But I
chose-
learned.
He chose violence, but
I
mistakes
chose-
were made.
yeah,
and the
mistakes were
mind
made.
is like, you know what I love doing? I love rolling.
No,
eight
no,
dice
no.
against you.
We're scanning.
Checking for cancer. Cancer found every time. There's someone healthy.
We're just trying to help you.
No,
All right.
they're really not.
Okay.
Now priority.
Prioritized. It costs 1.
Yeah. Does it? Ouch. And does that affect melee?
It does. It's reroll hit rolls, so it doesn't care.
Okay.
I don't think I need to.
No, you're hitting
Yeah,
on
yeah.
2s.
All right. So 6 with
You need
18.
6s. Yep.
What's the damage on this?
Just one each.
So I need A6 to have a goon. Nope. I mean, I had 4-ups. Did not help.
1.
Oh no.
5 and 6.
Oh
My
no.
mind.
Yep, you might
Cancer detected and eliminated.
Oh, okay. I need one of those on him. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, you can't do
Hey,
it.
you did detect the cancer and eliminate
I
it.
did.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Very sporting of you.
And that's a 3-inch range for that slough. That slough off.
Yes. Yep.
Are we not doing phrasing anymore?
No.
No.
No, you're not.
So,
At no point, to be clear.
Thursday 4, he'll go there. Okay. First volley. Oh, thinking 3 roll once. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I see the problem.
You see the flaw inherent in
Yeah.
the system.
Yes, I know. I see what I have done, and I see why I shouldn't have.
Like the stalkers, the huntmaster gets them all worked up. They're running there.
Yeah. I was thinking those are my 15 attack boys, and I was like, okay. It's like I go in there and I shouldn't kill it, but I'm gonna like really make it easy to kill later.
So explosion.
And it turns out that's not what happened at all.
No. I mean, 9 left is much better than 15 left,
True.
but there are layers to that. There are multiple degrees.
The guys inside here are cloaked.
They're not.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I did the thing where I uncloaked them and then shot and got in to keep me hidden for 1 turn. So
They
my
can't
turn.
cover, so it doesn't.
No, yeah, I know. I'm just trying to decide where I can go where I'm not going to get locked.
Oh, okay.
Beast snag is only interesting.
I can move 10.
Yeah. You're pretty sprightly.
Yeah, here. Hold on.
You're a big old walker.
Yep.
Let's move.
Who's coming out of your list?
The paintball.
And you can see the second and third rounds go faster,
weird-
especially because you guys know what's up.
I like
This game is designed to play in 90 minutes usually. Most people know what's up.
Here we go.
Alright, so 9 wounds on this boy. He's the one who makes 2 shots, and they're damage 4.
Yep.
With
What are his other range things?
That's it.
That's it.
Just this.
Okay, and he moves 10?
He does.
Alright, because I'm probably uncloaking because I gotta, like, play with you. Against my best wishes.
I'm sorry, John.
No. This is fine. Like Danny deserves to play the game too. It's not just me.
Thank you for deigning to allow me to play, John. I appreciate
Don't-
it.
Magnanimous.
Don't think of this as a habit or a trend. Just once. Alright. And this moves 10. Moves 10.
It moves 10, yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna sit about 11 and a half away so that it's not just one charge into me. Basically, I want you to punch me or shoot me. Both is way too much.
That's right.
So this is a move and an uncloak.
Yep.
But it only counts as one. Let's put an activation down as well. So I have 2 actions left. I think the first one is going to be. I'm at the minus range. His shortest range is 18, so 11 and a half means everything can shoot him.
Should be good, yeah.
The one question is, do I want to aim and then shoot, or disembark and then shoot? And I think that I'm going to shoot without aiming. Because if this goes horribly, instead of disembarking, I might go. Alright.
Okay, so that's flat 3 twice. Okay. And then
Exactly that.
4.
And there's Zoidberg right out of there.
And
Frogberg.
5, 6.
Alright, so let's double check the stats on my Venator Hull. So I'm gonna roll so he's got 9 left. I'm gonna roll the first 2 guns together for time because frankly there's nothing else I can show.
Okay.
Or that I would want to. Yeah, no, we're just doing the first 2.
You know what I should have done? I should have done 6 and 6.
None of these rends, so yep,
And that's
nothing.
just for application, so
That's more damage than I've ever seen him do. Something with damage.
And he will hit on a 3+ here, so you're the first 12. So it looks like a clean 7.
Okay. And these are just normal saves?
These are normal saves, and they are normally damaged too.
If you want to sign, it would be a good time to do so.
And how much damage are these?
They're 2 damage. Yep.
So it goes to 1?
Goes to 1.
Alright.
Do 3 mortals
Um,
and another toughness.
let's see. He's got 10 wounds.
Mr. Nadavani.
3+. And this doesn't trigger my adaptation if I slough ones off on the guy, right?
If they take
That's
damage.
if they take damage.
So if something takes damage, they adapt. Does that mean that what you should do is put 1 wound on every single thing so that they all immediately adapt?
Yeah, so you have to start really hyper focusing.
That's really annoying. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Oh, Danny has tricks too.
All
I
right,
like to spend our last
so
turn.
so we'll do 4 onto him.
Sure.
He takes 1.
So normally goes. So,
So
At
2
9
goes to
already?
1, and then the 3 on him. He's fine.
But keep in mind, it is locked to the single activation's worth of things. So the most you can do is like, yeah, I guess if you, no one Shiva blasts this thing into the heart of all that stuff because they know better now.
Yeah.
But what will typically happen is like maybe they'll
Every
have 1
single
or 2
thing takes
units.
1 move.
Yeah. Well, at least, yeah, exactly. Or sometimes I've seen people try to game it and mess it up. They'll make their save and not get the adaptation token.
Right.
Got it.
So you have to kind of, you're like, I want to nickel and dime it, but
Yeah.
like there's a secondary called Weaken Them that no one will take against Knife Edge.
Sure.
Do 1 wound to multiple units. That's like the worst thing you can possibly do.
Yeah. No, I didn't really plan
No.
on that. Okay. Oof.
And then did you take any damage here?
No,
I made
that's
all
all my
mistakes.
saves.
And so no adaptation.
So.
But you still have your pulse array.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if I may not do something better with my life. Because it wasn't that. Ugh. So I'm just. And the pass level is 3, so you basically have that one guy there.
Yep.
So he's already. They've both already taken. No, he hasn't taken damage. So honestly, I think I'm just gonna shoot him.
Okay.
Because he's the only thing adapting right now.
Yeah, sure.
So, where's your measuring tape? I'm gonna make sure you have range.
40.
Oh, that's 40.
Yeah.
You're fine with that. Yep.
Do you have 34 though?
Oh yeah, good call. 5.
All right.
No.
And they are mine. He is -1
Oh yeah.
because
So
he has
this is
cover.
Oh, he's covered. Yeah, he does. Okay. 4.
4 hits. Looking for 3s.
This. Yeah. All right. So normally 2 damage goes to 1.
Okay.
So can I have a 1?
Yeah, of course.
He gets 4 to the wall.
So he's got
4 hits.
7 left. Good boy.
That's the wall.
Okay. So now I can either disembark or skedoodle. What's the range on his
Big gun. It's like
30?
30 or 40. It's long.
Oh, put him here. Oh, and here.
30.
Oh, yeah, here.
I'm not getting out of that. For just being objective here. I think we're gonna get the Froggy Boys out and hope that he only kills one of these 2 things this turn.
So 2 wounds on him.
That's my plan, and I'm
Have you
sticking
got
to
the
it.
punch anything with the super crazy post combat farm yet?
I have.
And then
He
do
hyper
not.
blundered something with some hunters.
Yes.
Fantastic.
3 hits.
Super crippled?
Oh, right. Oh, no, doesn't matter. They don't do great.
Hippity hoppity, I'll mess you up properly.
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
can't claim cover right now, so it doesn't matter.
Correct.
But it's the thought that counts.
Seven, yes.
And is the Destructor still alive or fell over? Okay. Oh no, no, only your Obliterator.
Obliterator is still alive.
Destructor got
Yeah,
destroyed.
that's on the list.
So-
Now
So
that's
it's like
interesting.
having, like, a
This is
great
quite a little.
Back out of here and.
We will need this.
Yeah.
That will help you.
Getting out for.
This is getting interesting. It's getting a little
Okay,
spicy.
here's what I'm doing.
All right.
So we'll activate him. He's gonna aim. Get rid of cover because I'm also gonna move after this, and then I'll shoot the Battletoads there.
Okay. Hitting on threes. Three rolling ones. The cool thing about the Obliterator is it ignores all modifiers.
That's cool.
It just hits.
So here's the first gun. So 2, and those
no
are
AP.
no, these are not.
Just threes.
Make both.
And then we'll try again. The second gun.
Shoot.
2 hits.
Yeah, so like a rule.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, just 2
No,
hits.
it's no wound.
Yeah.
All right. So threes. What is the damage on this? Doesn't matter.
2 piece.
Is this your
Good.
rule? No, my.
Okay.
All right.
And then I will.
Somebody stole my chair, that's what it is. I wasn't just being
So you aimed once, then you shot, and now you're moving.
Look at
Yeah,
mine,
cool.
actually, it's just an ability. Just
Um.
like this.
Is it a heavy?
It's,
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna
so I
put
think I
him
can just shoot it if I back out of
like
the
this.
It's time to open, it's time to open the door. for jump through.
Right.
I think that's what I need to do.
It's
That's
right.
fine.
I just wanna make sure, I don't want you.
17 days ago, Rich?
Yeah, cool. That's good.
Activation is going on Friars.
Mhm.
So they're gonna immediately move thanks to him.
And
Yeah.
it says nothing about falling back into combat.
So 7. Can you just like put a finger there?
Yeah.
Thanks. Do. Does that get me within 8 of that boy?
Stomp 'em as well.
Probably.
And then this is last turn, and so he can charge it, he needs to.
Oh man.
If it's no, it's no. Like it's very okay.
Oh wow.
It's all right because we have plans for this. So we're going here
Long charge, he's gonna feed
and here, and I think I'm gonna. So that was a free one for my Huntmaster,
Yep.
and yeah, I'll keep that with them. They're not cloaked or anything. So I think I'm gonna spend 2 actions to charge this boy,
Yep.
and then if I'm right here and I did spend my last action to fight, can I bonk him?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. So don't call it a plan, but
Smite here.
totally what I meant still. All right, so we're swinging around the mountain, and I think that'll get all 6 guys to hit this thing. And this thing's scary, so I would like to.
I have 2 knives over there anyway.
So 7, we're gonna come in here.
3, 2, catalyst.
How you feeling about everything, Tyler?
Take them both. I mean, the knife are bringing enlightenment to everyone, so this is a great game.
Okay, so.
So many things have been enlightened.
The first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
so when I do my 1 action fight, if I'm already engaged, because I have one action left after this, I make a 2-inch move, and I make the melee action. I then need to be within 1 inch to swing.
Correct.
So basically, I need to make sure that I end this within 3. So I'm gonna come a little farther on these guys, just make sure that 2 of them are within 3, because this unit's dead no matter what. So we might as well, get some value out of it.
Okay.
So
If you survive.
we're gonna have all 3 of them hit this point.
It's only 6 inches.
At least they're 2 damage, but it was only 6 swings.
It is only 6 swings. Well, I figured standing in front of him was the worst. It was the dark.
Typically just waiting for the Nightfall to do their thing, not the play for Bonka.
That was the bomb.
I mean,
No, that's the best way.
Very similar. There's so many rules.
Everyone should be doing
Mine is the first one.
All right, so that'll be 5 in these
Okay,
have
so
range.
then
Okay.
I will start shooting.
6s.
Start in
That's enough to
so
keep
take
you
6,
alive.
Down to 1,
Curse your metal body.
and I'll add out.
At the end of my
Well, it's
activation.
at the end of his activation.
Yeah. Okay, so now.
now he has question. Now you have choices.
Well, what I think I'm gonna end up doing
Let's get into it.
is 2 here, and the last gun's gonna go there, and that just need to be enough.
Okay.
So we're gonna go in, and it'll be my
Here's
action.
a question. Do you technically allocate each guy individually? Because you may want to do that
Oh,
here. So
I do
that's
do one at
going
a
to be
time.
important.
All right, so the first guy who doesn't have a choice is gonna hit 1 with McGee.
Cool.
And I'm still on 2s because you haven't adapted yet.
Correct.
So that's 2. Ready,
Roll a
boys?
double 6.
Boxcars.
Or don't. Okay. And now the other 2 are just gonna hit big boy, which cannot kill him, but will make me feel better. Maybe. That's all 4. And these do red. Okay. So that'll be 6 total because normally 3 goes to 2.
And now you're -1.
Okay. Well, that's all the stuff. Can I cloak while I'm in combat? Not that I want to, but just theoretically.
I don't see why not.
Okay.
It doesn't hurt anything to do it.
Yeah, I mean,
It just
obviously,
means you can't do
I'll still
anything
get
else.
punched, and it takes an action.
Oh, it takes an action point, and then you can't melee anymore or anything
Yeah,
like that. So. Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't.
I just
want
never
to.
saw a scenario where that would like make sense.
Really, just be if I like charge something weak and just want to be close.
Or you get 2 things in combat, one finishes off. I don't know. It's it's kind of.
Yeah, that's true. If I was like, if I charge something and was planning on someone else charging it to kill it, maybe I would cloak the first unit that was in instead of fighting twice.
Sure.
So I would get multiple. Yeah, just thinking. Okay.
Okay.
Good information.
So can I have an activation token?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. All right. So we're gonna
I
activate.
already do 7 activations. Holy goodness. We've been
Because
speeding
we're
here.
playing
Now
land
we're
too, yeah.
speeding up here. Okay.
And I see this trend as people play. Round 1's a little slow, and then they just start understanding and
Yep.
making
So first action for these guys is going to be to engage.
Alright, we're gonna find out what they do. So,
they punch.
how many of these little skitter bots are gonna get me?
Looks like you might get 3 in there.
But then you'll have an action left.
I think it's probably only going to be 2.
Okay.
Oh.
But then he'll melee.
Yeah, he'll do a melee action very soon, and that will probably be all 5. It will probably be worse than 2.
Also brings them closer to the mind as well.
It does have multiple problems.
It does all the things.
Yeah, it does. It has multiple problems.
All right. So 2 of them will get 8 attacks.
And they hit on 3s these days.
Okay, so 7 -1 to your save,
So 4 ups.
Okay.
but they're 1 damage.
I will fail 3 of these, and I'll take 4. I will fail 4 of these. Thank you.
Yep.
And
I'll
I
just
will-
keep track of them like.
Yeah, I'll just do all 3 of them. Take a one. I think that's the best.
So yep. So 2, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Plus
I just-
Oh yeah, I
plus
did
one.
one to sword. Yeah, I
And
kept
then
thinking
now
around
you get
number.
to do.
Yeah. Now I do my filing.
And this will hurt more. Alright.
Yeah, you can get everyone in. Actually, he may.
Here,
be
what
out.
I'm going to do is I'm going to prop this guy up like
Okay,
this.
perfect.
and
There we
I'm
go.
gonna-
Yeah, they'll all punch me. Skitter stare.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
And they should.
Oh, you're right. I have 1. So I can spend it. So so he'll just go in,
Stocks.
and then
Indeed.
he
These are 3s.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a lot. But I got 4+ against this.
Yep.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I'm gonna fail 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kills the unit. Exactly.
I know. Looking good. Oh, I saw 5. I was like,
Does.
He will charge them.
That is,
Don't have like an answer to that.
that's still math.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Ow. I'm getting skittered on it. Alright, so I'm out of infantry now. I've used all 3 of those. This little skitter bots are doing work over here.
You know, sterilizers pretty strong.
Yep.
They do live up to their name.
I see the problem. I really do. And as long as those things are there, he can just pass off.
Correct.
For 3 hits.
Your
Alright.
Huntmaster has the same ability. He's just been giving out free.
Yeah, no,
He's just
I know.
being efficient the entire game.
Alright.
Here, would you like to save AP? Here, do. I'll save you 4 AP
So
in a
it
game.
doesn't look
5
like
AP.
I'm getting the kill more this time. Okay. So I think what I'm gonna do. These guys are.
They're still like
I'm looking at their number. They're at 3. So they're at +1 save and I've just been chipping.
Oh yeah, they've got the whole deal.
Alright, so I think what I'm doing is tossing this here. So
Yep.
my first action is gonna be to shoot.
Yep. Use your overloaded turrets.
Yep. So I'm gonna shoot now.
Okay, where would you like them?
Honestly, I really want to shoot the big guy, but I feel like I might as well shoot the skitter bots because like it's an automatic pass off, right?
Why give more potential adaptation to it?
Yeah. Can you pass to anyone besides the skitter bots?
Not right now.
Okay. So there's no real difference. It's just you making the choice if I shoot the big guy, whereas I'm making the choice otherwise. Do you choose how many you pass off, or do you just roll them one at a time?
Yeah.
Like,
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah,
Well, I
you
know
do.
who
You
does.
do allocate damage one at a
It turns
time.
out.
Yeah.
So if you're ever have a question about something, if it would favor the attacker or the defender, pick defender.
Okay, pretty much. Alright, that's a good rule of thumb.
Yep.
Alright, so what I think I'm gonna do is, because I'm short ranged here, I'm gonna put my, so I'm gonna shoot these each twice. So basically I have 24 shots for these things. So I'm just gonna start dumping them into the skitter box in front of me.
Okay, so
Those are
here's so
scary.
this is the first AP using overloaded turrets into the steering box.
Yes. So this is my first action.
Yep.
So the first one, shooting twice into them,
Hitting on
is on 3s. That looks like 8.
And then needing 4s.
Yep, and these don't have our armor penetration. All of these dice.
And they're reduced to 1 damage due to tropic.
Yeah, it's gonna take, but it's the thought that counts.
Forms.
So we're on the tie on that.
So that was good.
That was good.
You get it.
So 2 of them take 1 damage.
Alright, well, we're gonna do the entire thing again.
Yep.
Skitter.
So now you're in your shooting phase.
No, this is. I have 2 guys.
Oh, and you
I'm shooting
fire.
them twice because my first shot and I haven't moved. My first
Well,
action.
you have 2 tri-phase. They're 6 apiece, right?
Yeah.
So you just rolled 12 dice for your first one.
Yep.
That's your overloaded turrets. That action is done. Your next action has begun.
Oh, wait.
Overload turrets only is the tri-phase, and if you could do it if it's your first action.
Well, then, in that case, why wouldn't I just shoot both of my little guns and my big gun?
What do you mean?
Okay, so.
So the overload turrets doesn't let you shoot the pulse ray. It's only the little thing, only the 2 tri-phase, and only if it's its first activation.
Oh, so this doesn't count. Oh, that's
No,
the
you still get
strength.
to shoot.
The strength is that I still get to shoot.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, this now makes sense.
Yep.
Okay,
100%.
so.
Can we wrap this up in a couple minutes?
Of course.
Yes, we can.
This will be the end. We won't do
Okay.
round.
Okay.
Good
Got it.
morning. Thank you.
So I just did 2 wounds on that. Oh, okay, so I'm going to do it. See that.
But you could now aim now if you wanted to as well, right? Or you could
Yeah. What I was planning to do is shoot the tank with my first activation, and then I can then I was thinking I was just going to move and cloak, because I want to back up.
You could also shoot and cloak.
Yeah, but
But the
shooting and
sterilizers
cloaking
are
I'm literally right in front of. That sounds terrible. I've already observed, and I've seen enough. Okay, so I think I'm gonna do is, if it's okay, instead of doing that, I'm just gonna shoot first.
Yep.
Okay.
So I'll just do a normal shoot, not my normal action. I'm gonna put the big gun here, and then I'm gonna probably move cloak.
Okay, so fire your pulse ray.
Alright, so pulse array is 8 shots here, and I'm -1 to hit because they are on level 3, which is very, very bad. So it'll be 2.
Okay. So they have +1 save. Is this armor? Is this armor damage? Alright.
Nope.
So
Yeah, I
3.
needed that second screen
I'll lose
off,
one.
and I get him. I'll find you.
And is there any adaptation besides?
Nope.
So I'm then going to cloak and then move.
Now we're
Okay.
He's gonna go first. He's it.
And then there you
That's a good help.
Yep. That's exactly what I want.
go. And here's your turn.
You've done it.
Boom, boom, boom,
I
boom,
solved the
boom.
mystery.
They move how fast?
8.
So it's like here. So you could engage me, I'd have to spend 2 to fall back, which would be a giant pain. You wouldn't hit me with a lot of stuff, and that would be another activation on them, and I need them to stop doing that. So we're just gonna scuttle over here. So right there. And I think you'll be able to charge me and hit me with several of them, but not the whole unit. And that's gonna have to be enough. I have points tied into being over there, so that's right.
Okay. And let's go ahead and we only have a few actions left. Let's go ahead and talk about it at this point, so we can give them their table back. Yeah. So what was the last thing we were gonna do? Just out of curiosity.
Pretty much my plan was to try and get on as many different objectives on my last activation. So these guys I kind of want to just line up here.
Yeah.
These guys are going to move,
Yep.
so that way I'm going to get full points for
Killmore and Holdmore.
for Killmore, Holdmore, and then I'm going to get the secondary for moving all my guys and keeping guys in my deployment zone.
Yep. So
Yeah.
you would have tied it up probably in this
Yeah,
round.
we've been really close, yeah.
Yeah.
In
Excellent.
that 3rd round, I ain't looking pretty for John.
Right.
Yeah, my realistic goal, I don't think I've killed a unit yet.
You won't be able to get on that. Yeah.
This turn?
Yeah, I don't believe so. No, I
You got the flyer.
I also got the big guy in the very first go.
No.
So I've already gotten
that's
2,
true.
and you've gotten 2. So what I'd probably want to do, because I'd probably lose 1 more, I think what I'd probably try to do is come have him jump over, kill this,
Yeah.
just to
Which
try
you
to
would
get
do.
myself a 3rd kill and
Sure.
an objective. And then I think my last one would probably be to skitter that guy back there, uncloak and shoot a little more just to get my breach to the line, and then hold on to a couple objectives. Sure. Okay. Very cool.
Anyway, I'm
Absolutely. Fun.
I'm glad that you had a good time.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this. I like my froggy list.
If folks on there are interested, we have a nice Discord that you can reach at outwardrealms.com.
It's really good and active.
It is quite active. And we still have the last chance orders available on, if you go to, the Kickstarter link is on outwardrealms.com. If you click on it, there's a link that will take you to the last chance store, so you can still get in on the pre-order action for those interested. But thanks for joining us and watching everything.
Yeah.
And thanks to you two for playing the game.
Yeah, thank you for walking us through.
Yeah, that was really fun.
And I think if you guys played again, you'd have a much more dynamic.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, this was still dynamic, but I mean, you would know what's going on.
Where should I put them on? It's just on.
Just over there.
Nick, are you playing now? Okay.
Oh, did you like the Nightfall, Danny?
Oh yeah.
Especially if I get more of those artillery guys. Yep. Yeah, that's a lot of big boys. Hey, good luck, Nick. No, that's cool. No, yeah. No, man, if I only lose to the loser, then that makes me a winner, kind of. Yeah, no, just let me do my logic.
You don't have any more deep quests, right?
No, thank you, bye.
We did one job, now what, get lost?
Now I gotta go see. I can't just sit here.
They're in here. I'm just sure
I think I put those on my page.
There's no way.
Oh, yeah.
Even, there's no way. Okay?
Yeah, I figured, right?
It doesn't feel good, but because the two other walls are sort of forward and staggered, it doesn't allow for any like angles to come in from the sides, because you don't have your sides for protection. But there's no like line through here or this way where you can actually get to you.
So if he's getting me, it's just with dogs, basically.
Yeah, and you can flip those out.
Are you ready for me to just deploy the line?
Yeah, absolutely. Master strategist. Deploy the line, win the roll off.
Like,
game over.
You cannot table this in one turn.
I can.
I'll do +1 to wounds, but I'll put one of them into here. As a sergeant. So these are the 3 hitting that red enter. On 2s, rolling everything that's not a 6. No 6s, so just 1. And 2 dice, please. Thank you. And then I wound on 4s, just +1 wound into the T7 one.
We're doing what?
4s, just +1 to wound. This is into the T7. So 8, 11 saves.
AP2?
4 wounds. AP2. So 5 of them ones.
Are you an assault doctor? Okay. I'm dead. I didn't blow up. That would have been hilarious.
5 attacks into the other one, aim on 2s, not 6s, rolling everything. 1, 1, 1, 6, explodes, wounding on 5s because they're tears.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa. All of them.
6 saves on your aim on.
Yeah, I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Back and forth. What? Wait, I'm alive? Why am I alive? Why is this camera in the middle here? Because I decided to start dancing in front of John. John said, I'm going to get a minute of content out of you. So I'm going to be here for probably not quite a minute because I can't count. Anyway, flipping this update right over here. Mixing some serious poo-poo shit. I don't know what's going on fully over there. Death Watch is scary. There's a lot of on the line. Their armies are like this on the front lines. Okay. Jamie went first against Ultramarines, and I don't know fully what's going on. The aim state looks funky as hell. I haven't looked in there. I haven't looked in the pool house. I'm here. Goodbye. Take care. Be brutal but cutting.
I'll try not to swear as much as I usually do.
He didn't have the stomach to stay on this video. He had
Then
to
I'm just going to sit like Jay and Silent Bob like I usually do with
Yeah, but I mean, like sometimes, like if I will sometimes like treat myself to a stream, you know, like my kid's playing Twilight, he's like reading a book or something like that, you know. I'm not even like beer or something like that, and I'll just watch it. But usually it's like I got stuff to do, and I do that.
I'm lazier than that because if I want to find out when something happens, I'll actually call.
Okay,
Be like, did anything cool happen that I want to see? And then they're like,
okay. Right now, I feel like unless it's like John and I talking to sisters, I feel like I don't know if I call one of them, a lot of times it just feels like the energy.
Then the shaman,
mostly one way.
the shaman gives us
So with John and I, it's a little more two-way. But then also having gone over to like up to their house, I went to their house last weekend, and they just like ragdolled me for 2 days straight.
Fuck.
It's cool. I brought my dog up. You know, they had fun.
Okay, so it's not bad.
But they loved it, but it was just like right now. I see how busy they are.
There's so much.
So
I just
want
don't
to
call
play.
because I feel like at that point it's like free
with
coaching call.
MSU rubric.
I do like rubric is nobody wants to lose, but man,
jumping
you
or
learn so much
rhinos with flamers, and then rubric's just
Well,
sitting back.
the reason why I went up there is
and then cleaning up.
because I feel like
we didn't look
we're
at
generally
chaplain
like,
prayers.
secondaries, my stretch feels fine.
We still have a little bit to go.
Micro feels fine.
And then I need to figure out how to play hero.
My technical combat phase and charge phase maneuvers
There's a
have gotten
30-inch
so much better than they were a
prayer
year ago.
that's minus
And
2
I've
to
clutched a
advance
lot of
charge.
games.
Yeah, you
just
pick a
with
unit,
that.
you're like, pull those demonettes.
And it does one
And-
more.
It feels like now I think I'm hitting that.
Because
that
then you can
glass ceiling
hit.
full.
Is that Curse from Sigmar?
Yes. No, Kirsten Sigmar
Ruben,
is
Parker,
Minus
Reggie, and
1
everything. I'm like, hey,
no.
why do
Every
you think
six,
my
every
strengths
6 to hit is
weaknesses,
more
what
than
you
Oh,
said,
yeah.
my playstyle. Because I don't trust myself. to
Doom
Bolt
analyze
just sucks
those
now.
Well,
years.
hold on. There might be
So
another
if I
spell
outscore
now
people
called
against a lot
Doombolt.
of speed battle,
Right?
and I know like what I
The
can stop
spell
working
now
on,
called
what I can start
Doombolt
working
is
on. And I can
cast
also
on
know like,
6,
what factions
flat
are
race synergy.
jive with how I like to
Oh,
play.
it's 100% please.
But there might
So all of them are like you're a very defensive, cagey player. Your head math is excellent. It's super rare that when you commit to shooting something, it doesn't die. They said, however, it seems like for the most part, you come out and turn.
There's this one called Baleful Devotion, which is one of the higher cast ones. It
That's kinda
seems
like,
really
okay,
good.
well,
You
let's
have to
work
pick
on
a
it.
visible unit
How do I
with
work
6
on
or more
that?
models. But this
And so I went up there, I got
D6
ragdolled for 2
equal
days
to the
straight. We also
result
tested like
of, sorry, roll a number of dice equal to the result
there
of
was
the
about
psychic
8 out of
test, which is
those.
minimum 8.
Nick was testing New
Though
York.
you can modify it.
John was testing
And
York. Plus telling us
and then
I
on a
think this
6
might be
you
a
do
spoiler for the
D3.
NHL
So it's like
Rose list.
Sigmar, Zinch's
I don't have to figure
Firestorm.
out. I played this match
And
like
then
9
there's
times.
also-
I can't crack it.
So say you cast on
We did. We're like, well, it is
unmodified.
actually hard to
Then you
spoiler,
pick
but
up 8
you go
dice.
with super major event. What are the odds?
D3 rolls. But
Unless
if
you buy
you,
Templar and they're good.
it's not unmodified.
So that was an interesting find.
It's the result of the psychic
that
test.
list
So
is
if you
super
roll
good
like
GWGG.
a 9 with Armon as a
And it
plus
turns
3
out
caster
they're
and there's
essentially,
bump it up
I
to
was.
a 12.
It turns out that when I
roll
play,
12d6, and your 6 is
I'm
your
afraid
d3
of
more
taking
rolls.
damage by material early. I'm like hyper afraid of it. I think I've just been
And
bad
then,
touched by what's
then you can do a bunch of cool stuff. You can be like, oh, my Rubik's thing, or my Rubik's thing just jumped over here.
I almost see that
behind here.
So now I'm positioning is bad.
You can like
And then what ends up
spell portal
happening is
with
I get to pull one wildly.
How does the
because I sit there, I'm great target.
D3 damage does 3? Is that only on a smite?
And I basically just tread water and wait for
Oh,
my
I don't know. I
mistake.
haven't looked at it.
And then I
And
slow down and then
actual
the game
Zeus Firestorm is just on 5.
Too late. You're down.
No, it's on 5 if you.
They're strength 3, but they always went on force poison.
Okay, force poison. Like I know that in general the tricks that you can do.
It's not that really tricky. It's just normal Dark Eldar stuff.
John, have you heard of the saddest movie of all time?
I have not.
Okay. Picture this. 1991. You were negative 17 years old. This movie comes out, okay? And they tricked us, people of my age. I'm talking about the movie My Girl. So, Macaulay Culkin, big star, just did Home Alone, smashed Joe Pesci in the face with an iron, probably killed him in real life. We've never seen him since. He's in this movie. The trailer, Dan Aykroyd, fresh off SNL, Ghostbusters, champion. Little Tubby, yeah, Coneheads, little Tubby now, very dad. He was always very dad, really. Anyway, he's playing the father, this really cute girl, and there's this boy who's her best friend, and it seems like a coming-of-age story, right? And the movie looks like it's about two friends just running around, but there's like this omen of like death because the father is like a funeral director. But you know what? It seems fine. Macaulay Culkin. Then they betrayed us. Like half an hour into this movie, people, Macaulay Culkin's running in a forest with his friend. They're having a great time. He trips on a log. Bees. Just a log full of bees. They sting him all over. John, he was allergic. He died. Okay? So picture this. 10-year-old Peter. Watching this movie with Macaulay Culkin. I'm waiting for Joe Pesci to get hit with an iron in the face. Okay? Macaulay Culkin dies in front of me. Then, next scene. There's a bunch of stuff happening. Wait, they're trying to pretend that he didn't die for the daughter because she's so sad, right? She doesn't understand death because she's young. They have the funeral because the dad's the director. She walks in, sees her dead friend on the plinth, runs up to him. Where are his glasses? He can't see without his glasses. Possibly the worst experience of my life. So I'm saying all this so you understand. Bees are the worst. Bees are terrible. Anybody, like, they're not helping us. They killed Macaulay Culkin. Jerry Seinfeld made a terrible movie with them. They're all liars because you think they're gentle little creatures, but they sting you inside your anus when you least expect it. Then you have a hard time walking
attack zone
for 2 to 3 weeks. Screw bees.
There's nothing worth taking this. Okay, terrain wise, what we got? These block.
Peter,
hello.
Tell me about Ruben's hands.
Ruben Fernandez has hands that are softer than anything you've ever touched in your entire life. Let me tell you something. Like, I don't know how I could, like, have you ever held a baby in your arms? A baby that has just been filled with talcum powder, like covered in talcum powder, not filled, that's gross. But you know, covered in talcum powder, and you're like, wow, this is a soft thing. The baby could be ugly, but you're like, this is so soft and tender. And now imagine that, and then smother that baby in margarine, and then like how slippery that would be. That is Ruben Fernandez's hands. You cannot experience something like that without being changed in your soul.
Can you show me where Ruben touched you with his soft hands?
Well, like, he just grazed my fingers the first time. And then after that, after I started calling him Butterfingers, because that is his true name, like every time we meet, he makes sure to shake my hand in the limpest way possible so that I know who among us is the alpha.
I got my secondaries. Already? Yeah. Prepared.
Okay. last and engage. And then okay, I took stranglehold, grind, fight. Yeah. Strangle grind.
I'm saying it's breachable. You can't just. It's like a realistic. So you can go straight to the you don't have to go around.
I took stranglehold, grind, vital.
Took engage, ride.
So you have 1 for deploy.
Yep.
I will deploy first, and I'll just stay on this side.
Yeah, cool. I'll start it off.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
There we go.
Drop what is in deep strike with the long fangs.
Yeah, I'm in a deep straight 5 scourges, and that's it.
Okay. So I'll start these incursors.
Oh, you're doing the thing. He's doing the thing where if he goes first, he gets the points. Yes, sir.
So let's have him touching there. Okay. On you.
That was your only forward deploy, right?
That's my only forward deploy.
Okay. Figure this out real quick.
Oh, time on me. I'm gonna give you a hug. And Damien says hi, by the way.
Oh, say hi, Damien.
Good luck, bud. Time back on you.
What do I do, Mr. Jaime? What do I do? I think I start off with some rack attacks. I think we're gonna just toss 5 racks out here.
5 racks. Let me know when you're done.
I am done.
Cool. On me. 5 blood claws.
Cool.
Doing their vital.
Doing the vital stuff.
All the way in the back. You have 1 unit of scourges in deep strike, and what else?
That's it.
That's it?
Can you let me know? We both took stranglehold and we both took raise the banners. I took to the
Okay,
last.
blood claws.
Gotcha.
5 more racks. I'm gonna not be touching walls unless I am obviously
Yes.
touching walls.
Yes. No worries.
There you go.
Almost broke my blood claw.
No, no.
It's good. You survived. And then what's in each raider?
Each raider will have 5 incubi, 5 witches, and a character. The Archon's gonna wander around on foot, so sucky to Strazar.
You're gonna put like the models.
I'll put the
in-
models on it so you'll tell.
No worries.
What's the dimensions that are on this draw? 20, 15. So I'll put it back to you.
Circles right here. That's a good spot. There you go. Okay.
I'll do Cyberwolf all the way over here. On you.
Let's toss my Archon down. Right here. They're bodyguards for him.
Yep. Very interesting. I'll do. First Redemptor.
Interesting.
Right there.
Alright, big unit of racks right here. This is not my to the last rack.
Okay. I'll place Chaplain. There. So within 18 objective, within 6 of that Redemptor, 6 of that spell there. Okay. Do you have any redeploy?
No. Raider here with Succubus, with Show Stealer, 5 Witches, 5 Incubi.
Okay. On me. Do you have any AP1 shooting?
No, not really.
So I'm either taking 2 ups or 4 ups.
Yeah. I don't shoot. Like, that's just not this thing. This army.
On you.
Okay. Morax.
No, I'll wait to deploy. Sorry.
You're fine.
Your to the last racks, I'm guessing in a
Still-
raider?
No, they're not in a raider, but they are still not deployed.
Okay.
I'm good.
You good?
Yeah, I'm missing a dude, but
Okay, that's fine. Don't worry about it. On me. Mess this up. Let me fix that. So, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. On you.
Do 5 Morax.
What job left to deploy?
2 Raiders, 2 Reaver Jetbike squads, 2 Hellion units.
A ton.
Five
Okay.
Metrics, yeah. I got like 30 drops in this army.
Okay. Chapter Master. You're over here within 6 of that chaplain.
Yep.
Double checking that. Yep. Cool. On you.
Let's do 3 Reavers. Here, here, and here.
Mm-hmm. We'll do.
So I think the kill rate.
Redemptor. Right over here.
Throw all buffs on one negative, like a bajillion inches, but it's one thing if you're being shot forward and your opponent's gonna be like, cool, I ate that. And you're gonna be like, well, that was fun.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
You're
Yes, I'll wait for a second.
Jamie, I am not stressed about it.
I need the chess clock because I start overthinking my plans in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
If I have a chess clock, I just like, I know this is what I want to do, this is what I'm going to do.
Yeah, yeah.
No need whatsoever to start messing around with that. Yeah, right there.
Let's do 3 more jetpacks. Right here.
Okay. Do my librarian. Here. 5 or 6. Yep, librarian. I've got 1 drop left.
5 more Hellions.
Not that you would. You don't seem like the type. No, I've done it 1 time and it went terribly. Okay.
Good. Okay.
Peter, Falcon Peter, took it off. Sitting up there. You get a full house, you get a fireplace, case of Mountain Dew. Grab me 2 diabetes. Thanks, honey.
That works-ish. Let's push them slightly more this way. And then within 3. A little further back.
Yeah, 5 Mandrakes just chilling right here.
I'm done deploying. All you. Okay. Yes, within 3. Okay.
No one wants to touch this turn. If I attack my 11-year-old, I did not want to.
That's too far. Succubus. 5 Witches. 5 Incubi.
And then the Wallistan racks.
And the Wallistan Rex. Oh, another Raider in the Wallistans. This one will have Morven's Agonizer also.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. 10 Mandrakes. Or 10 Rex. These last to the last Rex.
Yeah, that is next weekend. Nick here's actually going to it, so he gets to fly home and then Wednesday leave again.
That's awesome.
Talk a lot.
Okay, I am ready to roll.
Rock and roll. Roll off.
Good luck, Jamie.
This is going to be so good. Here we go. 2 and a 1.
2 to a 1. You have to go first?
Yeah.
What is that face?
I want you to come out first.
No, I don't do that.
Come out first. Wolves go first. All right, let me grab the camera and do a little bit of recap.
You take your time.
It's on my time, right?
Yeah, cool.
All right, we're here.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the semi-finals of the Charity Hammer Invitational GT Single Knockout Elimination. This is for all the marbles, and by all the marbles, I mean 0 marbles. There is nothing up for grabs here except for bragging rights. We have here on this top table, we have Nick Narvati versus Jamie Paddy, or Paris, depending on how you want to spell it. He's a European gentleman, and I still don't know how to pronounce his name. But everyone says
think it's
Paris. Let's go with
Jaime.
Paris. Is it, yeah? Is it Jaime or Jamie and is it Paddy or Paris?
I think it's
or-
Jaime. But
I mean,
let's just go with Wolves guy.
who am I joined by? Introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, so I'm Ines. I was here about 12 hours ago, guys. So I'm back. I've run out of things.
Easy.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
I was here 18 hours ago. He was here 12 hours ago. And this is the last two games. So this is the semi-finals. So right now, concurrent to this game, we have John Lennon playing against Hank Adams, that being Admac versus Sisters. And here we have Drakari playing against Space Wolves. Now, I think we're all pretty happy that some kind of Space Marine has made it this far. I'm impressed with this list for going the distance. It has beaten out all comers so far and has definitely made a mark, and hopefully it's one that people start paying attention to, because I think Space Wolves have gone by the wayside quite a lot, and they do have some really unique tools that me and Ines are going to unpack. But what can you see so far? Sorry, Falcon's about to jump in and do a giveaway to kick this stream off. I think they've just got so much more stuff they need to give away. They're going to be interrupting us periodically. And let you know, in this stream, Inez and I are going to be jumping in and out to do recaps and predictions. So we're going to jump in, do a bit of the call of the game, step out for the shooting phase, jump back in, bit of a call, set up, get you guys hyped, jump out for the fight phase, etc., etc. But we have the Falcon here who's about to give away some goodies. So hopefully you guys bought some raffle tickets, and we'll be with you shortly.
Rax are toughness 4. Toughness 4. So if I move my 8-inch this
Sorry,
way.
Jaime, just gonna step in real quick. No, do your thing. Guys, good morning.
Good morning.
I've had a terrible night, but I'm having a beautiful day. We've got some prizes to give away. People from Old Me, you've won yourself a Mordheim box set. I don't know what's in that. Sounds pretty good though. And Darren Say, you know who you are. Can't Hammer Darren. You also won
Do I
a
spend?
Mordheim box set.
Nice.
Congratulations, guys.
Very nice. Congrats. Do I spend CP Turio wants to wound? I could get the other Dreadnought touching as well. Unless I go this way, I'm guessing your point was not to shoot anything back here? Yeah. Unless I move sideways.
And we are back, guys. The lovely Falcon. Hopefully everybody's a winner, everybody's a grinner. And if you have donated to Charity Hammer, you are, of course, a winner and an absolute champion of the people. This is Charity Hammer. It's called Charity Hammer because it's here supporting a charity. And that charity is Child's Play. It is a wonderful, wonderful organization supporting 185 hospitals across the world, a truly international charity, as it's become in the last couple of years. And hopefully you guys can know that this is the third year of Charity Hammer, and through your donations, that charity has grown past the borders of North America. It's now helping children in care across the world. What they do is they provide gaming and entertainment needs for children undergoing medical care, in the hopes that through your donations, their stay whilst they're undergoing a painful, uncomfortable, or possibly even traumatic part of their life is eased in some way. Every dollar you donate goes directly towards a charity. Not 1 cent will be diverted for any other means. And every $30 you contribute will go into the draw and get you a raffle ticket to a huge swathe of prizes. So there's still a bunch of prizes to be given away. And yeah, we've still got about 12 hours left in Charity Hammer, I think. I'll get Seth to whisper into my ear how many games we've got to come after this. But it's going to be wrapping up pretty shortly. And I think we've got about 33,000 donated. My goal personally was to get to $40,000. I think it's 40K from the 40K community. So we're still a little bit ahead of us. If you do have some dollars to sling our way, there's still a bunch of amazing prizes to grab. So jump over, click on that link, and donate if you so please. Inez, tell us about the mission, tell us about the disposition of forces, and who do you think is getting up in this one, just based on what's happened and who's going first, who's going second, and deployment.
So we are playing Vital Intelligence here. This is a diagonal deployment mission, so you can see both players have got their front lines very much facing into each other. We got 1 objective in each deployment zone and 4 in the middle. Being a Control 2, Control 3 mission, we're going to need to see a lot of people fighting over these middle objectives, because just holding that one in your deployment zone isn't going to be enough. You're going to have something live a turn to even get your 5 on primary. So expect to see a lot of fighting in the middle here. The secondary is Data Intercept. We will get a confirmation on what secondaries people have in a minute. But yeah, we're going to see a big scrap in the middle here. Both players have a lot of speed, so I would very much expect to see a good amount of punching here. Neither player's taking the special mission secondary, so we've got Engage on All Fronts from Nick, Retrieve Victorious Data, and to the last. So Nick is going to be trying to keep his stuff alive and then get some quarters in. He's got 2 secondaries that are rewarding for being in quarters. So anything he's got in reserve, anything he can come out fast and grab those quarters is going to give him loads of points. Jaime, on the other hand, has Stranglehold, grinding them down, and the Vital Intelligence of a mission. Sorry about that. So Jaime is going to be needing to hold those objectives into the start of his turn, and also at the beginning and at the end of his turn. So he's got a lot of commitment to being there. So he's going to be trying to weather the storm from Nick here, and then grind them down just means he's got to kill more, and that's kind of what you're going to do against Drukhari anyway. So I'm not surprised to see that one there. Very
Yeah.
interesting secondaries. They're both putting on different aspects of the game here. Jaime's going to be fighting over the objectives. Nick's going to be fighting around the flanks and trying to stop Jaime doing that.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, to the I think Nick is just a pig in SHIT right now, having to pick to the last and having gone second as Drukhari in a hold 2. I think
When
it's
his
his to
opponent
lose.
takes grind them down as well, that
Yeah,
is just
it's
a grim place to be for Jaime here.
Exactly, it's his to lose. He can sit back, conserve his to the last, and in so doing, get play to get the 15 at the end of the game, and stop his opponent getting grinded down. At the same time, it's just like it's all set up for him to have a great game, and I think that's why some people's already said it in the chat. Jaime is going hard turn 1. He's going up turn 1. He's going to move out. He's going to posture up. He needs to make Nick commit forces early. He needs to actually make Nick engage with him. So he needs to get up in strength, and if Nick's going to stay back, Jaime needs to be getting 15s in that exchange on the primary. So yeah, I really like what he's doing so far. I think he's doing exactly what he needs to do. I'm going to tell you about one of their lists. Which list would you like to do, mate? Which list would you like to read out, or should I just do them both?
I will run through the Space Rules list because I have a bit more familiarity with the Space Marines.
Beautiful.
If you want to handle the
Well,
Dark Eldar.
I've got Mr. Nick Advice list right here. Let's run it down. He's got a triple patrol, as you'd assume. This is really the only way to go right now. He has a Cult of Strife patrol. It starts off with a Succubus. He's got 2 Succubi, actually. One with the Razor Flails, Tolerated Ambition, and Precision Blows with the Dark Lotus Toxin. So that is the mortal wound generating pain in your ass. And then the other pain in your ass is the Triptych Whip Show Stealer one, which is, of course, the other actually horrible thing. 3 units of 5 Witches, just bare bones. 2 units of 5 Hellions, bare bones. Another patrol, this one of Cabal of the Black Heart. He has he's what he's coined as the Slith and Urgle party, that being Court of the Archon, 4 Slith, 4 Urgle, which is one of the While We Stand We fights. Then he has an Archon with Splintered Genius and the Djinn Blade. Another unit, so this is 3 units of 5 Racks, 2 units of Incubi here, 1 unit of Scourge with just Shard Carbine, so probably Action Monkeys, 3 Raiders, so that is pretty lean on the Raider side of things as far as we go. Then he has his last patrol. This one is Custom Coven, Hungry for Flesh, and Splinter Blades. That makes him a little bit more punchy in combat. And then he has Drazar. He has 1, 2, 3 units of 10 racks. These 3 units of 10 racks can be his While We Stands. Sorry, 2 of these can be. He's got a 90.1 and a 95.1. That one of those has an Ulcer and an Electrostave Whip. The other one has the Whip and 2 Ulcer. And those 2 plus the Court of the Archon are his While We Stand We fights, as far as I can tell.
Drazar, one of the
apologies.
racks in the Court of the Archon.
Drazar, the 2 Ulcer unit, and the Court of the Archon. Then he has his last unit of Incubi, a single unit of Mandrakes, 2 units of 3 Reavers. So he's very MSU around this kind of core of Incubi and Racks, and it's actually quite an interesting skew that we're seeing, and I actually quite like it. I'm quite a big fan of the way he's gone with this, especially seeing as the secondaries he activates. Getting to the last activated for Drukhari is a huge boon to that army, because all of a sudden you're not an army that needs to play this tempo game and worry about this overexposure or overextension. You can just play a very defensive surgical game, which they're also very good at, but they don't really have any secondaries to really double down on that, because you want to take things like Herd to Prey. You don't really have to get the option to take While We Stand, because you need to commit too often. So yeah, what do you think about this build, and do you think it's something people should be expecting to see on more and more tables hereafter?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. So because we're playing a elimination format here, you only need to win games by 1 point. This
Exactly
list
right.
isn't sort of the big hammer style Drukhari list with big flocks of Hellions, like the 10 of Witches that goes in and does a massive amount of damage. It's very much going to be trying to do trades. You get the objective, you take it off them. You don't necessarily have to hold it. You don't have the stuff to do that. You don't have all those raiders that can just be around being really annoying. But what you do have is a much more constrained deployment profile. You've only got 3 raiders you need to hide on boards like these. That's very easy to do, and also get to put all your infantry away. So he gets to play a very refused game, and then just go in and make sure he's picking off his opponent like 1 point here, 1 point there. Make sure they're not getting their 5 extra primaries this turn, their 5 extra primaries that turn. I think if you were playing in like a singles environment where you're having to get big wins, I don't think this list really facilitates that, but it's very much showing that Nick's really good at designing for the mission set that we're playing in here, which is only needing to win by 1 point.
Yeah, spot on. And in saying that, please tell us about Jamie's list, if you can. Let's have a quick gaze at what he's taking, and how this has been so. How has this? We're gonna have to unpack how this list has been so successful and how he's using it, because he's definitely doing a lot in his turn 1. But yeah, give us the rundown, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are looking at a Space Wolf Successors detachment here. It is a single battalion. We have got Born Heroes and Whirlwind of Range, so that's going to give it +1 to hit in the first round of combat, and also 6s to hit become 2 hits, which will then stack with the Savage Fury Super Doctrine, so they'll be getting 2 6s when they're in Assault Doctrine. There's a lot of damage output from stuff that's hitting on 2s. We are looking at a Chapter Master with Frost Claw, Lightning Claws, which are going to be Strength 5, 2 damage. And then he's got Advance and Charge from Hunter and the Imperium Sword for another +1 strength and another +1 attack. So that guy's just a bit of a blender who can also buff up stuff around him. With that exploding 6s, getting all those attacks is really useful. We've got a Librarian with Murderous Hurricane and Stormcaller, which I believe is just to get triggering off things like the cover stratagem, and the -1 to hit for his Dreadnoughts, just keep them alive a little bit longer. He's also got the Armor of Rust to be a bit of a tech piece. Then we've got Primaris Chaplain on Bike, who is sort of the blender style with Benediction of Fury and Master of Sanctity. He's also got the 5-up Field of Bidding His Mortals ability, so that's just giving him more of that protection against stuff like This is the Battle that can just dump out a lot of mortal wounds in the shooting phase. Then we are seeing 3 squads of Blood Claws with Chainswords, 2 Redemptor Dreadnoughts with the standard loadout of Macroplasma and Onslaught Gatling Cannon, a Relic Contemptor Dreadnought with Twin Volkite Culverin, which I'm sure everybody's absolutely sick of playing against. 3 squads of the discount Vanguard veterans of Wolfguard, which are Lightning Claw and Jump Pack and Storm Shields.
Oh
Those
my
guys
god,
run
I'm very happy you
28
said.
points a model.
I'm very
instead
happy
of
you said
30.
discounted. Yeah, because that is such a big deal. But keep going, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, that's just 30 points saved straight up over playing a regular Space Marine list. It's sort of the same thing Black Templar do with their Crusaders. They just get free points for playing their faction. Then we've got one Cyber Wolf just to be a little backfieldy boy, and then 2 squads of Long Fangs with 3 Grav Cannons and a Multi-Melta and a Armorium Cherub, all in a drop pod. So that's just a bunch of Grav Cannon shots. So that's 24 Grav Cannon shots coming out of those 2 squads, and then 4 Multi-Melta shots. And then depending on the target, you can pop those Armorium Cherubs to get a second go with that Multi-Melta, or a second go with the Grav Cannon if you're shooting something that's really good against. And then they're actually not that bad in combat. You're getting Shock Assault. They're getting +1 to hit in combat. They're getting exploding 6s, so they can go in. They're very happy to go in and charge like a backfield squad of Skitarii Rangers or something like that. That's not super buffed up and have a decent chance of working through over the course of a turn, because you're not expecting them to live, because they're Long Fangs in a drop pod with 24-inch range. They're probably going away, so they at least get to go and try and do something with that 9-inch charge. If you can drop them in near the Chaplain, that's a 7-inch charge, a lot more reliable.
Yeah, spot on. Looks like we just saw a Contemptor light up what I believe was a unit of Rax, and I think put it absolutely in the dirt. I think it just killed a whole unit of 10 Rax there. I'm really hoping that wasn't one of his wild stands, which I don't believe it would be. I think
I'm gonna have to imagine that Nick's got that squad either in a raider or somewhere that it couldn't be. Yeah. I fully believe that Nick was capable of measuring where an 8-inch move Contemptor can get to turn 1 and not putting his Wobby Stand in direct line of sight of that.
Spot on. We are in the shooting phase though, so we will take a step back, Seth, if you're willing to hit that button, and we can tune in and hear what is going down in this shooting phase, and especially hear the interaction between the two, how these guys are feeling about what is going on. So hit that transition, Seth, and we'll be with you guys shortly. Let us know when we're out, mate.
Hold. Grind, I have 1 kill.
Yep.
So
we had a judge call, but we got to the bottom of it.
5. So turn 1, I have 1 kill. Okay.
Is there any fight last stuff going on here?
No fight last, no nothing there.
Any obsec going on over here?
No obsec, no nothing.
Good to know. Good to know. Okay, we're gonna do some janky stuff.
Let's see. Did I score any secondaries? I scored 3 for Stranglehold. And then you go up a command point.
2-8. Yep, thank you. I'm gonna use these guys because they look nicer.
Durax. Oh yeah, now I've killed it.
That's gonna be cool. And then there's these Dreadnought people that I don't like. Not a big fan of that Contemptor blowing me up. Can't say I liked that.
This building again? Take that wall.
Let's see what the Archon does for an advanced roll.
Ooh.
11. Is that going anywhere cool?
We are back.
Oh, no. The fight last. And
Alright,
Dreadnought.
end of space tools turn 1. All we did is we advanced this Redemptor onto the objective. We have these 2 Redemptors shoot at some racks, killed a couple. I killed what? 1 with the plasma, so
One
no leadership
plasma,
over there. Wolfguard pushed up hard onto these objectives. Those racks are up to sneaky things. These Bloodclaws planted, not planted objectives, they did the vital. Bloodclaws and Curses moved off the objectives because on this mission you control them if at the start of your command phase. So I moved off. Nick now has to move onto them if he wants to steal them. These 2 objectives over here, my Curses were holding at the start of the game. So in my command phase I control them, I move off, I still control them until he steals them. So over here, Chapter Master Librarian. So that's what the board looks like. Nick is up to some shenanigans. Not really sure what he's going to try to do.
I don't know what I'm doing either.
Just measuring the 6-inch heroic interventions for my Redemptors.
That is what I'm doing.
So there's a tiny little spot there where you can put models to try and steal that objective. But yeah, we'll come back at the end of his turn and see what he pulled off.
Just gonna see,
Get his teammate here?
see if I can. Thanks, Alex.
Stolen.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing if this is the move I want to make.
Atrocities happened on this table earlier, so. This is the top table. Yeah, this is the spice table.
So this would contest the objective here.
I am
but you
obsec
would-
because of the rights
you're
of war.
obsec. That's important information.
Yes. That's why the Redemptor's on there.
That makes so much more sense.
I have no obsec over there.
Yeah,
But I can heroic with any unit on the entirety of the objective.
I asked in the wrong spot.
Yes, it's over here. No, I'm gonna tell him everything where I can do and what I can't.
We would not. We're not having a bad game.
Not at all. No, it's just so funny. That kind of question right there is like loaded.
Yeah. All right. Let's.
Because unintentionally, right?
Yeah. It's like, do I have obsec over there? No.
If you weren't realizing what he was doing,
Yeah.
and he jumps up there and
As soon as he put that there, it's like, hey, by the way, I ain't gonna work.
if you didn't, and then like he has a feel bad about it, right? Like, he's like, I just lost that unit for nothing.
So we're gonna just get out and move 10, and then do some rods.
Yep.
In this quarter.
Yep.
She's obsec. She's obsec. We are.
You now control that objective.
Outside 6. That's very important.
Mm-hmm. They don't care about the terrain, right?
I'm gonna have to.
Oh,
spend
you have
a
the
s-
super.
I'm gonna spend a CP.
Okay.
To
Ignore the
terrain.
Fly. Yeah. I'm just gonna fix your coherency.
Yep. No problem.
And then you still control both objectives.
Yep.
And outside of heroics.
And then this is gone. This is
This is gone. No more objectives for me.
No
Rude.
objectives for you.
Very rude.
So that one's rods up. Let's do. To get in where?
They're asking how you got those racks over there.
Deployed them.
The Vanguard deployment goes like this, and he has right there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. These racks will go for an advance roll. 9. That will get them within 12 of the raiders. So they're just gonna sneak their way into it.
Yep.
Let's do. This raider will advance just to go a little further.
Yep.
Cool. A lot of power on this side of the table now. You're gonna come at me. I don't like
I've got
that.
5 Wolfguard over here, just so you
I
know.
don't like that at all. Smite's not going into my Archon. No, you can't advance and charge yet.
Only my Chapter Master.
Yep. So, this charge. Moves 8.
He moves 8. You are outside of 15, so that is a 6-inch, 7-inch charge.
Not doing any of that. Let's go over here.
And we are back, guys, and Nick is setting himself up for a couple of little plays. And me and Innes have been non-stop speculating about what's going on here. Innes, do you want to give him the call of the board? What's he trying to set up here, and what do you think he's trying to do?
Yeah. So what we can see here, if we see at the top left, there's a squad of racks that's just moved out of the deployment zone. I'm fully expecting them to either charge or potentially fire and fade, depending on what that squad's loaded out to, onto this objective. There's that Cyberwolf that's going to give a nice, really easy soft charge, so he's not going to be taking any damage. There's this squad of Mandrakes here in the middle that could potentially jump onto this objective. It looks like he's opted not to and just letting him have the 10 points. And then we've got one squad of racks split between the middle right and bottom right objective. That's going to just be denying those. So it's denying all that data intercept points. It's denying the primary points. You're giving up the grind them downs. Like, I think you kind of have to expect that in this scenario. You don't have advancing charge online yet, so it's going to be a real struggle to get a lot of your damage output done in one turn. So Nick's just being patient here, denying the points where they can, giving up less to gain more, basically.
Exactly right. Well, he's interesting. Like, he hasn't moved those Mandrakes in the middle as of yet. Now, we were speculating on whether or not he was going to try and deny his opponent 5 points on the primary or 10 points on the primary. And to my mind, he can quite easily deny him 5. Like, he's got 2 very good options in the middle right objective and the top left-hand corner objective. He can both deny those quite easily. The middle left is way too hard. You put anything on there, it gets a heroic intervened by the Wolfguard and it just dies. But the middle right only has Dreadnoughts on it. Unless there's something significant under the overhang we can't see, I don't think there's anything.
I think there's a very real possibility that Nick just accepts that he's going to get a 10
So I thought,
here.
yeah, the Mandrakes in the middle will be going down to the middle right. And yeah, and to not overcommit and to stop bleeding. But what I don't like, he
if you
needs to
expect your opponent to get a 45 primary anyway, denying
Yeah.
5 points here. So if you
Doesn't
think he's going to
matter.
get 15s
Yeah.
in the later turns, denying 5 here isn't that big a deal.
Exactly right,
Maybe
exactly
Nick
right.
just thinks he's going to try and win this game on secondaries, which is an
Mm.
entirely valid proposition.
The other thing here is, though, I think those Mandrakes need to move. Firstly, first and foremost, they need to move
they don't
because
die.
right now, all they're going to be doing is giving Jamie a leapfrog into his army. Like, he can just charge 2 or 3 units of Wolfguard off of that, and then next turn they're going to charge anything in Nick's army, and there's not much he can do about it. Then that would force Nick to commit like 3/4 of his offensive assets and just expose them all for the dreads to pick up next turn. So they need to go. They need to go somewhere. In addition to that, he needs to spread. If he's going to leave them there, he needs to spread them out in a nice little conga line, so at least they're blocking out the drop pod.
Yeah, that's true. I'm actually vaguely surprised the drop pod didn't come in. I feel like Jaime
I
could
thought
have
that,
done
yeah,
a lot of damage
same.
with that turn 1.
I actually thought that's what he was going to put on the bottom right objective. I thought the dreads were there to support on the bottom right, chuck the actual drop pod on that objective, so he has to divert things like Dark Lancers onto it. And then you could have deployed the long fangs to the right of that, looking straight up into a bunch of the juicy arse end of Nick's deployment line. And I thought that would have been a good play.
Yeah, I suppose the potential risk there is that drop pod just gives Nick a staging ground, but I don't think that's as big a threat here.
Well,
with
I think
only one unit in the army being able to fall back and charge.
Exactly. It was on on one of the furthest objectives, and he had enough over there that he could commit to push them back off. Things like I said, the dreads charging in. He has got a unit of Blood Claws and Wolfguard down on that middle right. Just seeing the disposition of forces. Like I said, the top left hand corner looks like has 1 Cyberwolf. Looks like it has 2, maybe 1 Wolfguard with jump pack and his Primaris Chappie. So those 5 racks, one of those 5 rack goes on there and takes it away. We were looking at his army. We were trying to figure out, and naturally we're gonna have no damn way of figuring out where his Libby is, who's giving out rights of war. But we don't believe it's over
the
there.
guy that sat with this card at the bottom. I would have to guess.
That was my assumption as well. He's buffing the Dreadnoughts, giving them cover. That's why the Dreadnoughts stay together. That's why the Libby's in the damn list, right?
One thing we did get from the table is that Nick has bounced one of his raiders back into reserve with the stratagem. So Nick just setting up some reserve plays. That's giving him an option to come in and counterplay the drop pod. And it had an Incubi and Drazar on it. So that's one of his to the last, which is really good. And then also that sort of Incubi, he could potentially drop them out, come into that backfield, try and sweep up some of these objectives. There's a lot of options you could do with that there.
Nick's trying really hard to stay safe still, and I've got to assume that Nick wanted to go second, but he didn't want this side of the table. The other side of the table offered him so many better ways to hide from his opponent, especially with his opponent going first. Is let Jamie just walk up into the good lanes of fire and really pepper Nick's backfield. And the way he's like lining up everything just to stream like back from those line of sight blockers. It's pretty funny, really.
Yeah, this is what happens when you don't have L's on the tables. You get forced to play at really, really weird angles.
Exactly
It's
right.
always really fun to see.
Exactly right. Don't forget, guys, this is all for charity. The link for the donation link is in the chat. Please click on that. Throw a couple of bucks our way. Still some incredible prizes to win, including an entire Necron army, from what I can hear. I think it's somewhere in the region of 2,500 to 3,000 points, and it's already pro-painted. So you just get to start a whole new faction if you want. Now, We're going to get a little bit of an update from at least the secondaries and who went first on the John Lennon Hank Adams game. I can tell you from their secondaries, John took Stranglehold, Banners, and 2 last, which I think makes all the sense in the world, except for the Banners pick. The Banners pick is an interesting one. And apparently John's gone first, which he probably didn't want to do. I know John likes to play very patient with his sister's army. And Hank has gone Stranglehold, Banners, and Eradication of Flesh. Eradication of Flesh, I think, is pretty much probably almost auto 15, probably an auto 9, auto 12 in the bank in that matchup against MSU Sisters. Stranglehold is also very good there, and Banners, I feel like Banners is better for the the Horde-esque.
I feel like both players have taken that on the assumption that the game is going to be over on turn 4, and if you can't pick up your secondaries in the back turns, because Banners is really good, you can like turn 4 raise 3 or 4 banners,
Exactly
turn
right,
5
exactly
raise another
right.
one, and you catch up like 9-10 points in the last turn if you table each other. I think they're just both saying, I think this game's going to end bloodily one way or the other, and whoever claims the ashes gets the points.
Yeah, spot on. Nick is taking quite a lot of time in this phase. It looks like he has already fire and faded. And whether it doesn't look like he's, or unless he's charged, unless he's just boldly gone where no rack has gone before and decided to charge straight into a Primos Chappie Wolf guard that can heroic intervene and that Cyber Wolf. But I would have thought that would be absolutely absurd.
Yeah. Let's hope Nick knows the heroic intervention stratagem exists. We're gonna assume that he does, and that Jaime would at least have told him if he didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think that's gonna be the situation. So Nick's definitely got a plan here. I'm just curious to see what it is. Is he restricted to the 3-inch heroic intervention, or does he get the full 6-inch with the not being pure space?
He has a full 6. At least in the previous games I've called. I haven't had that confirmed by reading the decks myself, but in the previous games I've called of his, he had the full 6. And he's made quite judicious use of that. And so tell us about, in your words, why Space Wolves good? Why should people pay attention to Space Wolves in this current meta as a Space Marine option for them? Because they haven't been an option up until now, to my mind.
So
Ooh,
the nice thing about Space Wolves at the moment is that everything is reasonably punchy. You get to take a lot of liberties with your chapter tactics, so you can lean into things like the Born Heroes and Exploding Sixes, Whirlwind of Rage that he has at the moment. Because the Space Wolves base chapter tactic is good, but it's not great, and there's a lot of better options for that 3-inch heroic intervention replacement. So you've got a lot of flexibility to lean into the meta. If you're playing against a lot of Mortal Wounds, you could lean into something like Warded for that 5-up. If you're expecting a lot of Dark Lances, you could potentially lean on something like the Only Wounded on 3 pluses. Not quite transhuman, but for Vanguard veterans, it's the best you're going to get. They also have a really nice suite of psychic powers, so you can provide cover for your dreadnoughts, and then also a stratagem to make them -1 to hit as well. So it's not quite the same level of resilience as something like Psychic Fortress would be for the 5-up, but you get to a 2-up armor save and -1 to hit, which is different profiles it's better, other profiles is worse. Like Dark Lances, you're still saving on 6s, but you are -1 to hit. So if they're Blackheart, you're taking off some of that edge durability. So they have a like grade durability, really good combat, and then obviously, as we discussed earlier, they have to discount Vanguard veterans in Wolfguard, who are just 28 points instead of 30. They're paying pre-nerf points for Vanguard veterans, which is it's a lot of flexibility to get into an army. If you're running 10 to 20 plus, it's just you get your extra couple of squads of backfield, you get to upgrade a squad of your troops. And then also, Blood Claws are 18 points, same points as Tactical Marine, but they get chain swords, so they get to punch up a little bit more than you would expect from a squad of their size.
So just a quick call of the game. I think this play for Nick in the top left-hand corner has backfired. It looks like Seth, can you confirm for us? Does he have a character up there as well? I'm seeing a blob of racks. I'm seeing a single model, and I'm assuming he has got a character committed here in some way, shape, or form. But I think we've seen, if not, I don't think we've seen it interrupt. But that unit of Wolfguard has piled into the racks, and looks like they're swinging there with at least 4 of their number, which might backfire this play. And if it does deny and give him the 15, I think that's absolutely huge. Just 5 racks. Beauty. All right, easy done.
Has he just gonna roll the saves, mate?
He's just gonna roll.
That looks like a lot of field of
No, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead as hell. Yeah, the unit's toast. I don't know why. I don't know why he placed himself like that. He had obsec versus opponents no obsec, and he would have taken less attacks if he just towed one guy into that objective. And with the pile and consolidate and the way they were, so with the heroic intervention and the
I don't think that squad had a gun. I think that's the problem we had there.
Okay. So they couldn't do the fire and fade.
Yeah, so they would have had. So you'd have had to deploy a 10-man there. That's a good thing. If you're gonna run Racks, you want to do obsec stuff with them. Spend the 5 points to get them the assault gun. It's very useful.
Yeah, Hex. Yeah, I'll see all the Hex rifle. I actually really like the Hex rifle for the Dark Techno build. If you're gonna go mass 5-mans or 10-mans. It is heavy. Yeah, you can't do you can still do fire and fade, but you can't
But
get
you can't
the
advance in
advance.
fire and fade.
But with Techno being then that's strength 5 and then going to damage 3 with an additional option to get the 6 for the extra mortal, they get pretty saucy. They get pretty saucy for Dark Techno.
Yeah,
if
it's a
if someone to
reasonable
go down
little
that way, they're pretty nice. Sorry, mate.
It's a reasonable little sniper there.
They're still one of the best snipers out there. Like you compare what they can do to like just an eliminator, and you're like, wow, I'm paying a lot less points than eliminator.
Yeah, but I mean, eliminators are only okay, right? So
No, eliminators.
I don't think comparing snipers to eliminators is fair.
Yeah, eliminators are not good, unfortunately. They're good. Like they're good secondary enablers, but that's about it. Look, so that play in the top left, for Nick did not pay off at all. And yeah, so he's given up the 15, and I think
I think it's
4
still a
on
10.
Vital
I think
Intel.
Nick's controlling both of these this middle and bottom right objective. But I think it's a 10 primary, which we're seeing there on Jaime's score. So it's not giving up the full 15. I
Yeah.
also don't think that play would have kept him to a 5 because he would have still had 2 objectives.
Yeah,
no,
so
he would have kept him to a 5. Yeah.
He
So
would have.
he's
Yeah,
given up the 5.
He's given up 5 points in that play. Look, 5 racks for the opportunity to deny 5 primaries, probably worth it for Nick. But I am happy he guaranteed that Jamie wasn't going to get the 15, because otherwise there was just throwing away resources for absolutely nothing. Those mandrakes have moved, which is what I assume is on the possibly on the middle right objective, and the thing that's denying the 15.
You know what?
Otherwise, I don't know where they went.
I have no idea either, but there's a squad of racks between those 2 bottom right objectives, so that's
That's what I thought. Yeah.
So I have a question for you. Do you think the play Nick made there was throwing away the racks so they were dead and couldn't be charged by the Wolfguard for a slingshot?
That too. Exactly.
Or am I giving Nick too much credit here?
No. Spot on, dude. Spot on. I think you're absolutely right. And in Nick's case, with where they were put and with going second, they were possibly like just a turn one enabler. Like I
Nick had the option there of either they live and he denies the 5 primary, or they die and they're not getting slingshot off of. But I think that maybe that play is a little smarter than it looks, because on the face of it, it looks like he just threw away 5 racks.
Well,
but I think that might have been intentional.
They were dead this turn no matter what, and what he's done by committing the racks on the bottom right is he's got a little bit of slingshot, but there's not as much down there to slingshot off. There's two Wolf got up in the top left. I think the third one is down in the bottom right, underneath the overhang that we can't quite see. But so he was just going to be a slingshot target for his opponent to go off, and now he's created
all
a bit
the
of a null
Hellions
zone.
are down here, so if you try to slingshot into all the Hellions, you're just going to get charged. Like that's
you're going to get swiped, and then you're going to get charged. Yeah, of course. But yeah, it looks like we're seeing a bit of a null zone being made between the 2 armies now, and I'm interested to know what Jamie decides to do. I think this turn is the turn for the drop pod. The drop pod has a really nice juicy target in the bottom right. Again, pretty much same place, but he doesn't get to put on an objective anymore. But yeah, going into those 2 raiders, popping him, demeching him is probably going to be a smart play. And in all honesty, I don't think he's going to get a better turn than he does now. But actually, no, he probably does. But next turn, Nick's going to be really spread out, and Nick's going to probably have to commit next turn with how the scoreboard's going. With Jamie just going to be racking up 3 on Stranglehold, bunch on Vital Intel. He's just going to get those points. So Nick really needs to go and start disrupting this primary battle as well. So right now is the most concentrated Nick's army is going to be. So I think the drop pod does come down now. Yeah.
Nick's also at the moment going to be getting a 0 primary because I can't see that squad of racks living. So Nick's really going to have to step up the primary game. I think the Dark Elder army has the tools to do it, but this is definitely the kind of start that you're looking for if you're Jaime here.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, a lot of people try and play a tempo game with Marines now. They try and play that tempo game, oh yeah, cool, I'll just try and not bleed out. And it's unfortunately that you just don't have enough resources to play that game into how cost effective, things like Sisters, Orcs, Admech, Drakari are now. So you have to play.
Beat them over the head with your data sheets.
Exactly.
That's what you got to do.
Exactly. Just play, hey, my guys have superior rules to you. We don't have superior numbers, but technically, man for man, superior rules, make that the advantage.
Yeah. Incubi are great, but Incubi die if you catch them in the open. So,
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
We're looking at least a turn, maybe 2 more before Drazar is even capable of doing anything.
Look,
Drazar's not going to be doing anything until turn 3. I think Jaime's in a good situation here. I don't think it's won by any means, but
I think Nick might be regretting putting that raider into reserve.
I
right
love
now.
That play. I just think he didn't think he had anywhere to hide it, where it wouldn't just be getting disembarked on and shot. Because if you look at this line on the top right objective, that angle looks very precisely calculated to be the absolute limit of where he can get shot on. There's not many gaps to put something into that if that raider blows.
And where the Raiders are now on the right is the only place they could be where they don't just get auto-killed by the Redemptors and the Contemptor, right?
And
Yeah,
so the grav cannons aren't that good at killing raiders. You're winning on 4s. You're
Yeah,
only doing single
that's
damage
why,
because you don't have a
and
4 armor
but
save.
that's why he has a cheeky single multi-melter in there that he can puff up,
Sure,
give that
but-
one the cherub, not the cherub, the Signum, and then at least he has some interplay there. Because you're right, this is a really bad matchup for grav cannons, apart from their density into things like incubi.
Yeah, you're just looking at that. There is an inherent swinginess into, at best, 8 multi-melter shots that I think Nick can kind of lean on. You pop lightning fast, so that signal goes back down to hitting on 4s. There's a very good chance that it's not all that threatening for him here.
Exactly right. Does Jaime just post up here? I'd like to see him just post up this turn, wait for Nick's commitment, and then maybe put the drop pod down. But I do think he gives up the opportunity to just dunk on Nick before Nick gets into position, and he lets Nick activate all his rules. So I think now is the drop pod turn, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. I don't necessarily think there's a huge chance he kills more than one of those raiders with the multi-melters unless he gets a super high spike, but this is the best chance he's going to get to use them. And it just gives more stuff that Nick has to deal with, right?
What do you think the over-under is? So what he wants to do realistically, he wants one long fangs to pop a raider, and then the other unit inside to kill whatever incubi come out, yeah? Because the grav cannons just auto pick up incubi, no questions whatsoever. But what's the over-under on one of those units of Wolfclaw of long fangs picking up a single raider?
So if
It's
he
not.
pops the ignore hit modifiers strategy,
Yeah.
which is keen senses, he's going to be hitting on 3s. I think it might be a struggle to get reroll once in range, but it's definitely possible. But the grav cannons themselves are going to put a decent chunk of damage on them. I would say on the order of 4 or 5 wounds, and then multi-meltas. It's swingy. I would say it's about 50-50 that he kills it,
Yeah,
just
same.
on rough math.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I think Jamie's just posting up in the. So I'm looking at the top left. Looks like Jamie's just posting up there, taking up available space with that unit of Wolfguard. I think he's probably going to do the same. It looks like he's doing the same on the middle left, except he's measured his ranges there to his opponent's advance and charge. It looks like he's leaving himself outside charge range, possible charge range, which I think is quite clever as well. So now, Nick made this null zone between the two armies, and all Jamie's doing is maintaining it essentially. And he's going to be focusing his forces on neutralizing the elements that Nick's got to the right of screen, because that's where the danger is right now. Because that's where Nick has strength. He can swing around and swing onto those bottom 2 objectives very easily, especially from that defensive position in his deployment zone. We actually don't know what's on the inside of that. I'm assuming that could be it's looking like some big bases there. Yeah, so I'm assuming that could be Sliss like
The
this.
Hellions are definitely behind there.
Yeah, most likely it's tunes to 5 Hellions, and behind that is just an amalgamation of Witches and Racks.
I think.
Which leads me to. Yep.
Jaime's win condition here is keeping Nick off these 2 top objectives.
Yes,
and then killing him off of one every turn, because that gets him his 3 stranglehold without having to overextend.
Exactly.
All he's done is all these dreadnoughts are here. I think Jaime's expecting maybe 1.5, 2 more turns out of these guys before that flank collapses. But by the time that flank collapses, Nick will have run out of steam to come and take the top, and then Jaime will get all his points, and then just hold Nick down on primary and win that way.
Essentially, all Jaime wants to do is see this middle right objective, keep Nick off that objective until turn 4, and the game's over. Essentially, if you can keep him off that, keep control of that until his top of his turn 4, so all the way through turn 3, this is kind of he's won essentially. I think. And that's the one that Rick really needs to zero in on, because he can control the bottom right very easily from where he is. Like, he can put all his Hellions and 2 Raiders and all their contents on that this turn. But it's that middle right one that he can reinforce quite easily from the top left, whereas the right in the top left corner, that one could get exposed, which is why I think he's trying to body up on it. He's trying to posture up. He's trying to look strong there when he actually isn't that strong. It's only 5 guys with Storm Shields. They can, 5 Incubi pick those guys up pretty reliably. But whether Nick can get over there enough strength, because you can see he's got he's very weak on that side of his deployment zone. He's got 3 Ravers up there, and maybe some units of 5-mans behind that ruin that we can't see. That's it.
Yeah, that's the big struggle with a list like Nick's with the MSU, is that once you start engaging with an army that can take a bit of a punch, so a squad of Racks or a squad of 5 Witches isn't going to pick up a squad of Vanguard Raptors. It is not going to happen, and even a Succubus is potentially going to struggle if they have a bit of a high roll, especially with that 5 up against mortal wounds from the Chaplain. If you punch those precision blows through, there's a very good chance that he just doesn't quite get there and then gets interrupted on, and that's always the struggle for an army like Dark Eldar. And we see here he's just falling back off that objective because he doesn't actually need to hold it. He just needs to shoot Nick off it, and then he gets his stranglehold points.
Well, this
Jaime's
is
condition here is very much primary, and Nick's is the secondary, and Nick needs to start getting his secondaries and stopping Jaime getting his quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Nick could have already accepted that Jaime is getting the 45 and he's just going to get the 40. And he's taking into account he's going to get a 5, 15 or something, or a 5, 10, 15 for his primary. What I don't like here about Jaime is I think he should have done the inverse of what Nick did. Nick put 1 unit down, strung across 2 objectives. I think Jaime could have put up 5 blood claws and done the same thing, strung across 2 objectives. Because this is the mission where you hold. If you're holding at the end of a turn, you hold even though you destroyed off. So it's not giving Nick an option.
At the start, you have to hold it at the start of your command phase for that. So Jaime will only have the 3 left-hand objectives.
Of course. Okay, so that is actually good. If he doesn't put anything on his objectives, he just shoots him off. He's actually just giving Nick a 10, when he could be giving him 5s, right?
No, because Nick won't have controlled them at the start of his command phase either.
Fair. That's fair. Oh no,
So
no, but
at the
he
moment,
has no,
Nick
no. But Nick did control him at the start of Jaime's command phase.
No, you have to control them at the start of your own command phase to drop the data terminal on it.
Oh no, the data terminal is not. But you control objectives when you're not on them, as long as you were the last person controlling them. Is what I'm saying. And you'll still score primary off them. Yeah, that's fine, Intel.
No,
Yeah.
I'm gonna check it. If you control in this mission, if you control your marker at the end of your command phase, it remains under your control until your opponent controls at the end of any subsequent phase. Nick has not controlled either of these bottom right objectives during his command phase.
That's fair.
So he doesn't have primary control.
I thought it was either command phase.
No,
Yeah,
it
that's
has
really-
to be specifically your own.
That's actually very restrictive. That's way more restrictive than I've seen it played.
Yeah,
so
you have to have started your turn on it. You have to have already scored primary off it, basically.
Off it, yeah, to
Or
score
have
primary off it
stored
again.
at the turn
Man,
from-
I see so many people playing that wrong. Interesting.
It's the same in sweep and clear. It's the same second. It's the same rule.
Yeah. There you go, guys. Note that one down. So Nick does not control the bottom right 2 objectives. And if he
I
tries to
think
score
it's very,
primary off it,
very likely Nick scored a 0 here on primary.
yes, he should. He should absolutely score 0. Yeah.
I mean, those shots are gone. So
Yeah, yeah,
I think
yeah.
I blinked and missed it.
They're already scoring at Jaime's turn. That's it. That was all he did in his turn 2. He's playing very quick, very clean, and he's only doing the things he needs to do. I like that he's being
saving that
conservative
drop pod.
and he's saving his clock. He's not committing his clock, and he knows that he put Nick in a position where Nick has to go this turn. Nick loses if he doesn't go this turn.
Yeah, Nick can't
but
take
how
another
much?
turn to 0 primary.
No.
You
Well,
can't
the
take a second
game's
turn to 0
over.
primary.
The 30 points he gets at the end of the game for his while he stands and his 15 is just nullified completely if he doesn't get any primary points next turn. Because that's the loss of 2 turns of primary completely. So there's essentially 30 points down the Gogla.
One last thing to note as well is that notice this backfield of Jaime's is very spread out. There's going to be no space for that Raider to
No
come in.
space. Nah, 0. Only place I would consider is in the top left because that's where you could get Drazar out there, insulate him with a Raider. Yeah, insulate Drazar with a Raider and Incubi and keep him safe from reprisal. That could be a good play there, but getting both those units out, getting them all charging at the same time is actually very hard to do from reserve for Nick.
I have a question for you, Adam. Was that squad of Racks the only thing Nick had to score engage in the previous turn? So Nick scored a 0 on engage as well.
Did he just get donuts all the way down?
I think the score is currently up to date with.
Yes. Nick did not get engaged because yes he did. That was the Racks in the top left was the only way he was going to get engaged points. Now this is counterintuitive to me. Yeah, you take to the last. That doesn't compute to me.
To the last retrieve victorious data and engage.
Yeah, that doesn't compute to me.
No,
Those
I think
those
Nick
are not
very
three-
much should have had Stranglehold here instead
Yes,
of
exactly right.
instead of engage it off front.
Instead of engage.
Stranglehold is just the best secondary, guys. Take Stranglehold. It's way better than all the other ones.
Agreed.
You need to stand on 3 objectives anyway if you're going to win the game. You might as well get points for it.
Well, he should have taken Herd, to be honest, mate.
I think Herd is risky in this deployment zone
Well-
just because it's only 2 points unless he starts tabling stuff.
But if you're taking to the last and you take Herd is essentially a comfortable 8 points because you're insulating your backfield and keeping a minimum of 3 units back there to keep them safe. So that's a 1 table quarter. You're most likely going to be able to definitely keep him out of because you're going to have strength there to protect you to the last points. And then opportunistically you keep him out of 1 other table quarter and cool, you get 12 points for 2 turns of a game. So literally that's a safe 12 when I think he's taken 2 objectives where he might get a 6 and a 4 for engage and rod. So I think he might be in trouble. Well, he has to do a full commitment. He has to actually just everything he's got goes this
Nick's
turn.
gonna have to
Otherwise,
go
Nick
broke
is.
here. I think Nick's put himself in a hole he didn't need to be in here.
He did. I think it actually is poor secondary choice. Where everything else is gone is in his favor. So he got the bottom of turn with while taking to the last in a hold 2 playing Drakari. Cool. And
But
then
his
he for some
opponent took
reason
grind them down. It's
yeah
a horrible
yeah and
situation to be in for the grind them down player.
exactly. And then for some reason he took engage on all fronts and rod, which don't compute to this game whatsoever. Interesting. So yeah, we've seen it. Yeah, cool. And so far as I can see, Jamie's playing a perfect game, like absolutely perfect.
Jammy's playing this absolutely fine. I'm not 100% sure I agree with the drop pod play, but I can follow his reasoning, and I don't think it's a mistake. I just think it's not how I would have played it, and that's
Well,
not
yeah,
the same
same.
thing as
Well,
playing wrong.
from Jaime's point of view, no pressure has been applied to him. He's like, I'm under no pressure. So why bring down my counter pressure piece?
I suppose it's
essentially.
whether you're playing for that 1 point winner, or if you're playing to break the back of the game open. I think if you were playing to break the game open there, you'd have just gone for the Raider play.
Exactly
If you're
right.
just playing to win by 1 point, this is the play you make. So that makes
for
sense.
sure. He's in the driver's seat, man. Look at the scoreboard. 22 to 0 to 0. Yeah. I don't think any of us would have thought of that. So right now we're seeing the Hellions coming out. There have been and a couple of unit of Reavers as well. Maybe he's even popped a strat to give him all the extra advance, the extra charge. It's nice to see that Jaime didn't give him any flyover options. These are only 5-mans though, but if I was Nick, I still would have done it. Like just 1 CP to pop a couple of mortals on some of these 4+ invuln,
I think
units
there's a
would have
decent
been worth
chance
it.
Nick is needing to save all of his CP for damage here.
That's what I thought as well. Well, so that is damage though. If you can just drop 3 mortal wounds on a Wolfguard unit, kill 1.5 dudes.
I suppose it's just like
does make him a lot more
is 3
palatable.
mortal wounds, is that more valuable than doing like +1 attack or doing double drugs or
Yeah,
reroll wounds?
yeah, spot on. But well, against these, when you need your shooting to actually do work now, maybe it is. Like maybe it is. And like the difference between having going into a unit of 5 Wolfguard with 2 up saves and going into a unit of 3 Wolfguard with 2 up saves for some of these 2 damage rend 1 attacks from the Hellions might be the difference. Like they don't like 5 Hellions doesn't kill 5 Wolfguard for my mind, but maybe they kill 3.
I suppose the other thing that if he had gotten the 2 mortal wounds, it triggers the prey on the weak stratagem for the reroll ones to hit against the squad below starting strength.
That's fair. That's fair as well. I
So
I
that
keep,
could have been useful. Yeah.
yeah, I completely forget about that one as well. But I have had that used against me to great effect. What
My,
are we seeing?
my regular practice partner uses it every game against me. It annoys me to no end. I lost 1 dude. Stop getting reroll ones against me.
I was playing Dark Angels into Drakari, so he didn't even need the help. He was just walking right over me. So yeah, so full commitment down on the right hand side. It looks like just more racks towing onto that bottom right hand objective. And this is the problem now that I see that the drop pod might have. If Nick has a full commitment and spreads out, that drop pod comes down and doesn't get into range of much. He might have to use it to kill an empty raider because the raider was zoning off for more meaningful units. And one thing I would like to see Nick do is start charging things with his raiders. Like, do not charge a Redemptor Dread, but the 5-man units
I don't know if he had range. He might have just needed to. He might need to keep the Dark Lances alive this turn.
Yeah, exactly right. But I'd love to see him charge Wolfguard units with Raiders because Born Heroes and all the crazy stuff really only gets activated when they get the charge. And so charging those units in, tapping them, and then tapping them in such a way because he's strung out in a lot of different ways. Tap 1 guy, you only get swung back by 3 instead of getting hit on 5 when they charge you, and then they don't get a bunch of their buffs. So I actually quite like that a lot. And Raiders are one of the only tools he can do that he can use to tap things that aren't just going to get auto picked up.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. I just think maybe Nick has to preserve. He's going to have to preserve raiders on objectives in order to have that 2 layers of holding. So that even if he gets picked up, he's still got stuff. He's still got stuff that can disembark if they get charged by like the Wolf Lord, things like that.
And it forces so there isn't a huge amount of shooting for Jaime. I mean, it's a lot more than Nick has, but it's only like 6 instances of shooting. A Contemptor, 2 Dreads. So it's only 5 instances of shooting, of meaningful shooting. The Contemptor, 2 Redemptors, and the 2 units of Longfangs. So he only has 5 opportunities to target things. In all reality. So yeah, when you do make 2 of those be into a raider and contents, you're right. It's a very safe thing. We got some comments in the chat that are pretty good. Nick gonna be on a 0. Owen Bangles, and then we had Focini 19. Nick, throw all your stuff or you lose, and that pretty much sums up what his turn has to be.
Is that not just how you play Dark Eldar?
It is, yeah. Wait till turn 2 and throw all your stuff, and usually you win. Like
Yeah,
Like,
Hope there's nothing left on the second. I hope there's nothing left for turn
yeah,
3.
exactly right. Yeah, and if he does throw, I mean, he has to throw. Like, well, there is no kind of two bones about it. He has to throw his stuff. He has to throw enough stuff onto these two bottom right objectives that it sticks. That's their next turn. And in all reality, I'd love to know if we got any. It looks like we've got some wound counters on some of the dreads. Looks like there's a wound counter above that lowest redempted dread. Either that or it's a buff, like he's turned on a buff. But most of his buffs are in the form of the magic cards, so I'm assuming it's not a buff. Yeah, Nick by his posture, I think he's got a little bit of frustration on his mind as well. I don't think he expected to be put in such a high position so early and so succinctly. I don't know anything about Jaime. I've never know this guy, but never met this guy before. But man, I'm impressed.
Yeah, he's playing a really clean game so far. He clearly knows his space holds. Nick, I've never played a game where I missed out 2 free points on engage and didn't feel frustrated. So I feel Nick's wavelength here. But yeah, it's never a good feeling when you're like, I definitely could have had those points.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna get 4 on Rod this turn. Surely he just throws a unit into the bottom right, does a Rod, picks up 4 points there. So he's not going to be on a donut going into next turn. And in all likelihood, all he needs to do is just throw 1 unit into the top left over that center line. And he's going to get 2 points on engage pretty easily. He has enough 5-mans here and there and everywhere. That shouldn't be a hard prospect for him. But he's
There's
left
also
himself weak.
the hidden points to the last here. So he is sitting on 15 at the moment.
He's
because
sitting
they're
on
not dead
15.
yet.
Exactly right. And in all likelihood, if that's all Nick has doubled down on playing that already through his conservative, first turn plays, conservative putting stuff back into reserve. So you can bet he's going to probably end up with a 10 a minimum. So I'm of the opinion if this continues to go bad, he can't win this game without using Drazar, without exposing him. And so very likely, I think he might lose Drazar this game. I don't think he loses the Slith or the Urgles. I think they're the perfect thing to sit in the
Honestly,
back line.
I think they should be going in. They are so good into Vanguard veterans.
You are right, they are. But if you're going to have one thing that can stay at home and defend your back line against things like the Vanguard vets coming in, that's probably it.
I personally would have I would have left a raider with a squad of the last racks in it. That's not going to die to the contents of a drop pod because once you pop to turn 3 and they're on that 5 up, it's just not going away quickly enough. And then they are going to go in. They suddenly are going to go in with their 40 attacks and actually just mulch some stuff with perfect profiles to not die to Vanguard.
Well, and if you're dropping, so do you guys remember? Do you know how much that combination, the 2 units of Longfang and the drop pad costs? It's almost a quarter of his army.
Yeah,
it's almost a quarter of his damn army. If he's going to use that to pop a raider and then kill one unit of 10 racks, I think Nick's okay with it. Like, if that's the worst you're going to do with that, that's fine.
Not if you get 0 primary off of it, right? But
well, exactly right. As long as it's not 0 primary, but you get what I mean. If that's the extent of the damage I think is going to do upon arrival.
If it's a cheap character and then 10 racks and the radar, that's going to take a minimum of 3 inches of shooting. So unless you get really spiky with Armorium Cherubs, it's not happening. I think that would have been. And then those stuff get to come out and play. And I don't think they're at massive risk of dying to 1 squad of guys charging into them. And if Nick's playing it properly, I don't think there's going to be a lot of squads of guys that can charge into them.
You're absolutely right. 1 squad of Wolfguard does not pick up that unit. 1 Redemptor does not pick up that unit. Through shooting and charging,
all 3 squads and the Redemptor pick up that unit. It has so many.
It does. But that's something I want to get to the 5 up invuln turn, doesn't it? We're sitting on the 6 up, 5 up, might leave it more exposed. So maybe that's a reason why Nick will hold it back for another turn.
Yeah, you still need to put 40 damage on them to kill them with Wolfguard, which have 21 attacks.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
It doesn't,
even 2 units of you're right. 2 units of Wolfguard don't kill them either. They might expose them to morale, but whatever. What is Nick jumping over there? Looks like he's jumped over. I actually have no idea what that unit is.
At the top left, it's probably witches.
It's probably witches. He's just diving them out to go get him engage points. He won't even charge from there. He'll just sit him on
They'll
engage.
probably just rod.
They'll probably rod. But I'm assuming they had to advance from where they were, unless they rolled up the +2 move drug or whatever. In the bottom right, looks like we have another unit of witches or racks on the bottom right hand objective, and then we have a raider chock full of goodies in addition. I wouldn't be surprised if this turn all Nick did was posture up on his objectives and send in his characters, like send in both of his his Archon and his 2 Succubi, because then they get to do max amount of damage and then get picked up, but that's fine. And then you have the next wave being the Incubi that come in with Drazar and your 10-man racks if you need to do it, and the Slith and Urgles. I use the surgical tools early. I like for Dark Eldar, especially when you're waiting for some of your other units to power up with the plus to hit and etc. And the extra invuln. But Yeah, and of course he has the max amount of CP now. To what you said before, then you get to pump all your CP for max amounts of damage. You don't get to have to diffuse that by having them all go in one hit. You just go, oh yeah, cool. Here's the enough CP to make this
We're gonna have to
class.
see. We're gonna have to see a bunch of damage come out of Nick this turn, and I think this is the time to do it. And he has the army to do it.
Yeah,
so I
for
wouldn't be
sure.
surprised, especially if we get some good tormentors rolls that could really just put the nail in for Jaime here.
Well,
on
I
this flank.
think he's doing this charge phase. This is a good time for us to step back and listen into the game. So we're going to take a step back, guys, and we'll hear from the players. Hit us the transition, Seth, when you get a chance.
Mm-hmm. So just give him a 15, I'll be real sad. Now, what do I do with these Reavers? Do they want to charge? They're just going to let you heroic and make me sad. If he heroics, does that trigger his like advance and charge for everybody?
No, I have to charge to get advance and charge.
That's cool. They'll also charge these guys. Okay. 11. Not engaging the Dreadnought, of course. Cool. Not getting
Staying outside 6.
6 of him.
Stay outside 6 with him. That is my base.
So let's be a little bit from the back.
Yep, you're good. Cool.
And there. Obviously 6. Good. And I don't want him doing it, so there.
So staying outside with 6 of him?
6 of him and him. Yep.
Okay.
That's going to be it for charging. Would you like to heroic?
I will, absolutely.
I'm going to vect it, so that's going to cost you more.
Absolutely. I'm going to go heroic. And I'm going to go ahead and... So I am just outside it, so just within 2. So I want to adjust within 2 and a bit. I'm going to go base this guy all the way over here.
Yep.
So base just within 2 again, basing him over there.
Okay. Back to me.
Smack me around.
Let's start with the Hellions. Let's leave it there. The Hellions, 4 Hellions are going to attack the Space Marines. Do I want to spend CP to make sure they die? 3, 4. Does this matter to me? You've got 1 unit in your turn for grind. You're about to get my Reavers for 2. I might actually tie you on grind, so yeah. Reroll wounds.
Yep. Cool.
Not like that. 4s. Rerolling wounds. Okay, we got 2 AP2s and 4 AP1s.
2 AP2s and 4 AP1s. 1 is wounded, and I will eat that on a AP2, so 5 up. Dies, so that's 1 dead.
Yep. And
then we'll do... Yes, thank you. Then I've got 1 more AP2. These are all 2 damage, correct?
Yep, all 2.
5 up.
Nope.
Dies, so that's 2 dead.
And then 4 AP1s.
4 AP1s. Can you fight twice?
No.
Okay. So I have to pass 3 of these.
Yeah.
So 1 at a time. 4 up. 1, 2.
I get it.
3. 4.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Blood claws. I'm gonna put more blood claws in my list.
Would you like to interrupt?
No, because there's no way for you to kill the blood claws, correct?
I don't think so.
And the incursors are gonna die no matter what I do, because even with Paladins, the Hellions are closer, so there's no way for me to hit the Succubus or you. Someone back on you, please.
Let's do...
Is there any way for her to whiff?
It's really hard. I mean, she attacks you more when she whiffs. But let's do it. 7 hits. 1 dies and 6 6-ups. They're gone.
Gone. Dead.
All right. Reavers. Can't do much with this, unfortunately. We'll just go over here.
I get to hit you first because they did charge.
They
Yes,
also
did.
have bonus strikes first.
Oh, true.
A lot of reasons I'm going to do this.
Yes. There's more dice over here.
I get 3s. 6s. No.
Okay, some on me, please.
It's 1 AP1. I'm sorry. That's 5.
1 AP1?
Yep, that's good. And she gets to consolidate. Let me just do that real
Yes.
quick. She's got the show stealer.
Okay. So then we'll do the Redemptor into you. You have an Invon?
They have 6 events.
I've only killed one. You've killed one. So I'm gonna slow roll the last one just in case I need to like CP reroll a wound or something like that.
Yeah.
So hitting on 3s, Chapter Master rerolls.
6. There it is. There.
Redemptor. Wounding on 2s. That
Okay.
is 6 saves so far.
They're dead. Okay.
He will consolidate closer but not engage. They cannot fight twice.
They
Right?
cannot fight twice.
No nonsense.
Nope.
Actually,
Should not be within 4.
I'm gonna spend the CP to consolidate 6.
Okay.
Can I even do it? I am just outside of 3. So is there a spot where I'm within 3? Yes, there is.
Yeah, there is.
So I'm gonna spend a CP to consolidate 6 inches
Nice move.
to contest that objective.
That's a spaceful strat?
That's a spaceful strat.
That's
One
cool.
spaceful unit can consolidate 6 inches. So I'm gonna go not with an engagement, closer to him, contest the objective.
Absolutely. Well done.
And then blood claws times to me. Yep. Sergeant is in there, so 1 base, shock assault, chainsword. Sergeant.
Hellions can't reroll wounds with that strat.
Why not?
It's cultist strat witches unit.
It's not. They're not. Oh. Do they not have the witch keyword? I just keep on shooting Jamie. You want to put a dude back or something?
Sure.
Okay. They can't fight twice. No, I was rerolling.
Reroll wounds with the head.
Wait, double check there's a reroll.
I think they can. I've seen it before.
Brad has done it to
That's
me,
a different
so
trip,
I would hope so. So we're good.
We're good. We're good. So for 3 guys, one's a sergeant.
Way to just keep on trying to intrude.
These guys will hit on 3s. They're nowhere near any rerolls. 4 6s. Today they're powering up. Wounding you on force T4.
T4.
Ugh.
Sorry, T3.
T3.
They're soft.
Okay. So 8 saves, AP 1.
8 AP
1
ones.
damage.
I made 2, so 3 guys eat it.
Okay.
1, 2. I don't want you to be free, but I think you're. Well, does it matter if you hold this? Because you're going to
Vital
hold
points.
3. It's vital points.
So you either leave a model on there or I get a vital point.
I think them doing stuff is worse for me.
No, just as Hellions.
So I'll pull these 3. The T4. Oh my god, I don't know.
I'll pull 1 back.
Alright, thanks.
Because there were 2 3s.
Then we'll do this. Appreciate that. Okay, we're good.
Yes. There you go.
So, I don't owe you morale. I haven't played that wrong all weekend.
Leadership 7, lost 2 on a 6-day run. Don't run.
Okay.
I don't have oath. Actually, do run. No. Okay.
We're good. So I got rods for 4. I got engage for 2.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can do your thing. I'm just right here. You get a 15, and I'm sad about it. I got a 0. You got your grind again. That's not good. You got vital for 3. I got engage for 2. I got rods for 4. And it's your turn.
Sir. So I go up a command point to 5. I need to remember that my heroics now cost 2 CP. 1 CP on my characters. She's so dangerous.
She's fine.
She's fine?
She's fine.
Oh, we're gonna get super sneaky.
I hate you.
Are you ready for this?
No.
No.
Usually I'm the sneaky one. I'm getting out sneaky over
we're
here.
about to get stupid sneaky here.
Oh my god.
Okay, so let's do. Okay. All right, so back end of Dark Angels. Dark Eldar turn 2. Succubus murderized the Incursors. The Hellions failed to kill the Blood Claws. I'm gonna put more Blood Claws on my list now because they're just great all weekend. Redemptor killed the 3 bags that he heroic into, and I spent a CP to consolidate 6 inches onto the objective, contesting it and giving me a 15 on primary. Incubi and just Incubi in this raider left. 5 racks over here. Super Succubus over here. I have to bring down my drop out this turn. I don't want to forget about that. They came down. They rotted.
They rotted here.
They did not rot.
They have not rotted.
Cool.
Yeah.
And
So I've rotted these 2.
Bunch of stuff in the back. Okay, so we'll come back at the end of Space Force turn 3. Okay, so here's the master plan. You ready? Chapter Master is going to select himself for the rerolls.
Yeah.
We're going to have this Redemptor shoot and kill these racks. We're going to have him charge the Succubus and consolidate onto the objective to contest it.
That would suck. All of that would suck.
Yes. If I activate there first, there's no way for you to interrupt.
She has always strikes first.
But I
But
charge.
if you
so I can
activate
take
for
it
first, yeah.
Question is, can he kill her?
4 weapon volts, like a lightning fast.
How many wounds?
5.
If he doesn't kill her, he dies, and he deserves it. So he's gonna charge the master rails for himself. Let's do Litines over there. Let's do reroll. Ooh.
Are you gonna be in tactical doctrine?
Hell no.
And we are back. Look at what the Space Wolves are able to do. Nick tries a couple of plays, tries to get sneaky, tried to get cute, especially with those Reavers. And Jamie was just like, 1 CP, undone. And man, I am really worried for Nick. I think Nick is looking pretty shaky. And if Jamie has a big turn, and he has to have a big turn this turn because he's got a drop pod coming down, this could be a death knell already. Nick could already be in an unwinnable situation. What do you think, Inez?
I mean, I'm just looking at those donuts, and they're looking real sugar coated, but we can't sugarcoat it for Nick. This is not going well. I
No,
don't
it is
see
not.
Drazar's Raider on the board, so that's turn 4 minimum before Drazar doing anything, and I don't think Drazar, as good as he is going to be cleaning up this game.
Nah, I don't think he can only do so many plays so many times. To my mind, so he's already measuring out his deep strikes from what I can see, because he just needs to figure out where this pod is going to be. Now, what is cool about this pod, it's got 2 units inside of it, so we could drop this pod between an objective, put Long Fangs on one objective, Long Fangs on another objective, and then all those Wolfguard just go deep. Just go deep, because right now you don't need the shooting, you just need to put pressure. Just one more turn of pressure.
There's a very
and this...
real chance all the stuff on that objective gets shot or charged this turn.
Yes.
I think Jaime is measuring like charge distances here.
Exactly right.
I don't know if he's been able to trigger Hunter yet. I would assume he has, but I'm not 100% sure. So he might have advanced in charge on those Wolfguard now. If not, shoot them off, charge them next turn. Nick's not going to get to have that objective much longer. This is
Now,
looking bad.
In Nick's defense, and I'll say the same thing in anybody's defense who doesn't have a good showing on day 3 of Charity Hammer, this is a very unique event. This is an event where both of these guys could have played 10, 15 games over the past 72 hours and could have had like no sleep, like zero sleep between those games.
They've probably played more games than hours of sleep they've had. So
Exactly, dude. Well, legit, at Charity Hammer for me, I played one of the least amount of games. I did call a hell of a lot of games and play a hell of a lot of games, but I got sub 10 hours sleep over 72 hours and played about 24 hours of either calling or streaming in those 72. So 1/3 of my life at Charity Hammer was playing or streaming something, and less than like a quarter was sleep. So if you're not seeing people at their best right now, it's some very good reasons. This thing is
You've
like
had
a
plenty
hell of a
practice
marathon.
from ETCs, right, Adam? Like you get about match sleep at ETC, right?
Do you know what I love about ETC and WTC? 2 games a day, baby. 4-hour rounds. You cruise in, you cruise out. You know, all the pressure's left on the tables. And you go out for dinner with the boys afterwards.
You've not seen
It's
the schedule
best.
for next year, have you?
What's this? No, what is it? What?
Oh, it's 8 rounds now.
8? Good. 4. Is it 4 days or is it 3-3-2?
No, 3-3-2, yeah.
Oh, yikes.
But look at that scoreboard, man. 25-18 for
This
Jaime.
is so.
6 for Nick.
We are going to stick with this game, guys, for one more turn, and well, we're going to stick with it for essentially to see how bad Jaime's shooting and charge phase is. If it's as bad as both Inez and I believe it's going to be, we're going to switch to the next game because this one is going to be totally over.
So we're going to jump in with Hank and John after this one to see what's going on.
Exactly
Because
right.
This is looking. It's not looking so much all she wrote as murder she wrote.
Yeah, exactly right. Nick. So Nick didn't full commit, did he? He half-assed that one. He totally half-assed.
Nick
He
put
sent
Drazar in reserve, and I'm not sure about that play. I think he needed Drazar on the board here.
He did.
Adam and I have been talking behind the scenes a bit about Nick's secondary choices kind of being at odds with each other and creating a real tension.
Also, exactly right. He went second in a hold 2, and that means you want to play back, you want to sit back, you want to hold back, you want to tempo your opponent's primary, and then swing it back at the end of the game. Turn 4, turn 5 explosions. Essentially, how John Lennon plays every game with his sisters. And maybe we'll get to talk more about that in a moment. But what he has been forced to do by his secondary picks is really bleed out. I think he's gotten 2. So for his total for his secondaries, he's gotten 4 on Rod and 2 on Stranglehold. And that's it.
2 on Engage.
Oh, that's what I meant. Sorry. 4 on Rod, 2 on Engage.
He could easily have had 6 on Stranglehold at this point.
Exactly.
Still have the 4 on Rod, and then still be playing for the last. Engage on this mission requires him to come out on both sides of the board, and that's exactly what Jaime wants because Jaime's going to have stuff on both sides of the board for data intercept and Stranglehold. Jaime had to be on both sides of the board anyway, and Nick just gave him outs to that. Obviously, they both picked their secondaries in isolation, but Jaime's secondaries were kind of very well oiled for having a good plan if he goes first or second, whereas Nick's have kind of required him to play 2 different games at once instead of having a plan for having a plan for both games. He's playing both games, and it's not working.
Exactly right. Now, what Jaime, so you see how Jaime postured up, had a brutal turn 1, and it started to fade away. He started to back up, fade away, keep this null zone between the 2 armies, and that's to stop Nick from having a full commit, because now Nick is spread because of the dint of what Nick has to do to play engage and to play rod. He needs to spread himself, and so all Jaime needs to do is actually just continue backing up. There's actually really no way for Nick to stop him getting a 45 on primary now. He's already got 2 15s, so he's got 15 and a 10. So just need 2 10s in the bag, mate, and you've maxed this. So he's going to continue to back up with his dreads. He's going to continue to pull them back. One of them is going to go up and sit up and posture up on the middle right. The other 2 will back up, and then he's just going to do what Nick did. Nick threw some disruption units out, some surgical units, that being a succubus, 1 unit of Hellions, 1 unit of Reavers. I think Jaime should just match that. Throw in the Wolf Lord, throw in 1 unit of Wolf Guard, and maybe some Blood Claws. Back everything else up, and just maintain the posture. Drop the drop pod, and hit him where he lives, as in on his back objective. Keep the pressure up there, so he has to maintain some kind of strength there, and just continue to back up. Because right now, everything is in your favor. There's no need to land a killing blow. Nick's doing half your work for you.
Yeah, I mean, even if you just work through what Nick's going to get, if Nick gets another 0 primary here, the maximum primary he could theoretically score is 30. The maximum he can now score on his engage is going to be another 9. So that's 39 points added, and then he can get 15 to the last is 54, and his last secondary is Rod, which is another 8. So 62 points is the maximum more that Nick can score, puts him at 78. Jaime's got to get like 30 points. He's got to do that really easy. He's going to get another 10 this turn.
Yeah, spot on.
And that's if Nick scores maximum, which Nick's not going to do. So Nick has got, I would say that at this point it's an insurmountable lead with not enough resources to do it with.
Yeah,
and that's kind of the downside with this MSU style list. We were talking about this at the start, but it's really good at getting 1-point wins, but when it loses, it folds real hard because you just...
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
Once you start losing the pieces that are right for the game that you're playing, you don't have anything that duplicates the role. You have a couple squads of Ink by, but if they die, you don't have anything that hits really hard. You've got a couple of Raiders for speed and maneuverability, but they can only be in so many places at once. You don't have any of those like anvil units, like the 10 of which is they can go in with the 50 attacks and the reroll wounds and just murder something.
Exactly right. Look, and in all reality, like Jaime's on track to get 100 points here. He's on track to get a literal 100 points, and it's actually an impossibility for Nick to get what you said, pretty much more than an 80. Yeah, that's if he scores every remaining point. He's probably getting like 70, 73.
He's captain like the 70s. Yeah.
Yeah, so Nick actually just needs to essentially wipe the other man off the table, and he has. What's the sum total of the units he's removed? I think he's killed 1 Cyberwolf and a unit of Blood Claws. Is what has been removed from Jaime's army. He's not doing it. This is not doing it, guys.
Nick lost more in Jaime's combat phase than Jaime did.
And look, I love Nick. I love Nick to death, and I love Chester as well. And I saw Chester throw in the towel in a Drakari versus Space Wolf matchup versus Jaime. And I think that one was a little bit more because of the wear and tear and the marathon nature of this event, more than anything else. Because in all honesty, there's nothing on the line here except for bragging rights. There's no ITC points. Realistically, there's no ITC points. Sure, good for you. You won a 32-player GT. That's not going to really change much in the rankings. But there is a lot of bragging rights here. And Jaime's now gone through Brad Chester, third in the world. And in all likelihood, he's also going to be going through Nick Narvati, who's number 8 or 9th in the world. And so, man, a props to him. He might be playing off against number 1 in the world and beating him on the top table next, depending if whether Hank or Lennon gets up. If Jaime goes through 3 of Ardor's best, we've got a star in the making right here. We've made a name out of this event.
My bracket had Admech winning, so I'm gonna bank on. I reckon Hank's gonna do it. I reckon he'll be playing Admech. So he'll be playing either the number 1 army or the number 1 player. Those are the 2 choices he's got.
Well, dude, see, that's how I did. That's how I did.
Fully able to believe he can get one of them.
Dude, is that your philosophy as well? Is that how you did your bracket? You take the best army and the best player in the last round?
Oh no, I had Danny. I basically went with the bracket prediction of.
Did you have Danny versus Lennon?
No, I had Danny versus Anti Vanea. My basic prediction was everybody's going to put Lennon in, so I'll try and be the if Lennon doesn't win, I'll try and win on that aspect, because you put Lennon to win, you're one of like 50% of the people who did that.
That's true.
Good for you. You've got to get all your other guesses right, or you go with something brave, like putting Danny for the top with Admech, which is not a brave prediction, by the way.
Well, I put Danny.
that way.
I did. I put Danny at top. in my bracket as well. I did put Danny versus John because I was like, okay, who's the best player at the event and what's the best list at the event? And I'm like, Danny's got the best list at the event because it's messed up, disgusting, and John's the it's looking like it's John's year. So I'm like, oh yeah, those two in the final. And yeah.
Yeah, and I think Chester was on the same side of the bracket as Danny. So wherever
Exactly
you fall on that debate, you had to pick one of them.
Yeah, well, but yeah, dude, Jamie, who did Jamie play in his first round? Just have a quick look. I got the challenge bracket up. In his first round, he played JT McDowell. So he's gone through nothing but Drakari, guys. He beat Drakari to get into the next round. He beat Brad Chester on Drakari to get past that, and then he went into Ultramarines and beat Colin Sherman, and now he's playing Nick Nardavati. So he's going to be 3-0 versus Drakari with Space Marines, guys. And Space Marines, as many of you will know if you pay attention to Stats Center and some of the shows I'm on, has one of the worst win rates against Drakari. Drakari just stomp all over Space Marines. So if you're a Space Marine player looking for Space Marine options, do what this man's doing because he's making an absolute mockery of some of the best
really
players in the world
good at
right
40k,
now.
and then mind control your opponent to pick bad secondaries, and you too can look this good.
Someone's pointing out Jamie is ranked 14th in the ITC right now. Everyone just wants to underestimate him. Very good point out, Mad, because Brad, thank you very much for pointing that out. I actually didn't know that. Did not know that.
I'm not gonna lie. I have only very vaguely heard of the guy.
Same.
He's obviously putting on a massive show here, but he's not somebody that's been in my radar for a long
neither.
time, or even really at all. So massive props to him. But I would say that this is a little bit of an underdog story if you're just going by the narrative. But he's clearly a very good player. So that's not
exactly
really
right.
necessarily true.
And this is a little bit of showmanship by me and Inez trying to build this man up, coming from possible obscurity to beat, two of the best players in the world, show them all up and stuff. I'm trying to make something out of this, a bit of a Rocky Balboa story, rising from the boonies when in all reality this man is an absolute fully fledged killer and is probably very well renowned in the ponds upon which he swims. And this is what I love about Charity Hammer. It puts together guys like this, and we get to see how they mix it up, going mono a mono, because you go to the only real places where guys like this might play is at like super majors, and at a 1,000 player event, chances of getting this matchup slim to none, minuscule. And so this is where we get to see and we get to call and we get to see what would happen. It's amazing. But I think we're into a shooting phase for Jamie, and this might be the last we hear of this table for a little while. So, Inez, should we jump in and hear what goes down?
Yeah, let's go and see what's going down.
All right, Seth, please hit that transition. Let's check it out.
All right, they're dead. At least 2 mortals before I roll the others. Box weird. But the second unit killed in shooting, which does not actually change.
So we are looking at looks like the start of turn 2. Really sorry about that. We'll find out what's happening on the board in a bit. But we are definitely seeing some interesting stuff going down here. There is, looks like a lot of stuff stringing across the middle of this board, and not a lot on either of the objectives on the right-hand side.
Yeah, exactly right. So I've called innumerable John Lennon games with this Sisters Army now. This is probably my 6th or 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th John Lennon game I've called with this Sisters Army. And he plays really, really, really conservatively with it. Like turn 1, 2, usually he does literally nothing. Turn 3, sometimes he does nothing. And then turn 4, all his assets arrive, everything jumps on the table. And literally, I think it's because he waits for a certain density of miracle dice. Like he sits there and he just waits until the miracle dice accrue enough that he can just make his entire army activate in one turn. And you think, oh yeah, cool, he's just going to be pinch hitting here, there, and everywhere. And then you're like, oh dear God, he's all the way down my throat. He's destroying me entirely. And now Hank has actually quite a good army in this matchup though. Hank has just such a density of wounds in his 3 big units of cav, and then his 3 or 4 big units of infantry, that he can just weather a lot of the storm. Like John can't put a single unit of anything into a single unit of any of his and think they're just going to trade up automatically. Mind you, Repentia are actually really quite good into the dogs and the hounds, aren't they?
Yeah, they're. I mean, Repentia are good into everything that's not -1 damage and Mortarion, right? So
yeah, well, what I mean
really
is like
surprised to see them doing work here.
Yeah, but like an 8-man Repentia unit doesn't kill 20 Skitarii, does it? Doesn't kill 20 Vanguard, does it?
Maybe with like all the buffs, if they're not transhuman, it can. Like it's super variable though. Obviously, anything like that when you're working with exploding 6s, the same thing we were talking about in the space with the space list. When you've got exploding 6s, you have the variability is just inbuilt. Sometimes you're gonna roll a bunch of 6s and you're gonna overkill. Sometimes you're gonna underkill. You just kind of have to live with that. But with Skitarii, you drop them down to a 10, they're a lot less threatening, so it doesn't really matter. It's more about just making sure they're doing less.
Exactly right. Now, There are some interesting portions of Hank's army. I'll do a quick rundown of what he's got, and I'll get your hot takes, brother, because he's got some things in here that we don't see very often. He starts off with a Mars Outrider. It's got his Qatari Marshal, 2 single Iron Strider Ballastaris, and then a double, which I think is a good way of running them. I like a lot of people used to play with 6, 2 units of 3. I like 3 units of 2 now, especially when they're Mars, so you get the maximum value from the reroll. And then he's got 5 Taraxi Sterilizers, which I know from previous games he uses as his action monkeys, things to go get Rod, pick up, put him down, get engaged, etc., etc. Then he's got 2 units of 9 Cerberus Raiders. These are very much his Wrath on Mars enablers as well. They'll just come in, they'll just dump mortal wounds wherever he needs them. Then he has a battalion. This one of Forge World is Lucius. He has a Cybernetica Data Smith in the no Force Org slot, which a little bit of foreshadowing for you. Then he has a Marshal, a Manipulus, 1, 2 units of 20 Rangers, 1 unit of 20 Vanguard, a unit of Servitors, a unit of 9 Sulphur Hounds, which I'm actually a big fan of. I think they're going to be coming a lot more into vogue now with the Book of Fire getting activated. And then a single unit of 3 full punchy Castellan robots. Give us what you think of this list.
Yeah.
I know,
I
hell
think
yeah,
that
but
you have got Solar Flare, and you can give those robots core and teleport them about, and I don't care what else they do. That's funny.
exactly
and I
right.
have a lot of respect for that.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for that as well. And a lot of people don't. A lot of people look at that unit and scoff, like, ha, pleb unit, overcosted,
I mean, it's still got
trash.
flamers. It's reasonably tanky. It's a durable anvil unit that you can use. That's core. It can get a bunch of rerolls. It gets to just sit in one place. You sit in Aegis Protocol. You're fairly resilient, and then in the late game you get to just go and do whatever you want with it. It's just very useful. In games
Exactly
you don't need
right.
to use the teleport. It's still got flamers. It can still wander about. No, I think they're a lot better than people give them credit for. I don't think they're like the super optimal choice, but when you're doing it for the vibe, I have a lot of respect. I have a
I have a lot
lot
of
of
respect
respect
for
for
it as
Hank there.
well. I have a lot of respect for it as well. And what I do like to see is I like to see these people who take their core of super optimum stuff, e.g. like 60 Skitarii Infantry and Cerberus Raiders and Ballistari. Can't go wrong with any of those units in whatever freaking combination you want. They're going to be good. But then you add your little 500 points of this is my special take on this. And I think that really is his Castellan robots and his Data Smith, where he does just dump them on a flank at some point, late in the game. And they just run the table. Like if they survive till turn 4, and Hank always has them survive till turn 3, turn 4 because of how he deploys them and uses them. As soon as they hit a flank and they make it, if they make that charge from reserve, like it's a huge pressure play laid on. You see the Veil of Darkness, yeah. Every turn that the Necron player, especially in 8th edition, was able to hold off using the Veil, the more powerful it became in the scoreboard pressure. And I think that's definitely the same thing that's done by the Castellan robots. If you could give them Obsec though, that would be the last final little tick up incredible nail in the coffin for them.
Well,
For them being a
let's
good
be
choice.
glad of that they can't. I don't want to have to deal with OPSEC robots, but they're also like movement 8, movement 9, so it's very capable that you can teleport them over
You're exactly
somewhere
right.
like relatively safe, and then jump and then just run them out next turn. So what has Hank gone through to get?
Yeah, spot
is
on.
The next question. So Hank went through Alex McDougall's Tyranids, and then Thomas Bird, who I believe is on oh god, I hope I don't get
Ultramarines?
this one wrong.
Yep.
Ultramarines, yep.
Ultramarines.
And then Tyler Bertel on Tyranids. So yeah, Hank has been running the
double
gamut
nid.
of all the anti-scoring stuff, and then just incredible violence on behalf of the Ultramarines. So he's clearly got the stakes to weather lots of stuff that's trying to deny you scoring, and then lots of stuff that's just trying to beat you over the head. So the Sisters list that's kind of a mix of the two of those. Maybe it doesn't handle the skew as much, or the lack of skew. It takes a bit of a struggle, but I reckon Hank's got a very good shot in this game.
Exactly right. I think Hank's got a very good shot at this game as well. He's obviously a gentleman. I played Hank personally when I was over at Charity Hammer last year. I went to a little 2-dayer in Aberdeen, and Hank was there. I played into his AdMech. I did beat him, guys. So obviously, if Hank does win this event, that means I am better than Hank, and therefore I win this event.
That is how that works.
But he was very new. He was actually just coming across from War Machine then, so he's had another year under his belt, and it's caused a lot of growth. This is a guy who's hanging with I don't want to say hanging with the big dogs. That's just a really lame thing to say, and yes, I did just say it. But he is hanging with some of the best players on the planet right now, and he's having an absolute showing. Now, what was really funny, I'm just putting this out there as a fun anecdote. Day 1, I called one of Hank's games, and he had long shoulder length hair. Yeah, wearing a black t-shirt, long shoulder length hair. Day 2, he plays against Tyler Bortel, who has long shoulder length hair and was wearing a black t-shirt, and I thought that was Hank, because Hank in between day 1 and day 2 switched his look switched up from, possible, nice long nerdy, rocker metal hair to clean cut flannel wearing man. And I couldn't tell. And so he's
Well,
really
he went
he's
from
just
one end of with West Coast vibes to the other, right? That's it's very, very with Washington State, isn't it?
he did, man. He's gone through an evolution. Hank Adams is evolving. Oh, Hank Adams evolved into clean cut 30-year-old from 29-year-old prog metalhead. Absolutely hilarious. He's doing really well in this mission so far because what I can see right now, he's forced a little bit of a commitment from John early on. We are only in turn 2 from what I can tell here, and I do think John Lennon went first. I think we were informed of that, and I'm not saying the usual John tropes. And so you see where Celestine is right now. It looks like she's got a buff on her, but usually what you see Celestine doing in this army is she'll be postured up on one of the middle objectives because she'll be bodyguarded by a unit of Sacrosants sitting in a ruin. And so the fact that she's not on an objective means that I think. He's had his hand forced in possibly an early commitment from her. I expect her to go across because she's actually
It
a very
sure
good thing.
does look like Celestine's gonna have to go and do something, and that
Exactly.
means Celestine is very much gonna die and then come back and then probably die again. I think that is a very reasonable thing that could happen here.
Yes.
Do we have the secondaries that both players are running on this game? I believe we do.
We do. We had them posted up before. We had a little spiel. So we have John has picked Stranglehold, Banners, and To the Last. It's essentially the secondaries that Nick should have picked, with maybe Banners being chopped out for Vital Intel. And then Hank's taken Stranglehold, Banners, and Eradication of Flesh. So I expect them to be trading Banners, trading Stranglehold as well every turn, and then I expect then we're gonna have a fight. I think Eradication of Flesh is an extremely clever choice for this army. He's probably going to be getting those most often than not, and then it's whether that overweighs the probable 10 points minimum that John will get for To the Last. But do you see any issues with any of those selections?
Well, only one of them's getting Banners points, right? Cool.
Beautiful.
So we are going to be jumping back to stream 1 because the Falcon is going to do another giveaway. So if we could jump over to that now.
Donate.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, I'm back. It's your boy, the Falcon. Nick's got some difficult choices to make here, so I'm just going to make it even more awkward by standing over his shoulder and giving up prizes. So first off, we've got Alexander White. You've won yourself a Gene Stealer cult Nexos. Someday that guy will be good again. Cross your fingers. He's yours anyway. Anthony Beaumare, you've won yourself a Biophagus. Once again, same idea. I'm sure you'll get a codex one day. And lastly, Eric Chanot, you've won yourself an Army Painter Mega Paint Set and Palette. Congratulations, guys. Catch you on the flip side.
Slits and Urgles advancing. I'm not happy about that. That's kind of far. It's gonna get my ass kicked.
Congratulations to the winners.
Not back yet. We're back.
We are back again, guys. Now, there's this thing's called Charity Hammer. Innes, why would it be called Charity Hammer?
I think it's because they're crushing each other and hearing the lamentations of their. No, it's because it's for charity.
Exactly right. We are here fully in support of a charity called Child's Play, guys. This entire event, this 3-day, 72-hour extravaganza of 40K's best and brightest from North America and Canada has been lovingly stuck together for you in whatever way it seems fit by the wonderful Colin Sherman and the team at BiffPod in order to raise money for Child's Play, which, like I said, is a charity that supports 185 hospitals across this big wide world. And what they do is they try and make kids' time in hospital more palatable, more easy for them, less traumatic, less uncomfortable, by providing them gaming aids, entertainment pieces, things to really just ease their time whilst they're undergoing possibly something very traumatic or uncomfortable, whatever that may be. So every single cent, every dime, every penny that you donate, every pound that you donate goes straight to Child's Play. Not 1 cent will be diverted for any other means. And every $30 you donate will give you 1 raffle ticket into the draw to win some of the awesome prizes you just saw given away by the wonderful Falcon. So please donate if you can. We're up to about $33,000. And if you can donate, please do. There's still plenty of time to win a lot of awesome prizes. And hopefully, we can make it to that 40,000 by the end of this bad boy. So yeah, please contribute. Our one big last push for this. We're already absolutely stoked and amazed by the generosity of the community. You guys are all incredible. Thank you so much to everyone who's participated and donated so far. Innes, what's going down this table? I see a lot of Admech alive still, and that gives me worry for John.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got this big squad of Cerberus Raiders at the top left. We've got another squad in the sort of middle left behind this big giant causeway looking thing. And then we are seeing the Iron Striders kind of just spread up along the sides. Obviously, with Eradication of Flesh, that is the second for Admech, where they get 3 victory points in any turn where they killed more infantry than killed vehicles. So John is going to be trying to get rid of these guys. They're quite a high priority. That's 3 points every turn that they're not dying. So Hank has a real incentive to keep them alive, which is why they're kind of just skirting around the edge of the board, staying away from the Repentia, which do have a diminished threat range now. Some of them can advance and charge, but they're not getting charged with their rhinos or anything like that anymore. So it's very easy to stay away from them. They're also threatening angles onto all of these objectives around the place. And then we're just seeing hordes and hordes of stuff for both players, kind of just fighting over the middle here.
It's an interesting game here for John in the units he's got. To my mind, if I was John, now this might be completely bizarre or make no sense to anybody out there, but I'd have the Repentia in the Rhinos and not the Retributors or the Dominions. The Dominions in this matchup are actually one of your best assets. That damage 2 that they have on the Storm Bolters is so very good here. So good into the Mars Raiders and the Teraxi and things of that ilk. Withering them on 3s with flat 2 damage is phenomenally potent, especially when you're willing to pop the Blessed Bolt at the drop of a dime. So I think like I'd be trying to slingshot Repentia and trying to use those to keep Hank honest, make Hank want to keep those 20-mans bottled up in his back line rather than streaming them out. Because as soon as the 20-mans make it to the middle of the board, you're actually in a lot of trouble because then your hand is forced. How else are you going to dig him out? And the fact that he has the overwhelming amount of OBSEC models compared to John would really force a mass commitment early.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have to see how much damage John can actually get out. A lot of his damage output relies on CP. Admech are pretty good at just tanking a lot of punishment. So I could very much see this just not going well for either player. Maybe John spikes high, gets a bunch of failed saves, but that Lucius stuff is very resilient, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it not taking much.
Yeah, exactly. That's why, like, the Dominions are actually useless into the Lucius. They go in and get cool. You got 16 shots from the four Storm Bolters, and you're going to go into 2+ saves if he's got Shroud Sum up. Like, absolutely tragic.
And you killed 2 of them. Congratulations. You killed 6 of them with
congrats.
the mortal wounds, and now you're dead.
Yeah, now you're dead. So, like, literally the only units that can reliably pick those things up, because the Seraphim can't do it either. The Zephyrim don't have enough attacks. It's the Repentia that can go in and actually take out like 15 of them in one hit. So to my mind, the Repentia are like the things that Hank wants to kill and the thing that you want to keep alive. So I'd have them in the Rhinos if I was John, which it doesn't look like he's done. In fact, we just saw a Rhino at the top of the screen just get picked up, and the contents of it also picked up. So I think John's not going to have any choice. He's going to actually have a full commit earlier rather than later. This is only turn 2 though, so John's has his turn. I think this is the bottom of turn 2. So there's plenty of games to be played here. Looking on the clocks as well, looks like it's 41 to 44 minutes, so they're playing it pretty close to each other as well. But you'd assume, like, early on in the game when there's so many assets available and so many CP there for the Admech, they'd use more time.
It looks like both players had a really movement-intensive turn 1 where not a lot happened, but it was very much playing the angles, keeping things very safe. One thing I do want to say here is this Sisters army doesn't have a massive amount that does anything to do with Overwatch. So unless you can get Sacristans and a character nearby, charging those 20-man bricks with the squad of Repentia is going to hurt.
Is really bad.
So it's going to be really interesting to see how John plays around that.
Hence a Rhino, because you charge the damn Rhino in first, and which was the
I'm
whole idea.
noticing those Rhinos are dying.
They're dead as hell, aren't they? Yeah, because they're the things that John has to put out there in order to slingshot stuff onto objectives, and they're the things that he's uses to get. He didn't take engage, did he? But they're a good thing. They're a good thing for him to put out there with OBSEC inside it, or multiple units inside it. The same as the Raiders for Nick, where if they get deployed up, 2 units get out, you still hold an objective. So maybe they were used like that early on.
Yeah, full commitment there is going to be risky. You've just got to make sure that you're holding the objectives with just enough stuff that your opponent has to commit resources that you can then trade back on. And that's kind of how you play that trading game here, which both armies are really good at.
Yeah, exactly right. Man, you just see the amount of dice that Hank rolls per phase. Looks like we're into the shooting phase for Hank. Maybe we do take a step back and hear what's going on, because we actually haven't heard from these players and what their mindset is, what their disposition is. So maybe we'll take a step back at this point. Seth, if you're able to hit actually, I'm not even sure in this game if we can hit the cams on and off. The audio. I'll wait to see if we can the table boss, if they're available. What are we able to do here, brother?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. That one is one. Please. There you go, sir.
Under pressure. One to the side. Nope. Right. Nope. You gotta try. It's the effort that counts.
We'll put 4 las cannons there.
Sure.
4. Yeah, we'll do it. I actually kind of want to charge on onto that, but it's fine. I'll just I'm gonna not Mars reroll. Sure. 3.
Filter.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
He's got.
I have 5 units of 5 Seraphim, 5 Zephyr.
Yeah. Robots can't do anything. He shot. They've shot. Manipulus himself can't see anything. These dudes are gonna shoot those two.
Yeah.
46. All right. That's 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Wounding on 3 is AP -1.
6.
6. And then I got 5 shots from the surgeon. Mars reroll? Nope. And force. 2 at AP dash.
AP dash. Fail 1.
Okay.
5 AP -1.
Okay.
Failing 4. 1 left.
Yeah.
Most of your skits already did, except for those.
Yeah, I have 1 20-man unit that's untouched. Heavy, yeah, heavy flamers. Oh, I didn't tap the clock over. Okay, cool. Heavy flamers and Morvenval shooting and just a bunch of stuff. Seraphim charges, yeah.
So I need to decide, as is tradition, what I want to do about this. I feel like there's a lot of value to leaving 2 girls with flamers there.
Sure.
Is there anything that hasn't shot that can see them?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. No other guns from them. To make you charge me, I get to overwatch you. A little 4d6 hits. The T3?
T3, 3 up saves.
There's a lot of wounds, though. Still rerolling ones. I would have to, realistically, spend a CP I cannot regain. Modify this by discarding 1, 2 dice, and then pass the last one. Like, basically blow my entire Miracle Dice load on that.
Yeah.
It's really cool, but then there's also the CP to Overwatch, so it's 2 CP and 3 Miracle Dice. We're going to just roll the last one. I have 1 girl left at the moment.
Sure.
It's a 4-up save.
Sounds good.
She's looked good.
Okay.
So I will have 1 girl left. She will have hand flames.
Gotcha.
And clock to you.
Okay. I think that's all my guns.
Okay.
So, charges. They're gonna charge there.
Yes.
And now I'll just kick you to death.
It makes it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. And then over here, would you like to Overwatch, I assume?
They're gonna leave no matter what. They're gonna be a smaller unit if I kill like 1 of them, but I don't think a CP is worth it. I think 2 would have been worth it because then you might not kill me, but I think 1 is not.
Okay. For days.
Yeah. Yeah. If I'd made 1 more save in the first batch, which honestly I don't mind because it was relatively average.
True.
Then I definitely would have been doing things.
They're actually a little bit closer than that. They just have
Giant
flappy
frickin'
wings.
Yeah. Okay. Goal to be 6.5 from Celestine?
Yeah.
That's the right number. CEO. Oh, ignore it. Got it.
Yeah. All right. We'll go ahead and bite with these.
Sure.
Here's 4 attacks, hitting on 3s. Hit with everything. T3?
T3.
One on 2s. 4 saves. No AP.
1 at a time. First save, failed, 5 kill no pain, dead.
Okay. And I get to go
Winks.
over here.
Hate it, but it happens.
Actually, I'll go like this.
Sure.
because you're not shooting me, but you might charge me with Propantia. There you go. Okay, no, I gotta go like that.
Don't want to spoil the lead too much here, but you're right.
Mhm.
I might.
All right,
Promises.
over here.
Yeah. Not interrupted.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll the. So I'm 3 attacks base plus 1 attack for charging. I'm gonna roll the sergeant first, and then roll everyone else if it matters.
Yeah.
Hitting on 3s. I'm gonna get a Mars reroll. Okay, so 3 hits, wounded on 2s because I'm hitting 6. It's gonna be 2 saves, AP -1.
Oh, 2 saves, AP -1?
2 saves, AP
Then
-1.
we're good.
Yeah, okay. All right, then the rest.
Yep.
2, 4. That's 3 attacks each, 12 attacks. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 3s. 3s. AP -1.
Yep. Yep.
Cool.
Down she goes.
I ripped the banner down.
Yep. Banner's gone.
Cool. I believe that is it. Take me down to CP. They boop into the sky.
Yep. Down to 1.
Yep.
All right.
Deuces.
Sweet. Deuces. That's what I need. All right. Well, we're doing things now.
Yep.
That's all there is to it.
That's
We're now doing things.
Is it 0 on primary again?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is.
Go ahead.
I need to murder your primary.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Gotcha.
Is the thing here. I'm hoping I start getting 5s and 10s, but we have to do it first. This guy has 1 left, right?
1 left.
You do wins taken.
Yeah.
Good to know. Clock's on me. 0 primary. You are holding 1, 2, 3 to my 1, so you will stranglehold.
Yep.
You got your eradication of flesh. I already marked it.
Sounds good.
I will raise a banner. That's
Yep.
1 point. Stranglehold I need to get.
I am choosing the charge better canticle,
Okay.
and I am going to do the everyone shoots better.
That's on ballistic skill.
Yeah.
Well, the goal is that you don't have much to shoot with.
That's true.
Their
It's
ballistic
just-
skill doesn't matter much. Their
Nope.
ballistic skill doesn't matter much at all. I
Nope.
don't care about last chickens at this point because I'm with rhinos. So they need to die. They need to die.
Yep.
And then we kind of work our way forward.
Yep.
So they have a 3-up armor?
Yes.
Okay, because they're 4-up base, +1 for Lucius or light cover, your choice of which one you want. So you'll have a 3-up against damage 1, and you're ignoring AP 1 and 2.
Correct.
And
I'm transhuman.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm aware this is
Okay.
going to take some effort. But it's all about doing the best I can. All right. And I think that's going to involve you cannot run away anymore. We're going to make Miracle Dice.
Okay.
1 for the Whip Girl. It's a 3.
Sure.
1 for the Army is a 4.
Cool.
So 4, 4, 5 are my showing Miracle Dice.
Sure.
Could you hold this over that model? Or whoever, if anyone's closer.
There you go.
All right. This is 20 and change.
Okay.
So if I move 6 inches towards you, I'm 14 and change.
Yep.
If I advance and roll a 5, theoretically,
Yep.
then I will be
easily within range.
Yeah, so 14 and change, it'll be 9 and change. Okay. All right. That's what I need to know. That's the closest model, which I will not kill the entire unit with this because of transhuman. Or I shoot the dickens out of them and do mortal wounds and a bucket of saves and just see what happens. And we and then I think we
I'm gonna go ahead and extend you the same courtesy. Move everything, roll everything. I gotta go pee.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, mute his mic. Make sure. That also
Didn't even try.
Game here very much still in the balance. We did hear from the table boss off screen because we were me and Iz were sitting there being like, so nothing happened in turn 1, hey table boss, except that there's like only 20 Skitarii left out of the 60 you started with. Because I was like, it looks like John hasn't killed anything, but John's lost a lot of his like killer units. I didn't see Retributors, either his Rhinos or his Dominions, and so I assumed they came out and just tried to decimate his Obsec because it made sense in my head. And I started trying to look for the units and I realized they weren't there. So that's what John's done with his Dominions and Retributors because they are kind of the best unit for it, aren't they? They come out, and I did say
Mortal
like
wounds bypass all of Skitari's mental saving stuff, right? So-
and the double shooting heavy flamers can't be overestimated in this matchup because they win them on 2s. It's very nice. And so you could just kind of mortal wound dump there as well. You do go into a pretty heinous save though, because all that stuff I just talked about is a +1 save. Although I do note that I misspoke when I said the Skitarii would get a 2+ again in Shroud-Sam versus the Stormbolters. They wouldn't get the +1 from Lucius, so they'd still be.
They would if they were on Firepoint Telemetry Cat, right?
But they're two wound they're 2 damage.
Yeah, so Firepoint Telemetry Catch and Doctor Enough would put them on a 2-up save.
Yeah, but then they'd go, oh yeah, you're right. They still get it. Yeah, they'd still be on 2 up. So one of those blobs of 20 could have been on that. So yeah, John's done pretty well. So there's nothing in reserve for Hank. John still has, I think, 2 units of Seraphim and a unit of Zephyrim in reserve, which is pretty much every game. That's his reserves. Every single one that I've ever called of his with this army is. And we see some coming out now. Is that's Celestine being repositioned? Yeah. Oh no, that's a 5-man.
No, Celestine's still sort of just above that middle left objective.
So what John wants to do now, he wants to start trying to zone these 2 middle objectives off. He can't really start to spread himself too thin now, can he? Because he is heavy MSU, but his stuff just gets picked up like by anything, like any AdMech unit blinks at them, and just 5 sisters just fall over, right?
Just stuff like those Cerberus Raiders, even just the incidental fire from like the Manipulus is reasonably decent at putting damage on sisters. One thing we do see on the bottom right is it looks like those Iron Striders declared a charge to jump onto that objective at the bottom right.
Yeah,
so
they kicked somebody
Hank
dead,
has
which
done
I'm
a really good job of spreading out and keeping John low. I think that's primary been scored and John scored a 0 there, which is obviously not where you want to be. That's the situation Nick was in the previous game.
Yeah. But at least Hank only got a 5.
Left.
At least Hank only got a 5. Yeah, and so that's a big deal because so we're into the top of turn 3, I believe, because John went first. So John really needs to. If he doesn't have any Retributors, though, I don't know how John clears those 2 Dragoons on the bottom right. So unless he puts Repentia in there, in which case he's just giving those Repentia up because they've still got a 20-man unit of Skitarii in the middle, and even just 20 Skitarii charging into the Repentia will pick him up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's but I mean, look at that score. This is John's second turn of scoring primary, and he's on a 0. Hank's had 1 go and is on 5.
Yeah.
Gonna need to see a lot of work from John here.
Yeah, well, this is what I've seen from John. I've called this so many games, so many times. John just bides his time. He measures his approach. And did you see the Bridge of Han John game, the Custodes versus Sisters?
Yes, I did.
That was really close. And it actually seemed a lot similar to what Nick and Hamey are going through right now, where the Custodes went first, got onto all the middle objectives in strength, and then his opponent just didn't have enough time to get back. John did on the last turn of the game. John got a 10-point swing, managed to win by 7 points, which is a big deal. We could be seeing something similar happen here, where the AdMech got the big posture up turn 1, get the points lead. But the difference is here, John's going first, not second. So John actually needs to diminish Hank by enough on the actual board that Hank can't get the 15. Because now that Hank's got a 5 to a 0, Hank technically could just win this by 10 points at the end of the game, if nothing else changes.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to get those points on Eradication of Flesh, and if Celestine goes and starts trying to do stuff, you're just giving up points on your to the last. So
Yeah.
there's a real tension here for John and how he's going to score secondaries while also stopping Hank just having that lead on primary. Violent Intelligence is a hard mission to score primary, and in a game where both armies are as killy as this.
Exactly right. What's he bringing out from that objective there? Looks like a unit of Repentia are coming out, and they're probably going to try go into the Dragoons, which makes sense. He usually has the one unit. That is, yeah, exactly right. He's got a Sister Superior. He's just souped up that unit of Repentia. They're going to dive down the bottom right, try and go pick up those Dragoons. Hopefully that means he gets to deny an Eradication of Flesh, but I don't think it does. I saw at least 2 units of Sisters get picked up in the previous turn. But this is a new turn. Sorry, this is a new turn. Apologies. This is because John's going first. So getting them down this turn is actually quite nice. I don't know how he kills any other Dragoons though.
Yeah, that would put Hank needing to kill 2 infantry units, which is it's not trivial, but it is probably doable.
It's 10 sisters. It's pretty doable for his army. Like his block of 20 guys can pick up 15 sisters in a turn. If
I fully expect the squad of Repentia that goes in here is probably going to die back, and then all this stuff at the top left is about to be starting exposing itself. So
exactly right.
It's all very threatening.
Now, John might need to do some shenanigans. If John does some shenanigans with this charge and he piles in such a way that he piles out of line of sight from the middle squad, that could be pretty good. That could be pretty key to keeping those alive. But in mind you, like I said before, if Hank's brave and he does the math, those 20 Skitarii with enough buffs actually just charge and kill 8 Repentia, don't they?
The other question, if we could get from the table, is does Hank still have a solar flare? Does Hank still have the solar flare available?
I would, yeah. The great action to ask. But seeing as I see the Data Smith, so Data Smith has a solar flare, so he needs to redeploy with whatever gets solar flared. And seeing as I'm still seeing him next to the Castellan robots, 100%. 100%
Hank
still has
100% still has it available. So yeah, whatever John does this turn, there is going to be reprisal. There is nothing John can do about that. You cannot stop the solar flare, especially once all your backfield stuff starts going away and you have to start doing things with it. There is going to be some comeuppance for whatever John does this turn. Hank is going to have an answer.
Exactly right. We got a quote from the table boss. John was playing Out of Realms this morning, which is the wonderful game created by Michael Timpe, who's also at this event. Please check it out. And this morning, and was frequently quoted as saying, "I am a coward by nature." That is hilarious. So he plays a pretty non-confrontational couple of first turns, and then he gets very confrontational very quickly. Celestine, I think Celestine's going in this turn. I think Celestine's going to go into those Cerberus Rays in the top left. She's phenomenally good at killing them, isn't she?
As far as things are good at killing Cerberus Raiders go, they've still got that chance of spiking their saves.
Exactly
and
right,
it's
that's
still
true.
a lot of models. Celestine does still have that limitation of you can only kill as many things as he has attacks.
We're able to get from the table
With
boss
some minor variants.
Can we get that from table boss what the CP count is for each players and what miracle dice John has available to him? Because I just really want to know how much activation he's going to get from is the Celestine auto charging into the hounds or the Repentia into the dragoons. So he's got a 4 and a 5 for Miracle Dice, and he is on 3 CP. Hank is on 1 CP. We're seeing a Deep Strike right now. It looks like there was nothing on that middle right objective for Hank. So this is what I like. This is what I like from John this turn. He's going to put 5, probably Seraphim down on that. He's going to pop a couple of CP. He's just going to start harassing that block of 20 guys. And
every bit of efficiency you take out of it is more the better, right?
Yeah, and putting enough guys on that, so he just has another objective that Hank needs to clear. So just another problem that he needs to solve. And once you do start stretching him, like sometimes he can just start rolling over, start rolling unders. Because what John wants to do, he wants to make Hank commit his Solar Flare and his Sulfur Hounds now. Because Hank's still holding both the Castellan Robots back and his unit of 9 Sulfur Hounds, which is actually a big deal. Those Sulfur Hounds with the Strength 4 Rend 2 Flamers are absurdly potent against Sisters.
Yeah, that's going to make stuff go away real quick. And it's Lucius Core, right? So that could be the thing that gets teleported here.
100%, dude. So yeah, he's holding both of those back, just waiting for which option's going to be better. I think it's going to be the Castellan Robots. There's enough movement for those Sulfur Hands to get within range of either of those middle objectives if he wants to shoot them.
They can advance and shoot, right? So I fully expect it to be the Castellans here, but I would not be surprised if there is the right kind of gap for those Sulfur Hounds to go into the backfield and just wreak havoc, that Hank wouldn't see that as an opportunity to break the game open.
Yeah, spot on. Here comes Celestine. I think that was just a move. I don't think that was her charge. But I think we're going to have to take a step back in a moment as soon as this shooting phase starts, because I really want to hear how many assets John has, if he's got any Dominions, if he's got any Retributors. And yeah, I do think this is the shooting phase. So we're going to take a step back at this point. We're going to hit the table mics, and we're going to have a listen in.
Two. See if I keep. Cocked. Okay. So 2 haven't kept yet.
And what is this?
This is shooting the Seraphim on the drop.
Gotcha.
So we're just dumping full payload into them.
Rock it out.
3s, rerolling 1s. Nope. 3 hits. 3 saves.
Okay.
We both have 30 on our clocks.
Cool. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. 10 shots from the Flamers. So already not great. That's just you don't care about AP, so just 7 saves. Okay. And you made all of the first wave?
Yeah.
Right, cool.
6, 7.
7. 2. All right, that wasn't the best thing I've ever done. We're gonna spend a CP and keep it on a 5 to extend the range of my Flamers.
Okay. Actually, I'm closest to this one, which is this one, and then this guy in here.
Sure. Yeah, trying to pull the Repentia away.
Make the Repentia work a little bit harder.
I get it. I understand. So here we go. This is the thing.
Yeah. You can go ahead.
Yeah. So pistols again.
Okay.
Rerolling 1s. 6, 5 hits.
Okay.
4s, rerolling 1s. 1 save.
It's
a 1 AP dash.
This is the second round of shooting from them?
This is the second round of shooting.
Cool.
Okay, so let's go into...
They're good. Cool. And flames, 14. Can't complain about that. 9. 15. Rerolling 1s. Okay, so that many and 3 mortals.
And 3 mortals, gotcha. You spent the CP for
extend range.
Extend range. Got
Yep.
it. Okay, so you're on 1.
And I did not keep it, so I'm down to 1.
Okay.
So 3 and 3, so 6
so
total.
6 total.
All right. Could have been better. What's the distance from the Repentia to them now?
Good question.
Yeah. Dalston's gonna flame that guy, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I'll do this stuff.
Roll it up.
The flame, 2 shots.
You're looking at an 11-inch charge.
Okay. 2 AP2 on him.
Neat. No one close enough to explode. Doesn't matter.
2 bolt pistols here.
Rack up.
2 hits. And nope. T4. Yeah. Nope. Nope. All right. And then I think. So that's that. This is just doing the thing. Vol can shoot. I can see them. Okay. What's the Seraphim charge looking into them like? I really.
Seraphim are still at 9.
Still at 9?
Yeah. I didn't pull from stopping them.
Okay. Vol's gonna shoot the unit.
No, it's 9 to this guy. Okay, got it. This guy.
Vol's gonna shoot the unit as well.
Rack out.
Fidelis. 3 rolls from herself.
Okay.
3. And
2.
Full rerolls.
Oh.
Wait,
Well,
did I just roll twice?
You rolled to hit, everything hit. You rolled to wound. You got a 1 and 2 wounds because they're strength 6, right?
But you're transhuman.
I am transhuman. That's right. Yeah.
So reroll all of it and 2 AP1 damage. You ignore AP.
Yeah. There's 2 saves.
Yep.
1 more nice.
And the frag. I assume you're still blastable.
Yes. Now the Seraphim charge is harder. You killed that guy.
It's now 10 for them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Rerolls. And dope. And
force.
Rerolls. Okay. 11. You just want to take those?
Yeah. Give me these.
It's easy enough. 2. All right. So we probably won't be able to pull them out at 12.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely pulling them out at 12.
All right. Cool. Are Repentia still within 12?
That's the only one who I'm pulling out at 12 on.
All right. So Repentia will have to declare.
Repentia, yeah.
That's just life. Okay. Good to know.
Good.
That's all I got. You can do random bolt pistols here. I don't think I want to shoot them because I would like the Sacristans to make their charge.
Sure.
I'm just going to do a couple random bolt pistols to try to kill the 1 wounded guy for my own amusement.
Sounds good.
3 bolt pistols from Sacristans. 3 hits. 4s. 2 AP1. Good look at him go.
Yep, that kills him exactly.
Kills the 1 wounded. That's all I want to do. Yep. And I think that's it for me.
I mean, charges.
Yeah, I'm just thinking phase
Sure,
by
sure,
phase
sure,
because
sure,
I get my Miracle Ice now.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to gain a Miracle Ice, and I have not yet re-rolled this battle round, so it's a 5. You know what? I don't mind that at all.
All right.
So we're going to declare many charges.
Yep.
Many charges.
Yep.
Seraphim are going to roll into the Rangers, I think. Actually, let's do this first. Repentia are going to charge into the chickens.
Go nuts. I ain't got anything for that.
All right, 3d6 take the highest, not using miracles. A 5 is probably a failure.
5 is a
so
failure.
I think that's a CP reroll.
Okay.
So let's just see what this command point keep error is. It's a 5. Yes, like keep it.
Okay.
And 3d6 take the highest. What do I need, by the way? Is it a 9?
Yeah, 9. 9 gets you there for days.
9's what I need.
Yeah.
Good.
Boom, there you go.
Whew. It's nice.
Yeah, there you go.
So 9 from this one here. Here. I really don't think I wiped this unit out, but I would really like this to hurt. Okay. So we're doing the thing. And objective, be 9. All right. The Seraphim are going to declare the Rangers.
They are looking at
probably a 10 if I were to guess.
I think that's right. Yes. 10.
Okay. Gonna roll it? Nope.
Okay.
All right. The Sacristans are going to declare this with +1 to charge.
Have fun.
5 is going to fail.
Okay.
And the Dominions are going to charge.
Yep.
And a 9 will make.
Neat.
Helps a lot, actually. Okay, Celestine. Doing the Celestine things. Beep, beep. Yeah.
Yep.
Oop. Cool. So
Horses, y'all did above and beyond.
They did great. They really did.
The ones in the middle that died like punks.
Yep. And the Zephyr are going to charge them.
Rock that. I'm going to overwatch them.
Yep. How many?
It should be these guys. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6.
6.
So 12. And they're hitting on 5s.
Yep, because you're all indefensible.
Yep.
Yeah, nothing I can do about it.
4, 6, 8, 10, and 12. And they are still galvanically fielded.
So they're AP2.
Yeah.
Cool. And you're going to cover anyway, so nothing to do there.
That's a lot of ones that I get to reroll because there's a dude standing right behind all of them.
God, did you just roll 8 ones?
I did just roll 8
I
ones.
get that that's like normally terrible, but I really wish those were 4s.
Yeah.
That helped a lot.
Yeah, it did.
All right, nice.
And then 3s. You're rolling the ones.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, 3. AP minus 2.
All right, I'm not gonna miraculous no matter what, so I fell 3.
Okay.
Ow, but we gotta do what we gotta do, which is maximum damage. How many are left in that squad?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, this is worth it. Dropping the 9. Connecting. You do not have CP at all?
Nope.
So, we're gonna, that doesn't matter where I start, right? Okay, so we'll just go here.
Sure.
And these are not Mars, nor are they anything fancy, so I get to just reroll. Or I don't get my minuses, I should say.
Yeah, they're no minuses,
We'll
no anything.
pile in. I just want to touch the train, so my girl's really nothing fancy to it.
Yep.
And these are 3s to hit.
Yep.
3 6s. We'll just stack. Sure. And 4s to wound.
Rerolls, right?
No rerolls.
Oh, then reroll?
No rerolls.
Okay.
6 AP 4.
Gotcha. 2, 4, 6. 6 ups.
Okay. 5.
Yep.
So it's now a 5-man squad.
Yep.
And hopefully morale hurts. The thought that counts.
Yep. Alrighty.
Can't try point in, so we're just in cover and just doing our thing.
Sounds good.
Okay. And then the Repentia here. 1,
They want to
2,
move closer or anything?
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Give me the movement for you? Or?
Yeah. I'm going to
Go
basically
ahead.
pile in sideways as much as possible.
Gotcha.
Tap your clock.
Okay.
Sorry, put it on you for safe,
Gotcha.
but I'm sure you would like that back on me. So I'm basically going half an inch here and then half an inch here.
Sounds good.
And then if I kill them, I'll consolidate that way.
Sure.
If I don't kill them, then we stay friends.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. 4s, your -1 doesn't matter because I'm already -1. Or no, you don't have that anymore. You don't even have that anymore. Nope. I keep thinking it, but you have the big charges. Yep. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 3 dice. 4s on this. Whoop. Better.
That's better, yeah.
3, 6, 9, 10, 11. AP 4, damage 2.
2, 4, 6,
Clock to you.
8, 10, 11. I say 1. They're stone dead. They're
right.
flat 2 each, right?
Yeah.
Let's see if they both explode.
Oh, sure.
Nope. And nope.
Consolidating.
I'm gonna go ahead and fight back right here.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. I'm gonna have Celestine do her thing.
6 attacks. Yeah, just fucking just roll some dice and tell me to how hard they die.
Yeah.
How hard they die. 2 saved, no AP.
Good one. Gotcha. Sergeant Lines.
Cool.
Yeah, get back here. All right. So back to regularly scheduled programming. She is gonna go right there. Nothing anything too crazy. And we're just gonna hit him. 1, 7, Celestine first. Box on me already. Good. All right. 2 mortals. Pull that. 3s. And so 4 invulns and 2 mortals, and then the Gemini will swing. So kill 3 total with Celestine herself.
Okay.
And so there should be 2 left.
Yep.
And then there are the Gemini. And the extra 4s. And 4 more saves. It'd be a lot.
Inbones. Okay. Are they damage 2?
Damage 1.
Okay. So 1 dude with 1 wound left.
All right. Here we go. We're gonna consolidate in.
Mark it out.
They're gonna pile in. Not quite swing. I think I guess I'm gonna have to pile in. So I'm gonna pile in and not base but engage, and I'm gonna come around and base you and try to trap you in case you roll a 1.
Sounds good.
How many did I kill? Box on me. I killed 4 this turn, right?
Yes, 4. No, 5 because you killed the 1 wound guy.
That's right. Yeah, it was 6. I've killed 5. He's lead 7.
Yeah.
So on a 3 plus, you run. On a 1 or 2, you stay. But you don't have enough CP to desperately break out. So it'd be hilarious if it worked. So we'll just go in here. Only one girl is gonna swing.
Sure.
And
the
we
rest
are
are just
back, guys. That was a
1.1
pretty
away, so that I
good
can.
damn turn for John. A lot of what he needed to get done, he has gotten done. He's gone out in strength in the top left-hand side and the bottom right, which are the two objectives I thought would be harder for him to do. Looks like he's got a unit on the middle right objective as well. No, so that was a unit of Repentia that went through the wall, went down and picked up 2 Dragoons. Now we're trying to figure out what picked up the Dragoon on the far left. You think it's a unit Retributor still alive, yeah?
Yeah, it's like a unit of Retributors or unit of Dominions. It's something that shot and killed that squad because nothing's in common with it.
Exactly,
So it had
exactly
to be
right.
something. Either it was Blessed Bolt or it was Multi-Mill. It's one of the two.
Spot on. Now he's actually cleared the entire midboard of AdMech. As it sits right now, every AdMech unit is in its deployment zone again. Now we're trying to figure out from our table boss how many left in that Skitarii unit, the Skitarii brick in the middle of the board. Because as it sits right now, Hank's resources are dwindling. But the thing is, we know just how much work they can get done. Like the Sulfur Hounds, they come out, they clear one objective, they charge on, clear another one. Solar Flare activates, he makes the 8-inch charge, and then there's a ridiculously tough unit that I don't think can be accounted for in one turn. Like Morven Vile doesn't go in and kill 3 robots, does she? And possibly dies in return, yeah?
Yeah, entirely possible. And if they get the charge on her, it's
She's
probably not good.
Yeah, she's absolutely dead if they get the charge on her for sure. Because they get 5 attacks each, hitting on 2s in that protocol. At strength 10 minus 3 damage. So they need what 4 to go through, 3 to go through. Yeah, 4 to go through.
5
because
she's
of
half
damage. Of course, I keep thinking she's -1. Celestine's a -1 damage, yeah. She's
So
the
they
half
would
damage.
need 4 through. 'Cause,
Yeah.
I mean, it's functionally -1 damage, right? Because it's half rounding up.
Yeah. And so it's exactly right in that effect. And so what they'd get 15 attacks hitting on 2s, so in effect probably 13 hits, and then wounding on 3s. So we're looking at somewhere in the region of 8 or 9 wounds. And then so it'd be a 50-50 whether she goes down or not, pretty much.
Yeah, it'll depend on the miracle dice and stuff like that. And if you
Yeah.
can put some damage on them with the flamers, all that sort of
Yeah.
stuff can all make it much harder for Morven Vile to live here.
Yeah, but when you do count in the miracle dice, she probably does survive that charge. In all reality, if you're able to do even just 1-2 wounds with the flamers, then she probably doesn't, which is quite cute. But yeah, I think those flamers would be wasted.
Getting 1 or 3 wounds on her is going to be a massive breakpoint. Just
Yeah.
getting her down to that even number for the mortal wounds.
Yeah,
or for
spot on.
the 2 damage.
Spot on. Now the Sulfur Hounds aren't Mars as well, so they can't go out and do the Mars dump for mortals, which would be a great way for him to kill. And just account for Celestine.
But they are Lucian, so they can teleport here if they want.
They can teleport if they want. Now he's going to be forced to teleport. Now where do you think you would Solar Flare if you were Hank?
I would probably be bringing this squad of Castellans and bringing it sort of somewhere just out of charge range of Morven Vile for next turn. Put it in between, like, put it to shoot one squad, charge another.
Yep.
Potentially hit that 9, and just give yourself some options. Pressure this top left flank, try and clear off whatever's on this bottom right.
So the
There's
way
a lot of demands on Hank's resources this turn.
Yeah, exactly right. So the position I was seeing that I like the best, I like them to go onto the right side of the board. So it's the furthest you could possibly be away from Celestine, all the way on the right side of the board. Shoot, clear off the Repentia with the shooting, and then charge onto the sister's home objective and clear that one off in the assault phase.
Yeah, that would be nice.
That
one
would be where
one
I'd
option
go.
you could also look at is dropping them sort of between the causeway, the hexagonal shape beneath John's home objective. That sort of red bit where he's measuring right now. Flame the Repentia, and then try and just hit the 9-inch charge onto the objective that Morven Vile stood next to. Be there and be annoying.
And just be there and force her hand. She doesn't have an option. We do see they still has the Taraxi as well. So the Taraxi are the obvious choice of what you do to clear the
The
Repentia.
Taraxi to clear out that home objective, right? So there's Hank's got a lot of demands on his resources, but he's also got a lot of resources. So I think we could fully see.
AdMech resources are not the same as other people's resources.
Yeah. I think this is the time we see the game break one way or the other. Either Hank's going to do enough damage here to put the game for himself, or he's going to leave John on too many objectives, and John's going to take a primary lead that Hank can't really come back from.
Well, so the word is from the table boss. Hank and John are just killing each other off objectives, and no one is getting primary. And so that just means it's going to be an arms race.
0-5 on primary at the moment.
It's just going to be an arms
John
race.
took first turn, and it's 10-19, with Hank still to score secondary for the end of this turn. So Hank is in for the scores that they're getting at the moment, is in a comfortable lead, but that's also a very, very, despite being on double the points, that's one turn of primary away from being a tied game or a one game for one.
And in all reality, John's on 25-19 because of the 15 while we stand or to the last points. So in reality, Hank's got Hank has a lead on the table, but right now John's a little bit ahead. Not that it really matters just yet. Looks like they're measuring out for Hank going even deeper in his opponent's deployment zone. I would like to know if he has popped the canonical for the 3d6 charge this turn, because if it is the case, do you just use those two actually to try and charge onto the bottom right objective just to get you some primary next turn, hopefully, or do you just flame him and take John off and not risk it? What do you think?
I think if you're just going to flame them, then you probably would have positioned to charge something else.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's maybe 2 squads on that objective that we can't see. There's like a second model.
There's no second model from what I can see, but see where the hexagonal like lumps are in John's deployment zone, the one directly above them. There is a Repentia Superior just sitting diagonally. You can just see the blonde of her hair to the right of that in that little crevice. And that's what's stopping him.
Possible. He could charge that Repentia Superior and then chain to the objective.
Yes, exactly right, and sling onto the back home objective, which is what I'd be going for if I was him for sure. Clear the Repentia, can't risk him of being alive. Even just 2 Repentia is enough to cause a heinous amount of damage.
Here go the robots. They're going to go and murder all that stuff next to Celestine.
I'm not sure I would have done that, but we'll see.
I think this is the break the game open play, not the safe play. If this goes this is going to look real good. If it doesn't, it's going to look real bad.
Well, the thing is, though, that Celestine's backed up by that unit of Sacrosants that can go in next turn. Between Celestine and the Sacrosants, I think he kills the unit. I think he kills him.
But he could potentially kill. Could he kill Celestine in shooting here and then kill her again in combat?
Well, I think
he's got the Sulphur Hounds which should come out.
That's true. He has a 5-man there with Celestine, though, and Celestine still has 2 Gemini. So killing her in shooting is actually a really hard task, especially when you have no las cannons to contribute either. So
you could potentially do like the mortal wounds from the Sulphur Hound. No, they're not Mars.
They're not. They're Lucius. Yeah. I think shooting her dead.
There is possibilities here, but I don't think it's super late. Maybe maybe he's just banking on John filling the 2 up. On war shots.
What I don't understand, to my mind, there must be something on that middle left objective. There must be. Otherwise, you just put them on that, and then if they fail to charge, hell, they're on an objective. Cool. But they are a bit closer to Val, aren't they? Then you just cop Val, the Sacrosants, and Celestine next turn. So maybe this is better. This is the safer. But no, actually, it's what you said. It's the back break. He's trying to break John's back rather than just trying to keep these.
And I mean, Celestine is only strength 7, right? So she is still only wounding the Castellans on 4s. They have 7 wounds. Yeah. She's only 2 damage. Maybe she just only kills 1, and it just doesn't do enough.
Oh yeah, so he's not going to kill them back in this turn. But what my thing is, once the Sacrosants come in, the Sacrosants have the halberds, so they're strength 7 as well. Actually, are they strength 6 or strength 7? I think they're strength 7 because of Bloody Rose. Yeah.
No, Bloody Rose doesn't give +1 strength. It's just +1 attack and DP.
Yeah. So what?
So they're not good at killing Castellans.
For some reason, I keep thinking they're strength 7 when on the charge. Is there something else to give them +1 strength?
There's 6 to hit automatically wound, I believe they could do.
Are they? They're +3 strength, aren't they? They're strength 6 on the halberds.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
strength
I keep
6
thinking
1 damage.
Yeah. So between those and like if Morven Val's in bodyguard range, Morven Val gives them the rerolls to wound as well. Then that unit does go in and makes a little bit of a mess with the exploding 6s, 4 rerolls to hit. Like they can go in there and they'll win that eventually though, because they'll go in and between Celestine and the Sacrosants, they probably kill 2, and then there's only 1 left, and you're not actually that worried.
Yeah, but it's making him spend resources, right?
Exactly right, and making him put him like there rather than chucking him on the mid-board.
I'm curious, what's going on with these Sulphur Hounds? Are they just still not doing anything?
I don't understand how he can afford to not use them this turn. I think like.
Or was that like something that happened in reinforcement step? I'm not 100% sure what's going on right now.
Yeah, I'm curious why he hasn't committed the Sulphur Hounds. I'm assuming it's because he actually doesn't have anything else on that objective if he does, but this is the mission where you hold your objectives when you move off them. And if John went first, that means John has nothing in reserve anymore, and you can move off that objective pretty safely. So I really wondering why he hasn't committed him.
It does look a lot of stuff's going away though.
It does look like a lot of stuff's going away. As it does every turn when you're playing Admech. Is that 2 Gemini going down? I believe it was. No, can't be. He had enough guys there to bodyguard her for another turn. So I think that might be the 5-man that was keeping her safe is gone.
It's possible the Gemini could have been like the front unit that was the one that they were the closest, but.
Oh, okay, yeah, and now he'd have to go through. But that would be pretty cool if he could get both Gemini down, and then that gives him good odds in combat to kill Celestine or give her first death. That's good. And then you can mock her up next
3
turn.
wounds through to make her go away.
John had a model in combat on the Skitarii. In the Skitarii blob on the middle bottom, which just got picked up then by a las cannon. So yeah, we must have missed that. Maybe that was his Canoness, I'm assuming, because I don't know what else.
Sure, it was a model, definitely.
Yeah, it was definitely a model. Definitely a model. Oh, we're good at this.
Top-down views are hard, guys. Okay.
Seth has had to dip out for a sec. He says, "Sorry, all. Revenge of the hot sauce. I'm out for a bit." Did you watch that last night? What do you think?
I did, yeah. Well, I was watching that while I was waiting to find out if I was commentating at 5 a.m. So I had to fill something with the time. And watching the pain of people that I've met and haven't was very worth it.
Yeah, exactly right. I was just like, please don't let me lose friends like this. Please, not like this.
To quote Colin, the trivia's okay, but I want to see them break.
Yeah, he did. He was literally playing the Joker in that. He wants to watch the world burn, or the rings, whichever way you want to cut it. The guys in chat, that's how he gets to the strength 7. It's I don't think he has it in the squad, but in the Magify can give him the +1 strength, and that's.
Oh
that's
yes,
how they
does
get
John
the
have
strength
an Magifire on this
7.
list?
No, he doesn't. Not to
Yeah,
what I
I
remember,
was-
I don't believe he does. I have a quick scan now though.
Like he has the Dogmata, which can give them +1 attack, which is nice. But again, when you're running on 5s, +1 attack is only okay.
Yeah, the rerolling to wound does put him over the top though. Makes him actually deadly. Like, because what they got,
Yeah,
what,
but
have
I'm
four
pretty
attacks
sure they're
each?
not going to be in range of Morven Val for
Nah,
for
I
a
don't
6
think they are.
selection.
Yeah. I believe so. I think John actually moved her out in order to just get her in a pressure position rather than just leaving her chained. I was just weird why Val didn't go on that left objective. The middle left. I mean, obviously because he wanted to threaten both middle objectives because he knew there would be some commitment. I guess that's why the Sulphur Hounds didn't go out. Maybe that was the bet John made. Hey, I put enough stuff here. You have to commit the Hounds. Morven Val goes into the Hounds. Job done. But yeah, I guess.
Looks like we hit the charge.
So he
That's what
killed
you want to see.
He killed the Repentia Superior with the shooting and made the 3d6 charge onto the objective. Well done to him. They should pick up the Repentia in pretty short order. If John has a CP, which I don't think he does, he'd probably use the fight on death because even just like 3 Repentia fighting on death is enough to kill those 5 dudes pretty easily.
And
But
they
I
have
don't
that
think
5 of invulnerable save. It's not always that reliable, right?
Well, that is true, yeah. And you're being charged, so they only get like 2 attacks each rather than the 3 they get on the charge or whatever it is. So what? Yeah, 6 attacks, hitting on 4s, re-rolling. Like, yeah, you're right. They probably don't kill 5 there, but I think he's got a unit of 5 there, and so it would be worth it. 10 attacks, hitting on 4s, re-rolling. That probably does kill him. With the exploding 6s.
This looks like it's the attacks. It looks like we didn't even bother going for a charge of the castles there.
Either
Maybe
that
didn't
or
get enough
they
work
failed it.
done.
Yeah, either that or he failed it, man.
Yeah.
Which is a big deal. But see, there's only Celestine there. If it's only Celestine into the Castle of Robots, maybe he can't go in. Like maybe he doesn't go in. That is a pretty rough thing for her, especially if she has no Gemini, because she probably goes in, kills 1, and then dies.
Yeah. Because she's not really, unless John has the miracle dice to hit the guaranteed like long bomb charge, she's not gonna be able to do miraculous tears to action 1 back and then charge later.
Yeah, exactly right. Looks like John is slow rolling this just to see if the Repentia are going to make it through. I don't know if I'd be very
And
surprised
it
if they did.
looks like they didn't.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they did. No, he's still got 1 or 2 left. Still got 1 or 2 left. There you go. And so he's just going to hit back. This is the only combat here that I can see. And it looks like, yeah, they're just trading primary. So what's John going to get on his primary score? I think he's going to get 5 from what I can see.
5 here, yeah.
Yeah, looks
unless
like a 5.
Unless these Repentia go nuts.
Yeah, looks like they got 2 extras, so 5 hits. Needs to get 5 wounds. And all fails. He got 5 wounds. He got the 5 wounds. Alright, Hank, don't flub. Don't flub. Oh, he killed 4.
Yeah, that's not what you wanted to see for Hank there.
Yeah.
That was really not good rolling from Hank on the damage out there. I was fully expecting it to be dead.
What's there? It looks like there's 2 Repentia there. That looks like 2 models there for John.
And John, but John might not have a miracle dice in the tank to auto pass this morale check. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, and Hank might not either though. Hank lost 4.
Yeah, exactly.
So Hank will be on a 50-50 to lose this guy. Are they 8 or 7 or 8? I can't remember what. He rolled a 3. I think he's fine either way. He's fine.
I think he's fine.
And John did have the 1 to pass the miracle dice. Whatever he did, he just discarded the miracle dice to pass. That gives John a 15. That is freaking huge.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. That if Hank goes for this, I think Hank should have shot them and charged the Repentia.
Other way around.
I think
other way
he went
around.
for yeah, I think he went for the greedy. He went for the greedy play of getting. I don't think he needed to. The Repentia Superior was not going to do the damage in combat that squad would have.
Yeah.
I don't love that play there.
The Repentia Superior goes in with like 6 or 7 attacks, but they're only damage 1, and I think they're only strength 4, strength 5, so they wouldn't have been nearly as threatening. You're right.
No.
And then he could have overwatched her to death as well, which is also an option. If he's got 1 CP hanging around, I think that was
I think that was bad. That was not great
That-
from Hank there, unfortunately.
No, no, no. I think that's
a
what's
couple
going
of
to lose him the
decisions
game.
that I think were a little
Yeah.
questionable, and then just not quite getting the damage output from the
Well,
Jiraxi to bail himself out of it.
Exactly. He didn't.
And I
he
don't know
didn't
what these
hit the-
Silverhounds are doing, man. I really don't.
That's the other thing. Yeah, that's the other thing. I doesn't. There's no pressure on John now. There's actually no pressure on John. John can just walk. If I was John, yeah, I would move advanced unit assisters up, wall the Castellan robots off from getting on an objective. Yep. And then just stay there. Just sit on the objectives. Like move the Sacrosancts up so Celestine can't be shot, and put Morven Vile on the middle left objective. And I think the game's
I'm
over.
curious if Hank is forgetting about data terminals.
Oh,
In genuine seriousness.
yeah, forgetting he can control the objectives without being on them.
Yeah, like I don't think that Silverhound squad needs to be there at all.
Nah, I don't think it does. If that is why he's left them back there to hold that objective, that's huge. That's actually huge. And I'll tell you right now, 100%, he did not get Eradication of Flesh that turn. To my mind, he picked up 2 units from what I saw. That being the Repentia Superior and the unit of 5 sisters that were on the middle right objective.
He might have killed the Retributors at the top, or wherever the squad at the top left was. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We don't. I thought I saw jump pack units being picked up, so maybe it's a unit of Xeraphim, but I don't think it was. I thought it was just regular sisters. So that's why I thought it was the Gemini. But yeah, this is actually this is a spicy game, and I'm sorry to say, Nick, way better than your game.
I will say Hank does have bottom of turn here. There is still a lot.
Yeah.
There is still potential for a lot of points. If he keeps on to a 15 primary, which is still very possible, that's going to be a bad time for John. Because Hank is probably going to get 15 on the last turn.
Yep. So this is us going into the top of 4. John.
Yep.
John going first, and all John really needs to do though is keep the Castellans contained for a turn, and then next in his turn 5 he can run off the objectives after he scores the primary, and who cares? They don't actually get to play a huge part. And he can try. I guess he hasn't got a better option for Vile's crack shots, so maybe he kills one. Maybe he kills one this one, maybe he kills one next turn, and he can charge into him and finish him off. As it is right now, I think he doesn't have an aggressive turn. I think he has a pretty defensive turn. He holds the bottom right objective. Just you stay in combat there. The Repentia, kill off that last Taraxi, or if you want to be really conservative, fall back and just hold the objective, because the Taraxi does get to hit you first. Where does Vile go, do you think, mate?
I don't think Val has good options here. I think realistically, just go and grab an objective and make sure it's yours.
Yeah, I think she goes to the bottom right objective, and nothing can really take it off her. Go to the bottom right objective, sit in the middle so you can intervene if the unit of Skitarii try to come out to it, and that's the best you can do. If he tries to get a bit too cute and put her onto the left-hand objective, I think she's just wasting her. You can put the Sacrosancts there, and I think they're still going to be far enough away from the robots that they won't get a good charge. And yeah, just do that.
To know if that squad in the building is Vanguard or Rangers, because if that's Rangers and they can just unload firepower into Morven, because they can use their stratagem, they could potentially pull her down with weight of fire with the last cannon coming out of that chicken as well, potentially the damage to the Manipula. So Morven's probably in a decent amount of threat here as well.
Dude, you see
but
what
it is less.
see what John's doing? He's committing Celestine to the Castellan robots.
Yep.
I would definitely not do that.
Yeah, I don't love it, but I mean, maybe you're confident you got the game locked up at this point, and you're trying to take it off the board.
Well, maybe remember what I said about walling off the Castellans? Maybe Celestine's the best thing to do that, because she's got 2 lives.
If she dies, she comes back, right?
Yeah, exactly, and she just repopulate the screen. And maybe that's denying Hank 10 on primary rather than, and possibly giving up 5 on While We Stand. So yeah, maybe that is a better risk reward. And this is what John always surprises me about. Like, you get to the end and you don't see any of his models left on the board. Then turn 4, you just see like little squads of sisters just pop up everywhere. We have the table boss talking to us, but I can't hear him. If he is talking to us.
I think that's actually just they're talking in the background. I've asked in the chat to get an update on the Nick Jaime game. The team score is sitting at half an hour ago. It was 62-8 in Jaime's favor, so I'm going to guess that Jaime's still winning. But
what you mean? Nick hasn't scored?
But they haven't.
Nick hasn't scored 50 points in a turn. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So the current score is 68-17.
Yikes! That's a fat old guy.
Grim.
Yeah, fat old.
I've never seen somebody on a 20-0 on 68 points before.
Yikes. We're gonna jump back. We're into the shooting phase for John, and if our table boss is paying attention, we'll take a step back here and listen to this turn unfold. It should be a pretty short one. We should only be seeing like what, 1 combat, 2 combats at most, and yeah, this shooting phase should be pretty short and sweet as well. So give us a step back. We'll have a listen to the players, see what unfolds, guys.
Stormbolter from the drop pod into him. 1 save.
Flame them.
Let us know when we're out,
Cells
table
game.
boss.
Okay. And 2 crack grenades. All right, crack grenade, bolt pistol. 4 shots. 2 AP 2.
2 AP2?
2 AP2.
What's strength 7?
There's 5 and a 6, right?
There was 2 4s, 5 and a 6.
So the 5 and the 6 would win. Right?
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
We're good. They're damage 1, right?
Yeah, they're damage 1.
AP minus 2?
AP minus 2.
So 4 ups.
Did I mess something up?
No, you're fine.
Okay, alright.
They do damage.
Alright, 1 crack grenade, 3, nope, doesn't matter.
Yep.
1 bolt pistol, no. Cool. What's that? Alright, these are just doing their thing. They're just doing their thing. Ball is shot, that's that. Charges. Beginning of the charge phase, I need to decide I'm going to fall back and charge with her, or if I leave you there. If I do and just kill you, I think you really are struggling to get back on this objective. And it's mine in the command phase. You have to get on it. So I think I'm spending the 2.
Okay.
And that needs to happen. So 2 CP, spend both, keep on 5. So,
okay.
Out, haven't regen, which doesn't matter, but I leave it up there to remember. Yep. So she's going to charge, and I think disconnect. Goal is to be as far away from line of sight as possible. Yeah, if you don't mind, thank you. Celestine is charging the boy and them.
Sure.
Nothing else to be done. Okay, didn't need Miracle Ice, but I still puckered a little bit.
Really wish I'd saved CP.
Yeah, helps a lot.
Well, because I could always fight last if I had a CP. Yep.
I know.
Yep. I know. Okay.
Yeah. Morvenval needs to roll something pretty decent to get there. It looks like I need to roll a 7.
Sounds good.
Did I kill anyone in shooting?
No.
Don't think so.
You killed a model.
I killed a model, yeah. I didn't really have much shooting.
Yeah.
So I'd have to spend a 6 on the Miracle Device, and if I do, I think I just hit it. So I think I'm spending it.
Yep.
And 3, so 9.
Yeah, no, you got it. No, you got it. Yeah, no, you got it.
Alright, Morvenval. Do me proud. So 9, she's going to come hit him right here, not touch the terrain piece, but be within an inch. Okay. You have no interrupts or CP?
Nope.
Celestine is going to put all attacks into the robots.
Go ahead.
He has 5 left?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to do Gemini there first. Okay. I do not have Warham on them because it's all here.
Okay.
Gemini. 3 hits. 5. No.
Okay. She's strength 7, right?
Yep. Okay. So the normal attacks. 6 mortals.
Okay.
And 5 additional hits, but the mortals come last.
Okay.
2 AP 4, damage 2.
Okay, well, we'll just go straight through.
Yep.
So I take 4 on him, then the mortals kill him, see if he explodes. Does not, and then 5 more mortals go on this.
Yes. So 2 left. Take what I can get.
Taking 5.
Yep. I'm going to consolidate and base him right there.
Okay.
Consolidate and base him right there.
Okay.
Consolidate. You know what's happening. Basing him right there.
Yep.
Staying an inch away from the punch pop.
Yep. So he doesn't get to activate?
Correct.
Okay.
2 Repentia into the one Taraxi, the boy who lived. Rerolling. 1, 2, 3. 2's that many. Consolidate. You ignore AP2 on them?
Yes.
And there's 5 of them.
Yep.
But they have
I mean, doesn't she have like all the rerolls and fight twice, once per game?
Yeah, but it's AP2 and damage 1, so you have a 3 up against that. So I think I'm
Doesn't
just
she
going
have
to do
just
the
like the
giants.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I'm just deciding which swing I'm using.
Okay, you have 5 attacks.
Big hammers.
Yeah.
No rerolls.
Okay.
And 4s.
Why no rerolls?
Because they all hit.
Oh, okay. There you go. All right, fair enough. That's fair.
3 saves and a mortal. These are all AP3. So 3 6-ups and a mortal.
Are you not winning on 2s? The
You're
transhuman.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's why I was.
That's right.
Normally I would do the bot.
That's right.
The
So
bashes.
I'm sorry, how many? 3?
3 saves and a mortal.
Two guys die.
Well, I'm
2 guys
going to fight twice, it seems.
Yep, okay. You charge, go ahead.
Yeah. You get to hit me first.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
No, you don't. No, I don't, because you charge.
I do it at the end of the phase.
Oh, you do it at the end of the phase. Got it. Okay. It's not a normal fight. Fight twice.
So
okay, cool. I'm gonna
clock
make these.
back to you.
Yeah. Here's 4 attacks.
Sure.
Yeah. This is 1. No AP. Strength 3. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
This boy.
Oh yeah. Here's the. I attack the unit, right? Yeah. Cool. Power fist. No -1 to hit.
No -1 to hit?
Nope. He has a crazy power fist.
Good for him.
2 saves. AP -3.
What's the strength?
8.
Yeah, 8. Damage.
Flat 2.
Roll the first. Failed. Okay. Nothing I can do about it. You're no longer trapped. I didn't need to use that good in combat. I'll just roll the other one and make it.
Okay.
Damn it. Okay. That's that. So Val's gonna fight twice.
Okay. Yeah. Just go ahead.
6 hits.
Neat. I got the dice
4
ready for you.
1, 2, 3. 4 invulns. Nope. All right, got him on the dot. Yep. Take what I can get. Okay, that hurt. Can't deny it. Clocked me. We'll score for a second, and then that's it. So I'm gonna Stranglehold. I'm gonna give you a 0 primary.
Yep.
So Strangle is 3. You get a single banner. And that's that.
Okay. I get.
And we're back again. Yeah, another interesting turn here from John. I think he's done what he needed to do to put this game almost on ice for Hank. And mostly because I don't understand what Hank's doing with the Sulphur Hounds. We've been scratching our head. Me and Ez have just been like, what could they be doing there? What could they be contributing by being there and not moving? So to my mind, that's where he deployed them. It's like...
Yeah. I'm curious if Hank has just forgotten about the data terminals rule for this mission, where you get to control the objective permanently, and has been leaving them on there because they're the only thing that can hold the objective at this point. But the other question I have for this game is, I'm just not sure what Hank did with his ranged and Vanguard.
Yeah, same. We didn't see how he deployed, but we do know that that's exactly what Lenin targeted turn 1, turn 2. Because when we joined this game on the top of turn 3, they were all gone pretty much.
Up at 2, they were gone at the start of turn 2, so they died during turn 1.
Oh no. We sorry, apologies. We joined at the end of turn 2, at Hank's turn 2. So John had 2 turns to go into him, and it picked up 40, 50 of them because the unit he had left wasn't at full strength either.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just not feeling a lot of. This game is looking very close, with Hank having functionally lost his Vanguard and Rangers to almost no impact and not using the Sulphur Hounds. I definitely think if those had been used a little more defensively, you could have had a lot more resources here. I would have liked to see them both starting in reserve with the Lucius, because there's not a lot of places to hide in this deployment zone.
Yeah.
I think you could have got a lot more use out of them just dropping into the backfield.
Same. I really hope Hank knows about the 6-inch intervention on Celestine, because he has not moved that Castellan far enough away from my mind.
I really hope those Sulphur Hounds are going into her.
Yeah, same. I really hope they're going in, but that's the thing though. She's still going to have to do it, no matter what you do. She gets her first death. She stands up closer to the Castellan, and you definitely is in intervention range. Morven Val went. So we also saw it before. Morven Val went into the remaining unit of Skitarii in the bottom. I think she killed them to a man, because I think that's his Skitarii Marshal that's run around behind onto that middle right objective, and we see his Manipulus going around to the bottom to try and go into the bottom right hand objective into the remaining, what I believe is 2 Repentia. Now the Manipulus should kill him. It should very easily kill him. But that's the thing, yeah, you don't want to risk shooting the bastards, because if you shoot him, they die, and he retains control over that. You don't get to charge. So it's one of those awkward moments where I think the Manipulus has to shoot back into Morven Val, and it's not going to do anything, you know? It's not going to do anything. He's got a Magna Rail, yeah, that's flat 3 damage, so it does 2.
I believe he's going to kill Morven Val with that one Chicken Walker and the Magna Rail.
Here come the Sulphur Hounds. Sulphur Hounds are dialed up. They're going to go in. They're going to go after Celestine. But it's a little bit too late to kill her, because she makes her first death, and then she gets back up. And what do you reckon that charge is? I reckon that charge is about a 6.
That's a single model that's just run off to go and do something. And there's a model on that objective, so he has been keeping those Sulphur Hounds in reserve intentionally. Like his plan has been to leave them in reserve.
What's the
So
bottom
I
of
don't
4?
agree with that plan,
So,
but it
yeah, I don't-
definitely seems to have been his plan.
It definitely seems to be what he wanted to do with him. And look, maybe he's got a bigger brain in him than either of us, and I wouldn't be surprised. He's definitely been playing in a very, very, very solid way to get this deep into such a stacked event. So, probably knows better than us, mate.
Yeah, I mean, we're working with incomplete information. We're just trying to bring you the best commentary we can from what we've got. But the players on the ground are obviously going to know more than we do in any situation.
So, Sulphur Hands are about to shoot Celestine. What do you reckon's the chances she goes down?
Pretty good. They have a lot of shots.
They ran 2. They ran 2 on their pistols as well. So she's going to be going to her invuln, and they're going to be winning on 3s.
And they've got like 96 flamer shots.
Yeah, I think she's dead. I'm pretty sure she's dead.
And the flamers are AP1 as well. Like I am.
They're AP, dude, the flamers are AP. The flamers are AP2, brother.
Oh God, I despise AdMech.
Me too. Why are they AP2? Heavy flamer is an AP2. Pistol mouthy dog gun AP2. Yeah, let me just double check something.
Death Guard flamers spit like vomit and puke all over you, and they're AP1. And these
Yeah.
guys have dogs that burp on you loudly. Nah, man,
Yeah.
it's not cool.
So yeah, Sulphur's breath.
That's a lot of wounds.
So Phosphorus breath, pistol 12, a D6, strength 4 -2, automatically hits. Yeah, at least I don't ignore cover anymore. But who cares? I'd rather have it all the time.
Is that the number of saves Celestine's got to make?
It is.
I think this is the Gemini.
Just lie
That's
her
the
down,
Gemini.
man.
Gemini
Just
just
lie her
dead.
down. She's cooked. She's well cooked. And don't roll a 1 here, brother. Like, do not. So she's still alive. She's actually still alive. Well, she's got like 6 wounds though. She's personally got like 6 wounds. Yeah.
Maybe there's still the pistols to go into her.
Nah,
like
nah,
that's
she
just
did.
the
She
flamers
did.
done.
She did. She's lying down. She did.
I was gonna say like that was a lot of 4-up saves to pass, John.
Yeah. No way. No how. Oh, dude, this is ferocious.
She does get back up.
She does get back up. Cool. If he rolled a 1, that was actually going to be a big swing. So she's back up pretty much exactly where she was. So you have to be as close as possible.
And what
to
you
the
see
existing
there,
target.
John's lovely Indrasta model from the Dominion box as the Celestine.
Oh, it's a great
Big
choice.
Celestine model. It looks
Great
so good.
choice. And she's nowhere near as spindly or as breakable as so the existing Celestine model is gorgeous, but my god, she breaks. She breaks and she
Yeah,
breaks.
it does not transport well.
The wings come off. She snaps off the little bloody scrolls that are holding her up. Like, yeah.
When John was talking about it, I was trying to convince him to use 2 regular Celestines as the Gemini, but he wasn't having it.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm interested to see if we do see Celestine do the intervention. She has got a 6-inch intervention, could go into this data smith very easily. So that's why I think the
Does she
Sulphur
not
Hands.
technically count as a returned model, which means that you can't do things now? Or am I just thinking? Or
I
just getting
think
charged?
no, I think she just got charged to stop her doing the intervention. I saw Hank roll a
Makes
charge
total
roll
sense.
and put something into her.
Which makes
Interesting.
absolutely total sense.
Total sense. Well done to him. Not going to stop her dying, but I do believe that is going to be stopping. Oh yeah, this is the Manipulus has made a charge into the Repentia. I think the Repentia are dead. If not,
God, yeah, I really hope so. They have
there's
survived
one
far
left.
longer than they
There's
deserve.
one left, I think. But I think he's still got his little baby swipes from the because they come in, they hit like a Dominus with 3 attacks, and I think they have like D6 little tendril attacks or something.
Yeah, they have 3 regular attacks and 3 additional attacks.
Nice, and I think there's a Repentia left.
Which does mean John continues to hold
John.
that objective because he controlled it
He
at the start of his
controlled it
command
at the
phase,
start of
and
his
he has
command
data
phase.
terminals, and John
Yep.
has to take it. John has to get rid of the model.
Which I think is it'll be another 10 for him, I think, or is this going to be a 5?
Maybe a
I think
5.
it's
I
only
don't
gonna
know
be
what's on
5.
that top left
Yeah.
objective.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a 5. I'm assuming the top left has been cleared. Yeah, I'm assuming. And the one Morven Varlon is contested, and obviously is outside of intervention range. So this one Repentia is just going to is going to give him 2 turns of primary score. The model that charged Celestine did just get picked up, of course. There's not much that they can use to charge her that's going to make her survive. That they're going to survive. Sorry. And so we're about to go into the top of 5 for John, which I think he's getting 5. Oh no. So he's got Sacrosanct on the middle left. He's going to get a 15. He's going to get a 15. That one Repentia gave him another 5. Gave him another damn 15-point score. John, you lucky sausage. Well done.
John's just getting made up for the luck that Bridger had against him in the previous game, so I don't think we can blame him for it.
No, oh dude, did you see Bridger rolling 4 pluses?
Yeah, I have
What?
never seen anybody roll 4 pluses like that.
He was just like, well, he made Custodians look real good, man. He makes Custodians look real good. I was watching that game and I'm like, sweet Jesus, those dreads are phenomenal. When you just like, oh yeah, I'm just not gonna fail this a 4+ for this.
Well, that was the way that you
this
always used to
phase.
play like 4-up save armies. So we've had a few 4-up involved save armies throughout throughout 8th edition and 9th edition. We had like Tussno jet bikes, we had mass hive turret spam, all those good things. And the way that I always joked about it was, on average, they're not that resilient, but one of them's going to die to the first 6 saves it passes, and one of them's going to pass all of them.
Exactly.
And you got to have enough of them that you get to find the one that doesn't fail, and it's one of them. And it's like a blind box. You got to dip in, grab a tyrant, and say, "You're the one that's not going to die." You just don't get to know what it is.
Yeah, well,
So having as many times to figure it out, and that's a handshake.
They had a handshake. Yeah, I think that's it. I think Hank knows that with that 15 for John in the bank, he's just got an insurmountable lead now, especially with the extra 15 he gets to the end of the game. Celestine, look, she just goes up, she clears off the top left objective. The Sacrosants go into the Sulphur Hounds and either tie them up or pick them up. I think it's the same difference. And when Morven Vile just clears everything on the bottom right, I think that's it. I think that was cooked. Honestly,
I think that's really unfortunate. I think Hank definitely had outs there, but John had some good dice when it mattered, and
yeah, exactly.
I think played the close moments a little bit better than Hank did.
He did.
And that's what happens in the moment.
And honestly, like the only real mistake I saw Hank make was the charge from the Taraxi going the wrong way. He should have shot and kill and clear the objective, because the objective is the thing that matters, and then opportunistically charge into the Repentia Superior to get it. And that would have made
And
more
then I
sense to
think
me. That
bringing
way.
the Sulphur Hounds out earlier than he did was
And I was about to
almost a
say that.
necessity.
Minimum of Sulphur Hounds come out 1 turn earlier. Minimum 1 turn earlier. Possibly 2. I don't know what's happening. We don't know exactly what's happening turn 1 and turn 2. There could be a very good reason to stay back. But turn 3, I have no idea why they didn't move out. And yeah,
No, really interesting game there, and I'm assuming that's a handshake to John, and I doubt John conceded there.
No. John,
but no, that's just kind of showing you the difference that being one of the best players in the country, like John is, will give you in these close games where you have that experience to draw upon. You know how to play these scrappy late games just a little bit better, and it really comes out in the rub.
Yeah. So what happens in the next turn for John? John, who has Obsec on his Sacrosants, they move up, they charge into the Sulphur Hounds, and they keep and maintain. Even if they don't kill the Sulphur Hounds, they stop the Sulphur Hounds from moving on to objectives. Their pistols aren't going to be enough to clear the 2+ saves on the Sacrosants, most likely, unless he rolls like a god. And in all reality, the Sacrosants probably kill half the unit at a minimum. And then Celestine goes up, he kills the Data Smith and just parks on the top left objective and just holds it down. In all reality, she stays where she is. He reses the Gemini for free and gets like pretty much an auto charge onto that objective, and therefore has 2 models to 1 and doubles down. And so therefore the Castellan goes in, kills the Gemini probably, and doesn't kill Celestine, and they're tied, so denizing primary there. And so then it's pretty much whether Morven Vile gets to kill 2 characters or 1 character. Either way, I don't think Ed Tank gets more than a 5, possibly even a donut on his last turn. And seeing as he had the bottom of turn, that was enough to wipe the game. We're going to get an update from our table boss giving us the final scores here. Then we're going to check out, and we're going to be back with the re-rack, which is going to be John Lennon versus Jaime Paris? Jaime Paris. It's going to be freaking Space Wolves versus Sisters. I don't think anybody saw that happening. Most people had freaking Orcs and Admech and Drakari in the last rounds, and it's going to be Sisters versus Marines. It's going to be hilarious. Can we get the final scores from the table boss, please, when you know?
And can we just give one more congratulations to Nick and Hank for making it all the way to the semi-finals with this incredibly difficult GT, and good luck to John and Jaime going forward into the last round.
And I've got to
stick around
say,
for that. It's going to be an absolute blinder.
So Hank is a local. Hank is a local, guys. He's just one of the strong players in the Pacific Northwest in the Seattle region, and he got in by being one of the better players there. So this guy isn't a guy who's had massive showings on the international level, but this shows there are some guys who just don't get the opportunities to travel and go to some of these big majors whose names you don't know yet, who you should, because this guy is a local legend, and he's absolutely showing his class and making it to the semifinals of one of the most stacked events you could ever go to. And we're not going to get a final score for that one. We're just going to check out. We're going to have a re-rack. And so our top table is going to be Jaime versus John, and then our under table, our second table, is going to be the 2 best undefeated players playing off for 3rd place. I don't know who that is right now, but we'll be able to tell you when we come back. Innes, you're going to be checking out after this one, so please enjoy the rest of your day. Have some take some rest.
Take a nap, yeah. Thank you very much for having me, guys, and
Nah, dude.
I will catch you on the flip side.
Absolute pleasure, absolute honor. Still plenty of time to win some prizes, donate some money, go over and support Child's Play. The links are everywhere. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Thank you so much for contributing so far, and we'll see you soon. Let us Fabulous.
Thank you.
Good job, Innes. Thanks very much, man. You fucking killed it.
Happy to be here. Nice. Everything during my steps.
You don't have any more deep questions, right?
No. Thank you, bye.
We did one job, now what, boss?
Now I gotta go see. I can't just sit here.
They're in here. How would you handle my internet? I think you can see. There's no way. Don't even, there's no way. Okay?
Yeah, I figured, right?
It doesn't feel good, but because the two other walls are sort of forward and staggered, it doesn't allow for many like angles to come in from the sides because you don't have your sides for protection. But there's no like line through here or this way where you can actually get to you.
So if he's getting me, it's just with dogs, basically.
Yeah, and you can flip those out.
Are you ready for me to just deploy the line?
Yeah, absolutely. Master strategist. Deploy the line, win the roll off.
Like
game over.
You cannot table this in one turn.
I can.
I'll do +1 to wounds, but I'll put one of them into other soldiers. So these are the 3 hitting that redemptor on 2s, rolling everything that's not a 6. No 6s, so just 1. I need 2 dice, please. Thank you. And then I wound on 4s, just +1 wound into the T7 one.
We're doing what?
Force, just +1 to wound. This is into the T7. So 8, 11 saves.
AP2?
4 wounds. AP2. So 5 of them ones.
Are you in assault offer? Yes. Okay. I'm dead? I didn't blow up, that would have been hilarious.
5 attacks into the other one, aim on 2s, not 6s, reloading everything. 1, 1, 1, 6, explodes. Winning on 5s because you're T. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. All of them. 6 saves on your aim on.
Yeah, I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Back and forth. What? Wait, I'm alive? Why am I alive? Why is this camera in the middle here? Because I decided to start dancing in front of John. John said, I'm going to get a minute of content out of you. So I'm going to be here for probably not quite a minute because I can't count. Anyway, flipping this update right over here. Mixing some serious poo-poo shit. I don't know what's going on fully over there. Death Wars is scary. There's a lot of on the line. Their armies are like this on the front lines. Okay. Jamie went first against Ultramarines, and I don't know fully what's going on. The aim state looks funky as hell. I haven't looked in there. I haven't looked in the pool house. I'm here. Goodbye. Take care. be brutal mechanic.
I'll try not to swear as much as I usually do.
He didn't have the stomach to stay on this video. He had
Then
to
I'm
run
just
out.
gonna sit like Jay and Silent Bob like I usually do with fuck, come to the fucking.
Yeah, but I mean, like sometimes, like if I will sometimes like treat myself to a stream. You know, like my kid's playing quietly, he's like reading a book or something like that. You know,
I'm not even
sits like beer or something like that. And I'll just watch it. But usually it's like I got stuff to do, and I do that.
I'm lazier than that because if I want to find out when something happens, I'll actually call.
Okay,
Be like,
Steve
did anything
had the
cool happen that I want to see? And
then
they're like, fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
Right now, I feel like unless it's like John and I talking to sisters, I feel like
they can get. I don't know what.
if I call
what's
one of them, a
precedent?
lot of times it just feels like the
And then the shaman, the shaman gives us
So,
so they can
when
hit
John and I, it's a little more
You
two-way,
can't get multiple
but then
pluses.
also having gone over to like up to their house, I went to their house last weekend, and they just like ragdolled me for 2 days straight.
Fuck no.
It's cool. I brought my dog up, you know, they had fun.
Okay,
He
so
got
it's
lots
not
of
all
pets.
bad.
But they loved it, but it was just like right now. I've seen how busy they are.
There's so much.
So
I just
want to
don't call
play.
because I feel like
so
at
I'm
that
going to
point,
start
it's like
with
free coaching call.
MSU rubric.
I do like Rubric is nobody
pressuring
wants to
forward
lose,
either
but
through
man,
jumping
you
or
learn so much
rhinos
more
with
from
flamers,
getting
and then
from
rubric's
Well,
just
the
sitting
thing,
back.
the reason why I
scare
went up there
pulsing
is
and then cleaning up.
because I feel like
No,
when
we
we're
didn't look
when we're
at
generally
chaplain
like,
prayers.
secondaries, my
Yeah,
stretch
okay.
feels fine.
We still have a little bit to go.
Micro feels fine.
And then I need to figure out how to play hero.
My technical combat phase and charge phase maneuvers
There's a
have gotten
30-inch
so much
range
better than
prayer
a year ago.
that's
And
-2
I've
to
clutched a
advantage.
lot of games.
Yeah, you
just
pick a
that.
unit, you're like, pull those demonettes.
And it does one
And
more than this does.
it feels like now I think I'm hitting that
Because
that
then you can
glass ceiling
hit
forward.
Is that Curse from Sigmar?
Yes, basically. No, Curse from Sigmar is
Ruben, Parker,
-1
Reggie, and everything. I'm like, hey,
no.
what do
Every
you think my
six,
strengths,
every
what do you
six to
think my
hit is a
weaknesses,
more than
what
one.
do you
Oh,
think my
yeah.
play
Can you stop
style is?
Doombolt? Can you stop?
Because I don't trust myself to
Doombolt just
self-analyze
sucks
this
now.
year.
Well, hold on. There might be
So
another
if I
spell
ask other
not
people,
called
it gets a lot of
Doombolt.
speed back,
Right?
and I know like what I
The
can stop
spell
working
now
on,
called
and I can start
Doombolt
working
is
on. And I can
cast
also
on
know like, what
6,
factions
flat
are
reach in your
jive with how I like to
Oh,
play.
it's 100% please.
But there might
So
be
all of them are like you're a very defensive, cagey player. Your head math is excellent. It's super rare that when you commit to shooting something, it doesn't die. They said, however, it seems like for the most part, you come out of turn.
There's this one called Baleful Devotion, which is one of the higher cast ones, and it
That's kinda
seems
like,
really
okay,
good.
well,
You
let's
have to
work
pick a
on
visible unit
how do I
with
work
6
on
or more
tempo?
models, but then
And
you
so
roll
I went
a
up there, I got
d6
ragdolled for 2
equal
days
to the
straight. We also
result
tested, like,
of,
GWGT.
sorry, roll a
We did
number
some
of dice
workshop
equal to the
classes,
result
there
of
was
the
about
psychic
8 guys
test, which is minimum 8.
Nick was testing New York.
Though you can modify it.
John was testing
And
New York. Plus Tom
and
was
then
like,
on
I
a
think this
6
might be
you
a
do
spoiler for the
D3. So it's like
Rose list.
Sigmar Zinch's
I don't haven't figured out.
Firestorm.
I played this match
And
like
then
9
there's
times.
also-
I can't crack it.
So say you cast on
We did. We're like, well, it is
unmodified.
actually hard
Then you
spoiler,
pick
but
up 8 dice.
you go to super major event. What are the odds?
D3 models. But
MSU
if
by
you,
Templar and they're good.
it's not unmodified.
So that was an interesting find.
It's the result of the psychic test. So if you roll like a 9 with Armon as a
And it
plus
turns
2
out
caster,
that
and then you bump
essentially
it up
I
to
was
a 12,
it turns out that when
roll
I
12
play,
d6, and your 6 is
I'm
your
afraid
D3
of taking
mortals.
damage by some material early. I'm like hyper afraid of it. I think I've just been
And
bad
then,
touched
yeah,
by what's
then you can do a bunch of cool stuff. You can be like, oh, my rubrics that just, or my rubrics that just jumped over here. They almost see back behind here and just.
So now my positioning is bad.
You can like
And then what ends
spell
up
portal
happening
with
is I get to
rubrics.
pull one wildly.
How does the
because I sit there, I'm great target.
D3 damage does 3? Is that only on a smite?
And I basically just tread water and wait for
Oh,
my
I don't know. I haven't
mistake.
even looked at that.
And then I
Then
explode out and then
actual
game
Zinch's
immediately.
Firestorm is just
If
on
you do that
5.
too late, you're down.
No, it's on 5 if you.
points.
John, have you heard of the saddest movie of all time?
I have not.
Okay. Picture this. 1991. You were negative 17 years old. This movie comes out, okay? And they tricked us, people of my age. I'm talking about the movie My Girl. So, Macaulay Culkin, big star, just did Home Alone, smashed Joe Pesci in the face with an iron, probably killed him in real life. We've never seen him since. He's in this movie. The trailer, Dan Aykroyd, fresh off SNL, Ghostbusters, champion. Little Tubby, yeah, Coneheads, little Tubby now, very dad. He was always very dad, really. Anyway, he's playing the father, this really cute girl, and there's this boy who's her best friend, and it seems like a coming of age story, right? And the movie looks like it's about two friends just running around, but there's like this omen of like death because the father is like a funeral director. But you know what? It seems fine. Macaulay Culkin. Then they betrayed us. Like half an hour into this movie, people, Macaulay Culkin's running in a forest with his friend. They're having a great time. He trips on a log. Bees. Just a log full of bees. They sting him all over. John, he was allergic. He died. Okay? So picture this. 10-year-old Peter. Yep. Watching this movie with Macaulay Culkin. I'm waiting for Joe Pesci to get hit with an iron in the face. Okay? Macaulay Culkin dies in front of me. Then, next
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are back, and we are live, and this is the last game of the 32-player Shark Tankity of Shark Tankity Invitational for Charity Hammer. I'm joined by the wonderful half-dead Dustin Henshaw, who just had his second vaccine dose. How you doing, man? You're sticking with us. Don't pass out.
I am clinging to life, but I wouldn't miss this for the world. I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited to see Space Wolves on the top table against Sisters. Like, nobody saw this coming. Let's have a moment of peace or a moment of silence for everybody's brackets, because I think Jaime actually ruined a lot of people's brackets.
Dude, ruined me. I'm a little bit ashamed to say this. I had never heard of the bloke until today. I'd seen him in the rankings, but I hadn't seen him play. I didn't know his class, didn't know his caliber, and
didn't know he was already top 14, eh? He's good.
Know. Yeah,
he's
didn't
good,
know.
bro.
This guy is a savage.
He's RKO to nowhere, man. John's got his work cut out for him in this game.
I've got to tell you right now, this is the best games of Space Marines I've seen played by him. He literally just bodied Nick Nanavati out of the game. Turn one is like, cool, you want to play conservative?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
I'll punish you for that.
Cool. Nick, I'll punish you for that. Not only that, the game was over turn 2 for Nick. Like, when Nick didn't like fully commit his army in his turn 2, me and Inez both threw our hands up and be like, let's change tables. This is over. Because Nick needed to engage him on every single mid-board objective in order to keep that thing a game, and he went in on 2, and we're like, yeah, two, not enough. And the fact that he was able to do that against MSU Drakari on turn 2, like force a game-losing position, phenomenal skill player. Crazy. And so I'm really keen to see what happens here, man.
It's gonna be great. I'm so stoked for this. I can't even get words into my mouth. And it's not because I'm half dead. It's because I'm so excited to watch this. We are on retrieval mission 2, so we're gonna have another 6 objective mission for both these guys. They just played on it, so they're kind of used to it. But it's not. I don't believe this is a hold 2. This is just hold 1. So it'll be
It's
a
a hold
little
1.
bit,
Yeah, a
a
hold 1
little
hammer.
bit easier to get the primaries. The primaries will not be getting shut off like they were last time.
It's a hold 1 hammer and anvil, and I feel like that favors Jaime a little bit more
Mhm.
because of the range of the Daka he's got, because he's got things like the grav cannons at decent range, he's got the redemptors and the contemptors at decent range, whereas John has like no range anything. He's got 24 inches of the only range upon which he can engage, which is the distance between the two armies when they deploy. So turn 1, if Jaime doesn't want John to get any shots off, he can do that by deploying deep into the deployment zone. But there is enough line of sight blocking here that I don't think that'll be a problem for either of them. I don't think either player is going to get nuked turn 1. In fact, I think this is definitely a game where John wants to go first. Sorry, John wants to go second. 150%. Actually, they both want to go second. What am I talking about?
This is definitely a go second game for both of them. They neither one of them wants to make the first move because you'll be able to see. I don't think you can kind of hide on the one bottom left objective behind there, but the angles in this map are going to be very important for both of them, especially for Jaime because he has so much long range shooting. John has to be so careful not to poke out when he doesn't need to poke out, and he wants to hold those objectives as well. But it's a little bit easier for primary at least because they only need to hold 2 this time. They don't have to really worry about holding 3, but it'll be a little bit harder to take them off of the objectives too. I think Jaime actually has a really good durability that John's going to have a lot of trouble taking him off of it.
Spot on. Now, this is what's going to be interesting. It's so minimize losses is the secondary here, and I know for a fact that John will probably not take minimize losses, but if he does, he'll also be taking while we stand, which is something I think he takes most games than not. If he takes minimize losses and while we stand, he's never going to leave his deployment zone.
Yep,
He's just
he
going
never
to
will.
sit in his deployment zone and do nothing, and that will really make Jaime want to get on his bike. But we've seen this guy be ultra aggressive very early.
Yes.
The difference between this game and the game against Nick Nanavati is Nick Nanavati couldn't really engage with him from range. Nick Nanavati had no significant shooting upon which that would pick up Dreads or Wolfguard, which was the real big problem for Nick. Nick couldn't engage early.
Yes,
or
the Wolfguard were a huge problem. A huge problem.
Yeah, or he's just going to bleed out. Not such a big problem for John. John can nuke him. Like
with mortal wounds everywhere, like he can actually he can get through those, and there's not a big of a threat. So we can't bully John as much as he can bully Nick with them.
And on top of that, every single one of the offensive profiles that John has from range actually has a decent valued target. Blood Claws are great for putting things like Seraphim Hand Flamers into. He's got the multi-melters if he wants to go for the Dreads. He's got the Heavy Flamers if he wants to go for everything else. And then he's got all those 2-damage Storm Bolters that he can proc all his mortal wounds off to nuke down the 2-wound Wolfguard. So I think he's got a lot of good profiles here for this matchup. The difference is, though, I think that the offensive battle from range definitely goes in Jaime's favor. Like the fact that he's got the 2 Redemptors and the Contemptor Dread, I think all of those are just so potent here.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has that one trick that I keep mentioning every time I see him, the drop pod with the long fangs in it. It has done work for him every single time. And if he uses it the right way, the right time, again, it's game changing. Those kind of things swing the game so hard because you have to worry about even zoning your board for what you don't want to get shot on turn 1 because it can come in right away if he really needs it to, or you can just keep it for 3 turns because he just wants you to make a mistake, put something out in the open that he really needs to kill, like some high priority target. What do you think would be a high priority target for him in this one?
I think he really wants to pop those rhinos. He wants to expose the juicy innards and keep those retributors on the other side of the table. He doesn't, and dominions as well. He doesn't want them getting slung into his lines turn 1 and just picking up juicy targets in Jaime's backfield. So I'm assuming he's going to target the rhinos. If I was him though, if I was John, this is another game where last game I said John might want to be putting Repentia in rhinos instead of the dominions and the things, but he can't. He's only got 1 rhino that he can put Repentia in because the other 2 are Ebon Chalice. So he's got 3 rhinos though. So he's going to have 1 sling ability with the Repentia, which I expect to see him use to clear off an objective and to swing a 15-point primary or a 10-point primary down to a 5. If he can do that, I think that's one thing we'll see. But I think the things he wants to do, if he can get that drop pod onto the Sacrosands, he will pick them up. If they're gone, they're just kaput gone. Which is one of the things that John likes to do a lot. He likes to use his Sacrosands bodyguard role to let him put things like Celestine and things like Morven Val onto objectives where they can't be shot. That's what I expect to see. I expect to see on his home objective, the one to the far right or far left of screen, to have his Sacrosands upon it, and then either Celestine stringing out onto the midboard objectives. Morven Val, I don't think can quite make the distance without exposing herself and exposing too much of the Sacrosands to fire. So I think just we'll see Celestine out on one of the middle objectives, and then Morven Val sitting at home, but that'll be definitely where I want to put those drops. If that drop pod can go down, and by doing so, pop and expose Morven Val or Celestine, that's a huge play, man.
Yeah, especially because we know John's going to take to the last. He almost always does. It's just a great secondary for the way his army is built, and it just makes a lot of sense. But Jaime can be very aggressive in this one. He can make John question whether he should be taking that because it's a very open. You can hide like on the back objective. If you take the left-hand side, you can kind of hide on the bottom left objective as well. But those are the only two that you can really. Yeah. Their home objective and that bottom left are the only ones you can really hide from most of the angles in the game. But even then, because Jaime's been known for being a little more aggressive too, he can get those angles when he needs them.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't think this is a game where Jaime wants to get too aggressive, though. If you look at the offensive assets they both have, Jaime has these 3 5-man units of Wolfguard, and the reason they're good is because he's got the Born Heroes, he's got all the exploding sixes and stuff. Those only really activate later into the game. Now, he doesn't need them to activate. He can be that unit picks up every squad in John's army. The thing is, he only has 3 of those. John has the 2 Repentia, the 2 Zephyrum, he has Morven Val, he has Celestine. Essentially, he has the melee battle is on John's side, whereas the shooting war is on Jaime's side. So I expect Jaime to play this one a little bit more defensive than we've seen in the past, but we'll have to wait and see, guys. It's all going to happen, and we're going to be jumping in and out of this one. But of course, we want to hear these players, these top level players. Tippy Top. This is one player. This is for the first top ranked player in the world playing the 14th ranked player in the world. So these are 2 guys in the top 20. And so in my mind, you see the win path that Jaime has had. He went through he went through Chester. He's beaten 3 Drukhari players, 3 Drukhari specialists in some words. Especially JT McDowell is definitely a faction specialist. He's been 3 absolute top players playing their chosen faction, and dude, this guy could easily win this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I do think you were right. Like he wants to play this a little bit more defensively, but if John can get some good countercharge uses in the right places at the right times, that middle terrain piece there, he can actually use that to make sure that he can slingshot any of this close combat to take away Jaime's objectives when he needs them to, as long as he doesn't put anything too much on there. And like you said, John has the melee advantage, so he doesn't need to be aggressive. He just needs to make sure that he's ready to countercharge and take away the objectives when he needs to.
I am a big fan that they've got this last table on a homogeneous board. If I was to pick which side has it better, I think the left side has a little better because I think their 2 home objectives can be held while in. So the 2 mid-board objectives on their side can be held while wholly within cover. Whereas see, there's one on the right side of the board. The bottom middle no man's land objective cannot be held whilst out of line of sight. The other 2 I believe can be, and whilst being in cover. So if I had to pick a side that John would want more than other, well, either of them to be honest, they'd both want the left side.
Yeah, for sure. I think the left side is definitely the better side on this one. I agree with that, but mainly because of that bottom left objective, like you said, and the bottom right one being completely in the open. Like you maybe have like two guys on cover there, and you're sitting in the open, and that's exactly where Jaime wants you to be.
Exactly right. We're having our sound get fiddled around with right now. I think the players in chat want us to be turned up slightly. Please.
Do I need to be closer to the mic? Is this better, guys?
What about this? What about this?
Is this better?
Is this superior?
Is this?
What about now?
What about now?
Apparently it's fine now. We're probably just annoying them at this point.
Nah, they love
it. We have joined this game very early, a lot earlier than we usually do. We usually like to join when they're about mid into deployment, just because there's usually a lot of dead air to fill. But hey, guess what? This is a charity event, Charity Hammer. You know why we're here? You know why it's called that? Why is it called that, Dustin? Do you want to hit the spiel?
I will hit the spiel. It is a charity event because we are supporting Child's Play, which is an international charity with a network of over 185 hospitals worldwide. They do amazing work providing toys and video game entertainment to assist children undergoing medical treatment. Sorry, I swallowed my own rage there for a second. Jeez, I was getting excited about the game. The hope is that through your donation, we can help sick kids feel some comfort in unstable, painful, or uncomfortable times in their lives. This is an absolutely fantastic charity, guys. And do you know what we're at right now? I don't know the update.
We're somewhere around the 33,000 mark.
33,000. That's crazy considering we had a goal of 20,000. So you guys are awesome.
Smashed
but
it.
We're still stuck in the Horus Heresy, but you know what? I can accept that. I think we still got some time left. This is the championship game, guys. Like this is the time.
33s during the scouring, right? I can live with the scouring, but let's not settle. Let's not settle, guys. Let's go for the ecclesiarchy. The times of when the religion really started happening. So that's around 35, 36, I think. So let's push a couple more grand in the bank, guys, for the children. I think we can do that. If anybody hasn't contributed yet, please do so. There's still some amazing prizes. And every $30 you contribute will go straight into the raffle draw. And I can tell you right now, not 1 cent of the money you donate will go anywhere else apart from directly to the charity.
Yeah, that's the most important thing to remember. This is actually a very highly rated charity, so don't worry about them not using it for where it needs to go. They put it exactly where it needs to go. So every penny goes towards it, guys. This is fantastic. Fantastic charity. I'm so excited to be here. I'm just we got secondaries now. All right, we know what they're taking. Do you want to go over the secondaries there?
Yeah,
this is what we want to know.
I'm quickly going to break down the mission for people, just give them the full context and see as we
Sure.
have time. So this is a retrieval mission. This is a 6 objective mission. As you can see, it is hammer and anvil deployment. So deploying upon the short edge, 18 inches up. The secondary for this one in particular is minimize losses. That's the one where you pretty much bet how many models you're going to have, how many units you're going to have left at the end of the game. If you have more than 75%, you get a 15. If you have more than 50%, you get a 10. More than 25%, you get a 5. I think you always get 5 points. Maybe I think you always get 5 points. If it's 10 points of this, and 25%, to score 5. So you have to have more than 25%. So if you get wiped, you get nothing. Or if you're under 25% left, you get nothing. But apart from that, you get some points. It's usually pretty reliable. There aren't many top table games where you'll see a tabling happen. So this can be a reliable 5 or 10 points if you don't have a fallback. But dude, tell us, what'd they take?
Jaime took Oath, Stranglehold, and Banners, which is that's pretty standard, I think, for this one. And John took Stranglehold, Banner, and to the last. Like we said, we knew he was going to take to the last, but they both have Stranglehold and they both have Banners. So both of them are going to need to be taking one extra objective this entire time.
Yeah, spot on. And the Stranglehold is going to be an interesting one because that is one they can trade, but they're going to be bleeding units to do so. And I think the bleed, if they're going to be bleeding units in that manner, I think it favors John because he has more units, and his units are worth less than Jaime's are. If Jaime at any point has to bleed out like a Wolfguard to like get Stranglehold, that's going to be a bad time at the office. But yeah, Oath is a bit awkward. I think
I'm actually a little concerned about that one too, mainly because of the giant piece in the center of the table. Like,
well, and yeah, and the fact is there's no secondaries there to score. But what I do like about that is that he's got this one single Cyberwolf, yeah? One
Yes,
single
he does.
Cyberwolf, which John has no reason to want to kill. He can just shoot that up, sit it there all game, and get himself 10 points for that, just holding the middle. Which I
Yeah.
think if you can get away with that, that's hilarious. And I think you should try. And you can replace that with a Blood Cause if it dies, whatnot. That's no problems there. But and that's a good way of making it something that's not an objective into an objective,
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't mind that pick here, but as long as he's willing to play for it, because if that just causes more bleed out, like, because if you're bleeding out for Oath and you're bleeding out for, like, let's say you got the top of turn, man. If you got the top of turn for Jaime,
that's my main concern.
Yeah, that's my main concern as well. So John took Stranglehold, makes sense. To the last, he always takes it. And Banners. Now, see, Banners is an interesting one here because it's very easy that you can put up 3 banners and hold 3 banners. At EG, that lets you max banners, which is going to make it. It's a really quite a defensive posture, which means I think we're going to see like a really defensive game from John.
Yeah, he's going to have to be pretty defensive in that one. But they're both taking Stranglehold, so it also means they're both going to be throwing away at least one resource every turn almost, or shooting them off of one.
Exactly right. That's what's going to happen. They're both going to stay in their damn deployment zones and deny each other one objective every turn. It's going to be hilarious.
Like you're saying earlier, though, Jaime has the range advantage. So as long as John has enough things that can still shoot it off, like I don't know if he'll have enough to do that with. He'll eventually have to start throwing some like Repentia in there or Zephyrim.
Yeah, this is a hold 2, isn't it? This is a hold 2 for 5. No, it's a hold 1. It's a hold 1.
It's
hold 1 for 5. Yeah.
Hold 1 for 5.
Someone just messaged me and said, someone just messaged me and said, I'm like, no, it's not.
No,
it's a hold 1. Yeah, it's a hold 1.
Come on.
All right, so who have we got deploying on which sides? Looks like we've got John to the right of screen. So he got the less advantageous side, but it was only marginal. It's only simply because of how exposed you have to be on the bottom right in order to hold that objective. Whereas the bottom left is nowhere near as bad. You can essentially be in the overhang of that terrain piece and be out of line of sight to the majority of shooting. So I think Jaime's got the better of it here, but it really doesn't matter. If John gets to go second in this, then that'll be pretty much even Stevens.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be an easier job for Jaime to knock him off that bottom right objective. So I think that's where he's going to focus most of his firepower when he needs to, just to get the Stranglehold and everything every turn, and make sure he gets a 10 at least.
Yeah, so I very much expect to see the Dreads deposited pretty centrally behind the middle terrain piece, but they're 100% they're going to move down, and their best lane of fire is onto that bottom right objective, 120%.
Oh yeah, definitely. Apparently the table's actually really tall too, so John might not have noticed that either if he actually chose, but he looks like he deployed first, didn't he? He dropped first.
Yeah, he's dropping first.
Yeah, he might not have seen it.
So far down for John, looks like we have what seems to be a unit of Zephyrim and a Rhino with at least 2 squads in it. So that means, Doms, that means it's an Evan Chalice one. And then behind that, I don't think he's deployed anything else. I think right into the bottom of the screen, actually into the bottom right of screen, we do have the Sister Superior and a unit of Repentia. So that's a really good staging point for them because if you can't hold your one, if you can't hold your bottom objective, put something across from that objective to make your opponent not just walk up and take it. And that unit can sling. Turn 1, it can sling and get aggressive and take away the bottom left-hand objective, middle objective for Jaime. In the top left-hand corner, looks like we've got a unit of Blood Claws and a unit of Wolfguard. And then I don't think anything else has been deployed. Maybe that other unit of Wolfguard that's just sitting below his phone has also been deployed. I always give people tips.
A weird place for them to go, but maybe.
Yeah. I always put no. It's not a bad point. They may be the late game Wolfguard. He's got 3 units, and he doesn't want to commit them too early because then John just gets to pick him up very easily with the mortal wounds. What he wants to do is force John to use the Dominions and the Retributors to pick up stiff like even them picking up like one of his dreads is better than them killing 2 units of Wolfguard, which is something they can do between the double shooting heavy flamers and multi melters and all the mortal wounds from the Dominions. They can absolutely pick up 10 of those Vanguard models opportunistically just because of the mortal wound dump. But yeah, I do think that's a better call. Don't let him get any max value out of it. And if anything, you want him to get into commit those resources to picking up blood claws and stuff like that. Or even like I said, like it's fine to lose 1 Redemptor for that combination of models because it's firstly to trade up in points, and he only has 2 of those where you have three dreads and the long fangs.
Yeah, for sure. The dreads are actually going to be very, very important in this one. It's going to be curious to see if he actually puts them so he can shoot at both the objectives, so we can try to keep John down to a 5, because whoever can actually put the other player down to a 5, 1 or 2 turns, is going to take a bit of an advantage because it's a lot easier to hold 10 in this one.
Yeah,
so I think, and because Jaime has the shooting to do that, I think that's the play he should be making, because he actually does have a really good line of sight on both of those objectives, and he does have the shooting to do it. And John's going to need to be a little bit careful in what he puts there. Mind you, he can always put Celestine up there and make sure she just sits on it. And he then Jaime will have to bring some melee into him, and he doesn't want to do that.
Fair enough. We have Eden Hurd, whatever. Hi, new question here in the chat. He's asking about terrain and where is a good place to find guides about terrain and terrain placement for a fair board. So yes, you have. He says he's found the WTC terrain maps. You can also go and find and have a look at the Orlando G-Dub terrain maps as well. See what they've done. There's also a bunch of other ones that have come out, like Hellstorm Wargaming have done their own one. It's really.
I actually like Hellstorms.
I don't mind Hellstorms actually. Actually, quite a fan. It's somewhere of a middle point between the G-Dub and the WTC. It's like their own little flavor. Don't mind that at all. So yeah, go and check out those ones, mate. See what you like. But it's more importantly that you play the ones you like. But it's good to get familiar with all the ones you may find.
You want to get used to doing like both light and heavy. And I will say, like, I prefer WTC, but WTC is a little bit heavier than what a lot of tournaments will run normally.
Exactly right. It's always on the heavy side. And I do prefer that. I find it makes for closer, more engaging games, which is what I think you want at that tippy top level. You don't want just who won the role to go first? I guess you're the winner. That's the last thing you want at that level.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. I do actually. I'm a big fan of the new Frontline Gaming idea where they're actually placing the player placed.
I do like player placed.
Look at that too, because I hope that's what they're going to start doing with all their events, because I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, exactly right. And Tom, we got the wonderful Tom Adriani in chat, who is one of the primogenitors of the WTC. He's been one of the instigators of their split and really trying to take WTC to the next level. So if you have any questions for him, just ask him in chat. He's an absolute top bloke. Very happy to help him.
He's got the exact point right there. WTC train is designed for team play. That's why it's 100%.
100% is.
Exactly.
And if you do play it on singles, you will have some games that might have the feel bad.
Yes, you will. You will. But that's just how singles works, right?
It is exactly right. It is how singles works. But at the same time, so I've played on bowling balls in singles. I've played on uber terrains, uber dense. It swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, it definitely does. You don't want to bring knights to a singles event that's using WTC terrain. I'll just say
exactly.
that.
Yeah, exactly right.
Team event is definitely doable.
I'm interested to know if Tom ever thinks that player place is going to be a thing. It could ever be a thing at WTC, where you have your light table. You have your light table set up with the amount of terrain on it, and then the captains have to set it up before the start of the game, and they roll off and have a little bit of interplay setting it up to their team's specs. That could be another thing, but it probably just adds another half hour onto each game. You probably don't need.
Oh, if not more than that.
Yeah,
even picking tables takes like an hour sometimes.
Have you met some of the captains? They would lose their minds at the nuance of this one little thing that's probably not going to matter.
Chris would definitely lose his mind. He's like, absolutely, I am not doing that. Like, he's going to give somebody that job to do. I'm not doing that.
Spot on. It'd be funny to call that. It'd be like, yep, and they're waiting. It'd be like a soccer game where it's a nil-all draw. no one satisfied.
Yeah, and we're just going to be excited whenever somebody actually finishes the placing a train. Whenever we see a die roll, then we get excited it's a goal. Like, oh my god, they roll a die. We're actually getting into the game now. But it's just picking sides.
Exactly right. Looks like we had a lot of units have dropped down now. Looks like Jaime is doing his due diligence, measuring out what the max threat range.
That's what you got to do.
Max threat range max threat range on the multi-melters. That's definitely what you need to do. So what they're going to do, they're going to get out a max of 9 inches, and then they can shoot 24. So he wants to be 33.1 inches away. which is actually pretty deep in his deployment zone. It's a good call by John, putting that one Rhino on the line. It's going to get to redeploy with the Dominions inside. It could easily scoot back behind the line of sight piece of terrain if it wants.
Yeah.
And so, but doing that is going to actually make him have some questions. Make Jaime have some questions about where he wants to deposit these dreads, because the dreads are what's going to be doing his heavy lifting turn 1 and turn 2 before the drop pod has to come down. And I will note, Hammer and Anvil with a very skilled opponent and a very MSU army means that I'm betting that drop pod has to come down in his own deployment zone.
Oh yeah, for sure. John knows that thing is something he needs to zone out right away, and he's actually doing a great job deploying right now. And like you said, because they can redeploy, putting that there is exactly what you said. Jaime has to actually think about where he's going to go with that now. He has to respect that those guys could come out and just pick up one of his most important models that he needs for this matchup.
And when I said 33.1, that's 33.1 adding into it the scout move from the Dominions, which probably means it's got to be about 41, 42 inches away.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's a perfect place to put it there, so we can move forward or just move to the side if it needs to.
Exactly right. Looks like we've had Morven Vile come down and Celestine is down, so that leads me to believe that the right-hand back terrain piece for Lenin is where the Sacrosancts are. So I don't think he never deposits those guys when they're not in Sacrosanct range. I think there's a Rhino sitting on his central home objective, the one on the wall all the way to the right of screen, and I don't see 2 miles on top of that, which leads me to believe that is his Repentia Rhino, and we should be seeing another unit of Retributors in the other Ebon Chalice Rhino going down, mirroring where the other Rhino is, just down below the central terrain piece. Although now I think he's seen 2 dreads go down. That the Contemptor dread is sitting in the top left-hand corner, just above the Primrose Chappie. I think we're going to be seeing. So he's dropping a character right now. He's dropping either his Wolflord or his Libby. And I believe that's where the majority of his resources are going to go. Now, this is an interesting one for the Librarian. Yes, the Librarian usually exists here. No, see, it called it. That other unit of Retributors went down, mirroring where the other one is in the different side, just down that other
It's like you know this game.
It's
You've been doing this for a while, haven't you?
It's almost like I've done this a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
What do you think? Does Libby even bother trying to stick around and buff and give cover to the dreads? Because the multi-melters don't give a crap.
No, they definitely don't. But well, it's good for the Redemptors though, right? Because he has because they don't have an actual invuln, but the Contemptor does, and a 5-up invuln when you got multi-melters out of you, that's it could make a difference.
Well, the Contemptor's got a 6-up, I believe. No, you might be right. It might have a 5-up, but yeah,
it's a 5-up.
It's the difference between having a 0, having no save, and a 6-up for the Redemptors. So it's usually not enough to make a difference.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess does he need to do it? Probably not. But he doesn't need to respect it. He still needs to respect it.
Yeah, I think the best thing he can do is just get that boy up and smite with him.
Yeah, he wants to just do some damage to the MSU because one smite in an MSU army does a lot of work.
Exactly right. His 2 powers, and he's got the armor of Rust on that guy as well. So you want the smite and the Feist Last aura the Feist Last in engagement range is more meaningful now than trying to give guys who don't have a save a 6-up save. That's my thinking here. But let's run down these lists. Which list do you have up, mate?
I have both of them up. So
you pick your poison. I talk for quite a bit just then, so it's your turn.
Well, I want to go over the Space Wolf list again because I love this list and I love the fact that it's here. So Jaime's list, it's again Space Wolves, guys. Space Wolves. Okay, so he's got a Chapter Master. He has a Frost Weapon because Frost Weapons are awesome, and a Lightning Claw as well. But he is the Warrior of Legend, the Imperium Sword, and he is the Warlord as well. The Librarian, as you were mentioning, does have he has Stormcaller, Murderous Hurricane. So he is actually a Smite Machine. I actually missed that. So he is a Smite Machine. He absolutely needs to be going up there and doing that work. So he also has the Rites of War, so he's going to be giving OBSEC to his guys that are near him. He has a Primaris Chaplain on a bike as well, with that Master Sanctity, obviously, Hero of the Chapter, Wise Orator, and he has the Litany of Faith and Canticle of Hate and Benediction of Fury. So he's going to be doing more wounds to the closest unit, I believe that is. That's the +1 to wound to the closest shooting unit. I believe that's what it is. Anyway, so he's got 2 units of 5 Blood Claws as well. They all have chain swords because they're Space Wolves and they like to hit stuff in close combat. And he has a unit of Incursors, which look like they're in the middle of the board right now, on the other side of that middle terrain. They also have paired combat blades because they're Incursors. Then he has the standard Space Marine Redemptor Dreadnoughts. He's got 2 of them. He's got the Macroplasma. He's got the Onslaught Gatling Cannon. It doesn't look like he has the... no, he doesn't have the Icarus though, but he also has 1 instead of 2, which is the normal one. He has 1 Relic Contemptor Dreadnought with the Twin Volkite. He also has 3 units of 5 Wolfguard with Lightning Claws and Storm Shields. That is his bully unit, but like we were telling you earlier, it's going to be a little harder to bully John with them, but he can still make use of them. He has that 1 singular Cyberwolf that might be getting him 10 points this game if it works out the way he wants it to work out. And this is what I really like about it. This is instead of a few other things, but it's also instead of the second Contemptor, it is 2 groups of 5 Long Fangs with 3 Grav Cannons each and 1 Multi-Melta. And they are in a drop pod. I love that spice at the end of it. That is my favorite. What do you think of that list? You've seen it a couple times before, so.
I'm a big fan of everything except the pod. I've still
Really?
Jury's out for me on the pod. Jury is out. And do you know why the jury is out on the pod? Because there's not that much power armor at the top end of the meta. Admech don't care. Orcs don't care. Sisters only care sometimes. And, if you're using Grav Cannons to kill 5 sisters, the sisters don't care. That's why I'm still the jury's out on the pod. If this was 3 months ago when we're in the Death Guard Dark Angels meta, that pod is sick. But as it is right now, I can't say I love it, but it's doing work. I can't deny how good it's being. It looks like Jamie's going first. If I had to hazard a guess here. And if he's going first, I believe he is going to be using that pod turn 1. Although, no, I was just seeing John moving models. I would like to let people know that the Incursors have been infiltrated up. They are sitting in Oath of Moment range of the middle objective, just under the overhang on the left-hand side of the big old middle terrain piece. And if you'll see where he put his Redemptors, so he has a very strong left flank for him. If he's looking down long ways on the table, his left flank, the top of screen for us, is the strong flank. It looks like it has... At least a unit of Blood Claws and a unit of Wolf Guard up there. He's got his Contemptor Dread. He's got his Wolf Lord and the Primaris Chappie. And then to the bottom right, at the bottom of the screen, you see his 2 Redemptors went down there. So that means he's definitely not buying in to the cover save given by the Libby. In addition to that, I've also been just informed that I completely forgot about this. The cover save, Retributors ignore cover. They just ignore cover, Yeah. They do that rule.
They don't care.
And so... They don't care anyway, so he's definitely not buying into that. The Smite is 100% the play. The Smite and the Fight lasts 100%. And Murderous Hurricane is actually a pretty legit spell as well. So you can definitely pump out a couple of models here, there, and everywhere. And it was funny that I was right, that the unit of Wolfguard all the way to the left of screen, they're actually been placed there. They were.
Wow.
That's pretty funny.
Threat range, making sure they're at a threat range so they can't be shot, so they don't need to be closer.
I think what John is doing right now, I think maybe John has gone first. If we can get a little word from our, John is
going first. Yes, John is going first.
And he definitely did not want that. So what he's doing right now, he's checking if he does move his scout and he's and he gets out of the Rhino. What angles of fire does he have? What can he get done? What can he accomplish? And I don't think it's going to be much. I think it's as much as nothing. So he still needs to do his scout moves. Now that he's going, he needs to know his scouting is going to be worth it. I think it is. Personally, I think one of these things scouting now, and because we know how good Jamie is at using his assets, using the stuff he's got, and he's being aggressive with one of the units. Is he going to be aggressive with both? Is the question. I don't think he should do with both.
I don't think you should do with both. I think the other one should go behind that middle.
Exactly right. I was going to say the other one should stage behind the middle terrain piece, and just be threatening for every objective for here on out. It looks like he might be going for both, but definitely going for one. And they'll get the disembark, they'll get the sling, and they should have lines of fire that they can get some stuff down, especially onto that Contemptor at the top, which is what I think he wants to be going for.
Yes, definitely. I think that's the biggest threat to him right now. Like, the Redemptors are good, but because they have like the macroplasma stuff, they're going to kill a squad no matter what anyway. So I don't think they're going to be the major threat. The Contemptor with the mortal wounds to a lot of the things he wants to not die with all his infones, that's probably the bigger one. And plus, it has more shots overall, really, I think.
And on top of this is the other thing. Yeah, if he gets as soon as he gets units past the middle center line, that drop pod does nothing. That drop pod drops into his own lines.
The other thing.
They get out and they get to be picked up next turn. And so I wouldn't mind him seeing sling out either the Retributors or the Dominions of the bottom squad, leave the other one in there, and then put that Rhino behind the cover. Either that, or just sling out the Rhino, pop smoke. I guess if he tries to shoot at you, even though he can ignore the thing. So he's having a little bit of a medium move with the bottom one. That doesn't look like it's his full move. But what I would like to see is that to get a full disembark off the other squad, move and advance the Rhino, push the Rhino right into his lines, and put it on that objective.
Yeah.
Because then you're pushing back that drop pod even further.
Well, you got to remember too, he's also taking banners. That means he's not getting a banner on turn 1.
Exactly right. I was about to say that was my next point, brother. Perfect. You're on point.
I know how to play this game.
Yeah, because he's going to have unimpeded access to putting his banners up. John is almost definitely putting up 3 banners this turn, and if his opponent only gets to put up 1 banner of his turn, that's a lead. That's money in the bank.
For sure. That I think, is it worth putting both of them on there? I don't know, but it's definitely worth putting one of them for sure.
Exactly
putting both of them on there actually might be worth it, because if it's empty, it's fine, because it's not, he has to deal with it just because it's in the way and on an objective, but he does have the guns to deal with it, but it means he's not going to be shooting at other things that he really wants to shoot at. Obviously, he's going to be focusing on the Retributors, though, or the Dominion squads, rather.
Exactly right. Yeah, some people are trying to make a case for the grav pod, and look, guys, sure, they are better into sisters than I give it credit for. That's fine, that's fine. Are they better into AdMech than I give them credit for? I don't know if they are. The 5+ invul AdMech just seems so horrifically bad for the grav pod. The grav
Well, it's
pod goes
-3,
in.
right? That's the big thing.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. They got a 5+ invul with the Book of Fire stuff, which is what I'm expecting to see more when I'm casting my brain
Well, it
into
just,
the
it just
future.
means the AP 1 and 2 ignoring isn't a big deal for them, which can be.
Well, I don't think the AP ignoring is as soon as you go to the Book of Fire, I don't think you bother taking that as much anymore.
Really?
Yeah, well, the AP ignoring 1 and 2, everybody's pivoting into heavy melee. We're seeing much more of the AP 3. I'm seeing a lot more power swords being brought out, especially with Grey Knights coming in with all their power swords.
Yeah,
they got the super power swords freaking everywhere, man. But yeah, the 5+ invul really makes the grav feel bad. So what do you get? You come down with 16 grav shots. Let's say you hit on 3s. Yeah, cool. So you got to what, 12 hits if you got to
Well, you're
reroll
gonna hit on
1s.
4s because you don't get the.
Well, let's say
you're kinda
no. Let's
moving
say
it,
let's say you're long fangs and use cane
Okay,
slippers, so you ignore modifiers, and that therefore you're ignoring Styges if they've got Styges as well. And so let's say you're gonna get what, 12, 13 hits. Let's say 12 hits if you got real 1s. Or no, it'd be 13 hits if you got real 1s, and you're gonna wound on 3s. So what's that? That's going to be 8 wounds and a 5 up save. So what? You kill 5 guys with the grav pod. You kill 5 Skitarii. That's pretty awful. It's pretty awful for a 200-point squad.
Yeah. Okay. I can see it. I think it's a tech piece more than anything because it's something that your opponent has to respect, whether you think it'll do a lot of damage or not, because it can do a lot of damage and it can disrupt your plan a lot. So John's not really. It doesn't look like he's too concerned about it. He's not pushing up too far. He just wants to get some damage in the first turn. He's not sacrificing too much, which I think is the right play.
Spot on.
Putting that Rhino on that one bottom right objective probably is the best idea because then he'll shoot it, kill it, and then he just gets guys on there. So he'll still get his 10 even if he can shoot a lot of the stuff off. But I still kind of like putting it in the middle behind that objective or behind the terrain there. The only thing is that makes it easier for Jaime to just focus down the one objective, right? You want to make sure that you could actually hold. You want to hold 3, not just 2, because it's easier for him to focus down 1 if he does.
See what he's doing? So the Dominions have come out of that middle top Rhino, and looks like they're lining up shots to go into the Incursors. So it looks like he probably just wants to smoke the Incursors because he's got the top of turn. So once he wants to do, he's going to try and start to bleed him out. You have to throw a unit into the middle for Oath every turn, and if you're putting up 3 banners and you're denying Oath and you're getting Stranglehold as well, and that remains to be seen whether John can get Stranglehold this turn. Well, he will get it this turn for sure because it's scoring at the end of
he's only on 0.
Yeah, exactly. So he's going to get a free there, and he's going to deny the Oath as well. That's if he kills the Incursors, and he is odds on to kill them. Like he's very odds on
for
to
sure.
kill them.
I think this is actually the perfect play right now. Like what we said before, Jaime does have bottom of turn, so that is going to be a little bit better for him for Oath. But what John's going to be doing right now is making him have to sacrifice more things to try to get those 2 points. And this is going to be such a close game as it is. Every point's going to count. So I think this is the right play.
Spot on. Well, so and that's what we said before. But taking Stranglehold and Oath causes a bleed. It causes a bleed, especially if you want to play a defensive game where you have the ranged advantage. The last thing he wants to do is next turn he puts 5. Well, so what does he have that's going to be in range to get within 6 of the middle once the Incursors go? He's got nothing. He's got a huge dead zone around there. He'd have to.
Where's
move
the wolf?
Yeah, where's the cyber wolf?
Where's the cyber wolf?
Table boss. Where's the
table
cyber
boss? Where's
wolf?
that cyber
We
wolf?
need to know. We need to know.
We need to know where the cyber wolf is. This
God,
thing's going to be important.
Man, I love the little points getters. I think they're phenomenal. I think they're so good.
They're amazing. That's why I like my Gene Stealer call, because it's just 40 points for my 5-man that can go anywhere and do anything. They're great.
See, that's exactly what I thought he'd do. So he scouted up the Rhino onto the left objective, disembarked the Dominions into the cover, and now he's moving that Rhino down into the middle. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him do the same thing on the other side, but I'm not sure he wants to use those wants to lose those Dominions yet. But that Rhino is just going to pop because he's got 2 Redemptors that are just going to walk up and kill that thing. I'd be very surprised if that doesn't die. What could he do to not lose the contents? He's only got 2 instances of shooting at the bottom of the table. That might be where the pod goes, to be honest. Because if he brings the pod down on that side, but that's what he wants. So he's setting up a trap. There's a unit of Repentia sitting behind that wall with the Repentia Superior. He wants the pod to come down in the bottom left. He wants him to put it on that objective, get him out, and clear off his home objective. So the Redemptor Dreads firstly one of them walks up, gives Rio wants to hit, and then they pop that transport and they pick up the contents, and then everything on that side, both units of Long Fangs and it'd be both units of Long Fangs. Charge in and get killed by the Repentia, and then he tags off the drop pod, forcing the forcing the Dreads to have to commit to a charge, which would get awkward again. So I think that might be the trap he's setting up there. I'm going to call that long shot.
You're
That's a
calling
big,
you're
long
pointing
play.
it out right now. You're doing the point. I like this. So let's see if you're right.
We'll see. I'm doing the clairvoyance. I'm heating the prognostics
Clairvoyance.
right
That's
now.
the Adam commentary clairvoyance. I like it. We're gonna see what that. We're gonna see if that actually. Fuccini 19. When you're turning the mics back onto the players, we normally put it on them when they're in shooting and charges.
Dig
So
into the shooting phase.
Yeah.
Which I think is happening. I think they're happening right now. So our table boss, please hit us over to the player mics. Let's have a tune in. Good call by the table, and please let us know when we are out, so I can stop jibber jabbering on, as is my want. Do you think?
Can cough and take a drink.
Cool. All right. Good. So this is my choice here. Do I want to? Sorry. I think I would be okay with it if you came and shot me. So we're going to drive right here. Basically, my goal is that if you pop this, I can emergency disembark and put everything behind the wall. And I'll be closer so that I don't have to spend the CP. I want this Dread not to have to step out here to shoot me.
Not a problem.
And obviously, he can touch. He can either touch or touch. He's got options. I imagine he's just going to go touch that. But if you do that, I'll shoot you back. So I think I'm okay being right here. And again, ability to disembark behind there. All right, emergency. We'll take an emergency.
disembark. Okay.
Yeah, I'll move some Repentia around to make it easy.
Okay.
Because I don't think you're going to push the other angle. So make sure there's plenty of room there. This is touching the terrain. It's just nudging up as close as possible. I just want to leave a lot of room to put right there. Because I want to melt you.
So you have to emergency disembark to come
out? I think I might be able to normal, but bare minimum.
Not both. You're on
not
32s
both.
or 25s?
36.
Yeah.
Maybe the Dominions die. We'll see. Not worried about it. All right, shooting.
Who needs them?
Exactly.
That's the enemy movement?
Yep. Okay. Shooting. Morven Vol is going to put all shots into that unit. Fidelis, my totally not heavy bolter. Re-rolling all hits. Okay. Wounding on 3s. Re-rolling all wounds. 2 AP1. Cool. Good. Crack missile. Dink, 2 hits. 1 fails. 2 AP2. Damage, kills 1, kills 2. Clock to me. All right, spending a CP, extending the range, keep it on 5+. Do not keep down to 6. Have not kept yet this turn.
Tell me. So how many shots is this?
This is 4 Multimelta shots, and it's 2d6 heavy flamer shots.
What rerolls do you have?
Reroll 1s to wound and hit.
And hit. Reroll 1. So you hit on 3s rolling 1s and you wound on 2s rolling 1s.
With Meltas, yes. I hit on 4s though.
So you're just extending range. Are you doing mortals?
Yes, on a 3+. On a 4+, I'll do mortals.
So it's 4 multi-melta shots.
4 multi-melta shots, 2d6 heavy flamer shots with extended range, and ignoring cover, probably 3 mortals.
Is it worth the transhuman or not? Does that get me? It gets me an extra turn of both without to commit. Let's gamble.
Okay.
Transhuman.
Done. Multi-meltas. Rerolling once. 1 hit. 4+. Nope. Flamers. 6 shots. Should definitely live. 1 cocked. Didn't reroll 1s. So 3 AP1, 1 AP2, 3 mortals.
Okay. Tell me. So 3 AP1, 1 AP2. So AP2 ignoring cover.
Ignore cover.
5 up. And then these are AP1, so 4 ups. And then 3 mortals kills 2 guys. I will kill the 2 that you can see.
Okay. I believe I can see more than 2 with the Meltas.
Which ones can you see? These are not touching the terrain. These are the ones in the terrain.
If you pull him.
Yes. Then these are behind obscure.
Nope, then you're good. Yep. So, not seeing a character. That is, I think, the only thing I'm doing, to be honest with you. Sorry. She's going to raise a banner. She's raising a banner.
And then banner over here.
Yep. So banner's all over the place, and then that's me. And no miracle dice gained, and I will clock you.
Okay. I go command point to 5.
Yep.
Okay. Let's find some sticks. So Val is only protected by these.
And we are back. A tiny little surgical turn for John, and that was actually a big transhuman for Jamie. We were saying off screen, we're like, "You do it, do it, do it,
You do it. You absolutely do it.
Just do it, just do it, brother. Do it, do it, do it." And he did, and it was the difference. He said, mind you, John's hit roll was freaking awful.
That was awful. The belt is not doing anything.
Yeah.
Oh.
It is Texas Barbecue 12. That is really big for Jamie. That means his oath is secure.
Yep.
And he doesn't have to bleed out. I thought he was going to use the Dominion to do this. And I thought the Dominions would have been much more reliable to get this job done with the 2 damage. But mind you, he said he had 2 in cover, so that would have been 2 with 2 up saves against the Dominions. But then it would have had the 6 mortals to come in, which would have killed 3 automatically, rather than killing the 1.5 that the 3 mortals from the Flamers do. But yeah, that means that he has got the same priorities that I do, and the Retributors are not as important as the Dominions that are going to be killing the Wolfguard, that are going to be the late game plays for Jaime.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I think he's got the right threat assessment there, but I was a little bit of an undercommitment to try and kill those dudes, but it's fine. It's fine in the scheme of things.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think it's gonna be fine. It's sad that he had to take out some Retributors. Like you said, it was gonna be a little. Kind of expected to do it with the Dominion, but it makes sense that he wouldn't because of the being in cover. But it's sad that to get rid of those because those are one of the things that can take out the Dreadnoughts at range, which means that Jaime has a better chance to use them without too much fear of retribution. See what I did there? So he can actually move them out and actually shoot kind of free will right now. But it's not. John didn't lose too much by doing that. He didn't gain much, but he didn't lose anything really.
Yeah, in all reality, I think that means the Dreads probably survive now. Without 2 units of look, maybe 1 dies, maybe 2 dies, but certainly not 3 from this position, especially without 1 unit of Retributors and 1 unit going down. Looks like he's measuring his 36. That is more than 24. That's almost definitely measuring his 36. And what would be the point there, do you think? Is that measuring for the pod, or is that measuring for the
Redemptor?
Redemptors.
I think he's moving the Redemptor there because he can get on that objective, hold it, and if he can still see those and shoot them, it means it's going to be a little more safe. Because he does have 1 Retributor squad still left, and I don't think he wants to poke it out to shoot the Rhino on the bottom right now. So
yeah, spot on.
Killing those Retributors, that he's got to do that. Like, he can't just leave them there.
Exactly right. And so we do know for a fact that John has put up 3 banners this turn. I don't know how Jaime puts up 3 banners this turn. I know that the Wolfguard put 1 up in the back, 1 goes up in the top left. I don't know the one in the bottom left. I don't know where he puts up how he puts 1 there.
Yeah, actually, that's a good question. I guess he has to put the drop pod there with the Grav Squad.
Yeah, well, even then, they get out and don't shoot, put up a banner.
Well, no, they can use a strat and shoot and still do an action.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. Oh, he's got some infantry back there. Okay, I just couldn't see those.
Yeah, we just couldn't see him. It's always the thing. Yeah.
It's always a thing. The top 10 has advantages, but also disadvantages.
Yeah, spot on. So he definitely can put up banners there, but he's really anything he puts on the bottom left and the top left gets exposed really well by the Dominions and the Retributors that are still alive. And we saw what John was doing in the bottom right. He wasn't actually trying to set up a bait play. He was just trying to put that Rhino on there so he can screen what I believe is Repentia Superior that's come up to put that banner on. So she's quite insulated there by the Rhino. And then the units that are in there, if he wants, can disembark on the other side of the wall, either by emergency or not emergency disembark.
Yeah, he measured it. He put it right up against the wall there. So at least 1 squad, he said, is going to be fine, even without the emergency disembark. But he's definitely going to have the emergency to get them all out.
Yes,
if it goes down, down, he might not even focus on it.
Yeah, exactly. It's really weird. So when I talked about this matchup, I put it in John's favor on the list simply because I'm starting to call Sisters just the best version of Marines. Like they are the best Marine army in the game right now. If you want to think about them like that. If you are a Marine player and don't have the stomach for playing Marines but love Marines, play Sisters. It gives you all the benefits of Marines, but you're a far more flexible force and don't have to take expensive units in every slot.
Yeah, which is great, but you got to remember too, Sisters are not a pick up and play. You got to practice them. They are very finesse, and they're awesome. They're awesome though,
for sure. But see, this Sisters army brings a lot of the same issues to the game that Marines do, and a lot of the same issues that Drukhari bring. It brings the fact that you need to demech important and punchy squads. You need to demech Repentia or Retributors and Dominions, and then you also need to worry about extremely killer characters. E.g. the same as Marines, and things like small surgical deep strikes like Zephyrim, Seraphim, or outflanking units as well. But then it couples all that together with the reliability that Miracle Dice bring, which is actually just proper.
That's the really swing. The reliability that they bring is ridiculous. It gives them so much. It takes away the randomness of some things you need to get. Like I need to do 6 damage here. All right, cool. Here I go. I did it. No problem. I need to pass this 4-up invuln. I did it. I need to make this charge. I did it. It is devastating. Mind you, you still have to get a little bit lucky with the miracle dice, but there are ways around that to make it even more consistent. And that's the main reason that they're so strong the way they are. Like they have the tools to do everything they need to do, like you said, and then they have the tools to make it even more consistent than it normally would be.
Yeah. There's a lot of tension. So we just got an update from the tail boss. The measuring was the line of sight to the Rets. The Redemptor cannot reach the terrain piece to see through. So the Repentia Retributors are actually quite safe where they are. He's going to have to expose that Contempt to Dread at the top if he wants to actually kill him. And so that's probably not something he's willing to do. There's a lot of tension being paid to that bottom Rhino. John would need to emergency disembark to get out safe behind the well. And Jamie is debating how many resources he needs to commit this turn. And this is exactly what John wanted to force.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, if John had been able to pick up the Incurses, I actually think Jaime was a little screwed. Simply because of the gap between the two armies and the fact that Jaime's army isn't fully activated as of yet. But the fact that he does get to probably get his Stranglehold. Well, sorry, this is the other thing as well. Yeah, how does he get his Stranglehold? Because now he has to kill John off of one. John has the advantage here going first. Right now on the secondaries, he's going at the disadvantage, of course, to the end of turn scoring for the primary though. So that's what John needs to front load. John needs to front load pretty hard, and what he's doing right now has created enough pressure that he's actually going to get some decent points on the board early. Look for Jaime needs to pick up these Retributors. They need to go. And he actually needs to pop that Rhino. He actually does need to pop that Rhino. Otherwise, there's going to be a bit of a slingshot next turn. And nothing he puts in the middle of the board is ever going to be safe.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very important turn, which is why he's taking so long to think. This is what you do, guys, especially when you're on chess clocks. You don't have to worry about taking away your opponent's time and not worrying about anything like that, because you got to think about this. You cannot just make a sudden decision like, oh yeah, just got to kill his Retributors. I'll just bring this Contemptor at the top there, shoot him, get that should do it. You gotta think the entire turn through. You gotta think of what John's gonna do to respond. This is what a top table is, and this is exactly why these guys are here.
It comes down to minutia. It comes down to the tiny little plays that cause a 2 or 3 point swing, and then 2 or 3 of those happen in a game, and that's the difference. That's all it takes to win some of these games. I will say that's not what the difference was in the last game that Jaime played, where he actually just decimated Mr. Nick Nanavati, put him to the sword. Very, very, very classy win there. So it looks like he's got a unit of Blood Claws that are just going to creep around. They've got everybody's in cover, so they should be quite safe from Dominions with the 2+ save, even though the mortal wounds will still pack a wallop. They won't lose the whole squad most likely. Here comes the pod. Here comes the pod. It's coming in at the top, and then I think that's the reason they're coming in at the top is so we can deploy every single model that comes out into cover, which does make it a bit of a heinous proposition for his opponent. Now, with the unit of Repentia down in the bottom right, they're pretty safe from being charged this turn, unless. It really depends. I think it's Zephyrum that's in the top right, behind the fuselage, and so they could get a big enough charge if he's got the right miracle dice. I'll actually ask our table boss to give us an update on the miracle dice. It looks like it's 6 CP to John, 4 CP to Jaime as it sits right now, but I don't see where John's miracle dice is sitting, and I don't know what he's got to play with. So if we can get that update, that'd be fan-freaking-tastic. We'll soon be cutting to the player mics. It was just waiting for them to get in the shooting phase. Due to the nature of this event, they're only playing a 2.5-hour round, including deployment. Jaime taking his time will not be without consequence. A single 6 is the miracle dice available for John, and that is because he has the Wallow trait from Evan Chalice to start with a 6 in his first one.
Nice. Okay.
So he can persecute a pretty long distant charge if he wants to. Something like, well, he won't do it with Celestine, but Celestine theoretically could, from a position, get an auto charge into those long fangs. Not that he's going to. That would be suicidal, and he's taken to the last. But that Rhino could get up there if it survives. They're just measuring now for the lines of sight. They are playing the base of that as being the obscuring, so he does have to position pretty carefully to make sure they get in. Now, this is one thing that I would have done if I was John. Putting those Retributors in cover was never going to save him. There's no way, no how I was ever going to save him.
Yeah, they're going to ignore cover right now.
Yeah, exactly. So I would have just pushed them up. I would just push them up as deep as I could go and deterred the use of that drop pod this turn.
Yeah,
but that's me.
That's you. You're a Sisters player, right?
Yeah, definitely not a Sisters player. But yeah, as it sits, if one of these Retributors makes through this turn, I'll shut my big mouth, because then the absolute job done.
For sure.
So yeah, the Blood Claws have crept up around the corner because they're going to put that banner up. It still remains to be seen what he's putting on the bottom left banner-wise.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he is anything yet.
If he doesn't put anything there, man, he's just giving John a 15 on the primary.
He has to.
But
Well,
he
the
has
Dreadnought has to at least go there. It has to just touch it.
Well, if the Dread does, I think the Dread dies. That's the issue, because then the multi-melters come out and just smoke it. Yeah, so it's an interesting proposition here. What does he want to lose? What is he willing to lose to get that banner up? And mind you, see, the Dreadnought doesn't even put the banner up. It's a vehicle. So he's going to be losing a Dread to not put a banner up and just to stop John getting a 5-point swing on the primary. Maybe just keep the Dread. Maybe just accept the 15 for the 10.
I wonder why I didn't move the. I think those are Blood Claws at the bottom left there. Or just like trail them out there.
Well, I actually thought those Blood Claws were in the middle, and he moved them from the middle down there, which doesn't make sense to me. So I actually think they look chunkier. I think they're actually Wolfguard. If I had to guess, I think they are.
Oh, even more so.
And what they're doing right now is, I believe they're screening. They're screening out the 2 units of Seraphim and the unit of Zephyrim that John usually has in reserve. We'll get a table boss to confirm for us what he has starting off the board, but that's usually what he does.
Yep, bingo.
He thinks he's taking down Val this turn. Interesting. Is she
Really?
not screened? Is she not screened by Sacrosanct?
I thought she was.
Yeah, she's screened by. She's easily screened by the 5 Zephyrim, sitting behind.
And there's
that
things
ruin.
closer.
Yeah, and
So-
there's she's a character as long as she's within. Sorry, they're not bodyguards. So
Because I mean, like, he won't be able to. He has to kill the Retribues first, either way.
yeah, how's he not got them? How has he not got that screened? That's very interesting.
I'm pretty sure she is. Or he is. She is. It is.
Yeah. So the pod has now been placed. The Wolf Claws, the Long Fangs have been placed as well. Looks like the Blood Claws did have to go through the terrain piece to be fully exposed on the other side in order to fit enough there to see down into that Rhino to the middle of center. And here comes here come the Dreads. The Dreads are both peeking out, and one's tapping the terrain. And then
So
we're
he's not going to put a banner there.
No, he is. He's just shot a unit of Wolfguard down towards the bottom. They're going to put that banner up.
Oh, did they actually make it? I didn't.
That's good. That's good.
Oh, okay. Well, then he's good then. He got that.
He got that.
He needed that. He can't just give away those points. Like, he needs to get those banners right away.
Yeah, he
because,
does.
Sean has them. So Jaime's going to need them for sure.
He's also just slung up his Librarian that was on the middle home objective, and looks like he's going to be popping cover there in order to give all those long flanks a nice chunky 2-up save, which once again won't save them from the Retributors, but hey, those Retributors are going to be dead, and the only other unit is on the bottom right-hand Rhino, who no way they're going to get in range.
Yeah, for sure. So what John's actually going to be doing on his turn then? Because he's got a lot of resources they can put forward. Does he want to put him down to a 5 or just a 10? There's so many things on that top left objective. I don't think there's much point in putting too much over there.
No, I don't think there's much point trying to contest that. Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like the Contemptor should have line of sight on the Rhino, though, I think.
Yeah, that Contemptor. No, so the bottom right Rhino. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think so.
That's what I mean. The bottom right Rhino, the one that he really wants to kill.
Yeah, spot on. I don't think the other one can though. I think there's only one Redemptor that can see it. In which case, I don't think one Redemptor usually picks up a Rhino. He'd need to roll like a 5 or a 6, and on his.
No, yeah, he needs the Contemptor to do a lot of wounds because the Redemptor did I just say right? Yeah, the Contemptor needs to do a lot of wounds so the Redemptor can finish it off. If the Redemptor gets lucky with plasma, then it can, but that's few and far between.
People are chatting about the nuance of the of the drop pod. Look, just deploy from the hull. Those doors don't exist. Stuff it. It's the only reasonable thing to do. Because otherwise you get into like all the modeling for advantage garbage. Like it just becomes such a can of worms.
It's true.
And it's one of the best zoning pieces in the world at that point. Like,
its footprint is just massive.
Whole quarter of the board, no deep strikes, no reserves. Suck it. Yeah. Looks like they're having a bit of a discussion. But yeah, looks like John, they've decided they acquiesced. We're probably going into the shooting phase now. If that is the case, table boss, please let us know, and we'll take a step back.
Let's take a step back and listen to what the players are talking about then.
Cool.
Spending CP to auto pass the Lindsay for the +1 of wound, which will be on this Devastator squad.
Sounds good.
The one with the runes, because why
Absolutely.
not? So it's going to shooting. The Dreadnought that can only see one of the Retributors will shoot. Alright. Only the plasma, so D6 shots.
Okay.
6 shots.
That's not bad. Not overcharging. 3s.
You don't have to pay anything. Nope. 3s and 2s. Killing on 2s.
Saves.
AP 5.
6
6
up
up in 1, sorry.
Yep. Fell 4. I'll pull this Dreadnought out of line of sight.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so back on me.
Yep.
This Dreadnought will shoot everything into you.
Oh, he's got with 24?
just the plasma and the Gatler. So plasma for 2 shots, hitting on 3, supercharging, takes 2 mortals.
Nice. That's cool.
Gatler, 3s, 5s, 1 save. AP 2, Stormbolters, 3 hit. 1 save. So 1 AP 1 AP 2, 1 AP 0.
AP 0, AP 2. Take both, 8 left. I'll mark.
Let's go into Chaplain. He's going to fire 4 shots into that sister.
Okay.
Hitting on 3s.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Okay.
Fine.
Hitting on 3s. 2 wounds, AP 1.
Okay.
So
3 up and cover.
saves.
First save. Make. Second save. Cocked. Try again. Make. Future reference, I'll reroll anything remotely cocked, even if it's an objective.
Okay.
Perfectly flat for me.
I will do the same.
Fine.
Drop pod will fire 2 Stormbolter shots. 1 hit. 1 wound.
2 plus in cover. Good.
Good. She has a 3 up save?
2 up.
Super interesting. Okay, I'm gonna have to fire one of these.
If it affects your Volkite choice, Morven Vol ignores mortal wounds on a 4+.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. So we're gonna fire this inner squad first, multi-mount over here, all of the grab over here.
Sounds good.
So still with you. This is not the one with the +1 wound, so I will not.
So there's no buffs on this? Okay.
No buffs on this.
Cool.
So multi-mount on the Rhino, and then grab into the
girl
sisters. So we'll use the Signum on the grab.
Okay.
So 1 hits on 3 is running once. And then I wound 2 more. This one hits on 4s. Running once. And then wounding you on
3s. T3.
Rerolling once.
I'll
Okay,
take.
missives.
Bunch. Dead.
Okay. Then we're gonna do the multi-melta into the Rhino. 2 hit. Wounding on 3s. 2 wounds.
Okay.
Twin ones.
6 up. Failed. Oh, sorry. Too many for that. So failed both.
6 damage.
Okay. 4 left. Clock
We'll
back
use
to
the
you.
cherub to fire the multi-melta into Val.
Yep. 4s.
Hitting on 4s. Rerolling once for the captain. 1 hit. Wounding on a 3.
Okay.
1 in 1.
1 invul. Fails.
Goes through.
Go ahead.
D6 damage.
1.
For 1. CP reroll.
Okay.
Down 2. Yeah, down 2. For 2. So
Goes down to 1.
Okay.
So 7 remaining on Vol.
Yep.
And
Let's
that's
do
your
the
CP
Volkite.
reroll. Okay.
Everything into Val.
Alright, cool.
Can I kill her? That's the question.
You can definitely get close. I don't know if you will, but you might.
Hitting on 3s.
Sure.
Try to master rerolls.
Sounds good.
I'll always reroll dice that are on the top.
That's fine.
And then strength 6, so wounding on 3s, rolling once.
Sounds good. 4 6s?
5 6s.
Oh, I didn't even see that one.
5 mortals and that many saves at AP1. Someone else, please.
Okay, so I'm gonna fail 3 pending anything else. Clock's on me while I think. Then there will be, was it 5 mortals? Okay. And I have
then
1 more
after
that I
this, we
haven't
do need
rolled.
to roll 1 at a time.
Yep. Yeah, I know. So I think I'm going to 3 pluses is a good thing to reroll. So I think that's where the reroll's coming in. So I'm gonna spend a CP. I'll keep it on a 5. I do not keep. I'll reroll. This needs a 3. I will pass. So 1 of those is out.
So
So
you've
she's
taken
now
2
down
damage.
to 5, and then there will be 5 mortals at
5
the end.
mortal wounds.
And I will now roll 1 more save, just because I hadn't rolled it yet,
One
and I'll
more.
fail it. So that's bad. So I'm now down to 4 wounds.
Yep.
And I have 4 plus to ignore the 5 mortals. And I'll look. Oh boy, that's literally just her. Wow, that was awful. Uh-oh. Clock to you.
Thank you. Then let's do the other long fang units. They're gonna fire everything into that.
That was bad.
Center Rhino.
Yeah, that's the first time. Yeah.
Only 1 graph can see him. 2 graph. This back graph is not gonna see him. Can I see you from there? Am I touching the terrain?
Let's go under.
Oh, thank you. So
This is
that
what
is
I'm busy.
the edge of my base. Is there any way to draw a line without going over the graph, over the terrain?
I do not believe so.
Okay, so 1 graph cannot see.
Okay. The rest can.
Yes.
Sure.
They're not the closest, so the +1 on wound litany is irrelevant.
Yep.
So multi-melta with the Signum hitting on 3s.
Okay.
Rerolling once. Wounding on 3s. 1 in 1.
1 in 1. Alright. This is on the Rhino. Fails 2. Right, this is graph.
D6.
Oh, that was a Melta.
2 damage.
Down to 2. Well,
Grav,
Yeah, let's do.
2 grav, hitting on through 4s.
Okay.
Winning on 5s, rolling 1s. That is 2 saves, 2 damage each.
2 damage each. I fail.
Time on you.
Oh, sorry. 2 damage each. Fail 1 die. Explode on a 6. Do explode. Clock's on me. We're gonna hit Celestine, I think. You'll hit Celestine. You'll hit that Rhino. I don't believe anyone else.
And I believe that will be the end of my turn after that.
Okay. So that's that Rhino.
So
Gonna take
cherub
1
left.
down to 9.
Actually, depending on where you disembark, I'm going cherub left.
Of course. Thank you. That's okay. 9 left here. Cool. Celestine takes D3, is 3. Kill this Gemini, wound that one.
Coherency.
She's gonna die in a minute, but then Celestine's gonna leave. I mean, the alternative is I pull out of range and get shot.
Oh, right.
So I'm gonna choose not getting shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I've already
Fair
lost
enough.
a little bit. It sucks, but that's life. And I have to get 5 girls out. So all this is in cover.
It's 10, right?
5. The
Oh,
Retributors already
okay.
got out. Yeah, the Reds are on that side.
Yep.
Oh. I'll give you credit. I didn't think you were gonna pull it off, but that worked better than I was expecting.
I had to push through your trying to psych me out.
Honestly, I looked at it, thought that you could. I also honestly thought that a Celestine blocked, but that's my fault, not yours. Okay. So I think I'm just gonna go here. Let me just eyeball. It's on my clock.
I will not be able to shoot him. You're fine.
I know. I'm just looking at where I could go because you have a grab you could shoot.
I have one cherub that can shoot.
Yeah. So 1 gun, which will probably be a grab.
Correct.
Did a grab get the signum?
No, the Melta
got the signum. Okay. Still a lot. I don't think it's worth it, frankly. So I think we're just gonna disembark on this side as far forward as possible.
Only 2 1s here.
2?
2 1s.
Why would I give you 2?
Getting greedy.
I already rolled my 1s on my saves. I got them out of the way. Come on. There we go. All right. That's me.
And that's the end of my turn. On you.
All right. You
So-
will not get Stranglehold.
No, I get 4 for oath.
Okay. I'll get a 10.
No banners.
Yep.
You get 3 banners.
Chuck it on us.
No, not getting Stranglehold's good though.
Let us know it's back on us. And we are back. My God. We have a game, guys. We have an absolute game.
Yeah, this is actually really good now. He didn't get Stranglehold, which is still a big deal, but took down one of the While We Stands on turn 1. That's an oof.
And a couple of things had to happen for that. Firstly, Jaime rolled well, John rolled bad, and John got a rule wrong, and that's 100% on him. Though all the dice are just
he said it too.
Yep, the dice are just going to do what they do. The issue is John. She should not have been shootable, but John made a mistake. Thought Celestine blocked for her. I knew she didn't. I think he probably, in hindsight, probably knew she didn't. I don't know why he thought that. But things happened. You know, he's probably played 20 games of 40k this today. Oh, sorry, in these last 72 hours. So getting things wrong at this high level, it does happen more often than not. Well done to Jaime. He had the turn from hell. He needed to that. Well, sorry, the turn from hell to John. Killed the Rhino, which exploded, damaging Celestine, costing Celestine both Gemini. I'll point that out. Dealt some wounds to the Rhino behind. Lost Morven freaking Vile and a unit of Retributors. Like, John didn't do any damage to Jaime. And now John has lost one of his key pieces, one of his While We Stand We Fights, one of his unit of Retributors, and he's been demeched from another boat. The absolutely insane turn for Jaime.
Yeah, that went as good as it could have and better. Like he did exactly what he needed to do with getting an explosion on there, killing a little bit more of John's stuff. So he didn't push out either. He's doing the same thing that John's doing. He's just staying in his zone that he needs to do. He didn't get Stranglehold, which is kind of a big deal because it's 3 points he's not going to get back. But he also denied John 5 points with one of his While We Stands, and actually
exactly right.
almost took down Celestine for her first death too. So John's gonna have to be really careful with his last 2 While We Stands now.
Yeah, dude, Celestine has to run away. She just runs the hell away.
Yeah.
John needs to deploy like wholesale reserves now. Hopefully he has enough to execute a couple of charges. I think the fact that all those long fangs are touching cover, the best thing he can do is just get like 1 Zephyrim to sit on that objective on the top right-hand side, run Celestine away, res a Gemini or 2, swing her down to the bottom, because she ain't going to do any good up at the top now.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard for her to do much now. He's got to be careful. It's 5 points for him.
Yeah, spot on. I can't believe how well Wolford went down. I mean, John rolled horrifically. on the
It was
saves.
really bad. Like he had a
Yeah.
4 up, feel no pain, 3 up save, I believe. It was just horrendous.
Yeah. So yeah, Dev Doctrine for the -1 on the Volkites,
Mm-hmm.
and he got like I think it was 9 wounds through, 5 of which were mortals. So a lot of mortals, firstly.
It was a lot of mortals.
And then yeah, he just failed a bunch of saves, and he even took a reroll, made the reroll, but lost his last save, and even the 4-up involves didn't do well at all.
Mhm. Well, he did. He rolled well on his saves, but it was 3 up saves, so it wasn't.
No, he didn't. He didn't
it
roll
was-
well. He didn't
He
roll
did-
well.
he didn't
at
roll
all.
well overall.
No, he did not.
He
But the thing
should've
is,
got a little
so
few more, though.
at that point though, after the first unit of Longfangs went in, and took her down to 4 wounds remaining. She was going down. The other unit of Longfangs was going to ice her. But the fact is that she went down to the Contemptor, which let that unit of Longfangs ice the Rhino. That's the kicker. That was the kicker.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. As soon as I saw the first unit of Longfangs take her down to 4 or 5 wounds left, I'm like, she dead. She dead as hell, man. But getting the Rhino on top, that was the bit that put it over the save.
Yeah, absolutely. So what does he do now? Does he have to actually take to the bottom left objective, make sure he's putting in John? Can he try to get Jaime down to a 5? Is that something he can possibly do?
Nah,
he
I don't
needs to
think
kick
5.
the bottom objective to get his stranglehold either way.
Yeah, exactly right. I think he goes for the bottom left. I think he's got the Redemptor and the unit of Wolfguard on that, and he can, by use of like the Dominions and the middle Dominions from that Rhino and the Retributors, he can kick him off that. The problem is then he probably loses. Well, sorry, actually that's a good point. He can deploy them in such a way, yeah, that he could be out of line of sight of all the Longfangs when he does that.
Yes.
And then, yeah, here we go. He's deploying there. It's a bit too far forward, mate. You want to be up a little bit more, just below where the other Dominions are. Just peek into range is what you want. But of course, you need to get within 12-inch range for the Dominions to get their proper fire off, and of course for them to use the flamers on the Retributors as well. So people are asking, why was Vol targetable? You able to explain, brother?
Go ahead. I can explain that first. So Vol was being blocked in John's mind by Celestine and the Gemini, because Celestine and the Gemini weren't actually targetable by that point. But Celestine is a character that is not 10 wounds or more, so she didn't actually block him, and that's something that John just didn't think about at the time, and it was just a mistake on his end. He admitted it, so it was just an unfortunate mistake on his end, really. But because Celestine, yes, it was a 3-man squad, but because she's a character and not 10 wounds or more, he could be targeted, or she could be targeted, rather.
Exactly right. So no single model in that unit of characters is over 10 wounds. Therefore, Celestine was bodyguarded by the Sacrosancts in John's deployment zone, but because Vol was not, which is a huge mistake, Vol just got picked up, man. Just got picked up.
Yep.
And the only reason she was exposed was to get reroll once to hit and once to wound to the Retributors. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what she died for. And so that is a horrific trade on John's part in hindsight.
Yeah, 'cause especially since the reroll didn't actually help him when he tried.
Didn't help him at all.
Didn't get a good roll on that one either. So that was rough for him. That was rough. But he can come back from it. He still has lots of resources. He did lose more than he wanted to. There's no arguing that. But he still has enough pieces.
Now he needs to do the same. And so another reason I like him to deep strike down into the left hand side, I think I would like to see a unit of Zephyrim come down on the left hand side, make a charge either into the Wolfguard or into the Redemptor, either. Is because if he deep strikes into the top right hand side, he gets Auspex scanned. He loses whatever he deep strikes. So 100%. I think he needs to use his reserves. I don't think he needs to use some of them at least.
Yes.
I would really like to see a unit of Seraphim come down, flame on, hopefully deal like a couple of wounds to the Wolfguard, and then do an auto charge with some miracle dice onto that objective and take it away. Otherwise, I do think John's in a bit of trouble, because I think remember we talked about the bleed on this mission. This mission causes you to bleed out. John got the upper hand on the secondary game, by going first and taking up a strong position, but he is well and truly down on the bleed. Well and truly down on the resources to resources.
Which is unfortunate, because he does not want to be behind in the bleed against the Space Wolf army like this.
Yeah, exactly right. 100% fatigue is a thing.
Yes, it is. You have to remember too. These guys have been playing 3 days straight, like going on like maybe 5 hours of sleep. So you got to cut them a break on that one. Like everybody makes mistakes. That's actually a great thing to remember too. Top player in ITC right now still makes mistakes. Nobody's perfect. You'll make mistakes.
Yeah. So man, there's so much like Jaime fanboying, Jaime fanboying going on in the chat. It's pretty funny, really. Both players are tired. Both players make mistakes. But 100%, the mistake was, John effed up huge. John effed up gigantically. And of course, at this level of the game, can't make those mistakes. This is an absolute marathon event, and I do expect mistakes from both players. But we'll see. If Jaime just plays perfect from here, he wins. Easy as that.
Yeah. Absolutely, he's got the advantage right now. So John is on the back foot. He needs to make the move now.
Yeah. Lies. No 40k player has ever made a mistake. It's all luck. Yeah.
Yep.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Luck-based game, definitely. There's
Well,
no
it is-
decision.
well, there's no
Yeah.
decision making whatsoever. It's all dice. It's all dice, right?
All dice, baby. All dice. Simp for the Wolves by Fucini 19. Yeah, wearing it loud and proud. Dude, I want to. Dude, nobody in their wildest dreams would have thought Marines would win in this environment. Some people did have Jaime go into the last round, which I'm very impressed by. Because honestly, I didn't know this gentleman for a bar of soap. And guess what? This name is imprinted on the inside of my brain
of
now.
course.
As someone to watch, someone to fear. So absolutely, I love this.
Yeah, this is great, and like you said, John still has a chance to come back from this. John is not nearly out of this. Top level player for a reason.
No.
He has the tools to do it, but Jaime is in the driver's seat right now. He just needs to make sure he keeps John on the back foot. Make sure he doesn't sacrifice too many pieces.
Well, so John needs to re-rack and go back to doing the same things he did turn 1. Clear that middle objective. Yep. Get Oath out of the game. Clear that middle objective. Kill those last 3 remaining incurses, and then just get Stranglehold. That's all he does. Just focus on those. Focus on those 2 secondaries that you can take and you can deny your opponent. Jaime has invested. There's literally 3/4 of his army is up on that top left objective. They're a long way down from the bottom left objective. Clear it off. Keep clearing it off. Reposition your assets down onto the bottom. And start staging up there. Look, in all reality, John's going to lose the top right objective at some point. At some point, Jaime's going to sling onto it. Whether he does that now, does it later, we will see. But he's done the right thing there. He's got 1 Zephyrim toe in on that, not touching the terrain to my mind, and he should be untargetable there, which means Jaime has to commit melee to get them off. And see what he's got waiting in the wings if he commits melee. He's got a unit of Repentia in a Rhino. He's got a unit of Sacrifice, and he's got Celestine, who this turn's probably going to regen. Actually, no, I don't think she can regen after she moves, so he's not going to get any Gemini back this turn, but probably will next. And so, yeah, look at the resources. I saw, bottom right, we're going to see a bunch of Zephyrim, a bunch of Seraphim dropping down. He's going to do a big old fatty commitment onto this bottom left. I don't know if he's going to take it himself. I don't think he cares about the banners yet. I think he just wants to shoot him off this turn. Can try and pull down the banners next turn. But if you'll see, he's got Dominions positioned to shoot up. Yeah, he's got Dominions positioned to shoot up into the incurses. So pull that down, kill that Redemptive Dread, and in so doing, you'll be shielded from the vast majority of the damage dealing in the top left-hand corner because of dint of that big line of sight piece of blocking terrain, and the other piece are able to position behind. So I really like the turn John's setting up here because it's the turn he has to have. He has to have this turn, otherwise Jaime can just run away with it.
Yeah, for sure. And he's doing exactly what he needs to do. Focus on the bottom left objective because that's where he's the weakest. And he's even weaker on his home objective too. He can easily get some over there now, but you need to start to get him to spread out a little bit because it'll be easier for you to take Stranglehold. You might be able to get him down to easily get him down to a 10 point. You have to. He's already there because you hold those other objectives, but you want to make sure you get your Stranglehold. And that's because that's 3 points that Jaime didn't get turn 1, and John already lost 1 of his while we stand. So he has to start making back those points in the secondary.
Exactly. 100%. So the absolute pressure is on. Props to, so the table boss just informed us, props to Jaime for being an absolute gent. Time is tight on both players, and they are helping each other out to make sure they get their turns done. I did see Jaime deploying the Dominions, what I believe are Dominions, or there might be Retributors that came out of the bottom right Rhino. I saw those being deployed by Jaime for John to where they're being positioned. So lovely, lovely work, gents. We do love to see it on these top tables. And despite what some naysayers might say, the higher you go into a tournament, generally the better the sportsmanship gets.
Absolutely.
That's been my experience.
That's my experience too. The higher up you go, it is always just a gentleman's game. It is great.
Absolutely. And yeah, Jaime's been playing like an absolute gent this entire time. I watched his game versus Chester, and he was a gent. He was a gent. They were both absolutely exhausted. Like old man Chester has so many miles on the clock. Jaime was just cool and calm, and Chester was just flailing about, being a grumpy old man, all sleepy and stuff. And yeah, Jaime just outlasted him. He just kept putting Chester under pressure. And yeah, Chester made a bunch of mistakes and just ended up conceding the game because he realized. And essentially, he's beat them so convincingly. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it was not a close game in those cases. He did so well just to keep the points low on both sides. So like, hats off to him. He's showing what he can do right now, which is great. What Spencer's going to do.
Gnarlings Lee Johnson is saying the score currently between me and Sky is Sky 201, Adam -10. Well, at least I don't have 3 first names, Gnarlings Lee Johnson. So yeah, you take that. Adam 1, Gnarlings Lee Johnson 0. Yeah.
Oh,
that big boy!
Oh, shade being thrown. Nice one. Nice. And it's even better now because he can't talk back.
Yeah, that's right. I get the entire. You can't beat me. You can't. Like, anybody ever seen like when you try and heckle a stand-up comedian? Anyway, you see just how bad it backfires. Come at me.
It's terrible. Come, let's go.
Do it. I can't. Don't please don't do that because I can't swear on this, and you might make. Best behavior.
Best behavior right now. You
Oh,
have no idea how much it takes for us.
The Repentia have come out as well. He's gone for it. He's going
really
absolutely
committing.
going for it. So I
He
guess
is
that's
really
what he's going to do. He's actually just going to leave all the shooting elements back. It looks like he's kept possibly the Dominions still in that Rhino. That might be the Retributor that we're seeing there, or vice versa. So the Repentia might be the thing that's going to take that objective and pull down that banner. Because they will go in, they will pick up. They have. I don't know if they still pick up a Redemptor without the +1 to wound that they used to have for Bloody Rose, but they get pretty close. And in hindsight, like there's 8 Repentia in that unit, yeah.
Yes.
If they can't be
that's-
overwatched, there's only 5 attacks from that Redemptor. You can only kill
Yeah.
5 of them. He'll still hold
That's
that
right.
objective. He'll still pull down that banner. As long as the Wolfguard get pulled down, it's not a problem whatsoever. Yeah, I do like this play by John. I do like it. It might be an overcommitment if we're able to see some repositioning by Jaime. But look, Jaime's put so many of his resources in the top left, man. I mean, it's allowing John to play a lot more of the table than he otherwise would.
It does have 5, but it has Roll with the Branch. So if he gets lucky at some 6s, he could kill him.
Yeah, exactly right. So yeah, he needs to pick up that unit of incursus and need to charge out, and by whatever means necessary, take the bottom left objective. If he does that, the scoreboard, like the resource race, is definitely in Jaime's favor. It's probably going to stay that way for the remainder of this game. But the scoreboard starts ticking more and more over into John's favor.
Yeah, for sure. I think John's doing the right thing right now. If he can clear that mid squad, that's already gonna be a big thing. I think that needs to be his major play right now. But he also wants to get a stranglehold. So does he have enough to get rid of the stuff in the bottom left there? I don't know. I don't know if
He's already denied 1 turn of stranglehold from Jaime. By keeping Jaime contained in his deployment zone, essentially he's going to deny a 2nd turn. So that's 6 points gone begging that Jaime can't get back.
Yeah, which is huge. Like I said, because already losing one of his while he stands, he's got to make those secondary points back up. And stranglehold is one of those that you have to get every turn to get it. Otherwise, you're not getting max. So every turn of missed stranglehold is 3 points you'd never get back.
Yes, exactly right. Now looks like we're probably going to be moving into shooting pretty shortly. We've got our table boss is hot to trot. He's checking out and making sure we are staying relevant. I'm interested to know if he's going to be disembarking the other unit of Repentia this turn. I'd personally disembark the other unit of Repentia just so I know that I can do the advance and charge sling. Now that he's sending 1 squad in. I'd get the other squad out, get it right next to that Repentia Superior, and have it ready to charge into the next Redemptor, and knowing that Redemptor has to move up and got on that bottom left objective next turn.
Yeah, for sure.
There's
They're going to shooting, so
Do I want to put the Meltas into the Dreadnought as well? Or sorry, do I want to put the Flamers into the Dreadnought as well? Or do I really just let...
One of the Flamers is...
One of the Flamers can't, so one's going there. Is the one Flamer going to go into the Dreadnought or into here?
Can you do
I think it's
mortals
going to
to
go...
2 targets?
No, one max. We're going to go into the Dreadnought. So 1 Flamer
one
and
Flamer
2
here
Melta.
and 2 multi-Meltas.
1 Flamer here.
So
here are Meltas.
Yeah. When are you going to CP reroll?
I'm not at all.
Okay.
I'm not. Not on the hits.
Why'd you get rerolls?
I don't. Fall's dead. Habits die hard. Yep. Yeah. So we're going to go roll 1 at a time.
Yep.
1.
Which does how much damage?
Put it up together. Within half. So 3 goes to 2.
Yeah.
That's the CP reroll. We'll keep it on a 5. I will not keep. I'm down to 5 CP. Here's the reroll. 5 goes to 6 after everything.
So down to 6. So he is down to 7 wounds.
Okay. Here is the next wound roll. And it's wounds.
Damage.
3 goes to 4.
Goes to 4.
So he has how many left?
He has 3 left.
3 left?
Yes, he was on 7.
Okay. The last one, I'm going to discard this 4.
Which is exactly this.
Actually, I've got a Flamer coming up. I already rolled this, so I think I just roll a 3+. Cool.
Does he explode?
No. Okay. The Flamer into it is wasted. Here is the Flamer going into this squad here.
Yes.
Okay, 3 shots. 4 pluses, no rerolls. 2 AP2, ignoring cover, and 2 mortals.
2 5-ups.
Okay, so kill 2 guys. Great.
Pull the 2 that were
Single bolt gun into this guy, which doesn't matter much, hits, and 1 AP dash.
Good.
Okay. All right, popping both cherubs now. We're putting Meltas here.
Okay.
Rolling number for hits. I have not used a Miracle Vice, but I have used a reroll.
Correct.
So I'm not going to use a Miracle Vice on any of my hits.
Okay.
Just being honest. Okay, 1 hit. And I will go ahead and just drop. I'm not in half range.
You're not in half range, and you will not brack. If you roll a 6, you will bracket me.
Well, I'll just roll it then.
Okay. Oh, 1 damage.
I will spend 1 CP. On a 5+, I'll keep it. I will not keep it. I will discard a miracle dice. I choose this dice here. I will modify 1 wound roll by 1 and make that a 3.
So down to 2, he takes 2.
So well, this is just the wound roll. And now if I drop a 6 on the damage, that was the wound, which I failed.
Oh, you failed the wound.
I failed the wound.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And now I'm going to, since I still haven't used Miracle Ice, I'm going to discard this 2, and I'm going to discard this 4, and I'm going to combine those into a 6 with Adamant Chalice.
Okay.
Because I need that. I need the 12 to make the charge.
Down to 5, bracketed.
Down to 5. Is he down to 5 or 6?
He's down to 6.
Down to 6.
He takes
Great.
5.
Takes 5.
Bracketed.
Good for me. So bracketed him. Good squad. They shot here. No shots here. No shots here. No shots there. Repentia are going to declare a charge.
12-inch charge.
Killed something in the phase. It's a 1. I have not rerolled this battle round because it just started and into a 4. So 4, 6, 6.
You rerolled one of the vials, but that was last.
That was last battle round because it's at the end of your turn.
Okay.
I'm going to drop the 12 and we're going to make the charge.
Yep.
Dink.
12 inches.
Walking over.
So we're exactly at 24.
Just within. So we're going to sneak on in.
Mm-hmm.
So that's right.
So you're just at 24, so like directly in front. But you're going to kill him.
Yeah. Well, I think. Well, let's see. Make sure everyone's within 15, because that doesn't matter. Basically, with pylons, everyone's going to swing.
Everyone's within 15? Yes, you're good. Everyone's passing.
So
So go ahead and place all of them within. There's no heroics, there's nothing, so just go place them within.
Yeah, I'm basically going to
range.
sit on this terrain, and you're going to come kill me.
All in range. Yeah.
But I'm going to make you do it.
Go ahead and get your dice. I'll place
Great.
it for you.
Thanks. All right. This is 24 attacks, hitting on 4s, re-rolling all hits. 6s explode. 1.
You ready for me to
2,
survive?
3, 4. You won't. 5.
You say that.
6. I do. 7, 8.
Yep.
Somewhere to roll. 4s. Can you see if I roll here, or is this a bad place?
I can see it.
Perfect. I just don't want to roll where you can't see.
You're just going to tell me to pass 20.
This is irrelevant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 explosions.
Okay. Wounding on.
3s. Strength 6. Yep. All this.
You ready?
I am. You're not going
you
to.
out. You ready?
All right. Go ahead, man.
4 up. Count. Because you said everything has to be flat. 1 dead. 2 dead. 1 dead.
Yeah. Like, come on. I don't either. I was like, I was not stressed at all, to be clear. Sure. Come to me.
I forgot these are my dice and they roll like crap.
Yeah.
Dead.
All right.
Yep.
Everyone is in a happy space. No need to really get closer. I was never going to engage the Dreadnought. Didn't want to engage the Dreadnought. No other shots to resolve. Kill the unit in combat. I will gain a Miracle Dice. I will get a 1. I just used my reroll. So it's just a 1. 1, 4 am I showing Miracle Dice. End of the turn, I will get Stranglehold. You'll get 2 banners, and you'll get a nice, healthy 10 on primary.
Yes.
All right, he actually did a good job there. When he cleared one of the redemptions, he got one of the, he actually killed one of the blood call units as well. So that's actually pretty good for John there. Cloud these, he'll get a stranglehold. He'll take some more damage on his bottom left. So it's gonna be a lot harder for Jaime to come back to that bottom left objective now. He's gonna have to commit war resources that are very far away right now. Oh, I don't think Adam's here. Where'd Adam go?
Oh, g'day. Sorry, how did my mic muted? We are back, guys, and I think that was the turn John needed to have. Unfortunately, sorry, guys. I went to the bathroom. Didn't want my mates hearing about it.
That's a good idea.
That was a great turn for John. John needed to do what he did. He's swinging away from all the damage dealing elements in the top left. He picked up a Redemptor, picked up a Wolfguard unit. The only thing I don't sure if he did was pick up the lasting cursor on the middle objective, which I think
I know there was one left. I don't know.
I don't know if he picked it up.
Table boss, did he take away the incursions? Are the incursions dead, or is there one left?
Yeah, please let us know. It's actually a big deal if there is. If there's one left, that means that 100% Stranglehold is still an option because what he does with that one guy, he moves and advances him up onto the top right hand objective from where he is, or onto the bottom left hand, whichever way he wants to go, and he gets obsec on that unit and therefore controls it. So what he wants to do there is it goes down there, and then he just gets the Redemptor to clear off the bottom left one. He gets his Stranglehold and puts John down to a 10.
I do think there is one left.
There is one left.
Yeah, he only killed 2. That's what I thought. Ooh.
Yep. He needed to kill that guy because he's going to give him oath points. He might deny Johnson primary. That guy's going to be an absolute menace.
Yeah. that what 17, 19 points is it's going to cost him a lot.
Yeah, exactly right. One Incursor left is just it might cost
That's-
John. It might cost John like 8 points, man.
It could. It absolutely could.
Legit.
That's
But
rough.
the bottom right objective is only being held by the Repentia Superior and 1 Rhino. So if that Incursor gets onto it, he pulls down a banner, denies 5 primary, and gives him 3 on Stranglehold. That is a 9-point swing just from that one Incursor surviving. Huge deal for Jaime.
That is huge. Ooh, that's a big deal. And John didn't want that, but he still did a lot of the damage he wanted to do. And like you said, he was swinging away from a lot of the damage on the top left-hand side, so it's going to be harder for Jaime to get rid of more of his assets. So John's actually in a good position to start coming back into this. But Jaime still has quite a bit, but most of it's committed to the top left. He's going to have to start committing a little bit more to the bottom. Not too much, but he's going to start moving some of them down there, like behind his home objectives, just to be safe. But he's going to need to start putting some more stuff down there because John pivoted. He can threaten that bottom left objective a lot more now.
Yeah, and the thing is here, John didn't commit his reserves. John still has the 2 units of Seraphim and the other unit of Zephyrim in reserve. He did. So you guys listened in. You guys were listening as us. You saw what the crazy amount of stuff he was able to do with a combination. I think he used 3 CP and about 4 of his Miracle Dice. And just got to auto make a charge, which gave him the bottom left objective. Auto pretty much kill that Redemptor and half kill the other one as well. Like it's just kind of obscene what a good player can do with those resources.
Yeah, it's insane. It's those Miracle Dice. It really is. Hey,
yeah, exactly right.
It's so consistent and do the damage you need to do, and making sure you're actually wounding these things that you normally wouldn't be wounding as easily with, and being able to kill a Redemptor and a half with what 1 Retributor
1 unit of
squad?
Retributors. 1 unit of Retributors.
That's insane.
And John's being really good about how he's managing his resources here. He's still got both units of Dominions. Both units of Dominions still alive, still intact. I think that's very clever.
No, he's playing this perfectly. He went down his 1 while we stand, and he's using his remaining resources perfectly. He knows exactly what to do. They were saying in the chat too. Lennon is the guy who knows how to play from behind. He knows how to get the late game points with what he has left. So it's gonna be great.
If I was to say like one thing about Lennon, he's the best tempo player I've ever seen.
Yes,
he plays the tempo.
I would agree with that.
He measures what you can do against what he can do, and then he always tries to edge it. Just tries to edge ahead here, there, and what he needs to do. And because he's got an army that is able to be so activated, so prolific with Miracle Dice and things like that, just able to enable it to do more stuff than it should reasonably able to do. Do you stress that word? Reasonably able to do.
Reasonably.
He just seems to always be in the game. Because literally, Jaime took a crowbar to his knee last turn. I just said, he's just trying to take him out of the race. And he's sticking around because he's just got stuff. He's got stuff he can use. There's always things he can do.
Yeah, exactly. He took the crowbar to the knee, and John just stood up. I was like, you know what? I still got 1 good leg. That's all I need.
You know what? Siegler took that knee out years ago. This is titanium.
That's true. That's
You
true.
got nothing.
You can't take out Lennon's knee. You know who he plays on a regular basis? Come on.
Yeah, exactly right. I would love to have seen how Siegel playing Tower did in this pod, but someone had to stay home and man the battle bunker, the Underworld battle bunker. But yeah, Siegel playing Tower would have been cool to see how it went into this kind of Shark Tank.
Oh, it would be great. There's so many things that you don't even expect to do well, like Space Wolves, and they did well.
Yeah,
Custodes made it pretty far. They even gave John a run for his money. Like it's been a great event.
Oh, absolutely, it's been a phenomenal ride. Valerie, I love that. Valerie is like my favorite, most cynical audience member. He just chimes in with just cynicism. A lovely person from Sofia, Bulgaria, a beautiful city that I've managed to visit, and he said, "I'm impressed how much sisters are cheating," which is a great way of thinking about Miracle Dice.
Yeah, that's what the Miracle Dice are cheating. It's literally because you're taking out the randomness of the game. It's like I need a 4 here. All right, well I'll just get a 4. I don't need to roll.
Yeah,
that's how it works. That's fine, right? That's fine.
This is fine. It's fine.
This is fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
We have a unit of Wolfguard coming up to position themselves to get Oath now that I think that Incurse is going down into the bottom right-hand corner. Now, I don't know what he does here with them, or whether he postures up or he tries to go for the charge through into the Dominions. What do you think that charge is?
Into the Dominions there? From the Incurse, you mean, or from the Wolfguard?
Sorry, Dustin, can you chop out for me for 1 sec?
Oh, yep, absolutely. So I'll just keep talking about this stuff right here. So he's going to be moving those models into the middle there because he needs to start reinforcing that Oath of Moment, since he's using the Incursor to steal away a lot of the points from John, which is going to be a really big deal for him. He wants to be able to... There's no OBSEC on either of those objectives, so that Incursor can actually do a lot of work just by charging in a Rhino, taking away that point there, taking down a Banner, and that 17 points is going to be denying John at least a couple more from him, at least these 2 or 3, which is a very big deal in this matchup where every single point matters. Every single thing that these guys do for secondary, they need to get each turn, because anything they don't get, they're not getting back the rest of the game, and it's going to be so tight that they really have to fight for every point in this game.
Spot on, man. This game is going to be teeny tiny incremental wins and losses. So awesome. Apologies, I had to jump out there. I'm living with my brother at the moment because COVID was hard when I was living in an isolated rural city, and COVID was hard being away from my family for 7 months. So I moved in with my brother, and my 3-year-old nephew just walked into the room asking why I was awake. It was pretty cute. It was pretty cute.
Why are you awake, Uncle Adam?
Yeah, exactly right. I usually sleep, and I'm like, yeah, I usually am. Doing what I love, though, so I'm not sleepy at all. I swear I'm not sleepy. Fat Dingo, so you're telling me if Chester was 20 years younger, he would have won? I'm saying, no, I'm saying if Chester was 20 years younger, he wouldn't have conceded.
Yes, there's a difference. There's a difference.
Most likely, he would have played the game out. And he still might have lost, still might have would have won. I think he was on track to still lose by about 5 to 10 points, and he probably saw the writing on the wall and said, "Look, everything needs to go right for me for here to win this. So stuff it. I'll get another hour and a half sleep."
Yeah, which I think when you get to a certain age, sleep is important.
And look, none of the gentlemen at this event have anything to prove. These are all top players.
No, they already know they're already amazing players. It's just some bragging rights. They're just having some fun games, rolling some dice. This is what charity is about. It's for the kids. What is this charity about, Adam? I don't remember. What is it?
This is the charity in support of child's play. It's supporting children undergoing medical care in the order to assist them in having a more comfortable and more happy experience while they could be going through some, very awful times in their life. And this charity has raised support for 185 hospitals across the world. It's truly an international charity now, and I'm happy to say that this being the 3rd year of Charity Hammer, the 40K community has had some say in the growth of that charity. Thank you so much to everybody who's contributed so far. Please contribute now if you can. The charity will be open. The charitable link will be open for a little while longer, probably another day or 2. So please sling some more dollars. It all goes to charity. Every single dollar, every single dime.
Yeah, and that is very highly rated charity for the kids, and we've already raised over $33,000. Like, you guys are amazing.
Exactly
Love this community. I've been saying it for years. This community is incredible, and you guys are just proving it.
Spot on.
Love you all.
Looks like Jaime is getting on his horse. He's like, well, I don't have a lot of good lines of fire, but I have a lot.
His wolf, Adam. Come on.
He's getting on his doggo. He's good old doggo.
He's getting on his doggo.
Yeah, and he's pushing up now. He's realized he still has a hell of a lot of marine bodies left, and he's going to try and get him up, touch that terrain in the middle, shoot through, and try and invest a huge amount of fire into the bottom right side of Lennon's line. We've got some buffs going down. It's pretty secure now that he's in the middle of the board, that Oath is no longer deniable for John, and that's what I thought was really important. He do turn 1 and turn 2, because as soon as turn 3 and turn 4 happen, like, Jaime's going to have to be in the middle of the board, and denying Oath is no longer a thing. So it's actually big for Jaime that he got to turn 1 and turn 2, because it almost guarantees the 15.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly what he wants right now. He's not worrying about the Oath anymore because he's putting so many resources there, and he's still holding that objective. And he's also moving down to the bottom left, so he's going to be able to contest that a little bit better because we see that John is going to be contesting it a lot more with more of his resources. But the thing is, too, we got to remember that John still has quite a few things in reserve that he can kind of make some tactical strikes where he needs to.
Yes. This is what I'm worried about, the fact that Jaime's moved in just a very concentrated manner. I would have liked to have seen him spread out just a little bit more. I mean, he's kind of forced in some ways by the lines of fire he has, so he's pretty much doing the best of what he can, best with what he has. But next turn, like, see that unit of Repentia in the back Rhino down to the right? That unit can go straight around that piece of terrain and go into whatever it wants of his blob. I think we're going into the shooting phase now, so we'll take a step back and hear from the players.
Guys, cover, because why not? Goes off.
Down to 6, because why not?
I do have fight last and other stuff.
Yeah, I think I have 2 units in range, so I don't really care. Fails, go ahead.
And then we'll do the fight last thingy. Goes off.
Who do you want to target?
Deny.
Who do you want to, I guess it doesn't matter. Let's roll a 6.
Whoever's within 18. So, not them.
Okay.
That is not within 18. I'll just do that.
Sure. Do you need line of sight?
No, I do not.
Alright, then you got him.
Okay. Then we will go into shooting. So we know that they need to fire the first into there.
Yep.
So let's fire the multi-melta. Let's put the signum on the grab. So the grab will hit on 3s, Charter Master rerolls.
Okay.
And then wounding on
2s, you're rolling 1s because closest.
2s, rolling 1. Not rolling 1s because the journal's so
Oh, so not rolling 1s.
So 2 saves.
Alright, 5 up invulns, failed 2, 1, 2. Back 2.
Multi-melta. 2 shots.
No miss, no hits.
No hits.
One reroll.
One in one.
You need to roll the road still. That was the reroll.
That was 2 hits, and that was 2 wounds.
The 3s miss, because you took a heavy penalty and you put Signum on the graph.
Yes, sorry.
So
1 hits, 1 wounds.
1 invul. And fail it, so we'll pull that.
Okay. Then we will do, I should have a job in touching, that was silly. Okay, so then let's do the Volkite. The only thing that you can see, because we never checked that, but I can't see you. So Volkite everything into the Repentia.
Okay. 3s, no rerolls?
3s, no rerolls, and then 2s rolling ones.
Yeah, the wounds are the good part.
3s could have been worse.
Yeah, not bad. 1, 2. Here you go.
2s rolling ones. Okay, so 4 mortals
Not
and
bad.
that many saves, rolling ones. Cocked.
Cool.
So many, and then
I'll take 'em.
please. Thank you, and then we said 4 mortals.
Yep, that's 4 at the end. 6s, really bad. Rerolling successes. Cocked. Rerolling successes. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's the squad.
Okay,
Alright, they're dead.
come back away, please.
Gain a miracle dice.
Yep.
2.
Okay. Then we'll do. This far. Oh, sorry, and then the 2 graph from this squad into the Retributors that will never resolve. They hit on 4s, shout to Master Rerolls.
Yeah,
Ooh, that's what you get for doing out of phase. 3s, 3 saves AP3.
Sorry, what's shooting them?
The 2 graph.
Okay.
From here. AP3.
2 grav, AP3. Alright, I will have a 5 up in cover. First girl is not in cover.
Okay.
And she's good. Same fails.
Fails, and then 1-1.
Oh, it's 3. I thought you said 2. That's fine. In cover, fails.
Okay, so that's that squad done.
Alright.
Then the other squad will shoot at them. The multi-mounted does not have line of sight, the 3 graph do.
Let me see a tape measure. Clock to me.
Sure.
I want to see if I can casualty pull to do something better.
Absolutely.
So definitely her was the first because I have to. And then if I pull, who's shooting next? Who hasn't shot?
These grab over here, 30 inches.
Alright, so 30?
Yes.
I don't think it's going to change anything because you can see these 2. So we'll just pull close. Call it a day.
The multi-mounted cannot see, so 1 signum on a graph.
Clocked you.
Thank you. Hitting on 3s, all those hits.
Nice.
Hitting on 4s, good roll.
Nice.
Winning on 3s, no rerolls because Dreadnought's so far away.
A lot of saves.
That was 1-3.
Okay. A lot of 5s.
Saves.
Enough, they're dead.
Okay. Then the Dreadnought is left to shoot. Are we risking killing that Dreadnought in front of him? That would suck. So let's fire into the back one, but then you putting models on there does not matter because you have no obstacle in that Rhino, correct?
Correct.
So let's fire everything into that Rhino.
Okay.
And let's supercharge the plasma. Shoot some heals. Do I supercharge the plasma? What am I accomplishing? I'm on 6 wounds. Let's not make it too easy for you to kill me. So let's not supercharge the plasma. D6
Right.
shots for 5. Hitting on 4s because I'm bracketed. Thank God.
Would have been nice.
Nothing.
Okay. I wish. It would have really helped, honestly.
It would have, right? Gatler hitting on 4s, wounding on 5s. 2
There you
saves,
go.
AP1.
Make both force.
Stormbolter will not be in range. 2 hits, 1 save, AP1.
Fails. 8 left.
Is the end of my shooting.
Okay.
We will go into charges.
Well, you got at least 1.
6-inch charge.
Yeah.
You ready?
Nice. Good clutch chaplain.
Just 1.
That's enough.
And then I'm not going to bother resolving my attacks. I'm just going to go within 6, Paladin 3, Consolidate 3, base you.
Yeah, that's fine. No other charges you wish to declare?
No other charges
Done.
to declare.
Alright, so let's score
Done.
primary. Are we?
Keep it on me.
Yep.
So you score 10 primary.
That's correct.
I get 3 for Stranglehold.
Yep.
I get 4 for Oath. You get
Banner
2
gone.
banners.
You get a 3 for Oath, right?
4 for Oath because I killed no character. No.
Oh, we are back. Nice turn for Jaime. We did see that play with the Lasting Cursor coming, and it was a big one, wasn't it?
Well, that was a big deal too. Now, I still want to see that Rhino kill that Incursor in close combat because I feel like it could do it. We saw Truck kill a Raider earlier, so I mean, it can happen. It can happen.
It
You never
can
know.
happen. It can kind of maybe.
It can happen. It could
You
do
know,
it.
Miracle Dice. Why not?
It's true, actually, but I don't think you'd want to use Miracle Dice on that. It takes down a banner, but yeah, it was a good move by Jaime for sure. He needs to do that. That one Incursor getting value for staying alive now is a
Oh,
big deal.
dude, that one in Cursor just was a huge swing. Huge swing.
Yeah.
and that guy being alive was massive. He got last turn. He got him 2 points for Oath for being alive. That squad. This turn he's pulled down a banner, denied 5 points on primary, and got him 3 points on
And
stranglehold.
got him stranglehold. Yeah.
That's ridiculous. That's like 12 points. 12 points of value from this one squad of 5 guys.
Yeah. He's gonna become a captain after this for sure.
Oh, for sure. He needs to get upgraded. So John doesn't have any more Retributors. It's turn 3. He has to pull his deep strikes. He still has enough. Look at the scores of the game. This is after John's second turn of scoring because he only got a 10 that turn. But he got 10. He got 10 on his first turn, so he should be on 29 when they update it because he's still on 2 objectives. Yeah. Yikes. This is going to be his game on. He's got a bunch of, let's see, it's the Seraphim. He's got Seraphim coming down in the bottom left-hand corner. They're going to be out of line of sight for the Long Fangs. Of course, they're not going to be within 12 Long Fangs, so there's going to be no Auspex scan there. But they should be shooting onto the Wolfguard directly above them, and then after the shooting phase, he can decide if he wants to Miracle Dice to charge into the Redemptor or into there. The Redemptor is degraded, so he's going to have 5 attacks hitting on 4s, so in all likelihood he kills 2 Seraphim, and therefore John will hold that objective, and after he kills that Incursor, we'll get Stranglehold back. What are you seeing, brother? What's the lay of the land?
I'm seeing the same kind of thing right now. If he takes, I don't think there's too much on that back objective, so he clears that off and can take that other objective. He's going to put him down to a 5 because unless that Incursor survives again, which I mean, it's possible. He's survived through a lot already. But if he can take that down and give Jaime a 5 on this turn, that's actually going to give him a big swing in the game. Jaime still has enough resources that he could, because his bottom turn, he still could get a 15 later on. But John needs to put that pressure on him to have to do that and spread out his forces so John can actually respond in a better manner with what he has left.
Well, it actually really works in John's favor that Jaime stayed congested because this actually gives John the ability to clear him off and give Jaime a 5. Like Jaime could legitimately only get a 5 on his next primary score if John's able to clear both of these objectives. Now, this unit of Repentia, where does it go? Does it go and kill the Redemptor? I don't think it does. I think he uses like a Miracle Dice charge from Zephyrum or Seraphim to go and take that objective. I think the Repentia go deep and try and pick up a bunch of these Wolfguard.
Yeah, I think there would potentially need to go deep into that infantry line up there and actually block it off so he can't be moving forward that much because he's not going to have too much they can contest the other objectives with, so it's going to deny his Stranglehold as well if he can do that.
Legitimately, that one unit can go and pick up those 10 Wolfguard, and then, it really depends where the Feist Last Aura is and the 6-inch intervention. If he can avoid the Libby, actually, no, they can do it anyway. As long as he's got the CP, that unit of Repentia can just willingly charge in there, spend the CP to fight on death, and still just trade into the Wolfguard. No problems, no mess, no fuss. Doesn't even matter about the Feist Last.
For sure.
So I think that might be the play I do. As soon as the Wolfguard are down, man, all you have to do is just avoid the lines of fire from the one Contemptor and the Wolfclaw, the Longfangs, and you're pretty safe. You're pretty safe from reprisal. He can't get aggressive.
No, we can't. He's losing too much at that point. And the Repentia could do that. I think they're going to be the key to this turn for John. If they do what they need to do, then Jaime is going to be on the back foot, and it's going to swing in John's favor, especially if John can give him a 5 on primary this turn.
Well, this is the other thing as well. I take it back. I don't think John needs to use the Repentia this turn. He's got 2 units of Dominions.
Oh, he does too. Wait, he has 2?
Mate. Yeah,
there's still one in that. Is that right? Oh my God, he has lots of resources left.
There's lots of resources. Yeah, this is the thing about Sisters, man, and the reason why they're just better Marines. He's lost He's essentially John has lost all his shooting elements. He's lost both of his retribute units, e.g., the equivalent of the Long Fangs, but he's still just got these pinch hitting bits and pieces. I got 5 guys here, 5 guys here. This is what we always say. I called it in the last game with Inez. You get to turn 3, turn 4, and you think you've smacked the absolute crap out of the Sisters army, and then John just starts pulling 5-mans out of everywhere, and you're like, sweet Jesus, how does he have this much stuff?
Yeah, it's not like weak 5-mans either. These 5-mans come up and kill Redemptors. They come up and kill Wolfguard. Like it's ridiculous how much damage they actually do.
Here they come. I knew it. So here's the first.
Here they come.
Popping out. So what's the over/under you think? So 4 shots apiece with 4 Stormbolters. So that is 16 shots. And they're going to be doing, there's like an 80%, 90% average that they do with the Blessed Bolts do their 6 mortal wounds. But in addition to that, how many Wolfguard do you think they do? Because they pretty much auto-kill 3 of them. And then he just needs to roll 2 1s on what ends up being usually around 9 dice to roll 2 1s.
Yeah, if he actually takes down the Wolfguard here, that's a big hit. And I think that squad that's closest to John is a Wolfguard unit, is it not?
Yes, close to John, just to the left of the middle piece is a Wolfguard unit, and there's another one directly above that one. I don't think he can get into both, but definitely the closest. No. Yeah, if he can get range into the second one, I'd do that. Shoot full ball into the second one, kill that one off, and then you can maybe Repentia charge the closer one. Then remove both, and then you are actually just kind of in a great position. But mind you, if you swing and miss on these units, he's going to gobble up John's lines next
Yeah,
turn.
like he does need to do the damage to kill them right now. Because if he doesn't at least bring it down to like a 1 or 2 man unit, like you said, they're going to gobble up back there and they're going to start causing more problems.
Mr. 4 Minutes, apologies if this has been answered, but where's Jaime from? Is he a local guy or is he a streamer? He is from Spain. He's a Spanish player. He is here on I don't know if it's a secondment or an internship for an engineering degree. He's got a job. He's part of the Pro Tabletop team, and you can see why they want him. He is an absolute behemoth. He's currently ranked number 14 in the world. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the season he's the number 1 ranked Marine player.
Oh yeah, easily. No, he can do it. Especially he's got to be the number 1 in Space Wolf already. Come on.
Oh, dude.
Like,
hands down, no
You know
problems.
what? I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up because I'm
out.
curious now. I'm gonna find out now. I like knowing this for sure, so I'm not actually blowing smoke up everybody's butt right now. I gotta be accurate. I gotta be accurate.
The Scarred One has joined us in the chat. He stated he's just donated to the charity. Who else is? We are here, and the whole purpose of this entire event. So some of the best and brightest from North America and Canada, and usually the best and brightest from around the world gather for Charity Hammer for a 3-day, 72-hour continuous stream of 40k, some high-quality games, some meme games, everything in between. And we do that for the purpose of raising money for Child's Play. This is a charity that supports sick kids during their hospital stay in order to keep them entertained, keep them comfortable, keep them happy. It is a phenomenal charity. Please go along and donate. We'll chuck up that donate. So the donate button is already in there. Please go and hit that. Sling a couple of bucks our way if you can. For every $30 donated, you go into the draw to win some fantastic prizes. Some of the best of which are still yet to be given away. So
including a 3,500 point commission painted Necron
Army. Yeah, go jump on it. Get into it, man. If you got a couple of bucks you can sling our way, what a better time to do it. So, all right, quick call. What are you seeing, Dusty?
I am seeing John actually moving out with a lot of the stuff. He's that's Dominion squad at the top there, isn't it?
Yeah, Dominion's gone to the top. Dominion's has gone to the bottom. I'm not quite sure what the other unit is that's come out. It doesn't look like it's Repentia, but it looks like
doesn't look like it, but it has to be. It's at least 6 man, so it's got to be Repentia.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Unless it's 5 in a character, which it could very well be.
Oh, I guess that's true. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Jaime is the number 1 Space Wolf player, so absolutely number 1 Space Wolf player right now.
If he wasn't, I was like, who the hell is the other guy?
Yeah, he's the other guy. I mean, he's in there by 4 points, but that's all it takes.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, it looks like there's no reserves for Jaime left, but there is a bunch left for John. We've seen 1 committed over all the way to the left-hand side. I believe that looks to be Seraphim. So they'll be probably double shooting, trying to clear off that back objective. Either that,
it
or
looks like John's going for the throat.
He is.
He's going.
This is what I worried about for Jaime moving in such a cluster, and then actually moving up. If he was to just move back or spread across the top of the board, which is what I thought he might do, seeing as John had positioned all his strength down diagonally, shoot all your stuff, clear out everything that tries to put on the bottom left, back up that Redemptor a little bit if you need to, and stream across to the top. You know, contest, go after Celestine, go after that unit of Seraphim up there, clear off that top right objective. The bottom left one can be held from your position with the long fangs. It can all effect and purposes hold that objective. Maybe put a unit of 5 Wolfguard back there, but just moving up like in strength into the middle, it's just given John a great pivot point to sling about into you. And look, he has some great defensive buffs. He's probably got cover up there. Look at all those cards, yeah. Everybody's probably got cover there, so they're all going to have 2-up saves in the open against the Stormbolters. So he doesn't care there. He's got fight last bubbles. He's got heroic interventions here, there, and everywhere. So maybe he's there. Maybe this is bait. Maybe this is bait for him, and he's trying to get an overcommitment from John. And then on the sling back, he hits John hard enough that John can't stop him from dominating the board thereafter.
Yeah, this is a power move right now. Like John is trying to go for the throw right now, but if it doesn't go his way, it's gonna hurt coming back. So this has to go well for him. He must see an opening here when they're all clumped up. He wants to do the damage he needs to do and stop him from getting the points later on, because he's already a little bit ahead if you include to the last. So he needs to keep that small lead. Is it an overcommitment from him? Do you think he's overcommitting right now?
No, I don't think he is. I think if he was putting the Repentia in as well, that would be. I think he's just looking to wall him off and keep him contained. Jaime's done half the work for him, and he has all those defensive buffs. So the best thing you can do now is keep him contained, keep him bottled up, spread out across the board, drop Seraphim and Zephyrim here, there, and everywhere. Make him split up his fire, make him really decide where he wants to go. So we've just been told that is a 5-man. Battle Sister squad. It's just Battle Sisters and the sergeant from a unit of Dominions.
Yeah, because it doesn't need to see to shoot, or because it
exactly right. Doesn't need to be around the corner. Looks like we have a 1 runner dropping back, so we're probably going to see that in cursor picked up. This is the shooting phase. Let's take a step back.
We're the shooting phase.
So that's 1 dead. And then I'll take an AP2.
So
I'll take an AP1. He dies. And then
one guy left.
AP2.
Or AP1, but you're good.
AP1.
Yep.
And then AP0. He is surrounds on 1 wound.
All right, cool. So I'll have to shoot him again.
Yep. Time back on you.
All right, clock to me. Done. All right, shooting phase. We're going to spend a command point. We're going to Blessed Bolt the far back squad into that guy.
Yep. Roll 6s.
1, 2, 3. Here's the first 15 shots. 2 mortals. That's out of the way. Wounding on 5s.
Actually, I'll wait.
Hey, 4 AP1 and 1 AP dash.
4 AP1, so these are dice.
Dice.
Explode.
Cool. So clock's on me, we're good. Okay. This squad is going to put all Stormbolters here.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 16 hits. Honestly. I need to move some. I need to roll somewhere. Cocked. Dink to dink. So that would have been cool, Blessed Bolts.
I'll come to your side so we're faster.
You're fine, man. 2 saves.
2 ups.
Womp. That's bad. Okay. Then this squad is going to shoot here. He has 1 left.
Yep.
No strat.
Do you need to exchange range?
I shouldn't, because you were pretty close, but go ahead and tell me.
12-inch pistols?
Yep.
All in range.
All in range?
Yes, all in range.
All right, bow pistols. 3 hits. 4s, 2 AP dash.
3 ups.
Okay.
Dice.
Cool, done. Clock's still on me. All right, this unit here extending range. To keep it on 5. Nope, down to 3. So we're gonna put the hand flamers in, and we're just gonna put into this 5-man wolf guard in front.
Okay.
So
this 5-man wolf guard.
Yep, that 5-man wolf guard in front.
Okay.
Okay. Flamers. 10, 14, 6, 12, 14. Here we go. Okay, 3 mortals, but 2 AP1.
It's all the 2 ups.
Okay, that many then, and 3 mortals at the end.
3 mortals at the end. Kills 1.
And then 3 mortals. Yep.
So 2 and a bit.
All right, and then these are the pistols. 5 hits. 4s, 1 more save. AP dash.
2 and a bit.
1 AP dash from the bolt pistols.
Kills the 3rd one.
Cool.
Ugh, that's not nice.
Take what I can get.
Yep. Okay.
Crack grenade from the clock to me. Crack grenade from the Zephyr. Hits. And nope. All right, that's it there. Cleared out some stuff. That's a giant problem, and that's gonna hit me hard. Then I believe that is the extent of my shoe sting. So, end of the shooting phase. She's gonna stand back up and just be extra in range of bodyguards, I guess. Why not? And then we're gonna declare charges.
Okay.
So, starting off, we're gonna declare everything over there.
Okay.
Nothing to charge over here, nothing to charge over here. 5 primary helps, I don't know if it's enough. They're gonna charge this. 10. That's cool. So, front model 10 back. I'm sorry, killed something in shooting. I'll take a miracle dice for that. 5. Not bad, so let's put it with that. Okay, so 10 inches back here. So she's in the range there, that's good. This unit charging him. You don't have a banner here. I already have Stranglehold that cannot affect that, so I don't need to get on this at all. They're gonna charge here. 6 is enough. There's 12 inches for you. I can't really slow you down, frankly. If I move block you to right there with +2 to charge, you still have the fences and just, this is all dead. Only thing of relevance is to just have this dunk in there just to get a consolidate move out of it. So they're just gonna hit and pull back so that at least you have to use combat on this.
Yep.
Not that that's, you know, really a great thing, but it's better than just giving you shooting. She's charging in, this lady. Dink, Rhino charging in. 5 in right there. She's gonna end up going first, we'll give that a moment. These are just happy as a clam. These have nothing better to do. If you wanna put the ruin back-ish where it was. No other, Zephyrim there are gonna charge into the 2-man that I've been working on. So that's 6.
They are charging into the 2 wolf guard.
The 2 wolf guard guys.
Might have to declare more.
Let's find out. So to get out of 6 of him, I have to be like right here. That's very hard to do. Clock's on me. So, just thinking about the best way to do this. Best thing to do is frankly charge the Seraphim in and just move block him, move block his heroic. Armor of Rust is pick someone within 1.
Within engagement range.
Okay,
1 inch.
so 1 engagement range. So I just need to stop him from ending the heroic within range of 2 of them. That doesn't really matter. I think I may just hit this unit, and that's what it is. So we're hitting the Blood Claws.
Okay.
So we're just gonna go. You can 6-inch heroic with anyone, and I'm aware of that. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna. So yeah, charging the Blood Claws. Rolled the 6. So we're just gonna go out to here, and I acknowledge you can heroic. I just want to be out of fight last guy.
Absolutely.
This unit's dead, and I accept my fate. I just want to be 6.1 away from this guy, really.
Not a problem.
So that his closest is here.
For
if they do their heroic.
They too?
Yeah. So that's it for me. I'm done charging. They're not charging.
Okay.
I'll charge here. Why not?
I will
They're gonna fight last, but they're gonna charge here.
Oh, they're gonna charge.
12. That's convenient. Anyway, the wind blows. Do I need to hold this for my stranglehold? Maybe. 1, 2. I need to hold 3, so yes, I do. So in that case, I'm not going to charge. I'm going to stay on. I'm just going to make it so that their heroic has to be closer to them. So not charging.
Absolutely. I will
clock to you.
Thank you. So they're not within engagement range.
They're not within engagement range.
So I will heroic.
Sure.
For CP.
Okay.
With my long flanks.
Okay.
So they're gonna come in. They're gonna base.
Yep. Sounds good to me.
They're gonna base. They're gonna base. They're gonna base.
Dig it.
Okay. Time back on you. Cool. You get to resolve the text.
All right, first activation is the Zephyr all into the Blood Claws, ignoring the long
fight
fangs.
twice?
No.
Okay. So just
I'm not hitting them. 1, 2, 3. 6 is
this
explode.
Blood Claws?
This is all Blood Claws. Yep.
Okay.
Force. 1, 2, 3, and a half dead. AP4.
3.5 dead.
Yep.
So 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Okay.
And someone wounded.
Yes, someone takes a wound. Okay.
Alright,
Time
done.
back on you.
Clock back to me. Do you wish to interrupt?
No.
Okay. Little girl, whippy girl, whippy whip. 6 attacks. 1, 2, 2 misses. 5s. Take 3 AP3.
Oh, try it.
Very good effort. Very good effort. I'm gonna walk over and do my Pollen Consolidates. If you wish to roll stuff over there, I do not mind, because I acknowledge.
So
matters. Nothing really better to do here.
Let's do the Blood Claws.
Sure.
Are going to, and then we're not basing, and then actually pull this off. Okay. Blood Claws are going to pile in, so he's going to go towards the Sephram. He's going to go towards these ones.
Sure.
He's going to swing at you. Time on me, please.
Sure. Yeah, I'm done piling.
So here, we're not going to base.
Okay. I don't believe you'll be able to reach the objective. I don't know if that's your intent.
It is. I have a trick.
You have a strat?
Yes.
What is the strat?
Solid 6 inches.
Okay. When do you pick?
After they fight, so I'm gonna see if it works or not.
Okay. Cool.
So 4 on him, 3 on him. Hitting you on 3s. 6s that will explode. So 1 6.
Why do the 6s explode?
Turn 3. Assault Doctrine.
Okay. Sure.
And then wounding on 3s. AP 2.
Right.
1 damage each.
These are on them. All right. So I can't lose the squad.
No.
All right. Lose 3.
Okay.
If I pull this one, there's no way to get around, right?
Correct.
So if I don't pull this one, there's no way. All right, cool. That's all I want.
Okay. And then we will do the long fangs, so they will consolidate. There's no way to get around.
Yeah, that's fine.
Then the long fangs will activate. So let's do this Paladin 6.
Yep.
So it's Paladin irrelevant. So he's gonna go all the way over to here. He's gonna take his spot.
Yep.
They are basing, so nothing they can do over there, and he's not gonna base there. So he's gonna go 1 inch. He's gonna
Oh.
go over here.
I'm gonna leave 1 on the objective because that was the whole
So
point.
you're breaking coherency.
Yes, absolutely.
Then we're gonna do our attacks. So 2, 2, 2, 2. These are only AP1. Hitting on 2s, rolling 1s. 1, 6 for double explodes.
Nice.
And then 1 on 3s. Right now, it's way
Do
too
they
far
get
away.
+1 to? Do they hit on 2s?
No, only when I charge.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just want to check.
5 AP1s.
All right, cool. Squatted.
Okay. And then here they will consolidate 6 because of the.
Okay, so they do have consolidate 6 from that.
And then we'll go
Alright.
there. And then closer.
Closer to this, so you'll definitely get 1 on.
Yep. And then these guys are just going to string out like this.
Okay.
Because
I
I'm
didn't-
offset
yeah.
because of my rights of war.
I didn't realize they got within 6 of the chaplain.
When I pilot around there, and then within 6 of the
Okay,
library
I'll do it
as
then.
well.
Yep. I'll take a morale
Removes the
check.
banner.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Which will
Yep.
+3, either leadership
Plus
8,
3.
but then I'll lose declarancy.
And then okay, yeah, because leadership.
It doesn't really matter. Yep.
Okay.
I think that's that.
And then 1 of the blood crosses.
Yep.
And then I owe you leadership on the blood cross because they lost. They're good.
Okay.
And then times on me.
Yep.
I scored 10.
Okay, nice bit of jank. So apparently, John wasn't briefed about the shenanigans that Jamie pulls because he has pulled that on like 3 dudes now.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying before too, right? Before this came in, is that does John know all the tricks that the Space Wolves can do in close combat? Like,
Well, see, that's not even a space. That's not even a spatial trick. The Hurricane Divine, of course, is the spatial.
Hurricane Divine, yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very spicy. So that denies John the stranglehold. I think in hindsight,
believe it does, yeah.
John stuffed that up. He should definitely have. I don't know why he shot and killed the Dreadnought. He's got 5 Zephyrim at the bottom of the board on the other side of that fuselage that I assumed he was going to miracle dice in, but maybe he hasn't got the right miracle dice.
I don't think he has. I think it's
a 5,
a 2, and a 2.
Yeah,
that's not going to do it.
So that's probably why he didn't go for that. But that's what I assumed was going to happen. But yeah, if he doesn't have the miracle dice, whatever. He did need to get that down, and he has. I actually think that was a big swing. That intervention and that thing, I think that's going to cost. Well, it's cost him a banner that I'm not sure how he puts up now. But look. Jaime is pretty contained. He needs to really break out this turn. I think he will though. I think it's actually this. That was a big pendulum swing, that play, and I think in hindsight, John would rather have not charged than have what just happened. Because what did he do? He put he put 2 Zephyrim in, killed 3 Blood Claws, didn't kill a unit, and all he did in return was lost a banner and a stranglehold. It's actually horrific.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem now. That's gonna cost John a lot of points there. And Jaime can.
So
Jaime
so
can
that's,
actually.
Sorry. That's also another 5 on primary for him because he was only going to get 5 on primary. Now he's got 10. So between that play and the single incursor, Jaime probably just wins off those 2 plays.
Yeah, that could be the game right there. It could be. You'll get there.
It's crazy.
That absolutely could be the game. That was a huge play.
Yeah, it was huge. The incursor was bigger, but legitimately those 2 plays are incredibly important.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, John didn't want those guys to be in there for sure.
Yeah, I don't know why he charged. It's obvious he didn't see that play going.
He did not. He didn't know about the 6-inch from the chaplain there.
All right.
I think I heard him say that.
I've just been told by Colin in the chat, please pitch the final presentation, and many things to be given away at 3:15 Pacific Standard Time, which I believe is just under an hour away from now. So 15 minutes after they call this game, there will be a big prize presentation, and all the remaining big prizes will be given away. So if you're going to donate right now.
Now's your
Chuck up some
chance.
dollars. Go in, get some stuff.
There's going to be so much stuff to get. This is your chance to donate. You got to donate now before the final presentation so you can get some of these awesome prizes that we still have. And, of course, help the children.
Help those children. Be a supporter of Child's Play. Be a supporter of the amazing work the Biff Pod team is doing, in addition to all the amazing people who've come. We've got Pro Tabletop. We've got Tabletop Titans. We've got Art of War. We've got Play on Tabletop. Some of the biggest streamers of 40K in the world are represented at this event. And they're all here because they love the cause. They love Charity Hammer. They love what this place stands for. And they love the scene is mature enough to do this and be such a positive in the community.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we may not be mature people, but we can support mature causes with the charity.
Absolutely. I think if John looks back in hindsight, there's 2 easy plays that would stop him from probably losing this game. But right now, he's currently got 10 more points than you think he does. He's currently on 41 points because Celestine's still alive. And in addition to that, his Sacrosanct is still alive. And to my mind, I don't believe John is going to be using them anytime soon. Actually, no, sorry, I'll take that back. If he gets the right miracle dice and he can sling those sacrosancts into those Wolfguard, so not the Wolfguard, the Long Fangs, he can pick them all up in one turn. And with the addition of Celestin into that, he can actually get pretty close to gutting the majority of what Jaime has left. But this is going to be a pretty hellacious turn for him. If Jaime can push through that middle objective, I think he gets down and he dominates the bottom right from here on out, which is the opposite side of the board to where Celestin's going to be able to spread her influence.
Yeah, for sure. It was going really well for John. He was doing all the right plays. That one swing at the top right, though, is going to make it a lot harder now.
Exactly right. Clock update from the table. John is on 10 minutes left. Jaime is on 25 minutes left going into his turn 3. So we're pretty close to getting a natural conclusion here. And yeah, I'm hoping we get some natural finish so people can have a palatable end to this extravaganza.
We need the palatable end for sure. Hopefully we do. John knows how to play his clock for sure. And there's
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff dead now. Like there's not as much on the table anymore.
Right. I think John's cooked now. I think between those two plays, he will be lamenting the fact he didn't invest more to kill that Incursor. Just that Incursor, guys, was 14 points. Was 14 effective points in what it denied John and what it gained for Jaime. So literally, that Incursor right there, I think would have put John firmly in the driver's seat. As it is, I think Jaime's up now, and he might just stay up the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think he is up, and he can just push his advantage now and make sure that John can't come back from it. Jaime has the opportunity now to completely take over this game and keep it in his favor.
Exactly right. Now he does have to, like, John did some really good stuff in taking him off those other two objectives. Now, see, I think this might be exactly what John wants. John wants him to spread out a little bit, try and get stuff on all these objectives again. Whereas I think what Jaime could do, if he's up for it, is literally just put his whole army down John's throat.
Yeah,
go straight into his deployment zone, take his objectives. I mean, if you've got some little pinch hitting 2-man squads here and there, which I know he does, he's got like 2 blood claws left here and there and everywhere. Just chuck them on the objectives, yeah, sure. 2 units of 5 Wolfguard is a big deal. It's a big deal to have left. The only real heavy hitter left for John, he has got those 2 units of Dominion still, which I don't think they make it out of this turn. But he has got that unit of Repentia still, and that unit of Repentia can still do a lot of heavy lifting. I'm actually worried that he didn't pull the trigger and use them that turn now.
Yeah, he was going for the throat that turn. He didn't use the Repentia. I think that was what he needed to do if he was going to go that hard for the throat. I mean, I know he was going to be able to like interrupt somewhere maybe, but I don't know. The good thing is he still has them now, so he still has a play to make back on his turn. It's just a matter of if Jaime can do enough damage to him right now and get rid of those Dominions. They like you said, they shouldn't survive this turn. Can he pop the Rhino and kill the Repentia inside? I don't think he has. I don't think he has the.
Nah, he can't do it. He's doing it melee or not at all. Now, what's interesting here, somebody is pointing out that we have 1 unit of Seraphim unaccounted for. So there's a unit of Zephyrim at the bottom middle. There's a unit of Seraphim all the way into the left, and there's 1 unit of Zephyrim that just got picked up in combat with the Long Fangs. So there is 1 unit still unaccounted for. Some people are suggesting that he had it on the table early and has put it back in reserve, and I think that sounds probably about right.
Yeah, I think so.
Either that or it's the 5-man all the way on the right of board on John's home objective, which it could also be, because that's the only other 5-man that I can see that I don't quite know what it is.
Yeah, we know the other 2 are the Battle Sisters, and that's a Dominion, so it's got to be. Yeah,
exactly. Sure. It's got to be. Where's the other unit of Dominions gone? Oh, they're the ones that went straight up. They were straight up on the.
They're the one,
on the top objective, and they're just going to be. They got decimated.
There's 1 left.
Yeah, John. Literally though. So in all reality, John's made 3 big mistakes. 3.
Mm-hmm.
And if he watches it back, they're pretty easy to rectify. Don't let Morven Vaal get killed turn 1. First up, straight up.
That one definitely. That was probably the most obvious one that he's already regretting for sure.
Exactly right. Next one is what was it? What was the other one? Is kill that damn Incursor.
The Incursors.
Turn 1, he could have pulled the trigger and probably used the Dominions instead of the Retributors. He tried to get a little bit too cute with the Retributors, and due to the pulling of models, he wasn't able to actually use the Cherubs. So that first unit of Retributors got picked up for 2 Incursors, so still having had their Cherubs intact. So you much rather in hindsight have used the Dominions, at least get the 6 mortal wounds up there. Then he has to roll just 2 failed saves on probably 9 dice. Much more likely to happen. And if not, at least you kill 4 of them, and at least you got an opportunity for morale to take effect. So yeah, that was the second big mistake. And the third one was what just happened. There was no reason to charge the Zephyrim in. What did they accomplish? They killed 3 blood claws, got intervened into, and lost him. Gave Jaime 5 primary and denied a banner and stranglehold. Horrific.
Yeah, that was rough. I think if anything, he should have just charged him into the front squad. So because keeping them there where they were, they would have been intervened anyway, and they would have attacked them first, so they would have been in a lot of trouble. Charging the front squad, I think that would have made sense because then you would have been able to clear that one out potentially, and they wouldn't have been able to intervene back into you because there's no space to do it, right? And then you're also blocking off that objective as well.
Yeah. The chat. Gremmer BB. What killed Morgan Val? Morgan Val. Some people say the drop pod. Yeah, the shooting from the Dresden Longfangs, and then Corin Hart as the correct answer. John.
Yes. John killed it.
John killed Morgan
That's
Val.
the correct answer. John killed it.
You're a savage, man. I love it.
Technically, a Volkite did it, but
yeah,
it was John.
It was John. John got her killed. John miscalculated.
John got her killed.
Yeah, got a rule wrong.
Made a mistake.
Thought she was bodyguarded when she wasn't, and bada bing, bada boom. There goes 5 while we stand points. Yeah. Look, I think John just needs to. He's not going to have much of his army left after this turn. What he has left needs to go in. Trying to save the 10 points at the end of the game isn't enough to win this. Celestine actually just needs to go in, kill Longfangs, tie up some other stuff, and just have a ridiculous turn.
Yeah, for sure. Like he needs to actually use these resources now. I think the 10 points is good, but he needs to deny the primary and start getting some more secondaries as well. Otherwise, he's going to start falling further behind.
These hit on 4s. The multi-melter does have line of sight and range. Come on, boys. And then wounding you on 3s. That many saves?
Okay. 6 have been wounds here.
They can't hear us? You said?
I lose 3.
Lose 3?
Yep. Coming to pull.
Multi-melter. Sure. 4s. No hits. They will go ahead and use the cherub now.
Alright, so the cherub's gone.
Grab.
Yep.
Hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s. 1 miss. Hitting on 3s. 3 saves.
Fail 3. 1, 2. Squad.
That is all of my shooting realistically.
Yep.
She can mess up my charge. Because you can't do more in Overwatch, correct?
No, cannot.
So let's do.
Did you want to do a psychic phase? You didn't. Do you want to?
I would like to, yes, if that's right.
Yeah.
I'll do.
Smite was going to hit them. They're already dead, so don't bother.
They're irrelevant. I wouldn't have smited. I would have casted cover, which is irrelevant. Oh, cast cover, why not? It goes off.
Deny on a 6.
And then, no, and then I'll do fight last. Perils takes D3, 3. That's what you get for forgetting. I'm gonna use this one.
Sure.
Fight last on any good?
It damage 2, yes. So
Yes,
might as
okay.
well. Deny on a 6. Nope. Cut.
It would be horrible if you deny and I just perils for no reason. Well,
Hell, I'll spend the CP to deny on a 4+.
Okay.
5 up to keep the command point. Kept the command point, so still at 5. The deny. No. Got it.
Okay. So let's do charges. Let's do the chaplain into her.
Okay.
And he goes with a 7+2. Let me bring out the card so I'm not forgetting that.
Yeah, you're good.
And we have to get absolutely crazy with this positioning. So I'm gonna have to do this super slowly.
You're fine, man.
Do not want to mess this up. So he's gonna go at the 1-inch mark, just like that.
Okay.
Then the chapter master is going to wait. Longfangs are gonna go into her. You have a 6-inch arc intervention over here.
6-inch arc.
I'm gonna try and stay outside of 6 at all cost. So let's do this.
I know that's your intent, so you're good.
Longfangs for a 6 + 2, 8. So he's gonna go as 8 this way, and she has a
3-inch arc. Yep.
Okay. So we're gonna go 8 that way, 8 that way, 8 that way, 8 that way,
And someone
and
to
then
make a
8
charge.
that way. Yep. And then coherency. So 1-inch. As such, coherency.
You look fine.
Okay. Then chapter master will go in, and he goes to here.
Yep.
Then we'll do blood claws into her.
Sure.
For a 9.
Yep.
To here. Then we'll do these long fangs into her for 4. That makes it. She's within 4 units.
Okay.
As such. They cannot advance in charge, correct? Max 24 inch range?
24. 24/5.
Don't need none of that. Over here, these Wolfguard will be charging. I now have the +2 to charge, so that's good. So that's unfillable charges. We might as well declare all 3.
Okay.
Is there any reason not to? I can engage all three by putting one model over here. I can put all of my attacks into them.
I can't think of any tricks that make that a bad idea.
Okay. 5 plus 2, 7. So we're going to put that one model within engagement of these.
Sounds good.
Go like that, and then we do need to stay within range of the librarian for OBSEC.
Okay.
So actually, let's stay.
Yeah, they should all be able to swing on the dominions if that's your
And
goal.
then I have OBSEC on that objective.
You do?
I should be able to steal it.
I agree.
Staying 6 inches from her,
You got it.
plenty. That is all of my units charging.
Okay.
So let's go into swinging first. She cannot hurt, so let's go over there.
Okay.
Let's
All 5
put-
swing, or God, I'm sorry.
I'll put the sergeant into. How many wounds is your character?
4.
And then she can
Stand
get
up for
back
2
up
CP.
for 2 CP.
Yep.
Is she worth killing? Does she give you miracle dice if she dies?
Yes.
I mean, I'd rather her die and have to charge into me. No, let's not kill her. I don't want her doing weird things, falling back, advancing onto objective.
She wouldn't have to fall back. She would get up after you
Yeah,
consolidate.
exactly. So then you could advance onto objective, have models. I'm not gonna kill her.
All right. Is it all 5 on the dominions?
All 5 into
They're
the
done.
dominions.
I know what this does.
Okay.
I can do math. I know it's 21 attacks, 34 hits.
And then we'll
Shoot.
base both models.
Sounds good to me. And you're OBSEC at the moment.
Yes, I am OBSEC at the moment.
Okay, so this objectively is yours. I don't have a banner to remove.
And then how many attacks does she have?
She has
5.
6 attacks because she charged you. She is damage 1.
So I'll have 2 on the objective with incoherency, so I can kill this one and this one before I lose OBSEC on the objective.
It's almost impossible for me to kill 3.
Then we'll do chapter master into her.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'll give it to you.
I'll consolidate.
Yep.
And then let's do. Okay, now we need to do some measuring. So these wolf guard, the long fangs. I'm gonna try and get 4 models on this objective.
You need 4 to contest.
Yes. So this model
Yep.
is just outside of 8.
Yep.
So I need to go at 8, which is on that objective.
Yep.
So I'm basically gonna move 12 inches onto that objective.
So he'll do that. Just make sure you do it while staying outside of an inch of the dog mount.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So 12-inch moves basically.
Yeah, you can do the thing.
4 like this.
Boom.
And then closer, and then closer.
Yep.
Keep
I'm gonna put
accuracy.
it on. Yeah.
Thank
There you go.
And then within 6 of that librarian.
Okay.
To steal your banner and your primary.
Yep.
And then staying back. Is that okay?
That looks good to me.
And then chaplain, these blood claws will move up to here. The chaplain will move to here. You flame hard. So let's go within 3. Actually, let's wait on that. These guys will move their 12, so they're just gonna go 12 forward.
Yep.
The objective, cover, cover, cover. 12-inch moves onto the terrain. I feel uncomfortable leaving this objective for some reason. I don't know why.
I know why.
You know why?
Because I'm gonna go get it if you do.
Do you know how?
I can't just charge Celestine into the Dreadnought.
But then I've got 2 objectives.
Well, not if I killed the Dreadnought.
And she moves 12 because she advanced in charge? Nope. So she moves 12?
Yep.
My long fangs are in the way. Are you really gonna leave long fangs back there? That sucks. Alright, whatever. I'm too nervous. I don't know what you can do. Panics. Okay.
Done.
That's it. She gets to hit me back.
Okay. She will. 6 attacks. 2 explosions. 1, 2. Those are my hit rolls.
Sorry.
Wounding on 5s. 3 AP enough. Interval.
3 invons.
Wounded guy. No problem. Rhino. Bonk. No hits. Back to me. All right. Would you mind scoring me while I move? I get a 0 primary. I get 1 banner because you contested. You did not take it from me.
Correct.
So I get 1 banner. Your oath is probably pretty good. You didn't kill a rhino, but you get another 3 points.
I did not kill a character.
Okay, so I need to just kill everything in front of me right now, or I lose the game. Simple. Right?
Stranglehold.
That's all I have to
3
do.
for stranglehold. Yep.
Done. Can you measure Zephyrim to that?
To this objective?
We are back, guys, and my God, you just heard it from John Lennon himself.
Yeah.
He needs to kill literally everything on his side of the table, otherwise he is absolutely cooked. If he
But it
can't
means he
kill
has a plan.
everything- It means he does have a plan. It means he actually does have hope of winning this. It's not. It's slim. It's not robust, but it's a thing. Jamie
a
had
plan.
Jaime had a hell of a turn. 0 on primary for John. freaking incredible. Well done, man.
Yeah, that was big. That's gonna be not quite insurmountable to come back from, but pretty close. Like that's a big swing in his favor right now, not getting that primary point since he still has some resources. It means like 100% he has to use his Bobby stance. Like there's no advantage about Celestine has to do work right now. Has to.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Looks like he's moving those units of Zephyr onto the bottom left-hand middle objective. He'll be moving his Seraphim that are on the left-hand side. They'll be advancing up, getting onto the middle. Shouldn't be too much trouble there. He should be able to hold 2 pretty well. This turn for Stranglehold looks pretty okay, especially seeing as he needs to commit to Sacrosanct, needs to commit to Celestine. There's really no more trying to conserve you while we stand in fights. You just go. You just full
You have
send, as my men over the normal blokes would say, full send everything, send it all.
Full send.
Yeah.
That's it.
He has got that
Full
unit of
send, guys.
Repentia, guys. He's still got a unit of Repentia, which I'm hoping Jaime still knows, because that can go in and do a ridiculous amount of work.
It has to. There they go. They're gonna go clear that objective, clear that
They,
that
they
fight there.
take
So
they take that back. Celestine goes. He already. So this is hopefully you guys know and remember in your heads and tell your friends the caliber of sportsmanship being played here.
yeah, you have to. You tell him, Adam. Tell him what just happened.
So Jaime completely forgot his psychic face. And top level game where John is losing right now, losing quite convincingly, and he's seeing what Jaime is setting up, and he still just says, "Nah, do your psychic phase, mate. Do it out of sequence. No problems, no mess, no fuss." And also, Jaime said, "You can't get to my back. You can't get to my back objective, can you?" And John said, "Yes, I can." He said, "Yes, I can.
Yeah.
You want to string out, keep something else in that objective because there is the possibility for Celestine to jump your lines, get a 12-inch charge of Miracle Dice maybe, and bada bing, bada boom, take your home objective, contest it, and give you back the 5." Give you the
And
5
this-
or the donut you just gave me, give it right back to you.
Yeah, exactly. And this is top level game, guys. Anybody who
Yeah.
says there's no sportsmanship top level, just watch this game.
Just watch this game. Absolute testament to the upper echelons. What people are asking what I think about Grey Knights. I have not had any chance to absorb any of the Grey Knight info. I've been too busy doing this. So I might have to tune into one of those, review podcasts. Maybe it's coming out in a week or 2. Who knows?
There's quite a few of them out there. I like them, but I've never really liked Great Knights. They're not 5th edition powerful, that's for sure. But they're definitely gonna make a little bit of a comeback, I think.
Exactly right.
Actually, the nerf to I'll say the nerf to Astral Aim, that hurts because now they don't get the fire out of line of sight anymore.
Well, yeah, of course. I always thought that was going to happen. I mean, even the Grey Knight players that
It
I know
needed to.
said
That was too strong.
Did it? I'm not sure if it did need to. I mean, if they're going to buff all their offensive profiles for sure. But as it was right now, the amount of damage they output from that wasn't that bad. It was like a 450 point unit, 500 point unit on the unit of Paladins that Astral aimed.
We're dead.
Yep.
That's
damage, right?
1, but he only has 1 left.
Should not have paralyzed.
Yes.
Stupid.
Worked out well. We're gonna just not bother with bolstering and cracking and all that. That's a waste of time. All right, charges. Killed something in the shooting phase.
Yep.
Get a 6.
There you go.
Zephyr, we're gonna make
Very
that
nice.
charge.
Repentia go in here.
Yep, dropping the 11 right there. Zephyr in.
There they go.
Thanks. Repentia in there. Celestine is gonna declare the charge onto the chapter master and the chaplain.
Okay.
Hoodoop. 4 should be good, but let's check now before I touch.
Fails.
Come walk around for me. I believe I make it, but I'm not going to touch models. I have 5 CP left, so well, it's not the end of the world unless I fail to reroll.
You are outside of 5 of the chapter master.
Think so?
But you rolled a 5.
I rolled a 4.
Oh, you're outside of 5.
All right. Well, this is where I'm a dumb idiot. Well, we're just going to reroll it because I can't retroactively do my plan. We're fine. All right. Being in the fight phase, I want to spend the CP for +1 attack. I just forgot to. I really, from the Dogmatis, she auto-passes a litany because I didn't do one. I just kind of wanted this. So in right here on that, Sacrosanct are charging both of these 2.
Yep.
Armor of Rust is gone. Yep. Right? Armor of Rust is gone?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great.
No interruption, nothing. Just
I intend to. All of this needs to die right now. They're charging. The Rhino's charging. Basing these 2, Dogmatis charging. Staying within 6 here to make sure that I can give +1 attack. It's going to go on the that unit probably. So I'm just going to do it now, but I will not keep it. So down to 4 because I spent 2 of them. Why did I just pick up? That's good. All right, so I have Repentia there. I have this there. I have this there. I don't have any other charge to declare. All right, you have no way to interrupt. No fight less. Nothing at all. Okay, so we're going to just start hammering.
Yep.
So +1 attack is going on Celestine. So we're gonna do all of the sacristans first. We're gonna put piling in here to get as many into this chaplain as possible.
Did you declare the chaplain?
Yes, I did, because they were right there. Because she can't kill them
right
both.
here, so like I was in charge. Okay. Yeah.
The front one was there, but I rolled the 12.
Fair enough.
So I think 2 are gonna have to swing here. The rest are gonna be able to hit the chaplain. They have 3 wounds left and a 6 up save.
Left, correct.
Okay, I'm gonna spend a CP for +1 to hit. Keep it on a 5.
Okay.
Yes, so still staying at 4. I had knocked this one down, so I'm at 4 CP. 1, 2 can hit here. The spear is going to go into the chaplain, so we'll pile in around to make sure everyone can swing. So 1, 2, these are OBSEC. 3 are going to go here, the rest back.
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3, these are all 1 damage on them.
Okay.
Hitting on 2s, no rerolls, 1, 2 additional. Wounding on 3s. Whoops, that many at AP -3.
That many AP -3,
Yep.
so I'll roll sort of time on me, please.
Sure, this
so
is on.
wounded guy dies, and then.
Cool, squad. Okay, there you go. Clock to me. All those repentia into that squad.
Keep rolling your attacks onto the chaplain.
Oh, thank you. All right, 1, 2, 3. Give me dice. 4,
what do you wound on?
5, 3s.
You are strength 6.
Yep.
I will spend the CP to transsume.
Okay. Here we go. Hitting on 2s with single damage. 1 explosion. These are out. Okay. 4s.
Did not save me.
That was a lot, actually. Clock to you. That many invulns.
These are all 1 damage?
All 1 damage.
Is
I
there
have
any
4
more
attacks
attacks
at 2 damage coming in.
Okay, so 4 of invulns. Takes 5.
Okay, clock back to me. Here are the 2 damage.
Down to 2.
3 hits. 4s. That's very unfortunate. Back to me. So he has 2 left. So Celestine might have to do stuff there. That's super unfortunate. I should have slow rolled that. Clock's on me. Waiting on this. I'll repentia there.
Yep.
Things that I don't have to think about. 1, 2.
Do I just pick him up? Is the same?
You
as
did.
last
It's
time?
exact same. All right. The 5 Zephyr from here.
Actually, do roll it. It does start to mine right now. Don't worry about
1,
the time.
2, 3. All right.
Go a couple minutes.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 0 rolling. 4 6s.
That's a lot of 6s. Never mind.
Okay, cool. All right. Here we go into Zephyr into those 2 guys. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sergeant 5. Spend a CP. Already gained it down to 3. We're gonna do every 6 to hit auto wounds.
Okay.
This is here.
On
3s. So 1, 2, 3, 4 saves. These will explode, so I'm gonna roll them, but 4 wounds so far. Only 4, so 8 saves.
8 saves. Damage 1 each.
Damage 1.
I've got no CP. Time on me, please. 1 takes a wound.
Is there any reason to slow roll if you have no CP?
Not really.
Squad.
You'll just die.
It's enough. Banner down.
Yep.
Done. All right, clock back to me. The Dogmata fights last, so that's just gonna happen. So Celestine has to go now. All right. 2 wounds on the chaplain is the giant problem. How many wounds is this guy?
The chaplain is 2. The chapter master is 5.
Chapter Master 5 is a giant problem. So piling in here to get in. The Gemini is going to put all attacks here, so that's 3. And then I have to split Celestine. We're going to just be risky as a biscuit, and we're going to put 2 attacks on him and 4 on him.
Okay.
Unfortunate, but this is where we're at. So here we go. Here's the Gemini on the Chapter Master. 6s are extra. 4s to wound. That's 2 invulns.
2 4-ups. We'll take 1.
Take 1, so he's got 4 left. Here are 4 attacks on the Chapter Master. He takes 4 mortals and dies.
He's dead.
Here's 2 on the slow rolling. This is 1 on the chaplain. 2 mortals, he dies.
Okay.
Yep, so just kills them both.
Nice.
Do you have any way to fall back and shoot?
No, I do not.
Consolidate, base these 2.
Okay.
Done. They can fight first. Clock to you.
Who can fight first?
Them. Because she fight last because of your spell.
Yes.
The one you perils done.
You get to hit me with your right.
Oh, sure, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 6s, 2 hits, 3s, 1 AP dash.
So good. So on me. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
These are AP 1 into your Dogmata because the troops are not an engagement.
Do you mind if they just consolidate?
The chaplain was in the way.
No, when I killed these 2 guys.
The chaplain would have been closest.
Yeah, so they just want to go. They're not going to engage them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're just going here. I just want to be on the objective.
Okay, so 6 is double explode,
Yep.
additional 4. This is into your dogmata.
Okay.
Winning you on 3s.
Mm-hmm.
That is 8 saves at AP1. Here you go.
8 saves at AP1. This is on the dogmata.
Yeah.
Haven't used Miracle Dice yet. Rolling a couple at a
I
time.
have a Chainsword Sergeant coming
Okay.
in as well.
Fail those. We'll roll the next one at a time. Good. How many total was it?
8 total.
She fails 3, has 1 left. Back to you.
Okay. Sergeant, 1 hit. Sorry, yeah, 1 hit. 1 wound.
Okay, pass on 5.
Okay.
She's gonna swing on you. 4 attacks. 6 hits, 3s. 3 AP2. Damage 2.
3 AP2.
Clock 2.
Damage 2.
Yep.
We lose
Just kills 1. No problem.
Engagement range of multiple of them, so we'll kill a grab.
Yep. I'm obstuck, so it doesn't.
Yep.
Okay.
She's on 1 wound?
She is on 1 wound left. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
So times on me. 15 seconds left.
You're gonna get a 5 on primary, and you're gonna get 1 banner.
Mhm.
I'm gonna get my stranglehold.
Stranglehold for 3. I get 1 banner.
Yep.
So primary wise, you hold 1, 2.
Potentially 3.
Potentially 3. Yep. So Celestine can fall back.
Killed someone in combat, get a Miracle Dice. It's a 1. So moving all these over here so we can see them. Those are my Miracle Dice. 3 CP at the moment. Have not gained back.
You have 4 models on that objective.
I can make them obstacle with the dogmata.
So what do I have to? What's the points looking like right now?
Let's take a moment to break it down and see what happens.
So I've got 25 in primary to your 20.
Yep.
I need to shoot you off this for sure.
Yep.
You're gonna
I've
get
got multiple models in cover.
Yes. Can they do actions?
Yes.
So realistically, you can plant 1 and 2 banners.
Yep. And if any of these are alive, that'll be a 3rd.
Yes. The Volkite will try and kill them.
Of course.
Way too aggressive with my offset there. That was unfortunate. So 10 while we stand, unless these have a 2 up save.
2 up armor.
Okay. So assume we don't kill him.
Yep.
You would get.
Because you're going up to 1 CP.
Yes, I got.
So you will not be able to manipulate his doctrine, and also your warlord's done. Okay.
So you're gonna get 10 on while we stand.
Yep.
Banners. You scored 3, 2, 1. Then
I'm
you would
gonna
plant
get 1.
And then you plant 2 more unless I kill these.
Yes.
So that would.
So realistically, it'll be 1 on my turn 4,
and
then I'll plant 2 more, and I'll get 3 and 3. Because I'll get 3 at the end.
That was turn 4. So turn 1.
Fair point. Yeah, you're right. You're 100%.
So you will get
that'll be 4 more, most
points.
likely, if you can
most
kill
likely,
that.
assuming you do.
Sure.
So that is 7, 8, 9. And then Stranglehold.
I just got once. I didn't get it to the.
No, yes, you have 9 points.
Yep.
You should be able to, assuming there's a way for you to do it, that gets you 12. And then primary wise, in your last turn, there's no real way for me to kill your obstacle here. There's no way for me to shoot you off here.
Yep.
And the Cyrewolf could go contest this one, so you will get 10 on your primary.
Correct. If you shoot them to death. Well, I'm going to hold 3 because this is going to hold. This is obsec. So if I hold 1, 2, 3, then I would hold more than you, right? Because I don't believe you have a way to get a model onto this and onto this.
Nope.
So that's most likely a 15.
Most likely 15. So I put you at 35 primary.
Yep.
So that'll be a total of 45, 57, 66. And in my turn, Oath, I would score.
If the Cyberwolf stayed.
Off,
Oh, yeah.
I would have to get how many kills? I'm not going to get any kills on vehicles, so lowest score I could get would be 1 point on each. So that's 4, 10, 12 points on that. Banners, I doubt you can steal this one.
Unless the Zephyrim lives, correct.
Unless he's
But I don't think you'll raise another.
No, so that'll be 1 and then 1 point there. So that'll be 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. And then Stranglehold, I got 0 on turn 4.
Yep.
Well, there's no way for me to score it.
I don't see a perceivable way.
Because you would be offset unless she dies with 2 bolt pistols and in combat.
She won't be in combat when she stands up, and you're in combat, so you wouldn't be able to charge her, and you're based with the Rhino.
So she stands up at the
end of the shooting phase.
As possible?
She has to be 1 inch away.
Okay. So if she has to be 1 inch away.
Yep.
This guy within an inch of the Rhino, she would be closest.
Okay, so maybe one guy might be able to pile into. Depends on how many Miracle Ice I discard. The number of Miracle Ice I discard. I'm gonna drop 3 Miracle Ice, and I'm gonna stand up with 3. If you kill her in shooting.
So I would get 5 primary only. 10, 10, 10, 5, 5. So that puts me at 30. There's no way for me to change that. And then Stranglehold, I would only have 6. That puts me at 42, 50, 56. And that would be it. That's the best I would be able to do. 56, 66.
Okay. Jaime, are you a hugger? Oh my god.
Those blood claws, I knew those blood claws.
I thought you murdered me, man. I thought you killed me dead to rights.
Holy crap.
Oh, they hung on that one out for sure.
Sweet, sweet, merciful crap. What a game.
Oh my
Congratulations to
God.
both you gentlemen on putting on a top-class show, worthy of the name, worthy of Charity Hammer, and definitely worthy of this final and your eyes. Oh my god, Dustin, I don't know what to say.
I'm speechless. That was, we were talking about it offline there. You were saying too, if John manages to pull this out, he's got to be the GOAT. He has to be. Like, that was unbelievable how he could do that.
So I'm just gonna boil this down to a couple of things.
Mm-hmm.
Jaime was up, and then he overexposed in order to give him the donut on the primary, and to pull down those banners. In doing so, he activated all elements of John's army. He let John use the Sacrosancts, the Celestine, let him use the Dogmata to great effect, let him use the Repentia, let him use all his assets that he still had left. Had he held back, had he just tried to shoot him off some of those elements, maybe this swings another way. I don't even bloody know, man. I'm a mess right now. I'm sleepy, I'm dizzy, I'm exuberated, I'm running on fumes. But dear sweet God, please go back and watch this game. What an epic finished. A big thing here was the death of the Libby, taking away Rights of War from stuff and the OBSEC away from the stuff that's on John's home objective, taking away from the Long Fangs at the top. Huge swings. In addition to that, I think this could really come down to showing you the difference in strengths of book to book. Had John made those mistakes against Drukhari, against Admech, had Jaime been playing such a perfect freaking game with a more powerful book, I don't think this is in question. I think Jaime takes him down by a comfortable 20-30 points. As it is,
absolutely.
John knowing his book in and out, knowing this matchup in and out, and just having a perfect game plan for the entirety of the thing. He made some mistakes, admittedly, but his game plan throughout the entire game, the way he played in a linear manner that got him points consistently and held Jaime back, even playing on the front foot, especially the first turns, were very, very, very well done. What do you got to say, brother?
I got nothing to say about that. You pretty much covered all. This game was incredible. Both players played out of their minds, made some mistakes. I think Jaime may have overextended a little bit at the end there, but he was going for the throat. And John got some lucky sixes on those morals. Let's be honest. Like that was the turn he needed. That was the turn he needed.
You're absolutely right. He had to get greedy. Well, he had to get desperate. And he just got the freaking sixes. Like that.
He got rewarded with no miracle days, mind you.
I'm so happy you brought that up because I'd forgotten how absurd that roll was. That was
it
like
was
heaven sent, miraculous. Miracles do happen for John Lennon.
Yep. Celestine just doing what she needed to do at the right time. Wow. Just wow.
You have to give you a chance. Tomodachi Express have to give yourself a chance to get lucky, and John did. He pulled out every stop in that last turn. Look, in hindsight, I would love to hear what Jaime has to say. I'm sure you'll hear him on that Art of War Unbroken now for those naysayers.
Oh yes, for sure.
I would much rather have heard a Space Marine player winning than John Lennon, but I'm going to be happy for my boy. He's on my team. Well done to him.
Yeah, that was absolutely great showing by both players. Jaime, we will not forget you now, buddy. Your name is etched in this community for sure.
10-point win. And guess what those 10 points are? Those 10 points are in Why We Stand With Fights. There's going to be a draw otherwise. Wowee, guys. I think there's not much more for us to say. I think Colin's standing by to do some announcements. We won't take any more of your time. I love you all. Thank you so much for your support of Charity Hammer. Thank you so much for listening to me and Dustin and letting us do what we do. We're going to check out. You got far more better things to do. Still time to donate. Still time to win some stuff. Get in, get involved. Love you so much. See you later.
I can't compete with that. See you later, guys.
Ready?
Yeah.
How about here? Hi. Hi. Hold on. Hi. Can you believe it? We're almost at the end, but we're not done. In just a few minutes, we're going to pivot to giving more stuff away, wrapping up who won everything that happened, We're going to talk through all the shenanigans that happened. We're going to thank some people. We're going to give some things away. We're going to give away 3,600 points of Painted Necrons. All of that's happening in like 10 minutes right here on this channel. So if you went away, you'd regret it later with deep, deep, deep sadness. So stay here. Oh yeah, right. And the very first thing that's going to happen in about 10 minutes is we're going to shave a bunch of people's beards that have not had no beard in a very long time. One of them is specifically worried about his passport not matching him as he tries to go back to Canada. So let's see if we can make his life miserable, and we'll be right back. Give us like